What's up everybody, I'm Seth Fowler and today I'm kicking off a brand new series. And in this series what we're gonna do is build an entire sneaker collection using only $20. And I know, that sounds insane, especially now with resale prices being as crazy as they are and with botters being as pervasive as they are. It just doesn't seem reasonable to create an entire sneaker collection with $20 or even buy a pair of hyped up sneakers with $20. But in this series I'm gonna try and show you guys how to do it using a lot of hard work, some ingenuity, and some reselling. And I'm thinking the name of this series is going to be building a $20 sneaker collection. Now I do have to give credit where credit is due. This idea is not an original idea by me. It's been done by a couple people before me, but the person who really inspired me was a YouTuber named Retro Rick. He actually suggested this idea to me, and he's also doing the same thing except with $10 with an entire retro game collection. And let me tell you, after like a year and a half of him doing this, he's got like over $10,000 in video games. It's absolutely insane, and I've made sure to leave a link to that playlist in the description below. Seriously, I recommend checking it out. I've been obsessed with this series. I watched the whole thing probably twice. In fact, it's really been the only thing I've been watching on YouTube for the last couple weeks, so you guys definitely need to check it out. But the way that we're gonna go about building this $20 sneaker collection is by starting out with just a $20 bill and going to places like Goodwills, yard sales, and other thrift stores and trying to buy sneakers for $6 to $7 that we can then resell and make more money on. And the way I'm thinking this is gonna go is I'm gonna buy a lot of used sneakers at these places, clean them up, try and resell them on eBay or StockX or GOAT or wherever I possibly can, and then use that money to buy more sneakers, maybe even new sneakers on sale, and keep trying to flip them and flip them and flip them until we can build up enough money to start finding some really crazy grails. Also, I just want to say that this series is not going to be about reselling. I'm not going to buy hundreds of pairs of Jordan 1s, flip them, and then just keep the profit. This series is trying to show you guys that you can build up a crazy sneaker collection with basically no money and some hard work. Like I said, I'm just starting out with $20. I'm not adding any money after that, so all the sneakers that I end up buying have to be with that $20 and then from the money that I make off of the sneakers that I sell. So without further ado, let's jump right into it and hit our first thrift store. Okay, so starting at the first thrift store, I decided to go right when they opened because I feel like that's when they put out a lot of their stuff. I know they put out more stuff throughout the day, but I just figured I'd try my luck in the morning, and that's what I ended up doing the whole week. But this is sort of their back wall of shoes, and the first pair of shoes that I found was a pair of Roshe Runs. Now, although the shoe was in great condition, it was really expensive at 20 bucks, insanely expensive. I think on eBay they sell for around 20 bucks or maybe even 15 bucks, so that was definitely a no-go. Next up was this pair of Nikes. I'm not exactly sure what it was, but it wasn't something I was that interested in, and also the condition wasn't incredible. I mean, it had some wear on the bottom. It definitely needed to be cleaned up. Of course, found some more Roshes. Again, similar situation, a little bit cheaper at $11.89, but they were definitely worn. The color, not a huge fan of, but again, it's not really for me. So the one thing that they had in this thrift store that I didn't film was actually this pair of purple D-Rose 7s in like really great condition. They had them listed for like 44 bucks, but apparently it was 33% off because of the color of the day. I think it was like green or yellow or something. So the price did drop to like 27 or 30 bucks, depending on if it was 40 or 44. But I was looking on eBay, there was only 2 sold listings from the beginning of May. Both of them sold. One sold for I think 60 and the other one sold for 50, but after fees, you're not gonna have a huge margin there, and it looks like it's a really slow seller. Even though it was in great condition, it was a really big size. So I passed on them for now, but hopefully we find something better at the next couple thrift stores, so I'll keep you guys posted. Next up, I went to the first Goodwill of the day. Now their shoe selection was definitely a lot smaller than the first place, but it ended up being a little bit better. They first had this pair of Pegasus, I think 36s, pretty sure, maybe 37s. Decent pair of shoes, but pretty heavily worn. Definitely been running a lot. Next, there was a pair of Stan Smiths in pretty decent condition. $7.99 wasn't bad. And then this was sort of the find that I was most excited about. A pair of Ultra Boost 2.0s in black and gray. My wife actually has the same one. And then after that, I kept looking just to see if there's anything else that was maybe worthwhile. You had some weird Jordan things, some mid-top Roshes. Very odd. And then there was a pair of Vans, which I was interested in, but I wasn't a huge fan of trying to clean that guy up. These ones I thought were some sort of wool runners. I forget the name of the brand that I thought that they were, but they weren't. So I decided to go with this pair of Ultra Boost. They were in decent condition. The price was pretty much unbeatable at $6.99. I think I can get like 30 bucks for them. Okay, so we did actually find some pretty good stuff in the Goodwill, and I'll talk about it a little bit later. I did kind of go a little bit crazy and also buy a PS2 game. Shout out to Retro Rick. This game is sick. I always wanted a copy of it. I never had it. I never even played it, so hopefully it's good. But for $3.99, you can't really go wrong. But let's go on to the next Goodwill. Then I hit up the next Goodwill store, which is a little bit bigger. First thing I saw was a pair of Roshes, probably in the best condition of the day. Again, Not a huge fan of selling Roshis just because they don't sell for that much. This one was priced the best though at $9.49. Still not something I was really looking for. They had this rack of shoes that they hadn't put out on the floor yet, so I went through it. Nothing crazy. I don't really know anything about women's shoes, so I kind of left that one alone. Then I found this pair of Heelys, which I've never owned a pair of Heelys. I've always wanted a pair of them. Decently priced. The problem is that they didn't actually have the wheels that went in the heel, so they're kind of useless, or I guess, I mean, they're regular shoes, so they're fine, but kind of useless as Heelys. The funniest find of the day, at least my favorite find of the day, was this pair of Adidas Yeezys, or Feezys, fake Yeezys, priced at $100, because I'm assuming the employee thought they were actual Yeezys. Nuts. I couldn't believe it. Okay, so that Goodwill was kind of a bust. Unfortunately, today, it just wasn't great. They don't usually have like great clothing selections, but they usually have some decent video game stuff, but nothing today. And I'm looking specifically for shoes today, and all they had was a pair of Roshis. It was in good condition, but for $9.49, no, I think I could sell that for like 15, 20 maybe. So we'll just keep going. We have one more thrift store to hit before the end of the day, and then we're just gonna try and clean up those Ultra Boosts and sell them, see what happens. So I'll catch you guys in a minute. Okay, so unfortunately the last thrift store was a complete and total bust. So I'm gonna head home now, clean up the shoes, and see if I can find any cool things on eBay. So after the first day of thrift store hunting, we actually picked up a pair of Ultra Boosts. This is a size 9 women's. I think my wife actually has the exact same pair, except her pair is in a little bit worse condition. I've actually cleaned this shoe up, wiped it down with Rejuvenator, thrown it in the washing machine. It looks pretty decent for what it is. I think we bought this for $6.99, so we've got about $13.01 left in the sneaker collection fund at the moment. I'm gonna go back out tomorrow, do some more thrift store hunting, and then probably do some yard sailing this weekend. So what I've got to do now is throw this on eBay. I've started a brand new eBay account specifically for this challenge. It's called Seth Sneaker Closet. I'll make sure to leave a link to it in the description below if you guys want to grab any of the sneakers from this series. But we're gonna list it on there, see if we can sell it, and I think I'm gonna list it for about $33 because initially I was thinking it was gonna go for like 50 to 60, but honestly after comparing this to other sneakers in the exact same colorway and size in this condition, I just don't think it's gonna go for that. I mean, if I was willing to let this sneaker sit on eBay for a couple weeks, that's fine, but I really want to move it fast because I feel like that's the name of the game with this series. So what I'm gonna do is list it for 33, hope that it sells sooner than later, and then probably after fees get about $26, $27 off of it, which isn't bad. That should be about a $20 profit, which is pretty great off of one pair of sneakers. So making 20 bucks off of like 15 minutes worth of cleaning work and then just hitting a couple thrift stores in the morning is not bad, and that'll be great to add to the sneaker collection fund, and it's pretty much gonna, well, if we can sell this, double the collection fund right then and there. But why don't I go throw this pair on eBay and see what happens? So I went back out again today, and unfortunately, the one pair of shoes that I saw was a pair of Epic Reacts in like olive and like a size 7. Some guy picked up right before me, and I think he put it in his cart. Nothing I can do about it. It was the only pair that was worth it. So moving on to the next spot. We'll see what else we got. So I went back to one of the Goodwills I went to the day before. This is obviously day 2. And the first thing that I saw was this pair of Saucony running sneakers. I like the condition. I love the fact that it says, "I'm winning, you're losing" on the bottom. I think that's such a cool touch, especially for a running shoe. It wasn't priced too badly, but I don't really know how well Sauconys sell on eBay, so I wasn't really willing to risk it because I only had a couple dollars left in the sneaker fund. Next up, I found these Nike shoes, which I've seen before, but I don't remember what the name is. It's like Air something, Air Attack. I don't remember what it's called, but let me know in the comment section down below. I tried to look these up on eBay. I think I found the regular basketball version of them, but I couldn't find the this hiking variant of them. But it was a cool color. It just wasn't something that I really felt like I needed to pick up. After that, I found this pair of Air Maxes in pretty okay condition. I actually did look these up on eBay. They seem to be going for like 45, 50 bucks depending on the size and the condition. 12 bucks is a lot, and I think that might have been exactly what I had left in the sneaker fund. I wasn't really trying to spend all of that on these. Decent looking pair of shoes, but I think I'm gonna pass on these guys. Then I found this pair of old school Vans in black in pretty decent condition. Like, this is the classic color. I mean, the bottom wasn't really worn down. There was some wear in the upper and some tiny little bleach stains. But for $10.49, the reason I'm considering these is because they probably are a quick seller. I checked out some of the hats because hats are actually something you can flip pretty easily on eBay if they're in good condition. I found this Super Bowl hat. It didn't have a team on it, and team hats are a lot easier to flip than like Super Bowl hats. So I decided to leave this guy just because I didn't think it was worth the time or the effort to list it. So I ended up picking up the Vans, and I know the margins aren't great on them. I was looking at them on eBay. I think I could get maybe like 15 to 20 on the low end, maybe 25, 30 on the high end. It's a little bit rougher, but the reason I grabbed them is because they're popular and they should sell pretty quickly. And I ended up getting them for $10 and not $10.49 because their credit card machines were down. So I ended up having to pay cash, but I got them for like 49 cents cheaper, which should help a little bit. They're really not in bad condition. There's barely any wear on the outsole, so that's the thing that really got me to buy them. I was like, okay, you know what? They're a little dirty, but throw them through the washing machine, clean up the vulcanized midsole a little bit, and we should be good. But size 8 men's, honestly, if it was my size and I wasn't doing this video, I might have ended up keeping them because I actually really dig these. But yeah, they should be a relatively easy seller. That's the only reason I grabbed them. I really, really wish that I had grabbed the Epic Reacts. I walked past them in the first thrift store today, and I saw them and I was like, oh, I'll go back and get them. And then this dude came and just grabbed them. So that was completely my fault. I don't know what the price was. They were behind the counter. It could have been a lot. It could have been a little, who knows? But big regret on that one because that, I was looking it up, 30 to 50 bucks, similar to the Ultra Boost. So it is what it is. But I guess let's go back home and try and do this again tomorrow. So in between day 2 and day 3, I was actually able to sell the Ultra Boosts on eBay. So my initial investment was $6.99. There's no taxes at Goodwill's or thrift stores, so that's exactly what I paid. I ended up selling it gross for $44.75, which means everything added together, the shipping fees and all that sort of good stuff. The fees were $6.21. The shipping ended up being $9.21 as well. The total that I made was $29.33, which means that was a $22.34 profit. So we're adding $29.33 back into the sneaker fund, which means we've got about $32 to play with to go to the next Goodwill. So I hit up another Goodwill. I found another pair of Vans, which I actually really like this color. It's an old school, and for $5, it was a women's size, but that was a great price. The only problem was it looked like a dog had kind of attacked this one, so because of the condition, it just wasn't worth it. I wouldn't be able to get anything out of that. The find of the day, though, was definitely this pair of React Element 55s, I believe they're called, and I don't know what colorway this is. I think it's one of the later colorways, but they were in pretty decent condition, and for $6, it was a size 13, which is a little bit slower of a mover, but for $6, not bad. And especially when I clean these up, I think that most of the dirt and the scuffs will come off of them, so it's definitely something that I'm willing to take a risk on, especially for $6. Looking at the other shoes, pretty much the same sort of stuff that we had the day before. Okay, so it's day 3. I decided to go out one more time. I hit up all the regular thrift stores and only one place had something. And that, of course, was the one that I showed you guys. That was the Goodwill. I picked up these size 13, what are these called? Something Reacts. They were huge 2 years ago. I can't pull them out of the bag. Here we go. I got them for what, like $6, I think, which is kind of nuts. They're in pretty decent condition. I could clean them up. I'm thinking I might be able to get like 20 or 30 for them, which is a great return. So right now, my sneaker fund is like $24, but I've got 2 pairs of sneakers that will need to be sold, and I think I can make like $40 off of, or maybe $35. So add that to the 24. You've got like $50. So after like the first week of buying and selling from Goodwill, if everything sells, we should have like $55. So that's a $35 increase over the $20, which is pretty decent, and I'm pretty happy with. So the crazy thing is that the Nike Element React 55s ended up selling relatively quickly, much faster than the Vans. I'm actually still waiting to sell the Vans, so if you guys are interested, click that link in the description below. But I ended up actually taking an offer for them on eBay rather than selling them for the full price because I just wanted to move them quickly. The offer was, I believe, for about $20-something. I don't remember the exact amount, but after they paid me the shipping and all that sort of good stuff, I ended up making a gross total of $41.80. Now subtracting the fees of $5.85 and the shipping of $12.80, the total made was $23.15, which means the profit was $17.16 total. So I'm actually really happy with how quickly this shoe sold, and it's definitely gonna help with the sneaker fund this upcoming week. So here's everything we ended up buying this week. We bought a pair of women's Ultra Boosts for $6.99, ended up making a profit of $22.34. We bought a pair of Vans Old Schools, which unfortunately we still have not sold, which is kind of interesting to me because I thought that would be one of the quickest sellers. So we're kind of in the hole, $10 for that one. And then the final pair that we bought was a pair of Nike Element React 55s. We paid $5.99 for it and profited $17.16. So the total that we have in the sneaker fund is now $45.68, which means we've more than doubled our money for the week, which is kind of incredible. Started with $20, now we have $45.68 and a pair of Vans in the $20 sneaker collection. So really excited about the prospect of moving forward and grabbing some more sneakers at Goodwills and eventually buying like bulk sneakers maybe from Facebook Marketplace and eBay and places like that. But in today's video, episode 2, we're actually going to be changing things up a little bit and not just hitting thrift stores, but also now hitting places like Ross, Burlington's, and Nordstrom's. And the reason we're doing that is twofold. The first is that we actually have some decent money in the sneaker collection fund now. So you guys actually pointed out in the last video that I had calculated things incorrectly. So the amount that I said was the sneaker collection fund at the end of the last video is not correct. And the actual sneaker collection fund that we have right now at the beginning of week 2 is $58.76, which is actually just about triple what we started with at the beginning of last video, which is insane that we've made that much money that fast. So because we have about triple of what we started with, we can actually now afford to go to places like Ross and Burlington without blowing our entire budget and hopefully make bigger profits because it's new shoes versus used shoes. But the second and by far the most important reason that we're starting to hit up Ross's is because according to Outlet Deals 12 on Instagram, people are starting to find pairs of Nike Mars Yard 2.5s, which are first of all unreleased and second of all go for around $10,000 on StockX. I know it sounds like I'm making that up, but I'm absolutely not. People have started to find this shoe at Ross. Now we've only heard 2 confirmed reports of this happening, so it's definitely very rare, but I need to start going to Ross as soon as possible and start checking for this shoe. Now it looks like the sizes that people are finding are smaller sizes, like kid sizes, like 4 and 6.5. So we're gonna be on the lookout in the kids section as well as the men's section, but we're gonna keep our eyes out today and hopefully find $10,000 worth of sneakers. So let's do it. Okay, so the first stop was at Ross to hunt for that crazy pair of Mars Yards. I actually haven't been to Ross in a minute, and to be honest, looking at their selection, it wasn't amazing. And to be fair, it isn't usually great, but you can sometimes find hidden gems. Obviously, trying to find pairs of Mars Yards and just really anything that we can flip and add to the sneaker collection fund. But just taking a look at what they had, a lot of the shelves were pretty empty, but they did have a lot of cleats. I'm not too familiar with cleats. There was this pair of, I believe, Jordan, was it Westbrooks or some, I think it's a Westbrook of some kind. I actually don't know what kind of Westbrook this is, but it was like a pretty large size. And although it's a nice looking pair of sneakers, and although it's new, I just couldn't see myself flipping something that large. Next up, we had a pair of Adidas or Adidas somethings. I'm not sure what these are. I've never seen these before. I'm sure they're one of the more budget models. There was also another pair of Adidas that kind of looked like superstars, but they weren't. They were just another pair of pretty budget looking Adidas. Not a huge fan of those. Then I felt like I struck gold. That's an awful pun, but we found a pair of Adidas Pro models that look a lot like the Kobe 2s. But the size was a size 19, so that was insanely big. So even though this is a brand new pair of shoes, and a pair of shoes that I think I could flip relatively easily, a size 19 is insanely large. I'm trying to find a pair of shoes to compare to show you guys how big it is, but I couldn't really find anything that wasn't connected, so I picked up my own shoe. I'm a size 9, that's a size 19. It's a little ridiculous, and I looked at the comps online. There's no way in hell I'm gonna be able to sell these. So it's definitely a pass. Price wasn't great either, so not something that I really felt like I needed to flip. Kind of more of a, I don't know, funny find. Then I found a pair of high top Under Armour cleats. I have no idea what these are, but you know, if you're into cleats, let me know in the comment section down below if I should have picked those up. Not something that I was trying to grab. Then we found some Converses, some orange low top Converses. Not a great price and not easy to flip either. Same thing with Vans. It's a shoe that's very popular, but it's a shoe that you can find for very cheap, usually in store. So it's not a shoe that's easy to flip. And then of course another pair of cleats, Adidas cleats, Adidas cleats. But I'm not in my cleat game. So this is a pair of Kyrie, I think lows. I'm not sure which Kyrie low it is. But again, this was a huge size. I think this was a size 17 or 18. Okay, 17.5, right in the middle. But the problem with this is that it's a great pair of shoes, it's brand new, it would be an easy flip, but it's way too big. Like even this pair of Nike basketball sneakers right here, great pair of shoes, easy flip if it was a normal size. But this was a size, it says 13 and up, but this was definitely up. This was like a size 19 or 20, just massive pair of shoes. Okay, so starting out week 2, I've already hit Ross, showed you guys some footage from there. Nothing, unfortunately. I found some decent stuff, but it was in like massive sizes, so that's unfortunate. But went to Goodwill. As you guys saw, there was a lot of stuff, but it was all kind of like almost good. Like the good shoes that I found were just in terrible condition, and the bad shoes that I found that were in great condition just wouldn't sell. So it was kind of a bummer. I'm gonna go hit up one more Goodwill today, and then I guess we'll just have to wait until tomorrow and see if anything else pops up. So I'll catch you guys in a minute. Okay, so I hit up the next Goodwill. This is the Goodwill that I usually find stuff, so I'm pretty hopeful about this one. Found a pair of, it looks like Air Force Ones that are very, very beat. You know what I'm realizing? I've donated a lot of the shoes that I get from brands or just shoes that I didn't want to wear anymore to Goodwill, and I'm realizing how hard it is to find shoes in that good condition, which is really frustrating because now I'm like, dang, I wish I could find some of the shoes that I donated. But this first pair of shoes was a pair of Brooks Glycerin, I believe 18s, a pair of sneakers which actually seems to be selling pretty well online. It's a great pair of running sneakers, and the 18s are like last year's models, so they're not that old. This pair is just a little bit heavily worn. I think I'm gonna hold on to that one. Then we got a pair of Brooks Levitate 2s, I believe they're called. This is a women's pair of sneakers in excellent condition, and the comps online were amazing. So I'm not usually a huge fan of selling women's shoes because I don't know the market as well, but this one was like a pair of shoes that I really felt like I needed to grab because it was like $6, and I could probably sell it for 30 to 60. After that, I found a pair of New Balances. I'm not sure exactly which ones these are. I'm assuming they're 1080s, but it's definitely an older model. Plus, the tread was kind of worn, and you can grab 1080s on Amazon for like $100. So it's not something that I feel like would have much value to flip, even though it's in decent condition, even though it's a nice looking pair of shoes, even though it's from my favorite brand at the moment. Just not something that I think has a lot of value to flip. After that is a pair of Stan Smiths in pretty decent condition. I like the colorway a lot. The tread's even in great condition, and the price isn't bad, but Stan Smiths, like Vans and Converses, I don't think are easy to sell because they're so readily available and they're pretty inexpensive. Also, this pair was missing one set of laces, and I don't have any extra laces at the moment. Then there was a pair of what seemed to be fake Air Force Ones, or off-brand Air Force Ones, really weird pair of sneakers with a very thick midsole too. Interesting shoe, not something I'm gonna grab. Okay, so the second Goodwill ended up working out. I got two different pairs of shoes. I got Brooks Glycerins. I'm not sure exactly which year these are, but Brooks Glycerins in decent condition. And then I also got a pair of Brooks Elevate or Levitate, a women's shoe, which was in really good condition. And the margins on these were crazy. I bought these for $6. I also bought the Glycerins for $6, and 6 or 7 actually. 6. Bought them both for $6 each, so $12. But these were going for like 50 to 60, and the Glycerins were going for like 30 to 40. So that's not bad. And I was kind of hoping to find some brand new shoes at Ross that I could flip a lot quicker, but this will have to do. I think they'll be fine. I'll clean them up. Hopefully they'll move quickly. There was some other good stuff in the store, but the margins just weren't as good on anything else. Even though I preferred other shoes, just visually, the margins just weren't as good. So these are the shoes I'm going with. I'm gonna go home, clean these up, and list them. So let's get to it. Okay, so it's Wednesday, and we did actually finally end up selling the pair of Vans. It actually sold a couple days ago, but they didn't pay until late last night, so now I'm shipping it out. Unfortunately, we didn't make much off this. We bought it for 10. We ended up selling it for 15. And then I think after fees, and obviously they pay for their own shipping. I just been adding in the shipping fees before, but I won't do that anymore. I think we only made $13. So I think we only ended up actually netting $3, which wasn't great. So I think we won't be buying Vans anymore. And we're just gonna focus on shoes that have much larger margins. It didn't sell fast. It didn't make me any money, so I'm gonna skip these for now unless they're brand new. So that's sort of the takeaway from Vans. Even though it's one of the most popular models, it's a decent size. It just wasn't moving very well. So I'm gonna drop this off at the post office, and we're gonna get to thrifting and hitting up Ross. So next up, I went to a thrift store, which I don't go to too often, but that's because I don't usually find anything there. I did find a pair of Crazy Explosives in surprisingly excellent condition, but as you guys may have seen throughout the video and last video, I mean, first of all, they're usually priced like $25 like this pair was, and second of all, I mean, they're slow sellers, especially in this size. This was a size, I think 14, just not worth it. There's a pair of Under Armours next to them, but again, not really anything worthwhile here. Okay, so we hit the first thrift store. There wasn't too much. There was a pair of Crazy Explosives, as you guys saw, in a size 17. It was massive, and it was $24. If you look at the comps on eBay, it's just not worth the trouble. And also there was like some competition there for the first time. I hadn't dealt with that in this thrift store before. I usually go first thing in the morning, and there was just literally like 4 people on the shoe wall, but I saw what they were holding. They didn't grab anything good, so I'm not too mad about it, but I'm gonna run over to the next thrift stores now and try and beat out the competition over there. So I'll see you guys in a minute. So I decided to go back to the promised land, as I like to call it, the Goodwill that always has stuff. Unfortunately, this time was a little bit more dry than usual. There was actually a pair of Converses, which I didn't realize were incredibly highs, like these ones were. This was, I believe, a women's pair. I don't know why I was in the men's section. There was also a pair of Nikes, which were alright. Not sure exactly which model this is, but it was pretty large, and I was checking online. It's not really worth too much. I mean, not much more than like 20 or 30. So I was gonna kind of leave that one for now. Next up, there was a pair of Saucony running sneakers, and with those Brooks yesterday, I was kind of interested in running sneakers because I know they can sell pretty well. However, this pair, unfortunately, is not a very valuable pair. It looks like Sauconys don't have incredible resale value when it comes to running sneakers, even though they're pretty popular. And unfortunately, this pair was pretty worn. It doesn't look like it is on the outside and on the outsole, but if you look inside the sneaker, as I'll show you in a shot, there are some pretty worn areas on the heel, and I think that would make it much harder to sell this pair of sneakers. So nothing really worth it at the first Goodwill. I don't know if I'm gonna hit the second Goodwill like I usually do. I might actually try and hit a second Ross, because I believe right now, because we sold that pair of Vans, we've got about 55, almost 60 in the sneaker fund. So I did my math wrong, as I told you guys at the beginning of the video, in the last video, so I think I'm actually better off than I thought. So I'm gonna hit up the Ross, hope that I can find something decent for 55, maybe even less, hopefully for like 20. We'll see what happens, but I'd really like to get some new shoes. So I decided to go back to Ross. I'm still on the hunt for the Mars Yard 2.5s. Still no luck, but you know, this Ross was actually worse than any of the previous Rosses. As you can see, the shelves are almost completely empty. Really not much. I did find a pair of Puma Jordan 1s, it looks like. I've never seen these before, ever. Very Chicago looking. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was like, wow, these are straight up Puma Jordan 1s. It's a little ridiculous. Brand new. As you can see, there was a lot of pairs of them, more than any other single pair of shoes at Ross. I mean, there was one for every size, if not two. The one shoe I was considering was this pair of Currys. It was in the women's section, I believe, or maybe the kids section. I'm not sure exactly where it was, but this pair of gray Currys, brand new. It was priced okay. I mean, it's not something that I'm willing to take a risk on, so I'm just gonna leave it for now, but not a bad pair of sneakers if you're looking for a pair of Currys. So I just left another Goodwill. So far, everything's kind of been a bust today, which is unfortunate. Ross had some okay stuff, I guess. Well, that's not true. It had one pair of Under Armour Currys in like a size 6 that weren't going for a lot. So I'm gonna hit up one more Ross today, and then I'm gonna cut my losses and just wait till tomorrow or the next day. Just hope that something happens. So I decided to hit up another Ross. This one was a little bit better. There was more shoes on the shelf, which is always a good thing. I found a pair of what seemed to be almost Stan Smiths with perforated Adidas 3 stripes. Again, definitely more of a budget model. Not something that I think will sell well, especially getting it at that price. Just not really worth it. Then I found a pair of Levi's Air Jordan 1s, which I couldn't believe. They have like the Travis Scott sort of area around the ankle. They've got some nice gray suede on the heel area. So I'm finding all sorts of Jordan 1s today, just not the kinds that we're looking for. And then the one shoe that I was very, very tempted to grab was this pair of DON issue 1s. It was a women's size. I think it was a size 6, brand new, really great sneaker. I mean, it's a shoe that if it was in a men's size, I could easily flip. But it wasn't priced that well. I think it was priced at like 24 bucks, not willing to take the risk. And then finally there was a pair of Crocs, but it wasn't a standard pair of Crocs. It was a weird, like, Croc punch-out pair of Crocs. If it was a standard pair of Crocs, I might pick it up, but that's a no-go. Okay, so I just left the second Ross. I was tempted by like 3 different things in there. There was the Converses, which were too expensive. There were the DON issue 1s in women's size, which were actually priced pretty well for what they were brand new. Problem was the comps weren't looking that good on eBay. The comparable listings weren't looking that good on eBay. So I didn't end up pulling the trigger on that one, which I guess is fine. Because I think it might have been a little bit slower seller. And also, yeah, I would have made my money back, but I don't know what the margins were like on that one, to be honest, because I couldn't find anything in the exact same specs as that one. And then, what was the other shoe? I think it was a pair of Crocs. It was a pair of Crocs for 14 bucks. It wasn't a standard pair of Crocs. If it was a standard pair of Crocs, I would have picked it up because those sell pretty quickly. This one wasn't, and I don't think it would sell quickly at all. So I ended up leaving that. Kind of sucks that I didn't grab anything today. I got some pretty good finds yesterday, but today, total bust. We'll just have to wait and see if anything better turns up in the next couple days. Okay, so I'm out yard sailing. I got up really early. I go pretty much every Saturday. I don't know why. I just have an addiction. But literally today has just been a total bust. I haven't found anything, so I haven't filmed anything. No shoes, no nothing else. It's all been like really basic toys and like houseware stuff that just isn't worth anything. At least not to me. I'm kind of disappointed. I thought there'd be more, but I guess that's just how it goes. So I'll turn on the camera again if anything pops up, but I've been to about 10. I think there's maybe like 1 or 2 left. I've been following like on Craigslist and Facebook and everything. I haven't found anything. So we'll just see what happens, but I'm not very hopeful. So I didn't find any shoes, But I did find a GameCube for 30 bucks, which came with 2 controllers, no cables, but it did come with 2 controllers and the console itself. The guy who sold it to me wasn't sure if it was working. I didn't actually film there just because I felt like really awkward. It was in a trailer park. It was right outside his house. I don't know this dude, a little odd, but I picked it up because, you know what, I figured I'll take the chance. I've actually just picked up a GameCube. You guys might have seen that on my second channel, and I don't have enough controllers for that. So I originally was trying to just buy the controller, but he said take everything for 30 because I don't know if it works. So I took it home, tried it out, and crazily enough, it all works perfectly. So I think I could actually resell the console and 1 controller for like 70 to 90 bucks. So I'm interested to know, do you guys think this should be part of the sneaker collection fund? Because at the end of the day, I did find this when I was sneaker searching. It was a random find, but it's not a pair of sneakers. So make sure to let me know in the comment section down below whether you think I can sell this for 70 and put that money back into the sneaker fund. I did use cash from the sneaker fund to buy this console. I was just gonna reimburse myself afterwards if I couldn't put this in the sneaker fund. But make sure to let me know. I'd love to know your thoughts and whether I can put this money back into the sneaker fund, because if we do, we should be almost around like $100 to $150. So we can actually start going to Nike outlets and places like that, which I'm super excited about. So let me know in the comment section down below. I'll let you know what I decide in the upcoming video. So to cap everything off, as I was editing this video, I finally sold one of the pairs of Brooks. It took about a week to sell one of the pairs, and I ended up selling the women's Brooks Levitate 2s. So I know I said earlier in the video I thought this shoe would sell for between 40 to 60, but it just was not moving at that price, at least not at the speed I would like it to move. So I ended up dropping the price a couple times until we hit $34, and 34 bucks ended up being the sweet spot. So we finally sold them, and after all fees and shipping and all that sort of good stuff, we ended up being able to add $29.99 back to the sneaker fund. So that's a net profit of about $23.99, which for a week is not bad, but I definitely would have liked more. So to show you guys all the sneakers that we ended up selling and picking up this week, the first shoe to go was the Vans Old School that we picked up last week for 10 bucks. We ended up selling it for 15 and bringing $13.13 back into the sneaker fund. After that, we picked up the Brooks Levitate 2s, which we just sold, bought those for 6 bucks, sold them for 34 and brought $29.99 back into the sneaker fund. And the final pair was the Brooks Glycerin 18, which we spent $6 on and have yet to sell. They've been sitting around for about a week. I've been lowering the price, but still no bites on that one yet. So as of right now, in the sneaker fund, hopefully I've done all my math right, we have $89.88. But like I said, that does bring up another question, and that question is, does the GameCube count as part of the sneaker collection, or as something that we can use to sell to add money to the sneaker collection fund? So please make sure to let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. Honestly, I'm kind of leaning towards this being part of the sneaker collection fund, because being able to sell this is going to open us up to a lot more opportunities when it comes to buying sneakers. And not only that, we did buy it with sneaker collection money while we were hunting for sneakers. So although it is not a pair of sneakers, it is still something we bought and we're reselling, hopefully to add to the sneaker collection fund. So to fill you guys in on where we are if we end up keeping the GameCube as part of the sneaker fund, we now have $59.88 in the sneaker fund because the GameCube costs 30 bucks. But again, if we sell it, we can sell it for like 60 to 70, maybe even $90, depending on how many controllers we end up bundling with the console. So that's just something to keep in mind. It's an interesting twist, and we'll see what happens. I ended up putting up a poll on the YouTube community tab, which, by the way, you can't see it unless you're subscribed. So if you want to see polls and other cool content that I post besides my videos, make sure to subscribe so you can see all my extra content in addition to these videos. But like I was saying, I put out a poll on the YouTube community tab asking you all whether I should take the money from the GameCube sale and put it back into the sneaker fund. You guys overwhelmingly said that I should not do that, and so because of that, we're not doing that. We're keeping it strictly sneakers. I may try and sell some stuff that's not exactly sneakers, but is relatively sneaker related. I'm honestly just gonna handle it on a case-by-case basis, but for right now, we're keeping it sneakers and sneaker related stuff. But with all that being said, let's dive right into the video. So it's the beginning of a new week, and we finally sold that pair of Brooks Glycerins. It took like a week and a half, but they're finally gone. I had to drop the price from, I think, like 54 to, in the end, I think it sold for an offer of 32. So a significant decrease, but it's still gone. It's still out. We still made some decent money on it. I think after we sold it, we can add around $28 to the sneaker collection. So I'll make sure to leave the updated total of the sneaker collection somewhere on the screen so you guys know what we're working with. But I do know for a fact this is the first time we've had over $100. But we're out of sneakers. So that's the one pretty big problem. So I'm going to hit up some Goodwills today. I'm going to try and maybe go to Marshall's, maybe go to Ross, and then hopefully later today go to a Nike outlet. We'll see if that actually ends up panning out, but that's the hope. And Man, I'm stoked. So we are back at Goodwill, my favorite Goodwill, because this is a place that I usually score most of my sneakers. I don't know why some Goodwills have more sneakers than others. Maybe people just have more sneakers in that area, I'm not sure. But the first thing that really caught my attention was this pair of Asics. This is an Asics Gel Light 3, triple white. I really like this colorway a lot. But I looked it up on eBay, and they're just not selling that well. Even though they're selling for a decent amount of money, they're just not moving that quickly. And I also couldn't find this exact colorway, which made it harder to search for. And that's a thing that I think might actually hurt the sales of it, because people can't really find it. So one thing at least that I've found is that you really want to buy sneakers that sell quickly, especially if you're trying to do this, because that way you'll be able to replenish the fund rather than be sitting on product that you just can't move. We had the Air Force Ones still sitting here, still just as gross as they were before. I'm gonna leave those guys for now. We had some Adidas shoes that reminded me a lot of the Spring Blades, but that was really all there was when it came to sneakers. The one thing I did find that I was kind of interested in was this Xbox, which came with 2 controllers. However, the condition of the Xbox was garbage. I mean, if you look at the controllers, look how yellow those are. That's disgusting. And I think they were trying to sell it for maybe $30. Definitely a no-go. No-go for sure. So after that, I decided to hit up Marshall's because it was pretty close by and I hadn't hit it up yet. And I was very surprised to find a brand new pair of Reebok Question Mids in the 76ers, or I believe the Slay colorway. I'm not exactly sure what the name of the colorway is, but came in this really nice red patent leather with some very glossy red on the midsole, as well as this black upper. Really into it. And it was just $59.99, brand new. Usually retails for over $100. They had some good sizes too, a couple of 9.5s and a size 8.5. And I'm a huge Allen Iverson fan, so this shoe was definitely on my radar for sure. So of course, I decided to pick it up. I decided to grab a size 9.5 because on eBay those were going for the most. Grabbed it for $60. I'm really happy with this pickup. This is one of those shoes that if I can't sell it, I honestly might keep it because I think it's really clean. Maybe the first shoe in the sneaker collection. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. So I'm genuinely surprised we found a pair of Reebok Question Mids, brand new, size 9.5 at Marshall's. $59.99, so $60, no tax. This is a pair that I actually really wanted. And you know what? If we can sell some other pairs, this could be the first pair in the sneaker collection, come to think of it. They're not selling for very much on StockX. I think like they're listed for $100, but the highest buy now is like $52. I might try and list them on StockX, see if they move. I might also list them on eBay because they seem to be selling a little bit better on eBay. Goat is just not even worth checking out because I checked and they're all kind of garbage listings. But I know I could sell these for what I bought them for. That's no question. Huh. Question mids. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Okay, on to the next spot. Okay, so unexpected turn of events. I'm in Fishtown in Philly getting my hair cut, or I just got it cut, and there's like 3 thrift stores around me. So I'm gonna check them out. There's one next to me called what's it called? Urban Exchange. There's another one called Circle Thrift, which I've actually donated to a bunch, but I've never been inside, so I need to do that. My plan is I'll film if there's anything worth filming, but I'm excited. I haven't actually been to any of these thrift stores before, so let's do it. So the only place that I found anything really that interesting was at Circle Thrift. The other 2 thrift stores were fine. Circle 2 was fine. It was mostly tech. But Circle did have a decent amount of sneakers and actually a pretty good selection of everything else as well. And there were some decent sneakers. The problem was the price point. They were a little bit highly priced. You got this pair of Stan Smiths for $15, which is not bad. They're a little beat, but they're a little bit harder to sell because there's so many of them. You've got some Nike Flyknit, some Nike Frees. Pretty nice looking pair of sneakers. I honestly probably should have picked that pair up now that I'm looking back on it. You had some Converses, pretty beat, definitely not worth it. Shouldn't have even touched those, to be honest. They're probably pretty gross. And then you had this pair of Nike cleats, which actually looks pretty nice. I don't know anything about cleats though. Next, I decided to look in the cases at the front because that's where they kept their valuable, in quotation mark, sneakers. They had a pair of Air Force One highs, which was all right, but that was really all they had. After that, I went to their electronics wall because I was kind of interested. They had like an Atari plug-in-and-play, which is kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. If you guys don't care about the tech, let me know in the comment sections down below. I'm not gonna add any more tech to the fun, but just figured I'd look because we were in the thrift store anyway. I don't know what the hell that is, but kind of cool looking. And then of course the Salt Rock lamp, which was, why do people make these? I don't get it. After that, I decided to go to Ross. Unfortunately, it was pouring rain outside, which is kind of a bummer. It looked like Ross had actually just restocked, and they had restocked a lot of alright stuff. There was a lot of Champion, a lot of Levi's. The first thing that I found that was kind of interesting was this pair of Adidas. I'm not sure exactly what the name of this was. It's an EQT something. I don't remember exactly what it was. They released a bunch of these a couple years ago and then haven't really dropped any since. But it was the only pair of this kind of shoe in the entire store. So either they sold a bunch of them or they only got 1 or 2 pairs pairs in. Then we had a pair of the Continentals right here, which actually looked pretty nice. The mint color was all right. The bottom looked a little worn though, which was kind of weird because Marshalls just sells new sneakers, so maybe someone tried it on in the store. I have no idea, but the price point was more than I would like to pay for that pair of sneakers because I do not think it would move very well on eBay just because they're not as hot as they used to be. Then I found this really interesting pair in the women's section, which, by the way, if you're a guy, always check the women's section because sometimes there's random pairs in there that you wouldn't expect, like this pair of Adidas AM, maybe LA's or AM NYC's. I'm not sure exactly what they call it, but it's a very cool running sneaker. It's got a full-length boost midsole. It's got a pretty nice looking upper. That neon green is pretty clean. It's a pair of sneakers that if AMs were still as popular as they were, I would definitely be grabbing, but for that price, just not worth the risk, especially since there's not a huge amount of money left in the fund at the moment, especially after buying those Reeboks from Marshalls. Man, I hope those sell. Then there was this pair of Sobokovs, which I don't know if you guys remember my Sobokov review from like 2 years ago, but very interesting pair of sneakers, soccer inspired, very heavy pair of shoes, and very Russian looking. Very Russian looking pair of sneakers. But not a bad look, the colorway was fine. Just not something that I think will move quickly. That's sort of the theme of the day. Just these shoes just don't seem to move quickly, and that's probably why they're still sitting on shelves here. This pair of New Balances was all right, wasn't in love with it, and the price was a little crazy on it, so I decided to leave it as well just because I love New Balance, but I just don't need all the pairs. Next door we had a Burlington, which seems to happen a lot. There always seems to be Burlingtons next to Ross's. I'm not sure exactly why that is, but it seems to happen a lot. So going into the store, there wasn't a huge amount on the shelves except for these Hardens, which we talked about in a previous episode. They're fine. The sizes are all right. I mean, you got mainly small sizes. Basically what they were selling for in store is what they're going for online in these sizes, like 40, 50 bucks, 45 bucks. Not a bad pair of sneakers. It's a nice look, but not something that I could move, and it's just not something I want to take the risk on, and that's why there's so many pairs, because they're just not moving for people. But the rest of their shelves were pretty bare, unfortunately. The frustrating thing is that the huge size wall always has some decent stuff, like you had some decent cleats, but of course they're size 16 to 18. I'm sure this cleat is worth something in a regular size. You had some nice Nike basketball sneakers, but again, just massive. Like this was a size, I think 19. Look at it next to my shoe. It's ridiculous. I'm a size 9. That's insane. Okay, so I'm not gonna lie. I did stop by Ross and Burlington on the way home because I wanted to see if they had anything. But unfortunately, nothing. There was a pair of Hardens, but for 44 bucks in like such a small size, I just don't see that selling for more than $44 to $50. So nothing today, but we'll go back out tomorrow, see what's up. Hopefully hit up like a Nike clearance store or something, but I'll keep you guys posted. So I decided to hit up Goodwill again. This is a different one than I usually go to. They had a decently sized shoe wall. This is primarily women's shoes. I sometimes find men's shoes in here that are actually pretty nice, like kind of hidden gems, but nothing really today. The one pair of shoes that I did find at this Goodwill though was this pair of Air Max 270 Utilities, I believe that they're called. I remember this shoe sitting on shelves for a long time, just in like Foot Lockers and places like that, and the condition of this pair actually wasn't bad. The problem is that when I was checking comps on eBay, there was a lot of pairs available and they were all going for a lot, but none of them were really selling, and that's the worry here because it's so expensive. Of course, because we're looking for dunks, I had to hit up Burlington, and I decided to hit up a different one than I hit up the day before. The selection actually wasn't terrible, at least compared to yesterday's Burlington. Those New Balances weren't too bad, but there still just wasn't a lot on shelves. What surprised me the most was this pair of Air Force One Feelers. I've never seen these before. They look just like a pair of high-top red Air Force Ones. So there was this really weird pair of sneakers in the store that looked just like a pair of Yeezys. I guess it's a Feezy. And I've never heard of this brand before, but the thing that surprised me the most about this shoe was like the felt bottom on this sneaker. I don't know why you would put that kind of bottom on a pair of sneakers, but they did. And it was weird. The whole shoe was weird. I mean, it was genuinely just a soft fabric on the bottom. Maybe that's for, is it for, I don't know, bowling or something? I have no idea. Just a super weird pair of sneakers, and the resemblance to a pair of Yeezys, the upper, was uncanny. And there was a bunch of pairs of them for some reason. I don't know why they had so many pairs, but they did. So the last couple days have been like really slow when it comes to sneaker pickups. I've hit up Ross, I've hit up Burlington, no Dunks, no Mars Yards. I didn't expect to find either of those because those are both pretty difficult shoes to grab just normally. So it is what it is. I haven't found anything at thrift stores either. It's been really frustrating. The closest thing were those 270s we just looked at a couple minutes earlier. They were all right. I just didn't see really any sold listings. Even though the listings that were available were going for a decent amount of money, it just wasn't worth the risk. I guess this is just sort of the risk of doing this. You know, it's like some weeks it's going to be really slow, and other weeks you might find a couple crazy things. So I'll keep you guys posted, but right now it's a slow grind. It is a really slow grind. So today, in an attempt to end our dry spell of sneaker pickups, we're gonna drive like 35 minutes into South Jersey to try and hit up the Nike outlet, and hopefully there's something there worth picking up. So let's get to it. So as you just heard, we're going to the outlets in South Jersey, and of course I was mainly going to check out the Nike outlet. I went right when they opened to try and grab anything crazy that they might have had in stock. Of course, you got to start with the hash wall because that's where they usually have the crazy pickups. The first pair of shoes that I found was this pair of Space Hippie 04s with this outsole that didn't look that green in real life. I don't know why it came up that green in the camera, but it looked like it was glowing in the dark. It's a little ridiculous. After that, we had some Westbrooks. Decent condition. I forget the name of that colorway, but one of the first colorways for that style of shoe. Then, of course, we had the gold and black 270s. Nice looking pair of sneakers, but it just wasn't marked down enough to pick up. In fact, that was kind of the theme with a lot of these sneakers in store. Like these guys right here, these, what are they called? Overreacts. They were just not priced to resell because they could easily sell them in store, so why would they try and give resellers margin? So it is what it is. The next pair of shoes that I found was this pair of KD 14s. I believe it's the Kyrie colorway, so it was a Kyrie colorway on a pair of KDs. Again, retail price, not really worth picking up at all. There was also a couple pairs of Shishiko Kyries, which I actually really liked, but again, just they're not priced to move. They're priced to sell in store, and that's kind of the problem. Like the only way that you can really make money at Nike outlets is if you find a pair of shoes that's underpriced or you find like a really hyped up pair of shoes, which don't get me wrong, it happens. Like I was surprised to find this pair of LeBrons, but it's not really a pair that's selling for much, it's just a harder pair to find. But then my heart dropped because I found a pair of Air Jordan 6 Carmines, which as you guys know are completely sold out, a pair that I really wanted and that if they had had my size, I would have bought. In fact, as you guys can see, I'm looking for a size 9 at the moment. They only really had size 11s, and unfortunately, they were all B grades. They were all the pink midsole Air Jordan 6s. I'm continuing to look because in my mind, I'll still buy a pair if it has a pink midsole. I really want a pair of these guys, but they were just not something I could resell because of that midsole. That midsole was really rough, and the resale prices just aren't that crazy on these guys. So as much as I love that pair, and as good of a find as it was if you are a size 11, not something I could pick up. The one pair that I did think I might have been able to make a little bit of money on were these Air Prestos. However, they were selling for $70, and the resale price on like StockX was around $80. So not really worth it. I had this pair of Vapor Max 2020s. Unfortunately, they were selling for their standard retail price of $250, so definitely a no-go. And then for all my Eagles fans out there, we had a pair of Pegasus 37s in the Eagles colorway. I wish there was a Ravens version of the shoe because I would have legit bought that right then and there. So I decided to hit up the Adidas outlet because it was just down the walkway from the Nike outlet. There wasn't a huge amount in store. There was some Ultra Boosts, and they weren't priced too badly, just they weren't priced to resell, unfortunately. But there was a lot of decent colorways. That orange one was pretty nice. This green one I actually really liked, and I even considered picking up for myself. That's the problem with going to the outlets. You find stuff that you really like that you don't need, that you didn't even know that you wanted, but then you see them and you're like, dang, that's a good price. And as you guys will see later on in the video, I do end up picking up something for myself. This was the pair that I was kind of surprised to see. It's a pair of what I thought were Y3s at first, but they're not. They're just like a primed knit pair of Ultra Boost, just a special edition. If they were Y3s, I think they could have resold, honestly, and I would have picked them up. There wasn't really too much else in the Adidas outlet other than these Lego ZX 8000s, which I was surprised to see. I thought this collab sold out. Apparently it didn't, and unfortunately online they were reselling for the exact same price that they were selling for in store, so they were actually going for under retail. Then I decided to hit up the Under Armour outlet because it was right across the walkway, and I was specifically looking for a pair of sneakers, and that pair of shoes was the Embiid ones. I'm a huge Embiid fan, I'm a huge Sixers fan, and they actually had a pair in a size that I could fit, a size 9.5, so I figured, why not try them on? You know, the Sixers aren't going to make it this year. I mean, we got our ass beat, which is unfortunate, but the Embiid ones look really good on foot, and they were selling for $50. They're usually $120, so I decided, grab it for myself, not coming out of the sneaker fund, purely a personal pickup. So it's Saturday morning, I'm back out yard sailing. I didn't find too much, but I did actually end up finding one thing, or I guess two things, and that's two different pairs of sneakers. A pair of Superstars, not sure exactly what size. I don't think it really matters that much, to be honest. It's a size 5.5, so it's a women's size. And then you've got a pair of Air Maxes. Both are in decent but not great shape. This one's missing a pair of laces, but I got them both for $4. It was $2 each, which is not bad, so I'm willing to take the risk because at the end of the day, $4 is $4. I think I could sell each for like 10 to 20 maybe, so that's not bad, especially for $4. So figured I'd take the risk, at least it's some sort of win today because it's been kind of slow otherwise. So before I actually started filming this video, the Reebok questions ended up selling. Now, unfortunately, they did not sell for as much as I would have liked. I had to actually price them below market price in order to get them to move quickly. I ended up selling them for $87 on eBay, but what was interesting is that for some reason eBay didn't charge me any fees. Now, these shoes weren't part of the authenticity guarantee because they sold for under $100, but it seems like I still got that no fees perk, which is kind of interesting. I'm not sure exactly why they did that, but turns out I didn't get any fees. Not only that, the buyer actually overpaid for shipping, or maybe eBay overcalculated for shipping, so I ended up making a couple extra dollars off shipping as well. So even though we only sold the Reebok question mids for $87 even, we were actually able to add $90.77 back into the sneaker fund, which I was pretty happy about. So to give you guys a full rundown on the entire week, the first shoe that we ended up selling were the Brooks Glycerins. We paid $6 for them and sold them for $32, giving us $28.54 to put back into the sneaker fund. The Reebok question mids, like I said, just sold. Bought them for $59.99, sold them for $87, and we were able to add $90.77 back into the sneaker fund. The other two sneakers that we ended up picking up were the Air Max 90s and the Adidas Superstars. Both shoes we bought for an incredible price of $2 each, so we subtracted $4 from the sneaker fund, leaving us with a total of $145.20, which is pretty incredible after 3 weeks of starting from just 20 bucks. So obviously $145 is not very close to a $16,000 pair of sneakers, but we are getting there and we're moving actually on pace with, or even a little bit faster than I expected. I'm gonna be honest, when I started the series, I didn't know exactly how we were gonna turn $20 into $16,000, and I'm still not 100% sure, but seeing other people like Retro Rick do it makes me know that I can do it, and just the success that we've had so far is just a really good sign. So I'm super excited about where this series is going, and I'm so excited that you guys can follow me along in this journey. Now in episode 4, we have just over $145, and we're now able to go to Nike outlets and even try and buy sneakers on the Sneakers app. Okay, so it's the start of a new week. I just dropped off the Reeboks at the post office. Now I'm about to hit up Burlington and possibly Goodwill. Hopefully there's something in there that's worthwhile, but if not, that's fine. We still got all week, and I think this is the first week that I'm gonna start entering some sneakers raffles or sneakers draws or whatever they're called to try and grab shoes that we can resell on like StockX and Go. So the first stop is Burlington. I keep hearing that there's like supposed to be Nike Dunks at Burlington. People keep finding them online. I still have yet to find anything really worthwhile, but it does look like they restocked, so I'm excited about today. There's a possibility that maybe we find something worthwhile. The first thing I came across is this pair of Adidas Street Balls in my size actually, and I've got to be honest, I really do like this pair of sneakers a lot. If this was cheaper than 40 bucks, I would definitely consider it, honestly, for myself. But for the overall challenge, I don't know if it's going to be worth it. I just don't think that there's too many of these selling online. This was also the only pair in store, so it's possible that maybe people were finding these, thinking that these are worthwhile and maybe flipping them online, so there might be a pretty large amount of stock online. I'm not 100% sure, but it's a decent looking pair of shoes. I'm just not sure if it's worth taking the risk, especially for 40 bucks. If it was a pair of Nike Dunks for 70, whew, I'd grab it, but not those. Just below that, I found a pair of sneakers right here, which I don't know what brand that they are, but they look just like a pair of Golden Goose sneakers, which are $400 designer sneakers. These are obviously not Golden Goose. I mean, they're sitting at Burlington, so probably not. Of course, we're bound to run across a couple more pairs of Pony Yeezys. They look just like Yeezy 350s, and they've also got this sort of like soft fabric bottom, and apparently the reason they do that, or at least that you guys told me in the comment section, is because that way they can classify them as slippers and pay less in duty fees when they're getting transferred over to the US, which I thought was kind of a little skeevy, but also kind of a funny story. After that, I stumbled across one pair of DON issue 2s, I believe. I think it was a smaller size, and smaller sizes for me, I've had some trouble selling. Women's sizes are easier because you've got a lot of women looking for shoes like the Superstars that I picked up last week, or some of the Brooks running sneakers. But this shoe in particular was not something I was willing to take a risk on because the price was $45, which is way more than I think these are worth. I think that's literally what they're going for on eBay at this moment. If you're looking for a pair of DON issue 2s, eBay is a good spot to go, or even Burlington. Then I stumbled across this pair of Adidas Stan Smiths for 35 bucks. It looks like it's a recycled pair. It's got the recycling logo on the tongue, and then also you've got this sort of a recycled looking midsole and outsole, but not a bad looking pair of sneakers. I kind of like that. Apparently it's made of prime green, which I thought was kind of cool. I thought prime green was a different variant of prime knit, but I don't see any prime knit on this sneaker, so I'm not sure exactly what prime green is, but for 35 bucks, I'm gonna pass. Just not really worth it for me. Then as I was walking out, I found this pair of 4D ponies, or at least what look like 4D ponies. It's just a molded midsole. They just have the 4D texture. polyester, which I thought was ridiculous. And it comes in the same bright red color as those Pony Yeezys. For 20 bucks, definitely not worth the risk. Pony is just apparently making a bunch of knockoffs at the moment, which is kind of sad to see. But this one did not have a fabric outsole, so it's apparently not a pair of slippers and just a straight up pair of shoes. So there you go. I also found a pair of Adidas Climacool Ventos, which I actually really like a lot. This is a very clean looking pair of sneakers. I've considered grabbing this shoe before. For 45 bucks, it's not a bad price. Now, I'm not sure if I want to take the risk on it because although I think it's a great looking pair of sneakers, I think it's different, I think it's quirky, I just don't know if that's what everyone thinks about this shoe. So because of that, for 45 bucks, it's a little bit more than I'm willing to pay, especially since I don't know how well this is going to sell. If it was something from the Nike outlet, like a pair of Air Maxes, I would definitely end up grabbing it and flipping it just because Air Maxes always sell. Then the last pair of shoes that I found on the way out of Burlington was a pair of Adidas Oswegos for 40 bucks in a decent colorway, this black and maroon colorway. Not a bad looking pair of sneakers. I actually kind of dig it, and there's only one pair of them, so it's possible that maybe there were other sizes that sold, or maybe this is the only pair that they got in. I have no idea how Burlington does their stock, but interesting looking pair of sneakers. Not actually a bad looking pair of sneakers, but again, I feel like this is going to be the theme of the video, but just not something I'm willing to take the risk on. Next up, I decided to drive over to Goodwill. Goodwill is kind of my go-to at the moment because they have usually some pretty decent sneakers for like 8 bucks that you can flip for at least 20 in most cases, as long as you pick the good ones. But the first pair that I found was this pair of Brooks, I believe Launch 5 Luckies. Now it's funny because I'm actually becoming more familiar with Brooks as we do this series. It's a brand that I had a couple pairs for running, but that was it. I did find a pair of Kyries, which unfortunately were broken in the one spot that I couldn't repair. It was kind of like that interesting sort of flap or wing thing over top of the sneaker, and it looks like it wasn't the laces that were broken, but instead it was the thing that actually secured that thing down to the shoe, so something that I personally can't repair. Other than that though, they were a little dirty but not too bad, and for 7 bucks, man, I wish these were in good working condition. Like, I wish that that wasn't broken. If that wasn't broken, that would have been an easy 30-40 bucks right there. But I'm just not willing to pick it up because I don't think I could sell it with that problem. This is a pair that someone can still wear for sure, but very difficult to sell just because it's such a difficult thing to fix. Then I found a pair of, I'm not sure exactly what these are, but I've seen them before. I just don't know what they are. And then a couple other pairs of running sneakers, a pair of Sauconys, which is alright, a pair of And Ones. There was a couple different sizes of that shoe for some reason. I'm not sure exactly why. I decided to go back to the Brooks. It's a nice looking pair of sneakers. It's very, very clean. Like, it looks almost maybe worn like 4 times. The logo's still on the insole. There's a little bit of paint rubbing on the sides and the midsole, but that's it. Other than that though, they don't smell bad. You'd be surprised how many shoes smell really bad in these stores. They don't look bad. There's not much dirt on the outsole of the sneaker. I'll run some Rejuvenator over these and they should be good to go. So I think I'm going to grab these because I think the potential, I could at least make 20 bucks off of them. Maybe more, hopefully more, but I'll pick them up. 8 bucks is worth the risk for sure. Then on my way out, I found a pair of Feezies. The second pair of Feezies we found in this series, except this time around it was priced more reasonably at $7. Obviously a very fake pair of Adidas Yeezys. These have no value, at least not that I know of. Maybe if you're into collecting fake Yeezys, but yeah, I'm just gonna leave those there. Yuck. Okay, so we just left Goodwill. I ended up picking up a pair of Brooks Lucky Runs. I believe that they are Launch 5s, size 9. I think it's men's. They could also be a women's shoe. I'm not 100% sure, but I'll double check before I list them, obviously. The reason I grabbed these is because they were 8 bucks. They were in really good condition, and although there wasn't a lot of sold listings, the ones that did sell sold for a decent amount of money. Like, the lowest one that I saw, I think, was for like 33. So I'm taking a little bit of a risk because I think it's a little bit of a slower seller, but right now, because we've got, you know, over $100, I think we'll be okay. I'm not going to try and spend too much more unless I find anything else at the thrift store that's really worth grabbing. Until we sell some more sneakers, I think this is going to be my last like risk from Goodwill because we're right at that point where, you know, we almost have enough money to start blowing on things, but at the same time, it's like we got to be a little bit careful because if I make too many of the wrong decisions, then we'll be broke again. So I'm going to stick with these. I'm going to hit up another Goodwill. Hopefully the other Goodwill has something. If not, I'm just not even going to throw anything else in the video from today's Goodwill hunt. But I feel like that's a good pickup, and I'm also going to try and enter the sneakers draw for some Nike Dunks coming out at 10 o'clock today. So that's the plan. Hopefully we hit on the Dunks. That's the sort of stuff that I'm really hoping to start hitting, like the new stuff, like going to Nike outlets, finding new stuff. Now that we've got the money to really sort of start playing, I'm always going to keep going to Goodwills though. I'm going to keep going to Burlington's, even if we have thousands of dollars, just because for me that's so much fun to do. So yeah. on to the next Goodwill. So I hit up another one of the Goodwills that I go to on a pretty regular basis. They always have a decent selection of at least women's shoes. In the guys section, they had a couple things like this pair of Adidas. I'm not actually sure what these are, but I'm gonna be honest with you, they're actually pretty clean. I'm just not really sure if they're worth anything. I could have looked up the information about this shoe, but I've never heard of them. I just don't think that they are, so I'm just gonna leave that one be for now. Again though, pretty clean looking pair of sneakers. I'm actually surprised. Then I found another pair of Brooks. This is a pair of women's Brooks glycerins, I believe. I'm not sure exactly which number of glycerins this is. Unfortunately, it didn't have insoles, which for me is kind of a deal breaker. I've bought shoes like that before, but they're a little bit more difficult to sell. It was actually in pretty decent condition, and I believe the price wasn't bad at $8.49, so not terrible. The tread was a little bit worn. It was in worse condition than the last pair of Brooks glycerins that I picked up, and those took a little bit longer to sell, so I'm gonna leave that one for now. So I kept looking, and I found some more pairs of running sneakers. You'll find a lot of running sneakers at Goodwills, especially in decent condition, because what will happen a lot of times is people will buy them to run in them. Like this pair of Brooks was in excellent condition, and just decide not to run after like the first or second run, and then they'll just donate them. So you'll definitely find a lot of them. Okay, so I just entered the draw for the Nike Dunk High Royals, or whatever they're called. I don't remember exactly what the name of the sneaker was. I entered in a size that wasn't my size so that I wouldn't be as tempted to keep them. I entered for a size 9.5. I'm a size 9. I feel like I had a little bit better of a chance in a size 9.5. And if it was a size 9, I definitely would have kept them. Size 9.5, maybe not so much. So got like 8 more minutes to wait. I'll let you guys know if I get them. If not, we still have $100 in the fund because we haven't spent anything other than $8 this morning. So it is what it is. Was anyone really surprised? So I ended up being able to sell the Nike Air Max 90s. In fact, it sold within like 3 hours of when I listed it. Air Maxes are very, very popular. Unfortunately, this pair was in pretty terrible condition, so I was only able to list it for $9.70, which is not bad, especially because I paid $2 for it, but not a huge return on the investment. So after fees and shipping, the total that I'm able to add back into the fund is $5.49, which I guess isn't bad for the amount that I paid for the pair of sneakers, but it was a lot of work for $5.49. Really only $3.49 worth of profit because I paid $2 for them, so not great. Probably won't grab pairs that are this beat up ever again, but you know what? It just shows that Air Maxes sell really, really fast, so I'm going to be on the lookout for Air Maxes moving forward. So I just dropped off the Air Max 90s at the post office. I think we now have about 150 in the sneaker fund. I would have let you guys know in the graphic before this, but that's a decent amount of money. It's enough to probably hit up the Nike outlet and grab something decent. That's the plan for later today, but in order to sort of pad I guess all the future sneaker purchases, I still want to hit up Goodwills just to make sure we're still adding like $20 to $30 every couple weeks, just so that we're continuing to grow the fund. So that's the plan. Just hit up the first Goodwill that usually is pretty solid. Today it wasn't that great. I'm gonna hit up one more Goodwill and then hit up Burlington and Ross because I have to actually drop off a package at UPS, and they're right next to UPS. So that's the plan. Let's do it. So I wanted to stop into Marshall's again because last week we had that pretty awesome find of the Reebok Question mids, which I was really stoked on and sold pretty quickly. This time around, there was really only a pair of Adidas, and it was not something that I think would move. And especially for $45, is it worth it? Yeah, probably not. Nice looking pair of sneakers though. I think it was actually misplaced because there was only Levi's boxes around it. Not a bad looking pair of sneakers to pick up if I wanted a personal pair, but not something I want to resell. Okay, so far, nothing yet. We just hit up Marshall's, literally nothing. There was a pair of Adidas that was too expensive for what it was. The second Goodwill also didn't have anything, so it's kind of a bust day so far. And then hopefully later in the day, we're gonna hit up the Nike store. So I'm excited to check it all out. So I'm gonna be honest, I was looking forward to going to the Nike outlet all week because there's always just the potential of finding something crazy. So the first place I always hit up is the hash wall because this is where you always get the returns. This is where you get some of the crazy B grades. You never know what you're gonna find on the hash wall, so don't just check your size, check every single pair of sneakers on the hash wall because you never know what you're gonna find. Now you can't always find something to resell that's gonna have great margins, but you can definitely always find something to rock. Like if you're looking for a new pair of everyday sneakers, the Nike outlet's a great place to go, especially because prices are so decent. And the best part is today I actually had a 15% off member discount, which is great. I was planning to try and use that on any pair of sneakers that I ended up picking up, and as you'll see later on in the video, it didn't really work out exactly how I wanted. But something to definitely keep in mind is coupons, because if you have any coupons, you can save even more money when you pick up your product and have even better margins. So unfortunately, couldn't find anything on the hash wall. Decided to walk around the men's basketball sneakers a little bit. He had some LeBrons, which were all right. 75 bucks is not bad. I think that's really what they go for on eBay and on StockX and places like that. This $99 one, just definitely not worth it. Not a bad looking pair of sneakers though, just not something that I'm willing to try and resell. I was kind of interested in this pair of Element 55s. It was a nice looking pair of sneakers. I've sold them before in this series, but I got them for $5 last time, so it was a little bit easier to make some money on them. Then I found this pair of Air Types, I believe, or Type Airs. I don't remember exactly what they're called, but for $100, not bad. And there was both colorways of the shoe. There was this black colorway, which was even cheaper, $65. I did check on StockX though, and unfortunately it was selling for $65, and even with the coupon, not worth it. But then I came across the find of the day, and that was a pair of Nike Adapt BB 2.0s, which apparently was limit 2 per customer. Now it came in this white and black Oreo style colorway. Very nice looking pair of sneakers. I actually love this pair, but it was priced at $219. There was like every size available, which is amazing, but at $219, that was exactly what they were going for on StockX, and unfortunately, of course, the coupon wasn't eligible to work on that pair of sneakers, so I had to let it go, which was a huge bummer. But that was another pair of sneakers that I kept seeing on these Instagram accounts that showed outlet finds, so it was something that I was on the lookout for, didn't expect to find, but when I found it, unfortunately, it was just not something that would have made me any money at all, but it would have been a nice personal pickup if I needed another pair of Adapt BB 2.0s. After that, I found a pair of Kyrie KDs or KDs. They came in the Weatherman colorway, which is obviously a KD colorway on a Kyrie sneaker. Then I found a pair of LeBrons in a sort of Laker colorway, which was kind of clean. Definitely liked it, but it was full retail price. The juice wasn't worth the squeeze with that one because there wasn't really any juice, so that was a terrible metaphor to use. So unfortunately, not the most fruitful outlet adventure, but definitely something that I think I need to keep doing. And I was talking to one of the employees at this particular outlet, and he said this one doesn't get most of the crazy stuff. That mainly goes to the stuff that's in like Center City, Philly. So next week, I'm going to be going to all the outlets in Center City because I feel like that's the place to be. On the way out of the outlet, though, I did get some good news, and that was that the Brooks Launch 5 Luckies ended up selling. Now, unfortunately, they sold for significantly less than I had them listed for. They sold for $20, and that's because I took the first offer that I got, which was for $20. The reason being because they weren't moving at all. It had been a week, they weren't moving, so I felt like I really needed to get them gone so that I could bring $20 back into the fund. For me, the name of the game has been speed, so that I can put out these videos for you guys and so that I can keep replenishing the fund. So I had to take the $20 bid, even though I didn't really want to, but it is what it is. If you have more time, maybe try and hold out for more. But the total that I ended up making after fees and after shipping was $18.60, which we can add back into the sneaker fund. Almost immediately after that, we sold the pair of Adidas Superstars. This is another pair that I picked up at last week's yard sale for $2. I ended up selling it for $7.90, which is what I listed it for because it was in pretty terrible shape, just like those Air Maxes that we also picked up at the yard sale. I probably won't be doing that again. It just isn't worth it. And then after fees and after shipping, the total that I ended up making was $6.99. So I'm on the way to the post office to drop off those 2 packages that we just sold, the Superstars and the Brooks, and I figured, why not stop by Ross in Burlington? They're sort of on the way. I'm lying about that. They're totally out of the way, but I just wanted to stop by. Ross really didn't have anything. They had a pair of dress shoes that looked just like a pair of Yeezy 750s, at least in the front. In fact, when I first saw them, I was like, whoa, hold up. Are these 750s? But they weren't. They were dress shoes. The suede was similar, the color was similar, even the laces were similar. The fact that you had this strap and also the perforations in the toe just put it over the top. So that was a little ridiculous. One thing I'm realizing the more that I do these Ross and like Burlington and Marshall's finds is that there's a lot of shoes that are designed to look like other shoes that you don't usually see when you go to regular Foot Lockers. They're usually in discount stores like this. So that was interesting. That's something that I'm learning as I go. And then the other thing that I found was this pair of Pulse Boosts, I think that they were called, in Trace Cargo. And these actually look really, really good. These were at Burlington. So I was actually looking up sold listings of these on eBay and they were going for like $75. And I'm like, that's incredible. But then I was looking at the sizes that were selling. There was only 3 sales and it was size 9, size 9.5, and a size 13. Whereas the sizes in Burlington were all size 6. So there was not one small size sold on eBay in the last couple months. So as much as I think that would be a great shoe to pick up if it was in the right size, the fact that it was a size 6 makes it probably very difficult to sell. So I'm not even gonna touch that. It's 40 bucks. If it was like 20 bucks, very different story. I'd probably buy like 3 different pairs, but for 40 bucks, just not worth it. So now I'm gonna hit up the post office and then probably try to hit up the thrift store because I'm out of product. I don't have anything to sell. And although we have a decent amount of money in the fund, there's not really any potential to make more money because we don't have anything to sell. So that's the move. So for the first time, and I think the entire series, we're actually ending off an episode without having any sneakers, which I'm not gonna lie to you guys, is a little bit scary. But in good news, we do actually have the most money we've ever had at the end of an episode, and that's $168.29. So the first stop of the week was a Plato's Closet, and this was the first time that I've been to a Plato's Closet in a long time, and I was incredibly impressed by the overall just amount of product available and the quality of the product available. It was all in really great condition, and it all smelled great, which is not usually the case for some thrift stores. But the first pair of sneakers that I found was this pair of New Balance 990 V5s in like a rust pink color, which I really liked. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too small for me personally, otherwise I might have grabbed, but it was listed at 20 bucks, which I thought was a pretty decent price, and I figured it'd be a pretty quick flip because 990 V5s are very popular. After that, I found a pair of Pharrells, which I never expected to find in like a thrift store or a Plato's. I don't remember exactly what the name of this silhouette is, but it's one of those pairs that never really took off, so because of that, I decided to leave this pair for now. But seriously, the selection at this Plato's was awesome. There were so many sneakers. Now, it would be a little bit harder if I was searching for a specific size, but because I didn't have any sizes in mind, I was fine with whatever. I did come across this pair of AF1 SF mids. This is the Desert Moss colorway, I believe, and it was priced at 50 bucks, which isn't terrible. The problem is these are selling on eBay right now for like around 80 to 87, so there wasn't a lot of margin there after fees, even though it's in great condition. It's a great looking pair of sneakers, and a couple years ago these would have been going for like 100 to 300 bucks. So honestly, a really surprising find. I kept going through the men's section because there was just so many aisles of men's sneakers. I didn't even look at the clothes, but I'm sure there's some awesome clothes as well. I found this pair of Dame, I believe 6s or 7s, I don't know exactly which number it was, in decent condition, but it was a white pair, so it showed a lot of dirt, and it was also not a pair that's really reselling for anything, so I decided to leave that pair for now. But really just a great selection of shoes. I can't overstate it enough. It was kind of crazy. Then I found a pair of Under Armour, I believe Curry 2.5s. It wasn't a very popular model, and it was a youth size, so not something that I really wanted to take the risk on, so I let that one go. Then I found a pair of sneakers which I was stoked on, which was this pair of VaporMax Flyknit 3s in really great condition. Unfortunately, they were a size 11.5, so not the best size in the world, but they were only priced at 30 bucks, and that's an easy flip. I think I could sell them for like 60 to 70, so I decided to grab them, maybe throw them in the washing machine with some Rejuvenator, and be good to go. So I'm starting things off a little bit differently than usual, and the reason being because I just posted my video from last week today. Today's Monday, and someone posted in the comments, you should check out Plato's Closet. They always have good stuff. Prices are a little bit higher, but you can always find good stuff. So I was like, shoot, I don't know if there's any Plato's Closets around me. So I Googled it, and I found out there was one within a pretty close driving distance. So I was like, you know what? Let's just do this. And thank God I did, because I found some come-ups. So let me show you guys what I got. I got this pair of VaporMaxes in a size, I believe, 11.5, but in pretty good condition for 30 bucks. A little bit higher than I would have liked to have paid, but this one should move quickly because VaporMaxes do usually move pretty quick. As I said in the last video, Air Max type stuff sells very, very quickly. So this is one that I'm hoping to move quickly after I clean it up, maybe throw it through the washing machine with some Rejuvenator. And then the other pair of shoes that I got, which blew me away, was this pair of New Balance 990 V5s in a women's size. I've never seen this colorway before, but it's actually a pretty nice colorway. The reason I grabbed it is because it was only 20 bucks, but what I didn't realize is that it's on clearance. And apparently what that means is that it's 60% off. So I grabbed this pair of shoes, originally listed at 20 bucks for $8. So in total, I paid 38 bucks, and we're off to an incredible start. I'm not sure exactly what the sneaker fund is at right now, but I'm assuming it's around 40 bucks that I spent today. So I think I had 168. So I probably have around like 130. I'll make sure to let you guys know because my math, I'm sure, is off, but it should be right up on the screen somewhere. I'm really happy with these finds. I am honestly happier than I've been for the last week. Last week was rough, but this week is already off to a great start. So definitely hitting up more Plato's Closets, and they should be listed on eBay tonight. So I'm stoked. So I decided to hit up Old Faithful, even though I haven't bought anything from this Nike outlet before, but I do love Nike outlets, so I figured why not. So of course I got to check the hash wall. The first thing I found was this pair of Christmas themed Air Force Ones that I don't believe really have any resale value, and they were retailing for basically retail price. Not something I really felt like I needed. I wasn't really finding too much in my first look, but then I ran across this pair of Kobe ADs. I don't remember exactly what the model number was, but it had that pull lacing system, which I didn't like that much. It was priced at a regular $200, so there wasn't really any margins there. Plus this pair kind of looked worn, so I decided to let that one go. I'd actually been talking to Retro Rick, and he gave me some tips about reselling sneakers because that's something that he does a little bit on the side. He said kids shoes are something that actually have great margins and they don't cost a lot to ship, so it's something that I'm going to start looking into now. Huge shout out to Retro Rick for that tip. I didn't find anything unfortunately today, but nice tip to know for sure. Then I came across this pair of Air Jordan 4 golf shoes. I'm not sure exactly what this colorway was, but it was full retail price, size 8. I don't think there's much resale value there. If I'm wrong, let me know in the comment section down below, but I wasn't seeing anything. And then the final pair that I came across was this pair of Kyrie's, not priced too badly, but there was just no margins because they were selling for pretty much exactly what they were priced at on eBay, and of course the LeBrons that we always see. But on the way back from the outlet, I was like, you know what, let's try a different Plato's Closet because yesterday's Plato's was so dope. I have to check out another one, and oh my goodness, this one was bigger. This one was crazier. Now, it was mostly women's sneakers, which was kind of disappointing because there's definitely better margins in men's sneakers, or at least maybe I just know men's sneakers better. I found this nice pair of New Balances, not too bad. I honestly wish I kind of knew stuff about like heels and stuff like that because that probably has great margins, but it's just not something I'm really willing to invest the time into at the moment. And as you guys can see, I'm a total klutz. So drop this pair of whatever the hell that was, but it's just a really interesting experience at the Plato's. Of course, you can't have an episode of building a $20 sneaker collection without finding a pair of fake Yeezys. Now, I don't know what kind of pair this was. I think it's probably from Zara's or something like that, but just total garbage, not even worth looking at. Then I found a pair of Nike React sneakers. I'm not sure exactly what model this is. I'm sure I've done a review on this model in the past. I just don't remember. Women's size, I don't remember exactly what the price was. I wanted to keep looking around before I really pulled the trigger on anything, so I decided to put this one back for now, and I don't think I even ended up picking it up because I found some better stuff. So there's a little bit of a teaser. Then I went through the men's section, and of course we found a pair of Kyrie's because Kyrie's are some of the most popular shoes out there right now. Unfortunately, there isn't a lot of resale value because of that. And even though this pair was in good condition and selling for a good price, it was really only going for like $10 or $20 more on eBay, so it wasn't really worth the pickup, even though I thought it was a nice pair of sneakers. Then I found a pair of shoes, which I was really stoked on, which was this pair of Pegasus 36 Trails. Now, I usually wouldn't pick up Pegasus because they don't really have a huge amount of resale value because there's so many pairs out there and they're usually pretty worn down, but this pair was in great condition. It's a pair of Trails, which I've never seen before, and I was looking at comps online, and even though it was priced at like $20, $25, I could probably double my money, if not more, so I decided to grab this pair. Continuing on, we found a pair of Adidas Crazy Explosive 2017. It's a pair that I had for a long time, really enjoyed. This could even be my pair, I have no idea. But I think I found a pair of these at the thrift store, the Goodwill, a couple weeks back, selling for like $30, $40, and I just decided against it because that's really all I had. This time around, it was still selling for that, and there's just no resale value for this sneaker, so unfortunately decided to leave it, even though I think it's a great ball shoe. Then I stumbled across a pair of Epic React 2s in the Oreo colorway, one of my favorite colorways of Epic Reacts, and they were in really good condition, just a slightly larger size than I would have liked, an 11 or an 11.5. But I figured super clean, decently priced, and I figured the only part of the shoe that really needs to be cleaned is the midsole and outsole, so I'll just run the Rejuvenator brush over those portions, and we should be good to go, so they should be listed very soon. So it's day 2, I just hit up the Nike factory store, and that was kind of a bust, but there was some decent stuff, just nothing worth grabbing to flip. But then I hit up the second Plato's Closet, and that place was really solid. In fact, it was significantly bigger than the first Plato's Closet that I went to, and I actually ended up picking up 2 different pairs of sneakers. I got a pair of Nike Epic Reacts, I believe in a size 11.5, which isn't like the best size in the world, but they were only $20, and comps online were saying that these sell for around 60 to 70, so that's really not bad, and they're in like really excellent condition. And then the other pair that I grabbed was this pair of Nike Pegasus 36 Trails. I think it was the same sort of prices that they were selling for on eBay, like 60 to 70, maybe 80, and I bought them for 25, and they're size 10, so that's a really good size, and they're in like impeccable condition. It's nuts. I don't even know if I'm gonna have to throw these through the wash. I might just clean up the outsoles with some Rejuvenator, and we might be good to go, honestly, which is kind of crazy. So after that's all said and done, we spent $45. Now I'm not sure exactly how much we have left in the sneaker fund. I'll make sure to update you guys on the screen, but I spent a lot of money in the last couple days. 38 yesterday, 45 today, but I think all of it's worth it, and I think I needed to do this. I think Plato's Closet was like literally the secret key for me because I feel like we have a lot of potential for profit, and it's something needed to happen. So I'm really stoked on this. I'm gonna clean these up and list them with the other sneakers, and then we'll just keep on the lookout for any other crazy sneaker deals. So that night I listed all of the sneakers that I had picked up, all 4 pairs, and surprisingly the Nike Pegasus 36 Trail sold first. In fact, it sold within like the first couple hours. And what's crazy is that it sold for exactly what I listed it for. A lot of times I have to actually drop the price a little bit to adjust with the market or to try and entice people to buy it, but this one sold for exactly what I listed it for, which is 45 bucks. I realized after I bought the pair of sneakers it wasn't going to be able to sell for like 60 to 80, which was kind of unfortunate, but we still made a decent amount of money, especially because we paid only 25 bucks for it. So after all was said and done, after fees and shipping, we were able to add $38.97 back into the sneaker fund. So the next pair to sell also surprisingly quickly was the Nike Vapor Max Flyknit 3s, even though they were a slightly larger size. So I bought this pair for $30 and I had them listed for I believe $77, and within 8 or 9 hours of the shoes being listed, I got an offer for $65, which is a little bit less than I would have liked, but at the same time, I feel like at least for this particular challenge, because this is a video series that's weekly, I needed to flip them relatively quickly, so I decided to take the offer, which I still think is pretty decent. And then the amount that we were able to add back into the sneaker fund after shipping fees and eBay fees was $56.63. Keep in mind, this was all within like a couple hours of leaving the Plato's Closet, so very, very quick turnaround. And then the final sneaker that sold out of the 4 that we had picked up were the New Balance 990 V5s. So like I said, I ended up only paying $8 for these, which is kind of incredible, especially because they were listed for like 20 bucks. Now, unfortunately, they were in slightly worse condition than I had originally expected, so that kind of stank. I had them listed at I believe 27 because I just didn't think they were going to go for much more than that. Plus, it was a weird, rare colorway. It was authentic, but it was a rare colorway that I had a lot of trouble finding online, so it was not a shoe that I could like throw up on GOAT or anything like that. So put them on eBay for 27 bucks, got an offer for 20 within the first 24 hours of the shoes being up, and I decided to take it. So at the end of the day, I paid $8 for them originally, sold them for $20, and then after fees and shipping, I ended up being able to add $18.34 back into the sneaker fund. Now, one thing to keep in mind, because I've had a couple questions about this, is that I actually charge for shipping. So the amount that people are paying for shipping usually ends up being pretty close to the actual amount. I don't ever really have to take any money out of the sneaker fund to pay for shipping, but sometimes I make a couple extra cents or a couple bucks depending on how much they ended up paying and how much the shoes actually cost to ship. So that's why the total is so close to the sold for price, and even in some cases more than the sold for price, because eBay's calculator didn't calculate correctly and I made a couple extra bucks. So of course, because I've had so much success over the first 2 days, I had to hit up Plato's once again. The sneaker fund before we sold all these sneakers was $85.29, and after we sold all the sneakers, we had $199.23. We are a couple cents away from $200, which is such a crazy milestone, especially because last week or the week before we were at just like $100, so this is kind of nuts, especially just starting from $20, and now we can actually start really entering for pretty much everything on the sneakers app. I know I don't really have a shot of getting anything, but just the fact that we're able to enter and have another chance at grabbing a pair of sneakers that we can flip very quickly on StockX or GOAT is just so great. So really excited about this, and also of course really excited about hitting up Plato's Closet once again. They had actually a really nice looking pair of Air Force Ones in like this clay or dark tan colorway. I was actually really into these, and I was considering these for myself. I maybe should have picked them up for the fun, but at this point I was like, you know what, I don't want to spend any money unless I find something incredible, because I want to enter for some sneakers on the sneakers app, or maybe go to New York with Tom and see if I can buy anything. So decided to let that pair go, which maybe I shouldn't have, I don't know. Found a pair of Puma RSXs, all white, in decent condition, priced not too badly, but just not something I felt could be that easy to flip, especially because while Puma RSXs are popular, they don't really resell because people buy them for retail or on sale, and there's really no reason to resell them because you can find them so cheap in stores. But for me, the find of the day and possibly the find of the week was this pair of Air Jordan 8 Retro Phoenix Suns. This pair was crazy, size 13, in crazy condition, and the Phoenix Suns are in the finals. Like, I can't even believe that I found a pair of sneakers that are for a team that's in the finals right now, so they should move very quickly, or I hope they move very quickly, and man, they're in great condition. It was just so nuts to find these, I couldn't believe it, and they were priced at just 25 bucks. Like, that's nuts. And then in even crazier news, I found another pair of Air Jordan Retros at Plato's. This time around, it was an Air Jordan 12 winterized, unfortunately in a used size, and unfortunately priced at $50, which is exactly what they go for on eBay, so not worth picking up. I did find a pair of Air Max 90s. I had really good luck selling the last Air Max 90s even though they were trash, so I considered this pair, but it's still a used size, so it's still a little bit harder to sell than I would have liked. But not a bad looking pair of sneakers, just not for that price, so it is what it is. I don't know what it is, but today I keep hitting. And the pair that I'm most excited about is actually this one. This is the Air Jordan 8 Phoenix Suns, which is perfect because the Suns are actually in the finals right now, so this might actually sell very quickly. Size 13. I got it for 25 bucks, and it's in insanely good condition. Like, this is a really great condition shoe. It's not the most popular Jordan in the world. I mean, it's still a Jordan 8, so it's still a retro Jordan. This is actually a shoe that I won a raffle for back when this first released in 2013. 2012. No, 2013 is when it dropped, like April 2013. Okay. But it's a shoe that I just never expected to find in, well, essentially a thrift store. Plato's Closet, sort of a thrift store. They buy stuff from you and then they sell it for a higher markup versus a thrift store where you just donate stuff. But I'm blown away that I found these. There was another pair of Jordans. There was a pair of Air Jordan 12s, which we looked at. Unfortunately, it was a pretty small size, and they were trying to sell it for 50 bucks, which is exactly what it's going for on eBay, so that was definitely a no-go. This was the only one I was really interested in. There were some other shoes that I liked for myself personally, but nothing I really wanted to grab. Things are really starting to pick up. I'm so stoked. Plato's was honestly the move. Whoever left that comment, I'm going to leave your comment at the top of the screen. Shout out to that guy. Seriously, good call, because this has changed the game completely. So the next thing that happened was one of the most insanely coincidental and honestly probably insane things that's ever happened to me when it comes to the sneakers app, and that's that I got exclusive access. I know, I didn't think that was a real thing, but apparently I got it. And the pair that I got exclusive access for was the Air Jordan 1 Electro Oranges. So I was getting them a week early, and I was getting a pair of sneakers in a great size, a size 9. I couldn't believe it. Now, this is not a pair of sneakers that I'm planning to keep, so this was so easy to pay for with the sneaker fund because we actually did have like exactly the right amount left. I think it was $170 for this pair of sneakers, and I had $174 left in the sneaker fund. So the timing of this was unbelievable, and honestly, I'm gonna get a review out of these sneakers too. So these sneakers are doing double time work for me right now, which is so crazy. So these just came in the mail today. That's why this video is a little bit later than it usually is. So I haven't actually had a chance to check these out yet, but this is a pair of sneakers that I'm just not sure how to feel about until I actually see them in person. I've seen pictures online. I was never really a huge fan of the colorway, but I'm interested to see generally what it looks like. So let's pop the top on this guy, see what we've got. Okay. There it is, the Air Jordan 1 Electro Orange, a pair of new Jordan 1s that come out, I believe, next weekend. They're not a bad looking pair of sneakers. I do like the front half of the shoe, the sort of black toe look at the sneaker, but as you move towards the back of the shoe, you've got this sort of weird metallic orange color. But it's not bad. The good news is that they are the correct size, they are the correct color. There doesn't seem to be any issues. Oh, there's kind of some dirt on the bottom of this one, but other than that. But yeah, this is the first big win on the sneakers app in a long time, and it's crazy that it's part of the sneaker collection fund. I didn't expect to win anything on the sneakers app from the sneaker collection fund, but maybe that's good luck. So we'll just keep trying to enter and hope that we get stuff because this is pretty cool. Not a bad looking pair of sneakers. Stay tuned for the full review coming in the very near future. So as far as selling these Air Jordan 1 Electro Oranges, I waited until after I unboxed them just to make sure that they were good before I sold them on StockX or GOAT. That's one thing that's really important to do is you want to make sure the sneakers are the right sneakers, first of all, the right size, second of all, and that there isn't any weird factory errors. So I always wait to sell my sneakers on StockX or GOAT till I can actually get them in hand and check them out. I know people sell them like right when they get them, which in a lot of ways is stupid because sometimes you don't even get the sneakers, sometimes they're not even right, and then you screw up your StockX or GOAT account, so it's just not worth the risk. So I decided to price out both StockX and GOAT to see which one would give me a better price. The buy it now on StockX was $225, and after fees and shipping and all that sort of good stuff, I would end up getting $196.88, which is like a $27 profit, not terrible. But then I checked GOAT and the buy it now price was $240, which is significantly better, and after fees and everything, the amount that I would be able to add back into the sneaker collection fund was $212 or around that, and for me that was a no-brainer. So as you probably could have guessed, I went with GOAT. I ended up paying $170 even for this pair of sneakers because Nike had free shipping. I sold them for $240 on GOAT, and after fees and shipping, I ended up with a total amount that I could add back into the sneaker collection fund of $212.20. So the sneaker collection fund dropped from the scary low amount of $4.23 all the way up to $216.43, putting us over the $200 mark for the first time ever. And of course, as you can see, I decided to go to Goodwill and try and spend some of the hard-earned money that I had just made. So my new strategy when it comes to this challenge is quantity over quality, which honestly seems to have been working for me recently. It's always good to have sneakers in stock so that I always have something to sell so that I never run out of funds. So that even if the sneaker fund gets down to like $4 like it just was, I'll always have product that even if it moves slowly, at least it can move and I can make some money back. A pair of sneakers which I was actually pretty surprised to find was this pair of LeBrons in pretty decent condition. I know I'm talking quantity over quality right now, but when you guys see what I pick up in a couple minutes, you're gonna be like, good call, I'm glad you didn't grab that, because the heel of that sneaker was messed up and it would be very difficult to sell. So I guess there is some quality over quantity in some cases, like in this case. I did find a pair of Puma suedes, which is actually a pretty nice sneaker. They are very common though, and they're just like Vans. They sell for very cheap. So even though it was in great condition, not a sneaker that would really have any margins at all, so I decided to let it go, even though I think it's a great sneaker, and I have a pair that I rock on a pretty regular basis as well. The find of the day though was what seems to be a father and son sneaker collection. There was this pair of crazy Air Jordan 13 breads. Now unfortunately they were beat, like really beat. The outsole of the sneaker was just destroyed, but they were priced at like $5.49. So I was like, you know what? I want to be able to say I grabbed a pair of crazy retro Jordans, so I'm going to pick up this pair of 13s, even though it's pretty beat. But I did find this pair of Hirachis, which I think was this guy's father's pair, and they were in great condition, priced incredibly well at, I believe, $5.49 or $6.49. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I'm just going to clean these up with some Resjuvenator, and we should be good to go and able to make a profit of like probably 30 to 40 bucks. So a very easy, quick flip, but the craziest part is that it didn't end there. There was also a pair of Nike Kyrie fly traps, also in a pretty small size, probably his son's or kid's size. In excellent condition, priced again around $5 to $6. And I mean, honestly, wow, they were in really great condition, a lot of tread left on the sneaker, looked like they had been worn maybe 4 or 5 times. And again, I was taking Retro Rick's advice and going with used sizes, even though I don't think they move that quickly, but they do have better margins. So I did pick these up. I picked up the breads and I picked up the Hirachis. So overall, one of the best Goodwill finds I think we've ever had. It's kind of crazy. The phrase, it takes money to make money, never seemed truer to me than it does right now, because we've got a couple $100 in the fund and we are just finding find after find after find. It's nuts. And I'm just really excited about all the sneakers that we have, because even though the Hirachis are a little bit dirtier, they should sell quickly, the fly traps are in great condition, and of course those Bread 13s. I never thought I'd find a pair of Bread 13s in a Goodwill, but we did. Granted, it was a kid's size and it is pretty beat, but I mean, shoot, I could probably list them for 20 bucks and they'd move relatively quickly. For this shoe, it's more about saying that I found Bread 13s at the outlet than actually making any money off them, but that's just really only for my own pride. It's kind of a selfish thing to do, but hey, you know what? Still a crazy find. So at the end of the day, we have 5 sneakers in stock that haven't sold yet, which is the largest inventory that we've had so far, at least that I know of. The first pair of sneakers that we picked up were the Nike Epic Reacts, which obviously, like all the other sneakers on this page right now, still have yet to sell. I paid $20 for them, and I think I can probably make 30 to 40 bucks off of them. It's a little bit less than I initially thought, but they're not really moving as quickly as I would have liked, but I still think there's some profit there, so I'm willing to hold out a little bit longer. After that, we have the Youth Air Jordan 13 breads, paid $5.49 for them. I think I can maybe get 15 to 20 bucks for them. Not a lot of money, but it's honestly more about saying that I found a pair of Air Jordan 13 breads. Oh man, that's not a great way to go about this, but I had to grab them. I'm a Jordan head. After that, we've got the pair of Kyrie fly traps that we picked up for $6.49. I'm not exactly sure how much I can get for these yet. I haven't listed them yet. I'm assuming around 20 to 30 bucks maybe, because they're in such good condition. We'll just have to wait and see. Of course, we found the Air Jordan 8 Phoenix Suns. We paid 25 bucks for these, which is such an insane price for this pair of sneakers. I think I have them listed on eBay for around 100 something right now, maybe 130. I think they can probably go for around that, so I'm just gonna leave them up at that price. It's a size 13 and it's also not the most popular colorway, but if this colorway was gonna be popular now when the Phoenix Suns are on the brink of winning a title, I think this is the best time to have found this pair of sneakers, so hoping that they will move before next week's video. And then the final pair of sneakers that we have are the Nike Hirachis. We paid $5.49 for them, and I think I can probably sell them for like 30 to 40 bucks, but we'll just have to wait and see. So the current total that we have in the sneaker fund, even with all these sneakers in our inventory, is $198.43. And what's kind of crazy is that I think we've got at least $100 to $300 worth of potential profit right here in the inventory, so we might have around 500 bucks sooner than later. Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see, but I'm really excited about the direction that this video series is going, and I cannot wait for next week. So the first place we're gonna stop by this week is Plato's Closet, because Plato's Closet has been good to me recently, and I'm hoping the luck will continue. So the first pair that I find is this pair of black Adidas Continentals. I don't know why I see them everywhere. I've seen them at Marshall's and at Burlington's and at Goodwill's and at Plato's Closets, but for some reason they just must not be as popular as they used to be, but not a bad looking sneaker. It's even brand new, which is kind of crazy. Then I found this pair of white and green Adidas Samoas. It's a nice looking pair of sneakers, but nothing crazy. I just like the colorways. After that, I actually found a Tupac t-shirt, which I thought was pretty sick. I was like, dang, should I grab this? It was only $7. I'm not really a huge Tupac fan. I just thought the graphic was sick, so I considered it. But then I found this pair of Foamposites, Nike Foamposites, in this just really awful red and white colorway. I forget what the actual name of this sneaker is, but people call it a lot of things that I'm not going to say on video, but it's just the worst Foamposite ever. And the problem was, this shoe was priced at $150, and this was a kid's size, a youth size, not a men's size. $150, I don't think it even resells for that much. I don't think, it's just crazy to me. It really blew my mind, and the shoe is worn. It's not like extremely heavily worn, but it's definitely worn with a little bit of heel drag. No way I was gonna pay $150 for these. I probably wouldn't even pay $40 for these. I'd grab these for maybe $20, but that's the extent of it. Then I found this pair of Jordans. This kind of looks like a 5 and a 7 sort of mixed together. I'm not exactly sure what the name of this Jordan is. It's obviously some sort of combo Jordan. Not something that I was too interested in. If it was priced well, I might have grabbed it, but I don't think it was. I think it was priced at around $50, and I just don't see any resale value in this shoe. Maybe I'm wrong. It just really wasn't a shoe that I was willing to take a risk on. Next up, we found a pair of PGs. Nice looking pair of sneakers, a little too pricey for me. It's not something that I think really will sell. If I could grab it for like $10, easy cop, but for anything more than that, not really something I need. So after reading some of the comments in my last video, I decided to go back and check if the Pharrell tennis shoes were still there, and the good news was they were, and they're actually in really great condition. The outsole's a little bit dirty, but that's about it. The rest of the shoe almost looks like it hasn't been worn. It's kind of nuts. So I decided, you know what? I'll grab them. They're not too badly priced, and it should be a relatively easy flip, I'm hoping. Next, I found a pair of Adidas NMDs. Now, this was in the women's section, but I believe it's a men's size, just a small men's size. It's this pair of dark navy NMDs in really good condition. The outsole's a little bit dirty, but the boost is in nice condition. And it's actually a really nice colorway. I really like this shade of blue a lot. Now, NMDs aren't as popular as they used to be. I mean, if I had found this like 3 years ago, the shoe would have flown off shelves. In fact, it probably wouldn't even be at Plato's Closet. But it's a nice looking pair of sneakers, and in my opinion, it's worth picking up because I think these two sneakers together will be an easy flip. Hopefully, we'll just have to wait and see. Okay, so first stop of the week, of course, it was Plato's Closet after the insane success of last week. Unfortunately, today we didn't find too much. However, I still did spend $40 and buy 2 things, so it was somewhat successful. And the first thing I grabbed was this pair of NMDs. It was in the women's section, but it's actually a men's pair, just a size 6 for $20, and it's in surprisingly good condition. I was actually looking at some of the sold comps on NMDs that were similar to this. I didn't have time to actually look up the SKU number on this one, but they were going for like 40 to 60. I'm thinking I'll probably get something like hopefully 40, 45 maybe, hopefully more, but we'll list this tonight. And then the other thing that I picked up was this pair of Adidas Pharrell tennis Hues. This is a pair that I actually saw last week and I didn't pick up, mainly because I just didn't think that there was really much profit to be made there, but I ended up looking up the price between last week and this week, and while it's not an incredible price, I think I can sell these for probably about 40, so there is profit to be made, and I think it should be a relatively quick seller because it is a Pharrell. So for that reason, I picked it up. We spent $40. We got NMDs and Pharrells. Pretty nice Adidas haul today, and I think I'm gonna end off the day by hitting up the Goodwill, so hopefully there's something there, but it's like late in the day. I usually go first thing in the morning, so hopefully it's not all gone, but I don't have my hopes too high. So at Goodwill, there was actually a pretty decent selection. I was surprised, and what really blew me away the most was the fact that we were finding retro Jordans again at Goodwill. So the first pair that I found was this pair of Air Jordan 5 Oreos from 2013. This was a youth size, and unfortunately it wasn't in great condition. In fact, it's in pretty rough condition. But the price wasn't bad. I figured even though it's in rough shape and it might take a little while to sell, it's still a pair of retro Jordans. It should still move at some point. Then I found this pair of sock darts, which I was actually surprised to find. I decided not to grab it because I don't think sock darts really have the appeal that they used to have. If this had been the Fragment sock darts, I definitely would have grabbed, but I think they were just a regular pair. And so because of that, decided to leave them, but not a bad pair of sneakers and a surprising find at Goodwill. Then I found a pair of shoes that really blew my mind, and that was the Air Jordan 1 Mid Fat Purple Anthracite. Now this is a shoe that came out years ago, I think maybe 2011, 2012. Came in all purple with a purple elephant print Nike swoosh. Definitely an interesting looking pair of sneakers, but for the price, I had to grab it because I figured I could at least resell it for 20 to 30 bucks, maybe 40 if I'm lucky. But man, I'm really surprised to have found Air Jordan 1s at Goodwill. So I'm kind of speechless. I didn't expect to find anything at Goodwill, and we found two pairs of Jordans. One pair of youth Jordans, I believe these are the Oreo 5s from 2013 for $5.49 in decent condition, better condition than the breads that we found last week. I can't believe the fact that we're finding retro Jordans at Goodwill. I mean, to be fair, there are youth sizes, but still, that's crazy. For $5.49, I don't know how much I can get for these, but definitely more than $5.49. That's crazy. They are a little yellowed, but I think they'll still sell, honestly. But then the other pair that I picked up was even crazier. It's my first pair of Air Jordan. That's not true. We got the Air Jordan 1s off the sneakers app last week. But the first organically found pair of Air Jordan 1s in a Goodwill or a Plato's Closet or something like that. It's a pair of Air Jordan 1 mids. I'm not sure exactly what colorway this is. I think it's probably from 2012, 2011. I have no idea. But we got it for $10.49. I can't believe this. What the hell? This is crazy. What size is it? I think it's a size maybe 10 or 11. Not 100% sure, 11 and a half. So it's not the best size in the world, but for 10 bucks, it's a Jordan 1. I mean, Jordan 1s fly off shelves, so I am just so stoked that I got this pair. I can't believe it. This has been the most insane, like, random Goodwill Plato's trip I've ever had. That's crazy. And I think I've also learned that going to Goodwill first thing in the morning is not always the best time to go because they haven't put everything out yet. So after spending $40 at Plato's Closet and then $16 because we rounded up a checkout at Goodwill, I believe we spent 56 bucks, which means that we're about at $142, down from $198, which is not bad because I think we have a lot of potential profit here. Plus, we have all the other sneakers that we haven't sold yet from last week. So, man, we've got some good inventory. I'm pretty stoked on this. It's kind of crazy. But, yeah. On to the next one. Later on in the day, I decided to hit up Burlington and Ross because they're right next to each other. And the first stop was, of course, Burlington. Now, Burlington has been very hit and miss for me. I don't think I've even grabbed anything from Burlington. I did find this pair of New Balances, which looked really nice, but not for 40 bucks. Just gonna leave them there. There just really wasn't much at Burlington. There was a lot of stock, but there was really only a couple pairs of cleats. Like, this is a pair of, I'm assuming, track running cleats, maybe. I have no idea what those are, honestly. The one thing that I did find kind of interesting was this pair of cleats, I guess football cleats, that look kind of like Nike Dunks. I'm not sure what the deal is behind these. I don't know if they're worth anything. I couldn't even find the price on them. And I just figured, I don't know if it's worth the risk. I'm going to leave them. And I hope I made the right choice. Right next door was a Ross, so I decided to stop by. And again, it was pretty well stocked. I mean, there were some holes on the wall, but nothing crazy. Unfortunately, there wasn't really anything good in stock. There was this pair of Adidas. I don't know what they are. They kind of look like top 10s, but they're definitely not top 10s. And just not something I feel like I need because I don't think they'll move at all. Of course, I also had to check out the youth wall because Retro Rick suggested it. And also because, of course, that's where the Nike Mars Yard 2.5s were found a couple weeks ago. I haven't found any, obviously. And then, surprise, surprise, another pair of Adidas Continentals. They are everywhere. I don't understand it. The colorway on the shoe is nice, but I just don't think this is any value, so I'm just going to leave it here for now. Later that day, I ended up selling 3 different pairs of sneakers, which I was stoked on. The first pair we sold was a pair of Nike Huaraches that I picked up from Goodwill last week for $5.49, and I ended up selling them for $19 because honestly, they weren't in that good of condition. I tried to clean them up with the Rejuvenator, but they were pretty heavily worn down, and Rejuvenator can't clean up heel drag. So this shoe I had to price pretty low, but it did move relatively quickly, which I was happy about. And after fees and shipping and all that sort of good stuff, I was able to add $16.82 back into the sneaker fund. Also on the same day, we ended up finally selling that pair of Nike Epic React 2s, which was one of the first pairs that we picked up from Plato's Closet. I bought this pair for $20. It was in excellent condition. I think it was a size 11 and a half, so it was a little bit harder of a size to sell. And I know it didn't sell for much. It ended up selling for $28, which is not a great profit at all. It's a gross profit of $8. But the reason I had to sell it for that price is because I just couldn't move them quickly enough, and I just had to accept an offer. So the offer was $28. I went with that, and then after fees and shipping, we were able to add $25.70 back into the sneaker fund, which is not amazing. It's a $5.70 profit, but it's not too bad. It's better than nothing. And then the final shoe that was sold, which is by far the best sale that we've had so far, were the Phoenix Suns Air Jordan 8s. Now this pair we bought for $25 at Plato's Closet in a size 13, and we ended up selling them for $120, which is an insane profit. It really blew my mind that we were able to sell them for that much. I mean, I wish every shoe that I got I could sell for that much. much. And honestly, as you'll see later on in the video, I think I need to be a little bit more careful about my buying. I think I need to look for more deals like this and not really just splurge. But honestly, one of the best sneaker pickups I've had yet. In fact, it probably is the best. And after fees and shipping, we were able to add $122.17 back into the sneaker fund, which is an insane profit off a $25 buy cost. So we just dropped off all the packages that we sold last night at the post office. It was 3 different packages. And the craziest part, we went from $142 in the sneaker fund all the way up to like $309, which is absolutely insane, especially from 3 packages. I think the winner of the pickups recently has been that pair of Air Jordan 8s. That pair sold for like $120, which is crazy, and really helped out the sneaker fund. So now we got $300 for the first time ever, so I am beyond stoked. And not only that, we also have like 6 other pairs of sneakers still in the inventory, so we still have more potential profit. Hopefully we can find some other sneakers today and add to that. So let's do it. So another day, another Goodwill trip, and in today's Goodwill trip, we did not find as much as I would have liked. Found this pair of Skechers. Not a fan of Skechers, but Skechers do sell well, at least when they're brand new. So something that I was considering, but I ended up not pulling the trigger on because I just couldn't do that to myself. But after that, we found a pair of Nikes that were incredibly crushed. I've never seen a shoe that was this flattened before. I think it's just because they tightened the laces so tight on the sneaker and threw on rubber bands, and now it just looks like a slipper. After that, I came across a pair of Nike running sneakers. I'm not sure exactly what kind this is, but the color was nice. It was sort of a teal fade to blue, and it had a free outsole, so something that I think maybe I could sell for $20 to $30, but I'm not sure, and I just wasn't willing to take the risk, so I'm gonna leave this pair here for now. And then after that, I found 2 pairs stacked on top of each other. The first pair was a pair of Reeboks, and the second pair was a pair of Nike Pegasus. And I believe this is a pair of Nike Pegasus 32s, maybe? I don't know exactly what kind it is, but in pretty decent condition, just priced pretty high at $12.49. I mean, they were almost in brand new condition, but for $12, I don't know if the 32s really have any value because we're on the 37s at this point, so I decided to leave them. So I just got my tooth fixed at the dentist, and they totally numbed the crap out of my face, so I can't feel anything right here. But I figured I'm driving past Goodwill, driving past Plato's Closet, might as well stop by. Also, this is my new tooth, by the way. But nothing at Goodwill, unfortunately. There was some nice stuff that I would have bought if it was cheaper, but just nothing for the price. So we're going to hit up Plato's Closet now. Hopefully there's something there that's worthwhile. Otherwise, we'll just go back out again tomorrow. So after my tooth fixing, I decided to go back to Plato's Closet because for some reason it seems to be the promised land when it comes to sneaker reselling. And the first pair that I came across was a pair of New Balance. Now this was a pair of, I believe, 990 V4s. A really nice looking pair of sneakers and a pair of shoes I would love to have in my own personal collection, but unfortunately it was a much bigger size than my size. So I'm definitely going to grab it because it's priced at just $15, and for $15 I'm pretty sure I can sell this shoe for like maybe $40 to $50, so a definite pickup. Next up, found a pair of LeBrons. This is a pair of LeBron lows. I'm not exactly sure which year this is, but it's in pretty decent condition. Nice gray and orange colorway. I just don't know if it has much value, so I'm going to leave that pair for now. And then after that, we came across another pair of New Balance 990s, this time the V3s, in also pretty good condition. I was wondering if it was the same person who had both of these pairs, but this pair was a full size smaller. It was a size 10.5, so I don't think it was, but both the original gray colorway and both in great condition. I was really bummed that I didn't get to keep any of these for myself, but it is what it is. Once again, came across that pair of Jordans. It still hasn't moved, and then I found this pair of Air Maxes. I believe this is the Air Max something 2s. Not exactly sure which model this is, but in really great condition. I mean, it looks barely worn, but it was priced at $45, and after looking at comps on eBay, it's selling for exactly that on eBay. So as much as I want to grab this shoe, I just can't sell it for a loss. So I'm going to leave this shoe here for now, even though I think it's a great looking pair of sneakers. Then I came across a pair of Russell Westbrook or Jordan Westbrook 0.4s. Now this is the upbringing colorway, I believe, his first colorway in the 0.4s, and this was a size 8, and it was priced pretty well at $40, especially since this shoe is in excellent condition. I mean, the entire upper of the shoe looks almost brand new. It's kind of nuts, and the colorway is crazy. If you like this sort of colorway, this is a great shoe to grab. And again, for $40, size 8, good size, in great condition. Definitely figured I'd pick it up because I was hoping I could sell it for maybe like 60 to 80. Not 100% sure, but that's what I'm hoping for. Then when I was in the women's section, I came across this pair of Air Jordan 1s. Now this kind of looks like the New Love colorway. I believe it's the Varsity Maze colorway, maybe. but it was priced at 60 bucks, and for a pair of Air Jordan 1s, that's not a bad price. And this is a pretty popular colorway as well, and from what I could tell here, it was in good condition. But then I came across this bin of shoes, and the first shoe that I found in this bin was this pair of Air Jordan 3 Cool Grays, a shoe which just recently released. Now, it was a size 14, so it's pretty large, and it also had a very faint smell to it, but I was surprised at how good the condition was of this shoe. Now, unfortunately, it was priced at $125, so it wasn't incredibly cheap, and that's kind of on the border of being very risky, because unfortunately at 125 bucks, there is not much room for profit, and if I can't sell it for like 130, 140, then I'm just not going to make any money on this pair of sneakers. So as you guys just saw, I went a little bit crazy at Plato's. I spent $255. So the sneaker fund before this was $307. I think we now have 52 bucks. Fast math. I used a calculator. I'm lying about the fast math. I knew what it was. But the first shoe that we picked up was actually this pair of Air Jordan 3s, Cool Grays, that just recently released. This is a size 14, and unfortunately it also cost 125 bucks. I was really hoping it didn't say 152, but 125 bucks, size 14, but in remarkably good condition. It's got a little bit of a stink to it, like a tiny bit, like a whiff. But I'm hoping I can do something about that. But no, this is a really sick pair of shoes. I'm really surprised that I found it for this price. There's a little bit of wear on the heel, but I think I can at least get what I paid for it. It's kind of a risk because I paid a lot for it, but I do think I can get hopefully around 180, 200, we'll see. Next up, we've got a pair of Westbrooks. This is the Westbrook 3 or 4, not sure exactly which one, 0.3 or 0.4, I'm not sure, but in incredibly good condition for only 40 bucks. Size 8, 40 bucks, really awesome condition. I think I can sell this for around 100, I'm hoping. But we'll see. Really stoked on this pair. And then another pair that I picked up, or two other pairs that I picked up that I was really stoked on, were these pairs of New Balances. So I got a size, I believe a size 10.5 and a size maybe 11.5. I believe this is a 990 V3, but it's an awesome sneaker, both in the like classic gray colorway, which is so sick. Really excited about these. They're both in decent condition, just could use a little bit of rejuvenator, and we should be good to go. But even like the New Balance logo on the heel is still in great condition. Both of these were for $15, so $30, kind of insane, because I think I can sell both of these for like $40 each, maybe even more, but probably around $40 each. And then the find of the day, the find that really blew me away, was this pair of Air Jordan 1 New Loves in a size, women's size, what? I should really check this before I do the video. 6Y for 60 bucks in, ooh, paint cracking on the toe. I didn't notice that before. I was like really stoked on these. I was like 60 bucks for these, not bad. Does the other one have it, or is it just this one? It's a little bit on the other one, but not as bad. But still a crazy good price for this pair of sneakers. I'm kind of bummed about the paint cracking, but I still think I can at least get what I paid for them, which kind of sucks. I was hoping to get like around 140. But now that it's got paint cracking, I don't know. A bunch of sneakers. I have 52 bucks left, so I think I'm done for the week because it is Friday. So I'm gonna throw these all up on eBay, hopefully sell them all, and hopefully sell some of the other sneakers we got in stock. And we should have a bunch of money going into next week if everything sells, like a bunch of money. So we can start making like big boy moves. I mean, I feel like this is a pretty big boy move, but even bigger. Man, what a day. So after getting home, I cleaned up all the shoes pretty quickly and listed them that night, and the next day we sold a pair, and that was the New Balance 990 V3s. Now originally I bought this pair for $15, and I ended up selling it for $56, which is a pretty great profit. In fact, that's along the same sort of margins as those Air Jordan 8s. Really great price, and a really great sneaker in really great condition. Then after fees and shipping, we were able to add $50.06 back into the sneaker fund, which thank God, because I was so nervous. We were down to like $52 after that crazy Plato's haul, and I hate having not much money in the fund because it really prevents us from buying anything. So I'm really glad that we were able to add a little bit of buffer back into the sneaker fund while still having a lot of sneakers in stock. Speaking of stock, we have a lot of sneakers in stock. In fact, we have 10 pairs of shoes in stock, which is kind of crazy, the most we've ever had, and unfortunately, I feel like some of these pairs I may have overpaid for. So, of course, we have 3 pairs of youth sneakers. We have the Air Jordan 13 Breads, which we paid $5.49 on. We have the youth Nike Kyrie Flytraps, which we paid $6.49 on. And then the pair that we picked up in this video was the youth Air Jordan 5s, which we paid $5.49 on. Then after that, we have our first 2 Plato's pickups. Those are the Pharrell Tennis Hues, which we paid $24, and the Adidas NMDs, which again we paid $24. Then we have the first pair of Jordan 1s, which we we picked up in this week's video. Those were the Air Jordan 1 mids, which we paid $10.49 for. And then of course we also have that other pair of New Balances, which we just picked up at Plato's for $15. Then we've got the Jordan Why Not 0.4s, which we picked up for $40, which I'm surprised still haven't moved yet. We've got the Air Jordan 1 mids for $60, which unfortunately have that toe cracking, which I probably would not have bought them if I had known about that, but it is what it is. And then finally, we still have the Air Jordan 3 Cool Grays, which we got for $125. And for me, this was the biggest regret because this shoe is proving a lot more difficult to sell and the profit margins are very, very low. So if you see this shoe in a Plato's Closet in a size 14 for $125, I probably wouldn't recommend picking it up. So after all is said and done, the total that we have in the sneaker fund at the end of this week is $102.18. So of course we're gonna start off the week by going to Plato's Closet. But for some reason the shelves today are like completely empty, which is really frustrating and kind of weird. They're not usually this empty. There was just nothing there, which is super weird. There's always something at Plato's. Of course, you can't have an episode of the $20 sneaker collection without finding a fake pair of Yeezys. And today's pair came in a nice blue and was priced way too high for what it was because it was not a real pair of Yeezys. So it's Monday, and we are starting off a brand new week, but interestingly enough, for the first time ever, this is the first time ever that this has happened to me, I went to Plato's, and there was literally not one thing that I wanted to pick up. Everything was honestly garbage. It was a really, really bad day today, which is weird because every time I go to Plato's, I buy something because there's always something. But today, nothing. Literally nothing. So I'm gonna hit up Goodwill and hope that tomorrow my luck gets better. So I decided to try and change up my luck and go to the Nike outlet in Center City, Philadelphia, because it was relatively close and they usually have a lot of good stock. So checking out the store, there was a lot in stock. There was this pair of bright yellow Air Force One Gore-Texes, which I think actually resold when they first came out, but I think they were selling for pretty much retail price. So not something that I feel like would be worth it, especially because I think the resale value of these is completely gone, but not a bad looking pair of sneakers. There was this pair of snakeskin Air Force Ones, a weird amount of Air Force Ones at this Nike outlet too. But again, pretty much retail price, not really any resale value, so decided to leave that pair. There was also this pair of women's Jordan somethings. I don't remember exactly what these are called. Really don't love the way that they look, and I just don't think they have any resale value, so decided to leave these as well. I did happen to find a pair of Air Jordan 1 Fly-E's that came in this kind of cool shattered backboard colorway. Definitely not a bad looking pair of sneakers, and I think if they had been Air Jordan 1 mids, I might have picked them up because they probably would have been priced a little bit lower than retail, and I think I could have resold them for more, but it was what it was. But then we get to a pair of sneakers which I actually really liked a lot personally, and that was this pair of Air Force One by U's, or I guess in this case by Eric's, that looked a lot like the Travis Scott Fragment Air Jordan 1s. In fact, I'm almost certain that that's what he was going for with this color blocking. It was definitely a nice looking pair of sneakers. It came in this nice white leather, had some blue hits, had the black Nike swoosh, and honestly, if it was priced below retail, I might have picked these up, but it wasn't. And because it was a pair of Nike Bayous, it's a little bit harder to sell because you gotta find someone who really likes this exact customization. So for that reason, even though I thought it was a nice looking pair of sneakers, and even though it's something that I might have even picked up for myself, I decided to leave it. But shout out to Eric for creating a decent pair of Nike Bayous. Next, we found some Kyries. I think this is the Oreo colorway. I found these at Plato's last week or 2 weeks ago. Not something that I think has any resale value. Also this black pair here, which is a nice looking pair of sneakers, but not something that I think could sell. Then I found this pair of Air Jordan 3, I think in a grade school size, I believe. It almost has this sort of like Atmos Air Jordan 3 look to it. And it was honestly a nice looking pair of sneakers, but it was at full retail price and there wasn't really any resale for this pair of shoes. And as you guys probably could have guessed, it's not worth buying a pair of sneakers at full price if you can't sell them for anything more than full price, even though I think it's a nice looking pair of shoes. Then I found another pair of Air Force Ones. This time it was the Royal and Bread Air Force Ones. I forget what the name of this pack was, but it was in a youth size. The right shoe looked like it was a satin pair of Air Jordan 1 Breads, and the left shoe looked like it was a satin pair of Air Jordan 1 Royals. Honestly, a very nice looking pair of sneakers. But again, not much resale there. There was also this pair of Space Hippies, which you'll find a lot of at outlets because apparently they're just not selling as well as they used to. So another pair of shoes which I liked but just wasn't worth it. And then finally I found this pair of rose gold metallic Air Max 90s. Now this is a nice looking pair of shoes. It came in a women's 12.5, so it was actually a pretty large size, and it was not a bad looking pair of sneakers. But again, kind of the theme of this entire Nike outlet trip, and honestly I feel like this Nike outlet had already been picked through, so even though there was some good stuff to pick up if you were just buying it for yourself, there wasn't anything that was worth reselling. Next, I decided to hit up Goodwill because it's usually my go-to. I go there probably 2 to 3 times a week. week, and I decided to hit up their back sneaker wall, which is usually women's shoes, but sometimes it has some men's shoes. Found this pair of Saucony cleats, maybe? I don't know if they're golf cleats without the cleats on the bottom, or maybe they're running spikes or something. I don't know what they were, but didn't want to grab them. Then I decided to try my luck once again at Plato's, and thank God this time it was packed. And the first pair of sneakers that I found was this pair of Nike Air Max Plus in all black, I believe in a grade school size, and they were selling it for $25, which is not a bad price for this pair of sneakers because it's currently on sale at Foot Locker for full retail price, which I believe is $125 or $140. I don't remember exactly what the price was, but I've got to be honest, Air Max Pluses sell pretty well, at least from what I can tell, and it was a pair of shoes that I was definitely willing to take the gamble on. So usually at Plato's, the shoes are up on like shelves above the clothing racks, but sometimes there's this bin in the back of the store that has like crazy expensive shoes, and this time around it looks like someone dropped off their entire Jordan collection in the bin. I was blown away. It was just filled with retro Jordans. I mean, look at it. You've got satin 5s on the top. You've got pink Air Jordan 12s in a women's size or a grade school size. I'm not exactly sure what the name of this shoe is, but not priced too badly. And then you've also got a bunch of other sneakers, which honestly I didn't even see until I started digging. But as soon as I moved to 12s, I started to see a couple different pairs of 10s. There was 2 pairs of Air Jordan 10s in there in pretty decent condition. And then I reached down even farther and found this pair of Air Jordan 12 Flu Games, which is crazy because this is one of the most coveted Air Jordan 12 colorways, and I could not believe that I found it. The craziest part though was that it was in a size that I could rock, a size 9.5. So this is a shoe that is going to be difficult for me to sell because I do want to start adding sneakers to the collection that I actually start wearing, or at least start having that I could wear. I decided to keep digging through the bin because I mean, if I'm finding this many crazy retro Jordans on the top of the bin, there's probably some decent stuff underneath. So I dig down a little bit farther and I find a pair of Air Jordan 11s. Now these are the 72 and 10s. These came out, I believe, in 2015. Now this pair, I'm not exactly sure if I trust because the ankle area looks a little bit wide and Plato's Closet doesn't have like legit checkers on staff. But aside from that, I mean, it looks legit. I mean, it could just be that it's stretched out. I'm not 100% sure. But I decided to take a look at some of the other Jordans in the bin. You've got these 10s right here, which were in pretty good condition. I was looking at prices for them on eBay. Not crazy highly priced. There wasn't a lot of profit there, especially because Plato's had all of these shoes listed for $50 and up. This pair of satin 5s was a pretty large size. I believe it was a size 12 or maybe size 13. Not a bad size, but not a shoe that's easy for me to sell, especially because it doesn't have a lot of resale value and it was priced at like $70. So I decided to leave the satin 5s, even though it was kind of killing me to leave any of these Jordans here. This pair of 10s was in pretty nice condition. I mean, it looked like it was almost brand new, like it had been worn maybe 3 or 4 times at most. Again, it was a size 9.5 and it was priced at $50, so not a bad price, and it's a pair of shoes that I could wear, but there just wasn't a lot of resale value on it, so I decided to leave it. Same thing with this pair of 12s. It was priced relatively well, I believe at like $50, and it was in great condition, but again, on eBay, there just wasn't a lot of margin there, and I'm just so spooked from, I'll get to that in a little bit, but from some previous purchases that I had made, I decided to be very, very careful about the sneakers that I picked up. So I gave this pair of Air Jordan 11s another look. Now the pricing was weird. It says 45/50 on it, so I don't know exactly what the price was on these, and to be honest, this is one of the most beat pairs of sneakers in this bin, and after looking at prices on eBay, there wasn't a lot of upside there, so I decided not to take the risk because I had some concerns about authenticity, so left that pair for now. Okay, so another wild day at Plato's. In fact, today's was probably the most difficult decision that I've had to make in this entire series because I found a bin of Jordans, as you guys saw, and honestly, most of them looked legitimate. In fact, I think the pair that I ended up grabbing is. I'm gonna double check it just in case in like the check app, and then when I sell it, I'm gonna sell it through eBay, and then they have their authentication service. So whoever gets this shoe is gonna be getting an authentic sneaker. But the question is, do I wanna keep it because it's my size? But yeah, we'll get to the sneaker in a second. But man, I've got to say that trying to decide which Jordans to get out of that bin was really tough. I knew I wanted the pair that I picked up because it's just one of my favorite Jordans and I think it's going to sell for the most. But as you guys saw, there was a pair of 11s. And the only problem I had with the 11s was, first of all, they were size 11.5, so a little bit harder to sell. They were priced a little bit high at like $50-$60. And in that condition, I think I could only sell them for like maybe 80. And the other concern that I had was that they looked a little bit long. Like the back part of the shoe looked a little bit long. So I wasn't sure if they were authentic or not, and I didn't want to take a risk, especially because I don't have that much in the fund at the moment. I mean, I have, well, now I don't have that much, but before today I had about like 100 something in the fund. So I was trying to be as careful as possible. But the two pairs of sneakers that I did pick up were first this pair of women's Nike Air Max Pluses. Now I looked this up on eBay. Apparently these are selling for like 60 to 70 bucks, and I got these for 25 bucks. Unfortunately, it is a size 6.5, so it might be a little bit slower of a seller. I'm not 100% sure, but it's a good color. It's in great condition, at least from what I can tell. And for 25 bucks, I really can't go wrong. And then the other pair that I picked up, the prize of the day, the find of the day, the pair that I would love to keep in my collection, honestly, because it's a pair that I had for a while and then gave up, is this pair of Bred 12s or Flu Game 12s. I cannot believe I found these. They were $70, which is not a bad price if they are in fact authentic, which I think that they are. I did a quick sweep. You guys made sure to let me know in the comment section of the last video that Plato's doesn't always guarantee authentic products, so I wasn't really being careful the first couple times. Now I'm being very careful because I don't want to make any stupid mistakes. But man, if these are authentic, which I think that they are, 70 bucks for a pair of Flu Game 12s in excellent condition, size 9.5, is like next level. I've just been blown away by the number of Jordans that I've been finding at Plato's. And the crazy thing is that they hide them in this like high-end athletic shoe bin rather than putting them out in the men's section, which is kind of weird. Or maybe they just didn't have time to put them out in the men's section, but I went right when they opened. They had these in the bin, and there was so much stuff in that bin. But this is the only pair that I think I can make a sizable profit on compared to the other sneakers. I'm being a little bit more discerning, as you guys might have noticed. So unfortunately for you guys, but not so much for me, I went on vacation for the rest of the week, so that ended my thrifting for the week. But I did end up selling a good amount of sneakers while I was on vacation. So I'm gonna run you guys through what sneakers those were and how much I sold them for. So the first pair of sneakers that I ended up selling were the New Balance 990 V4s that I picked up from Plato's last week for $15. And I knew these two pairs of New Balances were gonna end up being great investments because they were priced so low, and I knew I could sell them for a decent amount of money. So I ended up being able to sell this pair of 990 V4s for $40, which I thought was a pretty decent price, especially because I only bought them for 15 bucks. So after fees and shipping and all that sort of stuff, I was able to add $33.28 back into the sneaker fund, which more than doubled my initial investment. After that, we sold the Youth Air Jordan 5 Oreos, which unfortunately were pretty beat, but we only bought them for $5.49 at Goodwill, so it was what it was. Now, as you guys can see, I was only able to sell them for $16, and unfortunately, this was another case of me buying a pair of sneakers because I like the shoe and not because I think it'll resell for a lot, and I need to stop doing that. I'll talk about that a little bit later on in the video, but definitely something I need to chill on. So after selling it and after fees and shipping, I ended up being able to add $14.31 back into the sneaker fund. Next up, we had the Nike Kyrie Fly Traps, which were another pair of sneakers I bought from Goodwill. Now, these shoes were in excellent condition. They came in a youth size, and I bought them for $6.49 at Goodwill. Surprisingly, I was only able to sell them for $13. I would have thought I could get like 20-30 bucks for them because they were in such good condition, but that's just what I had to sell them for. I wasn't willing to sit on them for any longer, so I took the $13 offer, even though it was not exactly what I wanted. And after all the fees, I ended up getting $11.49 to put back into the sneaker fund. Again, not really worth it, but it is what it is. You live and you learn. But then we did have a small win because the Air Jordan 1 Mid Fat sold. Now, this is a pair of sneakers that I picked up at Goodwill for $10.49. And this is probably the only pair of sneakers that I should have picked up at Goodwill from that last Goodwill hunt because it's the only one that really sold for more than really like $5. I think I had these shoes initially listed for like 40 or 50 bucks, but I ended up taking a $30 offer because they had just been sitting for about a week, and 30 bucks is not bad. You triple our money right there, and after fees, we ended up being able to add $27.03 back into the sneaker fund. So that's a pair of sneakers that I think was definitely worth grabbing, and it was also a good clickbait thumbnail because I was able to say I bought a pair of Air Jordan 1s from Goodwill. So there you go. I got some value out of it. And then the final pair of shoes that I sold out of this batch of sales were the Jordan Why Not 0.4s. Now, this was a pair of sneakers that I bought at Plato's Closet for $40, and I think I spent too much money on it, but the reason I was willing to spend that money on it was because I initially thought I could sell this sneaker for like 80 bucks. But after all was said and done, the best offer that I got was $54, and I had to take it because I was not trying to lose $40. So after all was said and done, I was able to add $46.25 back into the sneaker fund. This was just another case of me being stupid and buying something because I liked it and not because there was a lot of upside. I really did think that there was going to be upside, but there just wasn't. And $6.25 of profit is not worth it. So pair of sneakers that I just wish I had left on the shelf. Okay, so I want to be open and honest with you guys about how this series is going and some of the mistakes that I've made. And I've got to be honest, up to this point, I haven't made too many. They've all been pretty profitable buys, but last week I did something stupid and I spent over $250 at Plato's Closet. Which, to be fair, I'm not against spending like 75% of the sneaker fund on one purchase, because a lot of times I do that because I think that it's gonna make me money. But in this case, I spent a lot of money on some sneakers that I think are actually gonna lose me some money. Hopefully not a huge amount of money, but still lose me some money. And I really just shouldn't have done it. And the reason I did it was because I was seeing retro Jordans at Plato's Closet, shoes that had just come out, and I thought that there's no way these wouldn't sell. But if I had been thinking more clearly, and I had done a little bit more research before I bought these sneakers, I wouldn't have done it. And I think just the fact that I was trying to make an interesting video and grab some sneakers and say, hey look, I found crazy sneakers at Plato's, made me do something stupid. So the sneakers that I'm talking about today are the Air Jordan 3 Cool Grays and the Air Jordan 1 Mid New Loves, or Varsity Maze, or whatever these are called. So these two sneakers I bought at Plato's Closet last week. This pair I paid $60 for, and this pair I paid $125 for. Now, I did just sell the Air Jordan 3s, but unfortunately for a $25 loss. But not only did I lose money on this sneaker, I also sold it 3 different times, and it took till the third buyer to actually pay for this sneaker. And that's just a whole nother story. I'll get into that in a second. But first, let's talk about this pair of Air Jordan 1 Mids. So I picked up this pair of sneakers for $60, which, to be fair, I guess isn't the worst price in the world, because it sells for around 80 to 90 on eBay. So not a huge amount of profit to be made, but enough to make it somewhat worth it. However, I've got to say, for the amount of money I spent on this shoe, $60, it was too large of a percentage of the sneaker fund. I think I had $300 at the time. I spent $60 on this. It just wasn't worth it, especially for a $30 profit at most. And the worst part is that I didn't even see that on the left shoe, the toe is just totally cracked. Like, the paint is cracking like crazy, and it's still listed on my eBay page. I think I have it listed for maybe around what I bought it for, or maybe even less. I think I actually have it listed for a loss just to get rid of it so I can recoup some of my money. But I just didn't do the due diligence in this case. I didn't check to make sure the shoe was in great condition. I wouldn't have bought it if I'd seen this cracking even for like $20. It just wouldn't be worth it. And I also was just excited to find a pair of Air Jordan 1s, and I bought them even though it wasn't a good investment. So this is a pair of shoes that I really regret grabbing, and I'm honestly probably going to list them for even less on eBay. And if you guys want to check out the sneakers that I have on my eBay page, I've left a link to my eBay page in the description below. But then the real bummer of last week's purchase, which, to be fair, last week's purchase overall as a whole, there were more sneakers that ended up selling than not selling. I bought 2 pairs of New Balances, as you guys saw. One sold last week, one sold this week, and then I also had the Why Not 0.4s, which ended up selling and making me some money. Not a lot, but some. But the shoe that I just never should have bought was this pair of size 14 Air Jordan 3 Cool Grays. And the reason I shouldn't have bought these was because they were priced at $125. Now, to be fair, the shoe is in excellent condition. There's some minor scuffing on the back. It's a little worn, but it's really not bad. And for something like $60, this would have been a crazy find. But unfortunately, I found this pair of sneakers for $125, and I pulled the trigger. Now, where this shoe got really frustrating was that I actually ended up selling this shoe initially for $130. Someone sent me an offer of $130. I was like, this is the best I'm gonna get. $5 profit, it's something. But I waited 4 days, and this person never paid, even though I sent them invoices, whatever. They just never paid, straight up. So I relisted it. I canceled it and relisted it. Then I got another offer for $130. But this offer was from someone with no feedback, and I was stupid. I've been on eBay since 2005. I should have known better, but I was like, you know what? Couldn't happen twice in a row. They're not gonna not pay twice. It was a completely different person. They had no feedback. And again, I should have known. I sent them invoices, nothing. Like, literally nothing. Birds chirping. Is that the expression? Crickets chirping? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Literally nothing. So I had to cancel it once again. And thank God, this morning, actually the morning of me filming and posting this video, I posted it again, and someone gave me an offer of $100. And I was like, you know what? That's literally the best it's going to be. They had a lot of feedback. They were sending me messages about the shoe through eBay, asking questions, which is really a good sign because it means they actually care about the product that they're getting. So I was like, you know what? They've got a lot of feedback. They're asking questions. They care. $100, it's a $25 loss, but at the end of the day, because it's over $100, it goes through eBay's sneaker authentication program, and right now there are no fees for that. So this shoe is going to be guaranteed to be authentic to the person who's buying it, and I'm not getting any eBay fees. I lost $25. It is what it is. It sucks. That really sucks, especially because this did nothing for me and it was such a hassle. But the good news is that it's gone, and hopefully whoever bought this will enjoy it. They got a good deal on it too, because this shoe usually sells for $130, but you know, I was just getting desperate at this point, so I had to move it. So because they paid for shipping, and eBay's calculator usually gives you an extra $1 or $2 because it sometimes overestimates the shipping cost, I was able to add $101.45 back into the sneaker fund. So really it's only like a $23.55 loss, but that's still a loss nonetheless. And I just really wish I had not grabbed these because I couldn't even use it for a thumbnail. So I didn't even get any value out of it. Just a mistake. So after all was said and done, we were able to finally dig our way out of that scary hole of like $7.18 and add, after all of these purchases, $233.81 back into the sneaker fund, making our current sneaker fund total $240.99. And currently we still have 6 pairs of sneakers listed on eBay, and they're all pretty decent pairs of sneakers. We've obviously got the new Plato's pickups from this week, which I'm actually pretty happy about because I was very selective about picking these sneakers up. The first are the Air Jordan 12 Flu Games, which we bought for $70 and are in my size, so I might actually keep them. Probably not though. And the second pair are the Nike Air Max Pluses, which we bought for $25. We still have that youth size Air Jordan 13 Bread, which we bought from the thrift store last week for $5.49. It is honestly pretty beat, and unfortunately I think it's going to sell for barely more than we bought it for. It was another example of a bad purchase that I made just because I like the sneaker. I need to be much more careful about that. We also have those Air Jordan 1 mids that we just talked about that I spent $60 on. Again, really regretting that. And then finally we have the 2 pairs of Adidas, the Adidas NMDs in small men's sizes that we bought for $20, and also the Pharrell Tennis Hues, which we bought for $20 as well. So I guess overall it's not a bad group of sneakers, and we do have a lot of potential profit when it comes to these sneakers, so hopefully between this episode and next episode we'll be able to sell some of them and add more money into the sneaker fund. Over the weekend we actually sold 2 different pairs of sneakers, and one of them sold for a lot of money. In fact, way more than I was expecting. I had asked a lot of money, but they gave me an offer that was like $10 less than what I asked, and I never expected to make that much, and now our sneaker fund is dope. So the 2 shoes that we sold were first the Youth Air Jordan 13s in pretty rough condition. We initially bought these shoes for $5.49 at Goodwill, and after sitting on the eBay store for like, I think it was 2 or 3 weeks. It was a long time. We were able to sell them for $6, which after selling fees and shipping and things like that, we were only able to add $5.90 back into the sneaker fund, which means we sat on these shoes for like 3 weeks for a 45-cent profit. I mean, you're gonna have wins and you're gonna have losses. This was definitely more of a loss than a win, although we didn't technically lose money. We just sat on a product that we didn't need, and it was a lot more effort than it was worth. And again, it was just me being too excited about finding a pair of retro Jordans in a thrift store. It was in such bad shape, I should have never bought it in the first place, but you live and you learn. But the next shoe that we sold was the big money maker, and that was the Air Jordan 12 Flu Games in a size 9.5. This was actually a shoe that I considered starting the sneaker collection with. I know up until this point, we have not actually added any sneakers into the permanent sneaker collection, but because the shoe was my size and it was a good sneaker overall and it was in great condition, I really considered it. So if you guys saw in the last episode, we actually picked up this pair of sneakers for just $70 at Plato's Closet, which I thought was a steal, especially because it was in such good condition. And even though I wasn't 100% sure about its authenticity, I was pretty sure it was legit, and I knew if I sold it through eBay and listed it for over $100, eBay would authenticate it, and so the person who bought the sneaker would not be getting a fake sneaker. They'd either be getting this sneaker or just nothing at all. And the good news is this sneaker did actually end up passing sneaker authentication and is on its way to its buyer, which I think is incredible. Oh yeah, and the most important part, we ended up selling this pair of sneakers for $180, which is kind of an insane amount of money. The sneaker was in good condition, and I do think it was worth that price. I originally had this shoe listed for about $190, and someone gave me an offer for $180, so huge thank you to them for basically adding so much money to the sneaker fund. And the best part is, because this shoe went through eBay sneaker authentication service, there was no selling fees, because currently there are no selling fees when you sell sneakers over $100 on eBay. And not only that, the buyer also paid for shipping, so after all was said and done, the shipping cost was a little bit less than what the buyer paid, so we ended up being able to add $181.05 back into the sneaker fund, which makes this shoe honestly one of the best come-ups that we've had so far. I think the Air Jordan 8 Phoenix Suns were a pretty big come up, but this shoe, man, this shoe blew my mind. But like I said in today's episode, we're actually going to be traveling up to New York City to do some thrifting in the Big Apple, which I'm super excited about. And we're also going to be meeting a special guest in New York City.
Perfect.
So guys, I've made it to New York and I found the one and only, well, not my one and only friend, but Tom Stefani.
That'll be sad. You lived here for multiple years.
I know. Today, like I said, we are doing, I guess, a thrift store sweep of New York City.
This is fun.
Which should be a lot of fun.
I hope you know where the thrift stores are, because I don't.
I was kind of hoping that you'd know. Well, I've got some good news. Today, as of right now, the sneaker fund is at $422.
What?
I know. So we can buy regular price sneakers too if we find anything crazy. So I'm thinking maybe we hit Kith as well and like some other places that might have some limited sneakers.
I don't know if this is against the series, but like you should go into resale stores and leverage your clout.
I thought about it, but I do feel like it's against the series a little bit. I feel like it's a little bit inappropriate, but I still think, you know, we'll still be able to find something good, at least better than Jersey and Philly. So
I mean, I don't know if we can beat those flu games.
the flu games, I sold those for $180.
Wow, this is such an honor, Seth. I just want to say to be on this series. I watch it religiously.
Sweet.
I leave absurd comments on every single episode.
Comment on his comments.
I'm in it.
Oh yeah. Yes. Sweet, man. Let's do it. Okay, so the first place that we went was that vintage store, and unfortunately, not only were they not open, but they also don't have shoes, so we didn't want to wait until it opened up. But we're headed to what's the next spot?
Okay, so I think it's called L Train Vintage.
So right off the bat, I was pretty impressed with this store. There was a lot of sneakers in really good condition, like these Team Jordans right here. And what was really interesting is that all the sneakers were priced at just $30, which I've never seen before, every sneaker being the same exact price. But what really caught my attention was this pair of 4Ds. I believe these are 4D ZX4000s. Now this was a pair that when it first released, I believe was selling for around $300, which is kind of nuts, but we were able to find it here for 30 bucks in really good condition. Tom actually found this pair of, I guess, mashup Air Jordan 9s. They featured like a Air Force One outsole and an Air Jordan 9 upper, which was kind of weird. I obviously didn't want to take the risk on this because this shoe is nuts and I have no idea what it is or how much it's worth, so I just left that one for now. Continuing on, there were a lot of pairs of basketball sneakers, which didn't surprise me. Basketball is huge in New York City. And then the next pair of sneakers which I found were another pair of Pharrell tennis hues. I find these all the time for some reason. Now this pair came in a bright orange color, and of course it was priced at $30. Again, no idea why they did that. Some sneakers were definitely worth 30 bucks, other ones were definitely not. Then I found this pair of Jordan Futures in this, I guess, shattered backboard colorway. It wasn't bad, but for 30 bucks, just not worth it. Continuing on, there were some LeBron Soldiers. I found this pair of Air Maxes. I've never seen this pair before, an Air Max 97. I'm not sure exactly what the name of this sneaker was, but again, 30 bucks. Weirdest pricing structure ever. I think this shoe might have actually been worth it, but I didn't really know much about this sneaker, so I figured it'd probably only sell for like 40 to 50, $10 profit, probably not worth it. And then of course this weird pair of women's like high dunks, except with a raised, or I guess a platform heel, which is a little interesting. Seen those before, but not something that I feel like I should try and flip because I know nothing about those kinds of sneakers. But let me know in the comment section down below if I made a mistake. I continued to search all over the store because again, there was a lot of really great like big name sneakers, like a lot of Nikes, a lot of Adidas. I found this pair of LeBrons. I believe these were LeBron 12s, I think that they are. I'm not 100% sure. Let me know in the comments. I'm pretty sure that they're 12s. I don't remember the name of this colorway, but it was in decent condition, just not something that I felt like had a lot of flip value, and again, 30 bucks. Tom found a pair of KD7s in a youth size, I believe. It was like a steel gray and infrared. I've never actually figured out the name of this colorway. I've seen it a bunch, but I never knew the name of this sneaker. Just didn't want to take the risk on it. And then I also found this pair of Air Max 270s, which I heavily considered because 270s sell pretty well, but it was just really yellowed. It used to be a white sneaker, but now it's just kind of a yellowish brown sneaker, so definitely a sit from me. I did decide to go with this pair of ZX4000s. They were a little bit dirty on the mesh, but not too bad. Nothing I couldn't clean up with some Rejuvenator, and a shoe that I think definitely has a good upside. Before I left though, I did find another pair of Air Max 270s in this all black colorway, which I thought was actually pretty clean. This was a shoe that I feel like I could flip relatively easily, but I don't know how much profit there was to be made there, and it was pretty heavily worn, especially on the air unit. That's not something I really want to mess with because air units you can't repair. If they pop, they pop, and that's it. You just need a new pair of sneakers. So I honestly just didn't want to deal with it. It just wasn't worth it for 30 bucks.
So there was a couple different shoes that I was looking at, but I think the only ones that have like a really good upside are these 4Ds right here. So I looked on eBay and I was seeing a lot of pairs of these selling for like between 90 and 120, and for 30 bucks, that's not bad. Hopefully I can move these relatively quickly. And the thing is, I had $420 in the fund, so this just drops us to like $390, and I can still buy some new sneakers and a couple more vintage, not vintage, but like used sneakers. So I feel like it was good. Good first pickup of the day. Pretty good. So let's do the next spot. Where's that gonna be? Good question. We'll figure it out.
So the next spot we ended up hitting was Buffalo Exchange, which is very similar to Plato's Closet, and there's actually one in Philly as well. They had a pretty decent selection, but of course, like Plato's Closets, the shoes were priced relatively high. The first pair I checked out was this pair of, I think, Alexander Wang Adidas B-Ball sneakers. I forget the exact name of these shoes. Not a bad looking pair of sneakers, looked more like a skate shoe than a basketball shoe. Then found this pair of Kyrie's in this really nice purple colorway. I actually really dig this, especially with the translucent blue outsole. Very, very clean, but not really worth the price because it was priced pretty high if I remember correctly. I know I could look at the tag, but I can't see it in this camera for some reason. Then I found this pair of Converse Fast Break High Art of a Champions, which I actually was given a pair by Nike a couple years back, and this is a pretty decent sneaker. It's a nice looking pair of Converses. I think they were in good condition. Problem was they were priced relatively high and they just don't have really any resale value at this point, which is a little disappointing, but very clean pair of sneakers in a really nice colorway. Then Tom found this pair of what we thought at first was a pair of Air Jordan 8 Aquas, but in reality it was, I don't know what it was. I'm gonna be real. I have no idea what this sneaker was. I've never seen this before. I don't think it's a fake Jordan shoe. I just think it's a like Team Jordan of some kind, but let me know in the comment section down below. Then I found this pair of Crazy Explosive 2017s. We found these a lot at Plato's, but never wanted to pick them up.
Okay, so we just left Buffalo Exchange, which I was expecting to be kind of like Plato's, but unfortunately there was not a lot in there. So I'm just gonna move on. Hopefully we'll find some more stuff. I'm pretty happy with the 40s though.
Yeah, those are
I feel like that was a good pickup. So
if they had the stock, I would have got 40 40s.
oh, we're gonna hit up a street that has like 3 different thrift stores and hopefully find something else there. So, but I mean, to be fair, I guess just in general, when you're going to thrift stores, you find something good at least. Well, probably not that often. Usually when you go to thrift stores, you don't find that much, but sometimes you find that one gem, and I think the 40s might have been the gem of the day, but hopefully we find something else. We'll see. It's closed.
How do you support a business? Open 1 to 7, Tuesday to Sunday. No entrepreneurial spirit.
So we stopped by one of my favorite spots in New York, Kith. Unfortunately, there wasn't really anything. I mean, there was some stuff that I really liked. We can't film in there, so I can't actually show you guys, but I really love some of their New Balances that they had. They had some silent New Balance restocks, which is pretty cool. Fortunately, none in my size. I would have bought that for myself. There wasn't anything that I saw that could be flipped for the series, so unfortunately, leaving Kith, but hopefully we find something else somewhere else. So we're gonna hit some more thrift stores and maybe some more retail stores, see what happens.
Next up, we decided to hit up the Nike flagship store in Soho, which is somewhere I used to go to a lot when I lived in New York, but I haven't been back in months. This store is one of those stores that you never know what you're gonna find. There could be something crazy on the shelf that just is still there for some reason, but unfortunately today it was not one of those days. There was a decent selection of Jordans, but as you guys might be able to tell, they were youth-sized Jordans, so they don't really have too much resale value. You had this pair of white 5s, you had this pair of, I guess, Celtics 13s. I don't remember the name of this sneaker. All good-looking shoes, but unfortunately, youth sizes with no resale value. Just down the street from the flagship store is Nike Lab 21 Mercer, which is one of my favorite Nike stores in the world. I found this pair of LeBrons. This was the Miami Knights pair, I believe, in, again, a youth size, so unfortunately not really any resale value there, but a nice-looking sneaker nonetheless. After that, found this pair of Gayakasu Nike collaboration running sneakers. I believe it's the Zoom X somethings. I don't remember the exact name of these, but the colorways that they came in were pretty nice. You had this sort of like forest green brown color and then this red and black color. Not bad looking sneakers, but not something that really has any value. I was, however, surprised to find this pair of Fragment Nike Dunk Highs, which is actually a really nice looking pair of sneakers. Unfortunately, no resale value, but I did pick up a pair for my wife because they only had women's sizes. The next place we hit up was right next door, and that was Billionaire Boys Club. They had an incredible selection of Adidas sneakers, from Yeezys to Pharrells to all sorts of different stuff, but they were all priced at full retail, and none of these sneakers really have any resale value whatsoever, which is unfortunate. Especially this pair of Yeezy Quantums. I never expected to find Yeezys for retail in a store in New York. I mean, it's happened to me in the past, but not recently. Now, unfortunately, these are just Quantums. They don't have any resale value, and because I really like you guys, I decided not to make the title of this video Finding Yeezys for Retail in New York. Although it was true, it is a little clickbaity. So the next place we decided to stop was East Village Thrift, or East Village Thrift Shop is the official name. This store was definitely just a basement, and it did have a lot of sneakers in stock. However, unlike some of the other places that we went throughout the day, the sneakers were in pretty rough shape. Now, surprisingly, there was actually a lot of really decent sneakers, like, as you guys may have been able to spot, a pair of 11s. There was a lot of Nike running sneakers and some decent dress shoes, but again, condition wasn't incredible. And as I've learned from previous videos, condition in a lot of cases is everything. So I'm only gonna grab sneakers that I'm able to flip relatively easily and not have to do any major repairs to. Of course, when you find a pair of Air Jordan 11s in a thrift store though, whether the condition is good or not, you've got to at least check them out. Now, unfortunately, they were priced a little bit high. These are Air Jordan 11 Low Infrareds, and they also came in a GS size, which are a little bit harder to move. The condition wasn't great. As you guys can tell, the outsole was heavily yellowed and the patent leather was a little bit scratched up and creased, which means that this is not a shoe that I'm going to be taking any risks on, especially after those 13s and those 5s that we grabbed in some previous episodes. I'm going to leave these for somebody else who can actually rock them, but still an interesting find. Next up, I decided to check out this pair of Nike React Infinity Runs. So this is a recovery sneaker, and it actually was in a pretty decent size. I think it was a size 10, and it was in great condition. For 18 bucks, not a bad pickup. And React shoes usually sell pretty well. The same thing with Boost sneakers. There was this pair of white Infinity Run Reacts, which was a lot dirtier than the black pair, or maybe the same amount of dirty, but just in a colorway that showed it, so I decided to leave these ones for now. I decided to keep looking, and the first shoe that I found was this pair of Adidas. Now, I have no idea what these are. They kind of look like the night joggers, but they're not. They had a Boost midsole, but because they were not a model that I was familiar with, I didn't want to take the risk because I think they were priced around 18 to 20 bucks, and I think they could probably sell for around that on eBay. I should have checked their SKU numbers on eBay just to double check, but I didn't, and I don't feel like I made that bad of a decision because I feel like they'd probably sit. I did find one of my favorite running sneakers of the last couple years, the Pegasus Turbos. This was in the original Pegasus Turbo colorway, I think the steel and orange colorway. Very, very clean sneaker, incredibly comfortable underfoot, but that shoe was in pretty rough shape. And then I found this pair of Adidas Ultra Boost 20s, which were in pretty rough shape, unfortunately, but a great sneaker overall and incredibly comfortable. And if these had been in better condition, I definitely would have grabbed these because these would be a pretty easy flip. Tom suggested I check out this pair of Brooks because he's watched all the other episodes in the series and knows that I think that Brooks sell well. Unfortunately, this pair was very, very worn and was missing a big chunk of the outsole, so that was definitely a no-go. Surprisingly, I found another pair of Adidas Ultra Boost 20s, this time in the pink colorway, but the outsole was worn all the way through, so definitely a no-go as well. Outsole wear is not something you can repair and is not worth trying to flip.
So Tom and I just finished hitting up East Village Thrift, which is a thrift store in the East Village.
It's in a basement.
It is in a basement, but there was a surprisingly good selection of sneakers. I was kind of impressed.
And DVDs.
And actually, yeah, and DVDs.
They had Marley and Me. They had holes.
They did have holes. I was actually interested in that. I was thinking about it, but I don't think they even have a DVD player anymore.
No, that's what I was like. I want to buy holes, and then I don't even own a TV.
You don't have a hole to put
DVD player.
But so I did end up picking up one pair of sneakers, and that was these Nike Infinity Runs or React Infinity Runs.
Cool.
They're pretty cool. It was 18 bucks and they're in pretty good condition. There's not a huge amount of upside. I think they were selling for, at the low end, like 25 to 30, but at the high end, like 60. So there's potential for a decent amount of profit, but I'm not totally sure. The good news is no matter what, I don't think I'll lose money on them. So
I'm estimating 2 episodes from now, these sell for $37.
That's probably pretty accurate. Not bad for a day of thrifting.
Not bad.
Not bad.
But Seth, did you include your train tickets to get to New York? Because you need to include that in your net profit.
People did ask that about gas recently. And to be fair, I probably should, but I am counting this more as a business trip for other reasons, which I'm not gonna get into in the video. Okay, so that pretty much rounds off the day thrifting in New York City with Tom. Guys, if you want to check out Tom's channel, there'll be a link in the description below. Of course, dude.
But this has been an honor to be on the greatest series in YouTube history. I will treasure this. I will tell my children.
But that pretty much wrapped up the day of sneaker shopping in New York City. I was really happy with the pickups, and I was also really happy to find that the pair of Air Jordan 1 mids that I had from a couple weeks ago had ended up selling. Now, as you guys can see, they did sell for a loss. I lost 13 bucks, at least before fees and shipping and things like that. So after fees, I was able to add just $41 back into the sneaker collection fund, which, yes, is a loss of $19, but at least I was able to make some money back and I didn't lose the entire $60. So in addition to the sneaker fund, I also have 5 pairs of sneakers that are either already up for sale or will be up for sale in the next couple days. And those sneakers include the Adidas ZX 4000 4Ds that we picked up today for 30 bucks, the Nike Air Max Pluses that we picked up last week for 25 bucks, the Nike React Infinities, which we grabbed in the last part of this episode for $18, the Adidas NMDs, which actually sold, but then the buyer canceled, so that kind of sucks, and I got them for $20 originally, and the Pharrell Tennis Hues, which again I got for $20, and again a buyer flaked on me, so I kind of still have these in the collection, which kind of sucks. So at the end of today's episode, the total that we have in the sneaker collection fund is $420.94. We're just shy of $420.69, but it is what it is. You can't have everything. And honestly, I'm really excited about this upcoming week because now we have a lot of money to play with. We've got a lot of sneakers in stock, and I think we have a lot of potential to make even more money. At the end of the last episode, the sneaker fund was at $427.94. And I know for some of you eagle-eyed viewers out there, that sounds a little bit off from what the actual number was at the end of the last episode, but that's just because my math was off. So currently we've got just over $420 in the sneaker fund to buy more product with. We've also still got some product available for sale online, which hopefully will sell throughout this week. So a spot that I don't go to a lot, but I really should go to more is Circle Thrift in Philly. And it's kind of like a two-part thrift store. It's got Circle 2 and Circle 1. One's an electronics thrift store and one has clothing. And I've got to say that while their sneaker selection isn't always incredible, they always have sneakers that take me by surprise. For example, these Futures. This was the first time that I'd seen a pair of Futures in a thrift store, and they were in pretty decent condition. Now, Futures don't sell for that much, and this was a women's size, something that I'm not too familiar with the pricing of. So because of that, I decided to let this pair go, but genuinely surprised that I found it. One thing that Circle Thrift has is this glass case for their more expensive sneakers, and as you guys can see, they've got a pair of Hyperdunks right here for 80 bucks, which I feel like is way too much. So I decided to keep looking at the racks, and you've got some decent everyday sort of stuff. I found this pair of Old Schools, and as you guys may remember from like the second or third episode, I got a pair of Old Schools, and it took a lot longer to sell than I expected, and that's probably because these shoes retail for so little in the first place. I saw this pair of Adidas that I thought was a pair of Ultra Boost, but no, unfortunately not, just a pair of standard Adidas. That happens to me all the time. I was really surprised to find though this pair of Jordan 3s. Now unfortunately it wasn't in the best condition and it was a smaller size, and I've had trouble with not great condition Jordan sneakers in smaller sizes in the last couple episodes, as you guys have seen. They don't really move that quickly, and when they move for barely more than I've bought them for. So because of that, I decided to leave this pair for now, although I was tempted, I'm not gonna lie, I was very tempted to grab these sneakers, but again, it's because I love retro Jordans, and whenever I see them in a thrift store for a decent price, I want to grab them even though I can't wear them and I probably can't even sell them. So one of those things that's kind of nice to find, but I had to let it go. So I'm in Fishtown in Philly to get a haircut, and there's of course a really great thrift store like just down the street from where I get my haircut, so I had to stop by. Now, as you guys saw, there wasn't a lot of like crazy sneakers. I mean, there were some Jordan 3s that were in really good well, not in great condition, but for 25 bucks in a size 5Y, it wasn't worth it. I think I could probably sell it for around 25. And then there was also those Jordan Futures in women's size, which 10 bucks wasn't bad. I think that was the only pair that I was actually considering. But I just don't think there's enough potential profit there for it to be worth it, because I think that model is just not very popular at all. However, I didn't show you guys this in the video because it's in technically a different part of the same thrift store, but I did pick up some video games just for myself. And this series, of course, is inspired by Retro Rick, so whenever I'm thrifting, I have to check out the video games. I just don't usually show you guys that, but I picked up 3 different games. The first is SSX Tricky for PS2, and it's in excellent condition. The price was 8 bucks, so it wasn't cheap. It was about market, but I really wanted this game. This is a classic game. I think I had it years ago, except without the cover art. So I'm stoked to finally have the cover art and have the game. And then also Lord of the Rings: The Two Towers, which is a game that I played just a bunch of back when I had it on the Game Boy Advance. So I've never played the PS2 version, so I'm stoked on this. Again, complete. It was 6 bucks, so that's all together $14. And then the last thing that I grabbed was an N64 game in a thrift store, which I've never found before, at least not when I've been recently thrifting. Found it for 3 bucks. Now, unfortunately, the title is kind of whack, but you know what? I wanted to grab it because it's the first time I've seen an N64 game in a thrift store, and it's 3 bucks, so I did it anyway. And that's Wayne Gretzky's 3D Hockey. I don't even know if it works. It looks like they test everything there. Like they had PS2s and PS1s, and they were testing Xboxes, and they were all priced pretty well. I was really surprised by that. So if you guys want to check out like a great place to buy older consoles, Circle Thrift 2 in Fishtown, Philly is a great place to go. But yeah, these were my pickups. Not sneakers, but not bad. So on to the next one. I know it's been weeks since I've seen anything found at Burlington on Instagram, like Nike Dunks or anything like that, but I have to keep checking. I feel like maybe one day I'll stumble across something great, and unfortunately today didn't seem like it was that day. They did seem to restock the sneakers, which is always good to see. They had a lot of dress shoes, which is not usually what they have. They have a lot more sports shoes usually. I did find these pair of white and green Nike cleats. I don't find Nike cleats that often. I believe these are Vapor cleats. Now let me know in the comment section down below if this is a pair I should have picked up. It was a size 13. I don't know the price because I don't think there was a tag on it. And then I found the find of the day, which was this quote from LeBron that says, "You can't be afraid to fail. It's the only way to succeed, LeBron James." Now I have no idea why this was in the sneaker section of the store. I guess someone thought that this was the only good place to put it, but decided to put it back. I don't need that. I can just print it out myself. Unsurprisingly, they still have this pair of Adidas Boost sneakers, this pair of cargo colored sneakers. I really like it a lot. It's a small size though, and it just doesn't seem to move on eBay, at least that I've seen. So although I think usually Adidas Adidas Boost sneakers are a safe bet, this one was not one that I was willing to take. After that, I decided to hit up Ross, and I'm still looking for that pair of Nike Mars Yard 2.5s. Still hopeful, but not expecting anything. I did find this pair of Adidas Boost sneakers in this really nice colorway, this sort of like blue, white, and green colorway. A definitely interesting looking pair of sneakers, and one that I bet is comfortable, but I just don't know much about this sneaker, and when I looked up comparable listings online, it really wasn't going for that much. And I know, alright, I'm contradicting what I was saying earlier, that Boost sneakers are always a good thing to grab, but recently the Boost sneakers that I've been finding haven't been that great. Not surprisingly, I found more of these pairs of like weird Crocs at Ross that aren't really standard clogs, but they're sort of like a different take on the clogs with the Crocs logo pressed into the side and then these weird sort of like ridges on them. I don't know what the deal is with these. If they were standard Crocs, I probably would have picked them up, but not for me today. I'm by Ross and I'm by Burlington. I had to stop by. Unfortunately, there was nothing, so it was almost not even worth stopping by. But you know what? At least I put my mind at ease, because if I drive past a Ross or Burlington and I don't go in, I've almost trained myself to think, man, there's definitely something in there. So at least I know that there wasn't. Was it worth 20, 30 minutes? I don't know, but at least we did it. So finally, after weeks, we ended up selling the Adidas NMDs. This was a pair of sneakers that I picked up for $20 at Plato's Closet, and we finally ended up selling it for $39. Now, this was a pair of sneakers that I'd been holding on to for so long, and it had sold, and then people didn't pay for it, so I had to relist it. It was a whole big thing, and after all was said and done, I was able to add $33.54 into the sneaker fund. So because of the NMDs, the sneaker fund has jumped from $427.94 to $461.52. You know, it's not an episode of building the $20 sneaker collection without hitting up Plato's Closet, the place that we've had the most consistent wins. And of course, there was a lot of sneakers in stock. And if I was just buying sneakers to rock, there was some pretty decent size 9 stuff that I really liked. The first pair that I found was this pair of Nike Vapor Maxes. Now, while this pair looks good and it looks like it's in good condition, one thing I didn't notice until I actually picked up the shoe and held it in my hand is that the air unit in the midsole is popped. Completely popped. I don't know how Plato thinks that they can sell this pair of sneakers, because as soon as you stand in this shoe, it'll completely collapse under your feet, but I was very surprised to see this shoe in store, because that's ridiculous. I've never seen anything like that before. Speaking of air units, there was a pair of Nike Air Max 270 Reacts, which came in this interesting sort of purple and neon green colorway. Not a bad looking pair of sneakers, but the price was a little crazy at 40 bucks. I definitely think I could only really get like 40 to 50 bucks for these sneakers. So as nice as these were and as good as the condition was, they just weren't worth it. Then I found this pair of Dames. There's always pairs of Dames at Plato's for some reason. Nice looking pair of sneakers, good ball shoe, but not something that really has any resale value. Continuing on, we found some Jordans. This is sort of like a Air Jordan 7 team sneaker. I don't know the exact name of this shoe, but the gray, black, and blue colorway actually isn't bad. Let me know in the comment section down below what the name of this sneaker is, like colorway and everything. I'm not exactly sure, but not a shoe that I really think has much resale value, because it's not a standard retro Jordan. And for 40 bucks, I feel like that's pretty much what this shoe goes for. It's interesting. Sometimes Plato's gets the pricing exactly right, and sometimes they're way off, both in overpricing and in underpricing. You never really know what you're gonna get. There actually was this pair of LeBrons that looked really nice. They were a women's size or maybe a youth size, and the colorway was really clean on these. Now, unfortunately, I did look at comparable listings on eBay, or comps as a lot of people call them, and these shoes just were not selling for much more than what they're selling for here. I'm talking like $2 to $3 more. So because of that, as nice as these are and as good as these look, it's just not worth the pickup. Then I found a pair of Kyrie 1s, which we don't find very often, in this green and gold colorway. Nice looking pair of sneakers. I think the Kyrie 1s are one of my least favorite pairs of Kyries, because it just doesn't seem like they've found that sort of Kyrie DNA yet. It's kind of like a weird sort of like pieced together looking shoe in my opinion. I did actually find a pair of Air Jordan 1 mids in all black, and it was in pretty decent condition. They actually had it listed as a pair of Air Force 1s, if I'm remembering correctly, and the price wasn't too bad, but because it's a pair of mids, and because it's a pair of mids that you can find really in any Foot Locker right now, there's no resale value for this pair whatsoever, especially in worn condition. So because of that, I decided to leave it, and it definitely breaks my heart to leave Jordan 1s, my favorite sneaker of all time, but sometimes it has to be done. Then I found this random off-the-wall shoe. I have no idea what this sneaker is. It kind of looks like a John Geiger shoe, or like a Sia Collective shoe. I'm not sure exactly what this is, but it was interesting. I'm not gonna lie, I was interested. I just didn't want to grab it because what am I gonna do with it? I found this pair of KD 7s or 8s. I think it was the 7s. I'm not 100% sure. And then another pair of Nike Air Max Pluses. I've had trouble selling the black pair that I picked up from Plato's a couple weeks ago, so I'm just gonna leave this pair for now. So I was actually going to Lowe's, but there's a Plato's Closet right next to this Lowe's, so I figured why not stop by? And going in, there was a lot of stuff on the shelf,
but nothing that I really think had a lot of potential. Like, there was stuff that I could make like 10, 15 bucks on maybe, but honestly, none of it was really worth it. And I saw this one pair of Nike Air Max Pluses, which I bought 2 weeks ago or last week or whenever it was, which is a good pair of sneakers, but it still hasn't moved for me yet. So because of that, I decided to leave that one, even though it was in good condition. I found a bunch of different like Team Jordans, which weren't bad, and some decent basketball sneakers, but nothing really worth picking up. So because of that, I decided to leave with nothing. I think it's also that it's the middle of the day during a weekend. So like because of that, there's probably a ton of people there, and most of the good stuff is probably gone by now. So I'll come back in the next couple days and try it again. But right now, just nothing worth it at Plato's, which is pretty rare for Plato's.
So you can't just hit up Plato's once a week. You gotta hit it up multiple times. In fact, as many times as you possibly can, and that's what we're doing. And it seems like it was a good thing that I did, because they had restocked a lot of sneakers, and the first pair that I found was this pair of Nike Air Huarache Scream Greens, I believe from 2014, in really great condition. And if I remember correctly, this is the same colorway that we picked up. No, it's not. I picked up the white and purple pair. Scratch that. I picked up a different pair of Huaraches at Goodwill, and they sold pretty quickly, so I feel like this is a pair that's definitely worth grabbing, because Huaraches move, and the condition of this shoe is great, and they're a good colorway, so definitely a pickup. Obviously at Plato's, you're not going to have all winners, and there's always a bunch of just random everyday sneakers that aren't that great. Of course, we found the obligatory pair of Crazy Explosives. I believe this was a Crazy Explosive 2018s, 2017s, like the mid-top version. I don't know why we keep finding these sneakers. They're everywhere. They're great ball shoes, though. I don't know why people haven't kept them, but it's a shoe that just doesn't have any resale value, and as you guys can see, people are getting rid of them. There was, however, a pair of New Balance 990 V5s in all black. Now, unfortunately, unlike the gray pairs that we found a couple weeks ago, because this isn't sort of like the main 990 V5 colorway, this colorway doesn't move as quickly, but still a nice looking pair of sneakers. A little worn down, so I decided to leave it for now. Then I decided to hit up my favorite place in the entire store, the high-end sneaker bin, and I actually found this pair of almost brand new Nike Element React 55s. I now know. I looked it up. There was also this pair of Jordan somethings, Jordan Flight somethings. I don't know exactly what they were, but in pretty decent condition, and obviously a lot of women's shoes. You never know exactly what you're going to find in this bin. I don't know if you guys remember from a couple episodes ago, we found like 7 different pairs of Jordans, and looking back, I probably should have grabbed a couple more pairs, but it is what it is. You live and you learn, and those Bread 12s or those Flu Game 12s are one of the best pickups I've ever had on this series, so I make sure to always check this bin. There was this pair of multicolor Air Max 90s, which weren't bad, just in a smaller size, and I've never seen this colorway before, so I'm going to leave them. I did decide to go for this pair of Element React 55s. It says $30 on the tag, but as you guys will hear later on in the video, I got them for an even better price.
So I decided to hit up Lowe's again today, because I'm just yard working like a fiend, and of course Lowe's is next to Plato's, so of course I had to stop in again, and I ended up finding 2 pretty decent sneakers. The first pair that I got was this pair of Huaraches in, I believe, I don't know what the name of the colorway is, but it came out in 2014, and it's in excellent condition, and I got them for 20 bucks, which is not bad. And the parts of the shoe that are usually pretty worn down, like the tread or maybe the mesh or whatever material that is on the toe, is in great condition. So it's an easy shoe to clean up very quickly with some Rejuvenator, and we're good to go with those. And then the other shoe that I picked up was this pair of Nike, React Element React 87s, 55s. I don't know which one this is, whether this is a 55 or the 87s. This shoe I actually found in basically brand new condition. I mean, this shoe, if it's been worn at all, it's been worn maybe once, and I found it for 30 bucks, which is kind of incredible because these sell on eBay for around 70 to 80. So honestly, that's a huge come up, especially when paired with these Huaraches. But the biggest come up of the day was that because I've shopped so much at Plato's in the last couple weeks, I actually had a discount code, I don't really know how to describe it. It's kind of like a loyalty program. You build up points with every purchase, and then you can use those points to redeem for coupons or whatever. And because I had the maximum amount of points, I was able to get a 20% off coupon code, which meant that even though the shoes that I bought were listed at $50, this one was 30 and this one was 20, because I had the 20% off coupon code, I got 10 bucks off, which means I only spent 40. So it's essentially like getting these for 20 bucks, which is really crazy. So super stoked on these pickups. Really good day at Plato's. Nothing like crazy, like no Jordans, no like really insane limited pairs of sneakers, but good pickups in great condition for a great price. And you can't do much better than that. So good day at Plato's for sure.
So somehow I got lucky on Yeezy Day and was actually able to grab a pair of sneakers. Now to be fair, it wasn't exactly the pair of sneakers that I wanted, but it's something. And as I'm sure a lot of you guys know because I've talked about this shoe in like 2 other videos, but that pair was the Adidas Yeezy 700 V3 Dark Glows. So I grabbed this pair of sneakers for $200 flat, which brought my sneaker fund from $421 down to $221. And I noticed a lot of comments in one of my previous videos in this series when I grabbed the Electro Orange Air Jordan 1s that I wasn't adding in tax into the equation. Now to be fair, there's a reason for that. And the reason for that is that when you buy sneakers in PA, you don't have tax. So when I bought this sneaker off the Confirmed app, I paid $200 flat. And that was the same thing for the Electro Oranges and any pair of sneakers or even clothing that you buy in Pennsylvania. So just to fill you guys in on that, that's why there was no sales tax for the Electro Oranges, and that's why there's no sales tax for this pair of 700s. Now sure, is that kind of an unfair advantage if you're trying to do this in a state that charges sales tax for sneakers? Kind of. I'm not gonna lie about that. But hey, you know what? You gotta work with the cards that you're dealt, and I'm sure in other states you can get better prices on sneakers, and there's other advantages that you can have depending on what part of the country that you're in. So the plan for this pair of shoes is to get a couple videos out of it and then sell it and hopefully make a profit, a decent profit. I'm thinking like $20 to $30, which doesn't sound that decent, especially for a pair of Yeezys, but as you guys know, Yeezys just aren't moving the way that they used to. But hey, we were able to grab a pair of Yeezys for retail, so that's something, I guess. So it turns out the Adidas Yeezy 700 V3s were not that great of an investment. They did return a profit, which is always good, but it wasn't as big of a profit as I was hoping for or even expecting. Now the reason for that is honestly because I waited too long to sell them. I should have sold them as soon as I got them in. The problem is that I wanted to film content with them, and I also wanted to put them on eBay to give you guys a chance to grab them, and I was also a little greedy. If I was trying to get the largest return for them, I should have sold them on StockX because I have really great seller fees on StockX, and I probably could have made 30 to 40 bucks off of them if I had sold them the day that I got them. Now what I ended up doing was probably the wrong thing to do. I just let them sit on eBay and was getting offers for like $205 and $210, and I kept thinking, okay, maybe I'll finally get an offer for like $230 because I had them listed for $245. Well, I never did, and I finally just decided to take an offer for $210 because that was the best I was going to get, and that was more than I was going to get on StockX. So as you all know, initially I paid $200 flat for this pair of 700 V3s, and I ended up selling them for $210. And because I sold them on eBay, which doesn't have any seller's fees for sneakers that go through their sneaker authentication program or sneakers that you sell for over $100, I was able to get the full $210 purchase price. And not only that, the buyer also has to pay for shipping, and usually because eBay gives you shipping discounts, you can make like an extra $1 or $2 on top. So after paying for shipping, I ended up making $1.05 and being able to add $211.05 into the sneaker fund. Now I know that's not a great return on a pair of Yeezys, and for most people it just wouldn't be worth the effort, but for me, because I was able to get 2 different videos out of them and now a 3rd video out of them, it was worth it. And actually, on the same day, I was able to sell the pair of Nike Air Max Pluses in all black. Now, a lot of you might not remember because it was a couple episodes ago, but I bought this pair of sneakers for $25 from Plato's Closet. And unfortunately, because these shoes have been sitting around for so long, I ended up only taking an offer for $29. And unlike the Yeezys that went through the sneaker authentication program, because these shoes sold for less than $100, they were not eligible, and because of that, I was charged fees. So after fees and shipping costs, I was only able to add $24.84 back into the sneaker fund, which is a loss of a couple cents. Really not great. You never want to lose money, especially when you're doing a challenge like this, but it was nice to finally get this pair of sneakers out of here because they weren't going to make me money anyway. So to round off the video, we have 5 pairs of sneakers still in stock and available on my eBay store. We've got the Nike Huaraches that we picked up today for $20. We've got the Nike React Infinities, which we picked up last week with Tom for $17.99. We've got the Nike React Element 55s, which we got for $10 off for $20. We've also got the Adidas ZX 4000 4Ds, which again we picked up with Tom for $30. I think there's the most potential for profit for this shoe. I feel like this shoe could sell for hopefully 80 to 100, so we'll just have to wait and see if that one actually moves. And then finally, we've got the Pharrell Tennis Hues, which we bought for $20 weeks ago, and we're still sitting on. People keep buying this shoe and then not paying for it or saying that it was the wrong size or something stupid. I'm really sick of dealing with people on eBay, I gotta be honest, and I'm just hoping that this shoe moves because it's just been a pain. It's not been worth it. So at the end of this week, we've got those 5 shoes still in stock that we just talked about, and of course, we were able to sell the Yeezys and the Nike Air Max Pluses. So in total, the sneaker collection fund is currently at $457.51. In today's episode, we go to Vegas. At the end of the last episode, the sneaker fund was up to $457.51, with like 5 other pairs of sneakers still in stock in the eBay store, so we had potential to make even more. And let me tell you, before I even got on the plane to go to Vegas, we sold even more sneakers, and now the sneaker fund is up to an insane number. So to fill you guys in on where we're at monetarily, the first sneaker that we sold before we went to Vegas was a pair of ZX 4000 4Ds. So I had bought this pair of 4D sneakers on my trip to New York a couple weeks ago for just 30 bucks. And we ended up selling this pair of Adidas 4Ds for a little bit less than I would have liked, but they did sell quickly. And the price that we were able to get was $50. So after fees and shipping, we were able to add $44.43 into the sneaker collection fund, which is about a profit of $24. Definitely not bad, but honestly not exactly what I was expecting. After that, we sold the Nike React Element 55s, which we had picked up a week earlier for just $20 in incredible condition for $47. And after all was said and done and the sneakers were shipped out, we were able to add $39.99 back into the sneaker fund. And then the final shoe that we sold before we left was that pair of Pharrells that we'd been sitting on for weeks. Thank God, it's so good to get that sneaker out of my house. So we picked up that pair of Pharrell tennis shoes weeks ago for $20 from Plato's Closet, and we were able to sell them for $27. So a profit, but not much of a profit. But after fees and shipping, we were only able to add $23.53 back into the sneaker fund. And I know that's a terrible profit, but at the end of the day, at least it's a profit and not a loss. I was really expecting to not sell these shoes for anything or really sell them at all, and we were able to sell them for something at least and just get them out of here. So after all of that, we have finally broken the $500 sneaker collection fund barrier. I did not expect to break it, but we finally did it, and the amount that we have in the sneaker fund is $565.44, which means we are taking $565 to Vegas, so we can buy sneakers for retail, we can buy sneakers for resale, and we can buy sneakers at thrift stores. So hopefully we find something good. I'm insanely excited. I have no idea what to expect when it comes to Vegas thrifting and Vegas retail. I know what to expect when it comes to Vegas resale because I gotta check out JC's store, but other than that, I have no clue. So starting things off, I should probably give you some background as to why me and my friend Osman are in Vegas. The reason for this trip is the Agenda Show, which is essentially a show for brands to show off what they make so that retailers can buy their things. And we obviously went because we have a brand called Apothecary, which is a sock brand. If you guys haven't heard of us before, make sure to check us out on Instagram at Apothecary. But TLDR, our socks are awesome. We're so excited about them and we wanted to show them to as many people as possible. So that's the reason for the trip. Now on to some thrifting. So the first place that we hit was called Dog Junkies Thrift in like northwest Las Vegas. And what's cool about this place is that their whole sort of reason for being is to help out dogs. So they have a kennel, which actually allows you to go in and adopt dogs if you'd like, and all the proceeds from the sales of the thrift store go to helping those dogs and other dogs in need. And because of that, there was a lot of dog stuff available. In fact, more dog stuff than I think I've ever seen in one place other than a PetSmart. And while that's great, and while I have a dog, and I think a lot of this stuff would be great for my own personal dog, it wasn't great for sneaker shopping. There were some shoes available, not really any sneakers, nothing that I was really excited about. There was this pair of New Balances, which seemed fine, and for $4, that is not a bad price. However, I don't think I could even get that on eBay for this pair of sneakers, so I decided to leave it. I really wish they had more stuff here because the pricing was incredible on all of these shoes, but there was nothing that I thought could sell. I mean, there was this pair of Bobs, which is like the Skechers knockoff of Tom's, but that was it. Not really a huge amount there, just some sneakers that I think people had in their closet that they just didn't want anymore. Okay, so we hit the first thrift store in Vegas, and I don't really know anything about Vegas, so I didn't realize that we were about like 20-30 minutes off the strip, which is like significantly farther than I think either of us meant to go. Osman was telling me to not pick something this far, and I didn't listen, and it was a mistake, and after going, we realized that there wasn't even any shoes there. So we're gonna hit up another one that's about, I don't know, half a mile away. Hopefully it has something. If not, we'll just Uber some other places. But so far, no luck. So after walking for like 30 minutes in the wrong direction in 105-degree weather, we decided to say, forget that one. We're gonna go to a different thrift store and take an Uber, which I think was the right call. The next thrift store that we hit up was called Dinosaurs and Roses, which is a thrift store a lot closer to the strip. Not right on the strip, but pretty close to it. And let me just say, for like a mom and pop thrift store, this place was huge. It had everything. I mean, they had city bikes. I'm not sure exactly how that got in the store, but they had a lot of pairs of shoes, which was really, really good to see, especially since we'd been waiting 2 hours to find anything good. They also had a giant Nerf selection, which is really cool to see. They had a lot of different options as far as Nerf warfare goes. Their women's section was also pretty expansive. They had a lot of heels. I feel like I should learn about heels because I'm sure there's some resale there. I just don't know anything about them. Then we stumbled across this sign saying that everything in the store was 50% off. So obviously I knew I had to pick up something. Now, unfortunately, it's because they lost their lease, but it does mean that everything in the store is 50% off. So I went over to the men's section. They had a lot of different pairs of shoes. Unfortunately, again, not a huge amount of sneakers, but a lot of shoes. So the first pair that I found was a pair of what seemed to be a version of Adidas Superstars, except not exactly Adidas Superstars. They just looked very similar. And also this pair of New Balances, which looked a lot like Nike Monarchs. I think it might actually be the same pair that we found in that previous thrift store. And then I found this pair of Champion somethings. They kind of look like Jordan 1s. Interesting looking shoe, but definitely not something that had any resale value. I did also find a couple different pairs of hiking shoes, which may have some resale value. I'm not sure. I should really look into it a little bit more. And then I ran into this pair of cleats, which looked pretty nice. Pretty clean, not something I know much about though, so I'm just going to leave them for now. I did find this pair of Nike React sneakers, or sneakers that looked like Nike React, because I don't believe the midsole actually was React. It was just pressed with that sort of React texture to look like React, although I think it's a more budget model. Then we found the first promising shoe of the day, which was this red pair of Air Force Ones. It's not a standard pair of Air Force Ones. I'm not exactly sure what kind of Air Force One it is. Osman was saying that it's like the light version. I've never actually heard of that version, so who knows, but I'll check the SKU when we finally get home and find out exactly what pair this is.
So we pretty much walked the wrong direction when we were going to the last thrift store. So we gave up, we decided to Uber to the next one, and we actually did find this pair of Air Force Ones. I don't know exactly what kind it is. It was listed at $20, but everything inside this store is currently 50% off. So I was able to get it for 10, and I felt like for 10 bucks, you can't really go wrong, which is not bad. And I mean, 10 bucks in the grand scheme of things when you got about $500, I'm not trying to brag, but you know, 500 bucks. It's not a huge chunk of money. So I figured it was worth it. I just got to try and jam it in the luggage. So next we're gonna hit up a Ross and then hopefully another thrift store and try and find something worthwhile. But I'll keep you guys posted.
Tell me we walked 3 miles in 112 degrees.
It's only a mile, but it was 108.
As you guys can see, we hit up Ross next, and the first thing I saw when I walked in the store was this Aaliyah shirt, which was actually really fire. We then went back to the sneaker wall, and unfortunately there wasn't a lot available. It was definitely some slim pickings. Usually with Ross, it's hit and miss. In fact, as far as I know, with Ross, for me, it's always been misses. But they did have this pair of Skechers somethings. I'm not sure what these are, but the midsole on this shoe was actually kind of fire. It was a weird combination of the midsole and the upper, though, I'm not gonna lie. I did find this pair of Adidas basketball shoes. I would assume. It looks like a pair of Hardens, but I'm not 100% sure. Then I found this pair of Reeboks in all white, which I really liked. I've actually reviewed a version of this shoe before. I believe it was the Brain Dead collaboration, and this white pair looked really good, but unfortunately there's not a lot of resale for this shoe, and for the price they were asking, it wasn't worth it. Right after, I found another pair of Reeboks in this really interesting sort of like futuristic dad shoe look. It came in black with blues and reds. It was actually a nice looking shoe, but I don't think it's a model I've ever heard of, and because of that, I don't think it's gonna sell. Then we went over to the kids section, and I found this pair of Continental 80s. We find these at every store, and one thing I really liked about the shoe was that the leather quality actually looked nicer than a standard pair of Continental 80s, which I was surprised by. Osman found this pair of camo slippers, which actually looked pretty nice, and he also really liked them, but it wasn't a shoe that I think either of us really felt like we needed, so we decided to leave it.
Okay, so we hit up Ross, and there was nothing at all. But we're gonna hit up Opportunity Thrift, which is like just around the corner. Hopefully there's something good there. We should have rented a car, I think is what we've learned.
Still 110 degrees.
Yeah, it's ridiculously hot. And this one's pretty close. It's like literally around the corner versus the mile that we just walked. But man, renting a car would have been the move.
The final thrift store that we hit was Opportunity Village, which was actually a pretty large thrift store, and I was actually pretty impressed with it. The sneaker wall was actually pretty filled in both the men's and women's section. They had a lot of everything. Now, unfortunately, not a lot of great stuff, but a lot of selection. The first shoe that I found was this pair of New Balance cleats. I have no idea what kind of sneaker this is, but it looks really nice regardless. There was also this pair of And Ones, which I saw at a Goodwill a couple weeks ago in Philly, which I thought was kind of interesting. There was also this pair of Under Armour basketball shoes, and then Osman pointed out this pair of sneakers that neither of us knew what it was. I don't have any idea what this sneaker could be, so let me know in the comment section down below. Let me know if I missed out on a good deal with that shoe. I have no idea. There was a pair of LeBrons in kid sizes, and also a really nice pair of New Balances. I believe these were the 991s. However, the problem with these shoes was that on one side they were extremely yellowed, and on the other side they weren't, so it didn't match. Osman actually found this pair of Lunar Kolhans, which is kind of a collaboration between Nike with their Lunar midsoles and Kolhan uppers. And what's interesting about these shoes is that these are like really cool sort of hype beastie dress shoes. Now, unfortunately both of these shoes were insanely large. The blue pair was a size 14 and the brown pair was a size 16, but they were both in excellent condition and I would have grabbed them if they were in a better size. Then the surprise of the day came though with a pair of Gucci slides at a thrift store. Now unfortunately they were priced at the regular price of Gucci slides, which is $200, and so because of that they were not worth the price, and although I found these at a thrift store, they were not thrift priced.
Okay, so we just finished at Opportunity Thrift. There wasn't too much, as you guys saw. There was actually some Gucci slides, but they were listed for $200, which is way too much. But if they were listed for less, I would have grabbed them. Is my face actually in frame or not so much?
Yeah, but you need to
Of course, being in Vegas, I had to hit up Urban Necessities, which is a store owned by my friend JC Lopez. He just opened up a new location in Caesar's Palace, and I've got to say, this store is absolutely insane. It's huge. And I'm just showing you guys the bottom floor here. Above this area, there's actually a barbershop and a tattoo shop up on that second floor. And there's also an ice cream parlor. This place is absolutely insane, and the sneaker selection is also pretty insane as well. They also had Yeezy cookies, which I thought was pretty cool. I didn't grab one, but they were cool. Some of the notable finds were these giant cause figures selling for like $200,000, which is insane. They had an absolutely insane sneaker wall, and the cool thing about this sneaker wall is that you can scan the shoe or the barcode on the shoe, and it tells you all the sizes available and the prices, which I thought was really cool. They had this sort of Grails case, which had tons of different dunks that I don't even know half of the names of. I'm not really a collector of vinyl toys, but as an industrial designer, I'm definitely into the design of them. I thought this wall was super cool as well. Just down the hallway from JC's store, there was a Nike store, which was huge. It was absolutely insane how large this store was. So of course we had to check it out. So the men's section had an okay selection of GRs. You had a bunch of LeBrons in a couple different styles. There was also some other basketball sneakers like Kyrie's and KD's. Then I found this pair of PG5s in the PS5 collaboration colorway, white and blue. Super cool looking sneaker. I probably should have picked it up because I have a PS5, favorite console currently, and it's a great looking pair of sneakers. I love all the little PlayStation hits throughout the shoe, and I think for $120 or $110, I don't remember the price, it's a pretty good deal. Of course I had to check out the Jordan wall, which currently had a bunch of Zions and some Jordan mids. There were actually some Jordan mid colorways that I thought were pretty clean, like this sort of salmon white and black colorway. A really nice looking pair of sneakers, but I don't think there's any resale value, so I decided to hold off on this because I didn't want it for my own personal collection. There was also this pair of Westbrooks, which I thought the colorway of was pretty clean. Then right next to the basketball wall, you had the lifestyle wall, and of course there was some pretty decent stuff over there as well. You had some Air Maxes, you had some Blazers. I love this Blazer colorway. This white and green is super, super clean. It's definitely a shoe that I've considered picking up many times, but I just haven't pulled the trigger. If I find it at an outlet for a discounted price, I probably will grab it. Then I found this new pair of sneakers. I forget what the name of this shoe is. I should have looked it up, but it kind of reminds me of the Elements, and it's a really, really nice looking pair of shoes. It has some sort of off-white and semi-translucent vibes. I definitely dig it. And then you had this pair of Fly Eases, which actually allow you to sort of push down in the back of the sneaker and slide your foot in. Of course, I had to check out the jersey wall, and they had some Jackson jersey. Lamar Jackson is the best quarterback of all time, don't at me. But then my favorite part of the store was this Jordan history wall, which is always so fun to see in Jordan flagship stores. So that was the last sneaker store that we went to in Vegas, but unfortunately, that did not end the Vegas trip. And the reason for that is because although we thought we were leaving that night, we weren't. See, what happened was we had originally booked a direct flight from Las Vegas to Philadelphia months ago for this event. And up until recently, we still thought we were going to have a direct flight. But a couple weeks ago, American Airlines emailed us and said, hey, guess what? You're not getting a direct flight anymore, even though you paid for it. We're going to stop you over in Phoenix, and then you're going to go on to Philadelphia. And honestly, yeah, that sucks, but it's not the end of the world. I know airlines are short-staffed. I get it. It's fine. But what happened was, on Friday night, we flew the hour from Las Vegas to Phoenix, found out there was a giant storm at the Phoenix airport, and we literally had to turn around because we were running out of gas circling. So we flew back to Las Vegas. Now my thought is, first of all, if we had gone direct, this would have never happened. We would have flown around the storm. And second of all, don't airlines have weather radars? Like, didn't they know there was going to be a storm in Phoenix in like 45 minutes to an hour? Like, why did they even fly us out there? And third of all, because it was a weather-related incident, they didn't cover our hotels or anything. So we literally had to find a hotel on the strip at 2 a.m., which sucked. Let me tell you, man, it was a wild way to end the trip. And unfortunately, because we didn't know exactly when our next flight would be, I wasn't able to thrift anymore. And that honestly sucks because I feel like in the amount of time that we went thrifting, I just didn't go to the right places and I didn't find the right stores. And because of that, it just wasn't that great a week when it comes to picking up sneakers. So definitely disappointed with how this week's episode went as far as sneaker pickups. I feel like we could have done better if we had known we had more time. Also, it definitely sucks to hear an airline pilot get on the thing and say, hey, we got 30 minutes left of fuel. We're going to fly back to Las Vegas. It's an hour flight. Good luck, everybody. That was ridiculous. Interestingly enough, and maybe airline pilots who are watching this can let me know in the comment section down below, but somehow we were able to make it back to Las Vegas in 25 minutes when it took us an hour to get out. So, where's that speed been? I don't know. It was a crazy trip, but the good news is in the time between when we landed, which was like 12 hours ago, till now, we were actually able to sell a couple more pairs of sneakers. So the first pair of sneakers that we managed to be able to sell was the pair of Nike Air Huaraches that we picked up for 20 bucks. And what's crazy is that we were able to sell this pair of sneakers for $46. In fact, someone bought the shoe at asking price. So I think after all the fees and shipping costs, we ended up with an exactly even $40 that we were able to add back into the sneaker collection fund, which means that we actually doubled our investment in a week, which is crazy, making this one of the best deals that we've had so far. And then the final pair of sneakers which we ended up selling, which actually clears out our entire inventory of sneakers other than the Air Forces which we just bought, were the Nike React Infinity runs that we picked up in New York for $18. Actually, it was $17.99, so not 18 bucks. We sold the Infinity runs for an offer for $30, and after fees and shipping, we were able to add $25.21 back into the sneaker fund. So in a crazy turn of events, although we didn't pick up any sneakers in Las Vegas other than the Air Force Ones, which should actually have a pretty high profit margin, we did actually make a ton of money on this trip, albeit not exactly from the trip. So after all was said and done, we now have $620.65 in our sneaker fund and a pair of Air Force Ones in our inventory. In this week's episode, we make our way out to Atlantic City and check out some of those crazy Atlantic City sneaker outlets. So the first stop of the week was Plato's Closet, which is one of my favorite places to go to find used sneakers for decent prices. Now, unfortunately, today the shelves were pretty empty, which actually doesn't happen a lot, but it definitely seemed like this Plato's had either already been picked through or maybe they just didn't get a lot of stock this week, but unfortunately there wasn't a lot of selection. They did have a nice pair of burgundy Vans, and as you guys know, I love Vans. Unfortunately though, Vans don't have really any resale because you can buy them for pretty much the same price that they were reselling for. There was still this pair of Jordan Flights, which we had seen sitting here 2 weeks ago, and it seems like still nobody wants them, which is, I mean, pretty obvious why. I did find this pair of pretty decent looking Timberland mids. Now, you don't see Timberland mids a lot because I think the high top or the standard version is a lot more popular than this mid top version. However, it was a pretty nice condition pair of boots, but the price wasn't that great. Unfortunately, what they were going for in Plato's was about the same thing that they were going for on eBay, so even though it was almost in brand new condition, the tread was great, everything looked great on this pair of shoes, it just wasn't worth the pickup because there was just no meat left on the bones. I did find a pair of pretty heavily worn Air Force Ones in a pretty large size, I think a 12 or 13. Now, as you guys know, Air Force Ones have been surprisingly reselling, at least brand new pairs. However, when it comes to used pairs, there are so many pairs on the market, they just really don't have any resale value unless they're in really great condition. And unfortunately, this pair is not in great condition. While I think it's a great looking pair of shoes, while I love my pair, it's not a pair that I think has any resale value, so I'm throwing this one back. One thing to keep in mind is to always check every shoe section of any store, like the women's section, the kids section, all that sort of good stuff. And the first pair that I found was this pair of Jordan Futures. Now, I've been finding these a lot in Plato's Closets and thrift stores. I guess people are finally getting rid of them. It's not a very popular pair of shoes, and it's not really worth reselling, but it's kind of surprising to see. I found another pair of Pharrell tennis Hues. I've seen a bunch of these in thrift stores for some reason. Again, not sure why. And then I found this pair of Coach shoes. Now, I know nothing about Coach at all, and I wasn't sure if there was going to be any resale value for this pair of shoes because at the end of the day, it is technically a designer pair of shoes. So I checked the prices on eBay, and unfortunately, they're reselling for like 30 bucks, which is pretty much what they're reselling for here. So even though it's a pair of designer shoes in pretty okay condition, it has no value. Of course, I had to check out one of my favorite bins in the entire store, and that is the fashion designer shoe bin that hasn't been organized yet. The first thing I found was this pair of New Balance X Racers, which I really liked. This colorway isn't exactly my favorite, this sort of bright orange look, and unfortunately the shoe comes in a size 11, so not something that I could add to the sneaker collection for myself, but it was a nice looking pair of shoes in decent condition. And as you all can see, there were a lot of sneakers in the bin today. Unfortunately, no Jordans. Sometimes you get lucky and you find a pair of Flu Game 12s. This is where I found my pair. But as I continued to dig, there just really wasn't a lot in the bin. There was this pair of what seemed to be Epic Reacts of some kind, but without Reacts, so just Epics, I guess. I don't know what to call them. And then a bunch of heels. And again, I know nothing about heels, but I'm sure there's some value there. Maybe. I just don't know which heels to look for. There was this pair of like neon green checkerboard Vans, but that was about it. There was really nothing in this bin this time around, which is kind of unfortunate. Plato's also added 4 bins outside the store, which seemed to be mostly running sneakers, so I decided to look through those pretty quickly. Unfortunately, there wasn't really anything that caught my eye except for this pair of kids LeBrons, which actually looked pretty good, but there isn't really any resale value there, so decided to let them go. Okay, so first stop of the week, you guys guessed it, Plato's Closet. It's the place that I would say 9 times out of 10 I usually buy something, but today was one of those times that I didn't buy something. There wasn't really anything worthwhile there. I mean, there was a pair of Timberlands, which I actually really liked, but as you guys saw when I show you guys the comparable listings on eBay and the sold listings, it just wasn't worth it. It would either sell for exactly what I bought it for or maybe like $5 to $10 more, which I just don't think is worth it. So left that pair. There was that pair of New Balance X Racers, which I did like a lot. If they had been my size, I probably would have actually grabbed them for the collection, but just not in a size 12, not worth it. And it was a risk. There was like 5 listings on eBay, like I showed you guys. Some of them did sell for more, but it probably would have been a very long flip, and I just don't think it was worth it. So instead, what I think I'm gonna do is hit up Goodwill, hopefully find some really cheap little filler sneakers there, and then hopefully hit up some outlets or something to grab some like big time stuff. So let's see. Next stop was Goodwill just across the street, and unfortunately Goodwill was just as empty as Plato's Closet today. I don't really understand why both stores were so empty, but apparently people just aren't donating the same amount that they used to be. There was this pair of women's shoes, which I thought were Converses, but they weren't, so not really anything. This pair of like winter boots, and then a pair of what I thought were Air Max 97s, but turned out to just be Air Max 97 lookalikes, and weren't really worth anything and were priced way too high. So unfortunately, nothing at Goodwill. Okay, so I just finished up at Goodwill. There wasn't really any sneakers at all. In fact, it was like all women's shoes, and they were all kind of like cheap garbage. But there was actually a lot of really great video games. There were GameCube games and Wii games. There's even a boxed Xbox 360 Connect. All stuff that if I was reselling video games would have been great. Like, it wasn't huge potential for profit, but when you compare the prices of video games to sneakers, the potential was there. So if we were doing the $10 game collection, that would have been a field day. But unfortunately, we're doing the $20 sneaker collection. So, I decided to hit up Plato's once again. It had been about a day and a half or 2 days, and as you can see, there was still a lot of the same stuff on the shelf, so nothing that exciting. I did want to check out the fashion bin, though, because it looked like they had added some sneakers. The first pair that I found was this pair of And Ones. I'm not sure exactly what the model name was, but not a bad-looking pair of shoes, just not something that has really any resale value. There was this pair of New Balances, which I really liked personally, but unfortunately was not my size and also probably wouldn't resell, so leaving those for now. You still had those Epics, whatever they were called. You had some new pairs of Vans. Nothing too crazy. I did like this colorway a lot, and it was actually in really good condition, but I don't know. I just feel like Vans aren't worth the risk. There was actually 3 bins today instead of 1, so I decided to dig through all of them just to make sure that I wasn't missing out on anything. I did start to see a pair of what I thought were Jordans, and as I continued digging, I did find out that there was a pair of Jordans in the box, but unfortunately, it was a pair of Team Jordans or something. I'm not sure exactly what these were, but not a pair of retros, unfortunately, so probably no resale value there. And unfortunately, after digging through all 3 bins, I didn't find anything, which was kind of disappointing. I decided to go back to the men's section, and I did find this pair of Huaraches, which usually sell pretty well for me. However, this version was a little bit different. It was like a tech version with a worn midsole, so not really worth the risk. So I don't know why the only clip I have of the one pickup that I made that day is blurry and upside down. I don't know what's going on. It's like a 3-second clip, so I'm obviously holding it right now. But this was the one pair of shoes I picked up, and it sucks I don't really have any video of it. But just to give you guys some background on the shoe, it was a pair of Ultra Boost Uncaged in a size 9, a men's size 9, so a great size. And it was in great condition. And every time I picked up pairs of Ultra Boosts, they've sold very quickly. So I was super stoked on this release, and I was really happy that I at least found something. You'd think that I'd make sure that the shoes that I'm actually picking up I get a good clip of, but apparently not. So it is what it is. Okay, so I just finished up at Plato. I guess it's like day 2 of the week, and surprisingly, there was a huge amount of resellers there. Like, every bin that I went through, they went through either immediately after or immediately before, and they obviously weren't buying stuff for themselves. It was all different sizes. I guess I can't really be mad about it because that's exactly what I'm doing, but I've never been there when there's been so many resellers there, and it was kind of crazy. I mean, it was really nuts. There was like 5 or 6. It was actually pretty tough to find anything, but I did end up grabbing one thing, and that was this pair of Ultra Boost Uncaged in a size 9 women's, I believe, and I got it for $20, which is an incredible price, especially since this shoe is in such good condition. So I'm really stoked on this. I feel like I could sell this for hopefully 40, 50 maybe, probably more around 40. I'm gonna shoot for 50 though. I'm gonna try and shoot for the stars, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, really surprised by just the resale contingent that was in there today. It was actually the same thing that happened at Goodwill. There was a bunch of resellers in Goodwill, and I guess they all migrated over. So
Interesting to see.
So as you would have known if you've been following me on Instagram or on Twitter, which you definitely should, at Real Seth Fowler, I was actually in Atlantic City with my friend Osman to promote our company Apothecary at Agenda. We were actually in Vegas the week earlier to do the same thing, but this time around it was only like an hour and a half from Philly, so it was drivable, a lot easier to get to, and honestly a lot less stressful. And the first outlet that we stopped at was the giant Nike flagship store, which by the way is one of the best looking Nike outlets I've ever seen. So the first place I like to go is the hash wall, because that's usually where you find some crazy returns, if there are any crazy returns. Usually the tops of the boxes are gone, so you can't sell them as new, but you can at least find pairs that you can flip relatively easily. Of course, I always want to check out the end caps of each aisle just to see sort of what's in the aisles in case I'm missing anything crazy. But unfortunately, this time around, there wasn't too much in the aisles. It looked like it had already been pretty heavily picked through.
Look, we saw these at the Nike store in Vegas.
Oh, those cleats.
Golf.
Interesting. What do you think? It's a no from you, dog?
Yeah, tried it on. No,
Seriously? Okay.
it massages your feet.
Oh wow, that is nice.
I was kind of surprised to see this pair of, I guess, recycled Air Force Ones. I don't remember exactly when these dropped, but I know it was relatively recently. Apparently the shoe was a return. It's got some Nike grind on the outsole, which I think looks cool, but unfortunately no resale value.
The Vapor Waffle.
Yeah,
Or
are they
Waffle 1.
They full retail? 100?
It's retail.
Damn.
These are cool.
Those are cool. I did look those up in my last video.
You saw those before?
Yeah, they have a bunch at my outlet. They do, yeah.
I actually found a couple pairs of graffiti LeBrons, which is interesting. I'm assuming what happened with these is that a bunch of people bought them thinking that they were going to resell for a lot of money, and then when they realized they're not really reselling for anything, they returned them. And that's why there's a couple different pairs in a couple different Nike outlets that I've been to. But regardless, it's still a good looking sneaker, but at full retail price, it's just not worth it for me. I also found some pennies in a kid size. I really like this sort of eggplant color. I'm really into that sort of iridescent purple. I think that looks sick. Osman also found this pair of LeBrons, but again, kid size, not really that great. The one shoe that kind of caught my attention was definitely a return because it was the only one in the store, and that was this pair of ISPA Vapor Maxes. Now, this was a pair of Vapor Maxes with this crazy like sheath on them that seemed to be removable. You could actually take it off and it would just be a standard pair of Vapor Maxes underneath, and it gave the shoe a very unique look, but after checking comparable listings online, it wasn't really moving. I continued walking down the aisles and I actually found a pair of sneakers which we've already bought and sold on this channel. This pair of Epic Reacts, the pair that we did end up selling, we picked up at Plato's Closet for I think like maybe $30, and we ended up selling it for like $50, so a relatively easy flip. Unfortunately, there wasn't much else. There was some LeBrons, which honestly are nice, but not really worth anything resale-wise. And after one last scan of the hash wall, unfortunately, there wasn't really anything to be found.
Okay, so we're back at Agenda for week 2. This time we're in Atlantic City, and I just hit the Nike outlet with Osman. We're about to hit up the Adidas outlet. Should be good.
Yeah.
And then maybe Finish Line. But unfortunately, as you guys saw, there really wasn't anything in Nike at all. So hopefully we'll find something. Otherwise, I'll come back in a couple days.
Fortunately, just across the street, there was also an Adidas outlet, which, you know, we had to stop in. As I'm sure most of you know, Adidas doesn't have the same sort of resale that it used to have because I guess the hype just isn't there anymore, and that's probably mainly due to the fact that Boost isn't as exciting or as new as it used to be. Osman did find this pair of Ultra Boost 20s, which looked pretty good, and of course they were in great condition because it looks like they were just a return, but unfortunately, it wasn't really a colorway that seems to be moving, so decided to leave it. After that, I found a pair of sneakers which I did not expect to find because I haven't seen them in years, and that was this pair of Ultra Boost mids. I remember when the Kith collab first dropped, that shoe was going for crazy money. In fact, I was able to grab a couple pairs of those, but it seems like the hype on this shoe, and in particular the Von Miller collaboration, just isn't what it used to be, so not worth picking up, and neither was this pair of Hardens, which Osman didn't know what they were, so he grabbed them, and I told him, nah, these are not it, bro. We did actually find a pair of the OG Ninja Night Joggers in bright orange, which was interesting because I remember when these shoes first dropped, I thought they had some resale, but after looking at listings on eBay, it seemed like this pair was only selling for like $60, which was less than it was selling for in store. So even though this was a return pair that didn't even have an original box, it was still selling for less online, which is kind of crazy. There was a decent selection of NMDs, which was kind of nice to see. I would have picked up some of these shoes for myself if they had been on sale, but unfortunately, primarily all retail price, and there wasn't really anything worthwhile or worth the pickup. So for that reason, we just decided to dip.
Fortunately, Adidas was also a bust. So on the finish line.
The last outlet that we decided to hit up in Atlantic City was actually a Finish Line outlet, which at first I thought was just a standard Finish Line store, but no, it was an outlet Finish Line. And the first pair of shoes that we found were this pair of Shaq Gnosis, which were actually a collaboration with Hot Ones, which I thought was super cool. Now, I actually thought this collaboration sold out, but it turns out it didn't, and it's actually on sale in this Finish Line. Right next to that, though, we had some nice Iversons in this really nice sort of red, white, and blue colorway. Definitely dig the look, but again, not really any resale value there to speak of. Osman did find this pair of 4D Fusios, which we both really like the colorway of. I actually have not seen a pair of these in person, at least in this colorway, at least in a while. But it was a good looking pair of shoes, and honestly, it was priced pretty well. But currently, there was no listings on eBay, and unfortunately, I looked through the sold listings, and all the pairs that had sold for less than what this pair was selling for in store, so it wasn't worth the pickup. We did take a quick look at the individual wall to see if there's anything on sale that was worth picking up, and I did actually find something that I was surprised about, and that was this pair of Nike Daybreaks. Now, it was priced at $60 with a retail price of $85, but these were actually selling on StockX for around $100, so I figured that's a $40 profit margin right there. But unfortunately, as you'll hear later on in the video, even though they were marked at $60, I couldn't get them at $60, which was kind of frustrating.
So I did end up picking up a pair of shoes. Unfortunately, it was priced at $60, but it was actually $90, but we were able to get them down to $70. So it's not as good of a come up as I was hoping, because on eBay they're listed for like $100, $120. It's not really a loss, but $10 less than I thought, or more than I thought. And that kind of sucks, but it is what it is. I decided to still grab it because I think it's still worth it. So we'll see what happens.
Good news is we ended up selling the Ultra Boost for a surprising amount of $50, which genuinely I didn't think I was going to get. I didn't even have to take an offer. Someone just bought the sneakers, which was awesome. I actually found out after buying them that they were actually a men's size, which usually sell better than women's sizes, so that definitely helped. And after fees and shipping, we were able to add $42.50 back into the sneaker fund, which brings us up from $530.65 up to $573.15. So I'm gonna be honest, I was pretty disappointed with the pickups this week. We'd grabbed a pair of Ultra Boosts, we'd grabbed a brand new pair of Nike Daybreaks, but nothing that crazy and nothing that really made this video feel special. And so because of that, I decided to hit up Plato's Closet one last time, and that's actually the reason this video is late, because I did it the day that the video was supposed to come out. And thank God I did, because I found some crazy stuff. And the first pair that I found was this pair of John Elliott LeBrons in a size 11 for $20. This is an incredible pair of sneakers. It doesn't really have any resale value, but it's one of my favorite sneakers that John Elliott ever dropped, especially in this colorway. And it was a little bit dirty, but nothing that a little bit of Rejuvenator can't handle. And if this was my size, this would have been the first pair of sneakers to fill the collection, because this pair of sneakers is fire, and I love the way it looks with socks. It also seemed like Plato's Closet had restocked or gotten a crazy influx of shoes, and I actually found this brand new pair of Pumas. Now, I'm not sure exactly what these are. I'm assuming that they're Puma suedes in sort of a white and green colorway, but they're actually really, really clean, and I would have grabbed these if I didn't find anything else, but I did find some other stuff, and it was way better than that pair. Next, I found this pair of, I believe, Adidas Alpha Bounce in the original colorway. I don't remember exactly what these are called, but I remember when they dropped, they were a pretty big deal, but now, a couple years later, no one really cares about them anymore. There was actually a bright pink pair of LeBron Soldiers in pretty good condition. I think Tom Stefaniuk would have loved this pair back in like 2017, but it was priced at $50, and I just don't think that they really moved the way that they used to, so decided to leave them. I did find this pair of Blazers, which I actually really liked, with those little mini Nike swooshes on there. I'm not sure exactly what I was doing. I think I was checking the price. But yeah, nice looking pair of shoes, just not something that I really felt like I needed. I did find this pair of Puma basketball sneakers. I believe this is the Black History Month pair or something like that. Actually very, very clean, and a pair that I did have in my collection for a while. Next up, I actually found this pair of NMDs, which was a men's pair, but in the women's section. It came with this really cool sort of like iridescent blue and purple midsole. It was also in very good condition for a decent price. But after that last pair of NMDs that I had sitting around for like weeks, it kept selling and then no one paid for it. I'm just not willing to get back into the NMD game right away. Maybe if I find something crazy, but this isn't it. After sort of scanning the store, I decided to go back and grab the John Elliott's. They're a great pair of sneakers for a great price, definitely worth picking up. Something that really surprised me and also seemed to be new for this Plato's Closet was this sort of boxed and new sneaker section, which is really cool. First pair that I found was this pair of Ben Simmons Blazers, which I actually had for a little bit and I kind of regretted selling, and this pair was in incredible condition and in my size. However, it was priced at $50, which is a lot, but a lot less than retail price. So honestly, this might be the first pair of sneakers to add to the collection. Then I looked down and I found this pair of Puma Dreamer mids, brand new for $50 with the box, which was kind of insane. Then I looked down again and I found this pair of Kendrick Lamar Nike Cortezes. Now this shoe obviously wasn't brand new, it had definitely been worn and it wasn't in the best condition, but I was insanely surprised to find those. I decided to take a second look at those Puma Dreamers just to see what was going on, and to my surprise, the other side of the pair was in the box, brand new, no issues whatsoever, and I couldn't believe that these were selling for half retail price. I also decided to take a second look at the Kung Fu Kennys. They were in a size 9.5, which is a good size, and honestly, although they were worn, they weren't in the worst condition. Now, unfortunately, after opening the box, and I noticed that the box was damaged, that the shoes weren't priced that well. On eBay, I think they get around 100 something, and unfortunately here they were priced at exactly 100. So if I was lucky, I might have been able to get 120, but that's a lot of money to spend on a pair of sneakers that doesn't really have much profit margin. So although it's a dope pair of shoes, just not worth it for today. So I decided to grab the John Elliott's, I decided to grab the Pumas because why not? And of course, I also decided to grab the Blazers because I wanted to add the first pair of sneakers to the collection, and that's what these are going to be.
Okay, so today was a little bit nuts. I actually went out because I was pretty unhappy with the pickups that I had throughout the week, especially in Atlantic City. And I wanted to hit up Plato's Closet one more time to see if there was anything worthwhile. And what I got was kind of crazy. And that's this pair of Ben Simmons Blazers. Now, obviously, Ben Simmons doesn't have too bright of a future with the Sixers. Well, we don't know for sure yet, but I'm assuming that he's probably going to get traded, hopefully for Dame. Who knows? But I really do like Ben Simmons as a player and as a person. So I really do like this pair of sneakers. I actually bought a pair of these a while back and reviewed them, and then I got rid of them. But this is actually my size, and I got it for $50. So I may be keeping this as the first sneaker in the collection, which is kind of crazy. I wish I had kept those Flu Game 12s, but I didn't, and that was a mistake on my part. I might have to rebuy those on GOAT or something. The next shoe that we picked up was actually this pair of John Elliott LeBrons in a size 11. This one definitely would have been added to the collection if it was not a size 11, so I can't wear it, but this shoe was in all right condition. I feel like I could definitely clean it up, but the reason I grabbed it is because it was only $20. So even though there's not a lot of resale for this shoe, it's an awesome pair of sneakers, and for $20, you can't really go wrong. And then the final thing that we picked up was actually this pair of Puma Dreamers, which are brand new in box in a size 10. What? Like, these just came out. Puma actually sent me a pair of these in my size, a size 9, a while back. Not even a while back, like 3 weeks ago. And now they're at Plato's Closet brand new for $50, which is not bad. And I figured even though there's really no resale for these shoes, I could at least sell them for retail. And that's already right there, doubling what I paid for it. So crazy pickups. Cannot believe how good of a day this ended up being. I was really disappointed this week, and I'm really happy with what we found.
Now, in a great turn of events, we actually ended up selling the Nike Daybreaks, which I didn't expect to sell that fast. And we ended up selling them for $97, and of course, the buyer pays for shipping. Now, what kind of surprised me was that usually eBay doesn't charge fees for sneakers that sell over $100, but apparently because the shoe was around the $100 price point, or we made $100 after they paid for shipping, they didn't actually charge me fees on this shoe at all. So all I had to pay was shipping. So we actually ended up making 76 cents on the shipping, and we were able to add $97.76 back into the sneaker fund, which means that the sneaker fund currently sits at $550.91. And what's crazy is that we still have a lot of sneakers in stock. We still have those Puma Dreamer mids, which we picked up for $50. Hopefully I'll sell those for around $100, but we'll just have to wait and see. We also have those Blazers, which we're adding to the collection, which we did spend $50 on, but they're in great condition, and if push came to shove, I could sell it for more than I bought it for, so it's a win-win. Of course, we still have these stupid Air Force Ones, which I'm still pretty salty about. At least we only spent $10 on them, so it's not terrible. And then the final shoe that we have in stock are the John Elliott LeBrons, which we picked up this week for $20. I still have yet to clean these up, so they're not listed yet, but whenever I clean them, I'll make sure to list them, and hopefully someone will grab them relatively quickly. So I can't remember the last episode where I didn't start at Plato's Closet, but there's a reason for that, because Plato's Closet is usually where I find most of my hits, and today was pretty much no different. I found a lot of really great sneakers. One thing that's kind of interesting is that I found whenever I go right when they open, there's a lot of resellers there, which I guess makes sense because they're probably expecting them to have put out stock overnight, which is exactly what I was expecting, but it's interesting having competition, especially when you're trying to grab used sneakers. So the first place that I always stop in this Plato's Closet is their fashion bin, which I've realized I don't think I'm actually supposed to be looking through because it's behind a counter, but you know what? They haven't said anything to me yet, so I'm going to keep looking through it. And the first thing that I found was this pair of ACG Reacts. It's a pretty interesting looking sneaker. sneaker. However, I did look up comparable listings on eBay, and unfortunately, it's not really worth anything more than what they're selling it for at Plato's. Also, I don't know if you guys caught those sort of bright neon green 4D fake Yeezy looking things, but I see them on Instagram ads all the time, and now I'm seeing them in person at Plato's. So the first shoe that really caught my attention was this pair of Air Jordan 11 IE lows in this black and white colorway, and at first glance it looked like it was in great condition. It was definitely a smaller size, and I've had more trouble moving smaller sizes than bigger sizes, so there was a little bit of hesitation there, but it's still a pair of Air Jordan 11s. Even though it's not a standard pair of Air Jordan 11s, it's an IE, it's still a shoe that I think has some resale value and something that I would definitely be interested in taking the risk on. They had these 11s listed at $25, which I thought was a decent price, so I definitely considered these guys. Next, I found this pair of Nike Presto Reacts, which I actually found in the bin, but for some reason my phone wasn't able to record at that point, so I just had them on the ground and I wanted to show you guys. They were in great condition. They were listed for 20 bucks. I'm not sure exactly what size they were, but I would assume they're around size 10 or 11. I actually still haven't checked. I should really check to see what size these shoes are. But they're a nice looking pair of sneakers. Presto Reacts are incredibly comfortable on foot, and the colorway wasn't bad, and honestly, they didn't really need much cleaning, so I decided to grab these shoes. One place I've started to check every time I go to Plato's is their new sneaker section, or their boxed sneaker section, which is something that I think they've just added. So the first shoe that I found was this pair of Puma Dreamers. It wasn't brand new like the pair that we grabbed last week, but it was in pretty good condition. I'm not sure why so many people are selling their Puma Dreamers, especially since they're such a new sneaker, but apparently people are. There was also this other pair of Pumas. I'm not sure exactly what it was. I believe it was a collab of some kind, but not something that I really felt like I was willing to take a risk on because I didn't know anything about it, so decided to leave it, even though it was in pretty decent condition and it came with the box. So the next shoe that I found was this Rude Puma collaboration, which I actually showed in my last video, but I didn't pick it up. I noticed that a lot of you guys were commenting that I was dumb for not picking it up. I did some research and realized, yeah, I was pretty dumb for not picking it up. And the good news was that they were still in store. They were priced at $40, but they were brand new, and I feel like I could sell them for around $100, so it was a definite pickup. So at this point, I'd been thinking about the Air Jordan 11s for a minute, and I went back to pick them up, and then I realized that there was actually some pretty bad sole separation, and that these 11s were also missing their insoles, which makes them even harder to sell. So even though these shoes were priced at $25, the condition was a no-go. Okay, so I'm starting to realize that whenever I go to Plato's Closet, right when it opens, there's resellers there. In fact, there was like 4 today, and I literally had to just rush through all the shoes as quickly as possible because they were also looking at the shoes as well as clothing and just grab what I could and just run out. I didn't have time to check like prices and things like that. But I did get lucky because the one thing I did grab was a pair of Air Jordan 11s in a size, or Air Jordan 11 IEs in a size 7. And I was like, these are great. These are 20 bucks, no problem. But then when I'm in line for checkout, I realized that they don't have insoles, which is already a red flag. And also the sole is separating. So it's like, you know what? If they had been complete, it would have been a no-brainer, but in that condition, it's just not worth it. I'm so glad I saw it because those would have been really hard to sell. The size wasn't great. They were in bad condition, even though they looked good condition from like a distance, but then close up you realize they're missing a lot of stuff. So put those back. Thank God I was able to find that because I would have been bummed. But I did actually pick up 2 different pairs of sneakers. The first is this pair of Presto Reacts. Now, again, I didn't have time to actually see how much this is going for on eBay, but because it's in really good condition and it was just 20 bucks, I figured it's a risk that's worth taking. Good looking sneaker. I think I can get probably 40 for this, so pretty quick, hopefully pretty quick double up. And then the other shoe that I got, you guys actually told me that I had screwed up on in my last video because this is a day after I posted my last video, and that was this pair of Rude Pumas. So this is a Rude collaboration. It's brand new. It's still got its laces. Doesn't have a box, but it's unworn. Unfortunately, it is priced at $40, which is a lot, but I had looked up comparable listings on eBay like right after you guys started commenting, and I was like, dang, I could sell that for like 100, maybe 110. And I was like, if I see these in the store still, I'm gonna grab them. And they were still there. So I picked them up, and hopefully they'll be a quick seller. But they are a size, let's see, maybe size 10 or 9. I'm not sure exactly what size they are. I'll put it up on eBay. But they're a good size. They are a good size. So now I'm gonna hit up Goodwill. Hopefully I'll find something there. But man, these resellers, this is like changing the game pretty dramatic. Another one just pulled up. That's ridiculous. Okay, I need to get to Goodwill before anybody else does, so I'll see you guys in a minute. So the next place I decided to hit up was Marshall's because we hadn't hit up Marshall's in a while, and last time I hit it up, there was a pair of Iversons, and it was also really close to Plato's Closet, so I felt like, you know what, it was worth a couple minutes. So checking through the shelves, unfortunately, there wasn't anything that immediately jumped out at me. There were a couple pairs of Tommy Hilfiger and like Merrell shoes, which I don't know if they have any resale value. I would assume that they don't. I did check their clearance section to see if there was anything, and it was kind of interesting because it looked like they had things divided by the left shoe and the right shoe, which I've never seen before. Unfortunately, there was nothing there. And then I did one final sweep of the women's section, and as you could have guessed, nothing there as well, except for this pair of Merrell hiking shoes. And if that's what you're looking for, hey, Marshall's has you covered, but that was all there was today. So I decided against going to Goodwill because the road was closed. And so instead I went to Marshall's, which honestly was not a good call because there was nothing in there. So I don't know, maybe I'll go to an outlet or something later today, but Plato's was really the only hit so far. So I decided to take the back roads and make my way to Goodwill because I was afraid if I didn't go to Goodwill, I would miss out on something. It was kind of a weird day at Goodwill because all the shelves that usually have the men's shoes were filled with women's shoes, which I've never seen before. So I made my way back to the back wall, which usually is mostly women's shoes, and today it was all women's shoes. I did find a couple pairs of running sneakers that I thought maybe would have some value, but really just decided against it in the end because I just didn't think it was worth the risk. There was a rack in the middle of the floor that had a pair of D Roses on them. I'm not sure exactly which model of D Roses these are. They could be the ones or the twos. It was the only pair that had any sort of value, at least that I could find. Now, unfortunately, even though they looked pretty good from the top and the side, there was a lot of heel drag on these shoes. And so it wasn't something that I was really willing to pay $10 for. They were also missing the insole too, which for me is usually a no-go. But overall, it was a nice looking pair of shoes, just it was too beat up for me, and it's beat up in a way that you can't repair, so decided to leave these guys. The last kind of interesting shoe that I found was this pair of KDs. It's definitely not like a mainline KD. I'm not sure exactly what the name of this shoe was, but again, there was a lot of heel drag, and because it wasn't a sneaker that I thought really had any value, it wasn't worth dealing with the heel drag, so I decided to put this shoe back. Okay, so I did end up going to Goodwill because I started driving home and I was like, oh man, I really hope I'm not missing something. So I went and there was nothing there. I mean, there was that pair of D Roses, which were interesting, and there was that pair of KDs, which were also interesting. Both had a lot of heel drag, and it just wasn't worth it. So at least I went, at least I sort of calmed my nerves thinking I was missing something crazy, because I didn't. I didn't miss anything, so it is what it is. On to the next one. So after striking out at Goodwill, it turns out we had sold two pairs of sneakers on eBay. The first pair that was sold was the pair of AF1s, which we had picked up in Vegas for $10. So these shoes ended up selling on eBay for $30, and after fees and shipping, we were able to add $26.42 to the sneaker collection fund. And then the second pair of shoes that sold was actually that brand new pair of Puma Dreamer mids, which we had picked up last week from Plato's Closet. The Pumas sold for $90 on eBay, and for some reason, were counted in the authenticity guarantee, which means that you actually ship them to eBay first to be authenticated, and then they were shipped off to the buyer. Now, one thing I really love about the authenticity guarantee is that not only are the shoes guaranteed to be authentic, but eBay also doesn't charge you fees for them. I think that's a limited time thing. I think they're going to start charging fees eventually, but right now they don't charge you any fees for shoes that are sold through the authenticity guarantee. So because of that, the only fee that I had to pay was shipping, and shipping was actually covered by the buyer, so I ended up making $90.76. So after both of those sales, the sneaker fund now sits at $608.09. So the next day I decided to change things up and go to Center City, Philadelphia with my friend Osman, who you guys know from a lot of other videos. He's also the co-founder of my sock brand Apothecary, which you guys should definitely check out. We've got a tie-dye drop dropping on September 3rd. But the first store that we stopped at was Atmos, formerly Ubik. And this is a store that I've had really good luck finding great sneakers at. And today didn't really disappoint. There were a lot of sneakers in stock that are sold out in a lot of other places. They had a bunch of different Air Max 1s. They had a bunch of different Nike sneakers, including men's Jordans, but their largest Jordan selection was in the women's section, and they had a ton of different colorways which had sold out, but unfortunately, none of them really had any resale value. They also had a ton of Yeezys, which I was really surprised to see. A bunch of 500 highs and like pretty much all the colorways. And they also had this pair of NERD Pharrells, which I actually reviewed on my channel a little while back. I'm really surprised that these shoes are still in stock at a lot of stores. It's a shoe that I thought was going to be a lot more limited than it is, and it's something that I believe is sold out online, but apparently you can still find it in stores in Philadelphia, so that was kind of interesting. This shoe really surprised me though. This is like the reissue of the 990 V2. It's called the version 2s. I actually grabbed a pair of these in a size 9.5, and I've been trying to find a size 9 for me to actually rock. Unfortunately, they only had really small sizes, which don't really have any resale value, so had to put that one back. So Atmos actually has this clearance section where they keep their last sizes that are on clearance, and the first pair that I found was this pair of Quantums, which apparently was the last size in this colorway, and it was priced at the standard retail price of $199. Now it's interesting because these shoes are actually selling for under retail on StockX, which I never would have guessed, and I didn't even realize until I actually checked the price of that shoe. Kind of blew my mind. They also had a pretty surprising selection of youth and women's Jordans, which I didn't expect to see. Tons of different colorways, which I'm pretty sure are sold out online, but they had a couple different sizes here. Not really any resale though. There was this interesting pair of Air Max 90s in this sort of infrared colorway. Never seen these before, would be interested to know what that sneaker was called. And then the last sneaker that really caught my attention on this clearance shelf was this pair of Iversons in this beautiful white and red colorway. Absolutely loved it. Last size, unfortunately a size 8. I would have grabbed it. It was like priced at like $60, which is insane. Really wish I could have grabbed that shoe. Of course, being a Philly store, they had a pretty great selection of Iverson sneakers. They had that pair that we found at Marshall's a couple weeks back. This time around it was priced at like 80 something, so not as good of a deal as the last pair, but still pretty surprising to see. Then in the back of the store they had even more women's sneakers, which I didn't even know about, and I actually found 2 different pairs of Air Jordan 3s. The first pair was this pair of cool gray 3s, which we actually bought a pair of a couple weeks back, had trouble selling it though, which kind of sucked, and then these Animal Instinct 3s, which just weren't worth the money.
Okay, so we just hit up the new Atmos. It used to be Ubik. There was some decent stuff. There was Yeezys for sale, which is kind of crazy. I probably should have gotten a thumbnail of those actually, didn't think of it. But it is what it is. So now we're gonna hit up Common Ground, which is a resale stop.
So like I said, the next stop was Common Ground, which is one of the only resale stores in Philadelphia. Now this store had a pretty decent selection. I was pretty impressed by the sneakers that they had. One side of the store was their used sneakers, and one side of the store was their new sneakers. And I found some pretty decent stuff. Unfortunately though, there was nothing really that I thought could be used for the series. I did find some pairs of Flu Games, which really bummed me out because it made me remember the pairs of Flu Games that I sold, which I shouldn't have sold. I should have kept them, but it is what it is. We made a lot of money off them, so, you know, can't be too mad about it. The next stop was Lapstone and Hammer, which is another sneaker boutique just down the street from Common Ground, and honestly one of my favorite places to shop in Philadelphia when it comes to sneakers and streetwear. And as you guys can tell, it's a pretty well put together store. Now what surprised me the most was their selection of sneakers. They had so much stuff in stock, stuff that I couldn't even believe was still there. They had LeBrons, they had Jordans, they had Yeezys, they had New Balances. It was a crazy, crazy selection. The first pair that I found that really surprised me was this pair of Pollen Air Jordan 1s in a youth size, which is pretty incredible to see still on shelves. I also found this pair of Columbia Lows, which I was really surprised to find because these released like months ago. Another surprising find was a youth pair of Court Purples. I can't believe that they had all these shoes in stock. It didn't really make sense. Unfortunately, all the sizes were kind of, you know, the worst, but they still had at least pairs of them available, just they were in bad sizes. I found another pair of these New Balances. This time around it was the 990 V1s in the version 1 variant, which is actually the more expensive version. Unfortunately, again, in a small size. The shoe that really took me by surprise, though, was this pair of 700 MNVNs. Now, this pair released a couple weeks ago, and this shoe is by far the most surprising sneaker. I have never seen this shoe sitting in store before. Now, unfortunately, this size didn't really have any resale, so I decided to leave it, but it was what it was. They had this really nice pink and red Adidas Forum colorway, which I'm actually really into, and I did consider grabbing, but I just don't need it, so even though it looks nice, not for me today. One of my favorite sections of Lapstone and Hammer is their designer section, which is hidden away in the back of the store. They've got all sorts of crazy designer sneakers back here like Golden Goose, Balenciaga, pretty much anything that you can think of. And then as I was walking out, I found the latest pair of Ivy Park Ultra Boost. Really surprised to see these sitting, but nice looking pair of shoes. Next, we decided to hit up the Nike outlet, which was just down the street from Lapstone and Hammer. Unfortunately, it was completely busted. There was literally nothing in store, so I'm not going to show you guys anything else. The last place that we decided to hit up was Buffalo Exchange, which is kind of like Plato's Closet, except just a different chain, where they buy sneakers and clothes from you and then resell them in store. Now this was the place where we found not one, but 2 pairs of authentic Yeezy 350 V2s. At least I would assume that they were authentic because from what I could tell, they looked legit. So to give you some background on what happened, as we walked into the store, we noticed that there was a woman at the counter talking to someone behind the counter about 2 different pairs of Yeezys. The pairs that they had were a pair of zebras and a pair of frozen yellows. Now to be honest, I kind of couldn't believe what I was seeing. I couldn't believe that there was actually pairs of 350s at essentially what was a thrift store, and I'm gonna be honest, I was lurking. As soon as I saw those, I was like hovering behind this woman, trying to figure out exactly what was going on, whether she was selling them or whether she was buying them. I couldn't tell exactly what was happening, but I decided to actually ask someone else behind the counter what the deal with the Yeezys was.
I'm assuming this 350 sold, right? This Yeezy 350 sold.
One pair did.
What's the other pair?
I think the guy was deciding between the like zebra print and the neon.
Oh, so there's still possibly one pair?
Yeah, I think the neon ones you might leave. Are you interested in those?
Yes, very interested. How much were they selling for?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie. But
Yes, very interested in those, definitely.
if you stick around, I can wait until he comes back. I can
Awesome.
simple on.
That'd be great.
Now, as you guys heard, it sounded like she was buying one pair and leaving the other pair, and it sounded like the pair that she was leaving was the Frozen Yellows, which is a pair that I'm fine to grab. I would grab any pair of 350s if I could. So after hearing that, I decided to take a lap around the store and see what else they had while I waited to hear if I could grab one of the pairs of Yeezys. And to my surprise, I actually found a pair of women's Air Jordan 11s in this gold patent leather colorway, which I think released maybe 3 or 4 years ago, but it's a pair that I haven't actually ever seen in a thrift store before. Even crazier though was that just above these 11s there was actually a pair of Puma Thunders, which are probably my favorite pair of Pumas ever. Now unfortunately this size was a little bit small, it was not something that I could rock, otherwise I would have grabbed it and added it to the collection, and unfortunately Puma Thunders just don't have resale anymore. So even though it was one of my favorite pairs of Pumas ever, it wasn't the right time to pick it up. Now I gotta be honest, this Buffalo Exchange had an incredible selection of sneakers. I definitely need to stop by Center City a lot more often because obviously people in Center City have great sneaker collections and don't mind selling it to Buffalo Exchange for, I'm sure, very little money. I mean, as you guys saw, I found crazy pairs of sneakers that usually if I found them at a thrift store or at Plato's, I would have grabbed them, but there was just so much here, it was like overwhelming. I mean, they even had this pair of Ultra Boost 20s in great condition for $32, which in hindsight, I probably should have grabbed. So I decided to grab the 11s and then wait and see if I could grab any pairs of Yeezys.
Okay, so we're waiting to find out if they're still available. I know one is sold, but we don't know which one yet. We don't know if both are gonna sell, so we're just kind of sitting waiting. But I did pick up the 11s. So. All right, so we just got word they're gone, both of them. I don't know how the second pair got gone. He didn't give us a good explanation as to how the other pair went, but they went. I'm sure they were sitting there for like 5 minutes and they were gone. It is what it is. Still found them, so I guess that's still good. Still got some 11s, that's something. I am really pretty bummed right now though. That would have been the craziest find so far, but it is what it is. On to the next one.
So even though missing out on those Yeezys was definitely a huge bummer, we still made out pretty well and we still have a lot of sneakers in the collection. Of course, we've still got those Ben Simmons Blazers in the collection that we picked up last week for $50, and currently I'm not planning to sell them and I'm going to use them as the first sneaker to add to the sneaker collection. But getting to the sneakers that either are for sale or will be for sale, of course we've got that pair of John Elliott LeBrons which we just cleaned at the beginning of the video. So this pair we picked up last week for $20, and again, if it was in my size, man, I would have kept these. We've also got the pickups from this week, starting with those brand new Rude Pumas, which we bought for $40. Super clean pair of sneakers, hopefully they sell soon. In addition to that, we've got the Nike Presto Reacts, which we bought for $20, which are in really great condition. And then the final shoe that we have in stock is that pair of women's Air Jordan 11s, which we picked up at Buffalo Exchange for $35. And ending off this week, the total amount that we have in the sneaker fund is $573.09. But this week we are changing things up a little bit because this week we're actually going to ThriftCon Philadelphia, which apparently is just this giant convention full of thrifted stuff, which I'm actually surprised I haven't heard about before. And my personal goal for ThriftCon is to find some sneakers, both new and old, that I can find for great deals and hopefully resell or even just add to the collection, which I guess is kind of the goal for the entire series. But we're definitely spending money today, and I'm gonna try and buy as many sneakers as I possibly can. We sold one pair of sneakers, even though we technically sold two, because after selling the first pair, I got this message from the person who bought it on eBay telling me that this shoe is too expensive and they won't be paying for it. Which is funny because they sent me the offer for these Pumas. So what did they think they were gonna pay? I don't know, this just happens a lot, and I guess it's just sort of the problems that you run into when you sell sneakers on eBay. But the pair of sneakers that we did end up selling and shipping and getting paid for was a pair of Nike React Prestos. So this was a pair of sneakers that we picked up from Plato's Closet a couple weeks ago for just 20 bucks. And surprisingly, we were able to flip these sneakers on eBay for 68 bucks. So after fees and shipping, we were able to add $58.34 back into the sneaker collection fund, which means that we now have $631.43 in the sneaker collection fund to start off this week's episode. So at this point, let's go spend some money. So in my opinion, the best way to start off a week of sneaker hunting is by going to Plato's Closet, which has kind of become my go-to at this point. And the good news was they had restocked their shelves, which is always a good thing, and there was a ton of sneakers in stock. Now the first place that I always check is their new sneaker section by the cash register, which has sneakers in boxes and sneakers in really good condition. And the first pair that I found was this pair of Revenge Storms in a size 5, which is a little bit small, and unfortunately it was also priced a little bit high at like $80. The sneaker itself was in alright condition. It was a little bit worn and the box was kind of ripped apart. But honestly, not a bad find. I kind of wish it was in a larger size though. Next up, I found a pair of maybe Jeremy Scotts. I don't know what these are. These are some zebra print Adidas. Then I found a pair of some sort of soccer-inspired shoe. It's not a Mamba Curial. I don't know what it is, honestly. Again, make sure to let me know in the comment section down below, but not something I'm willing to take a risk on just because I don't know anything about it. They did have this pair of Puma RSXs in pretty decent condition and in a women's size, and it was definitely something that I considered, but I ultimately decided against it. So after checking out the newer sneaker section, I decided to go through the regular aisles, and the first pair that I found was this pair of Realtree Crocs, which my friend Osman swears by. He loves them. I just don't really like the design, but in pretty decent condition, just not sure if they'd really move. Next, I found this pair of Eagles Converses, or I think off-brand Converses, not something that I need. I was then surprised to find a pair of D-Rups. I guess not really that surprised because D-Rups kind of suck. It's like the Spider-Man shoe, the fishnet shoe. I don't understand how Adidas decided to sell this sneaker. Not something that I would ever personally rock, and not surprised to see it here. It might sound dumb and obvious to say, but you always want to check the women's section as well as the men's section because you never know what you're going to find. I came across this pair of women's ACG Nikes. I have no idea what these are. Make sure to let me know in the comment section down below, but I really like the colorway and I actually kind of dig the sneaker. I did actually end up finding this pair of Air Jordan 12s in a smaller size. I'm not exactly sure what size it was, but it was in all red, and it was in pretty decent condition, honestly. I made sure to check the listings on eBay, and unfortunately, the price that it was going for was exactly what it was going for on eBay, which, I mean, it happens sometimes. Play-Doh sometimes gets the pricing exactly right. Sometimes they grossly underprice. You never know for sure. That's why I always check the price on the eBay app before I buy a pair of sneakers if I can, if it's not like a very quick situation, because it allows me to find out whether these sneakers really have any potential for profit. For example, I checked on this pair of checkerboard Vans, which is a rarer pair of Vans. However, it wasn't going for anything on eBay, at least not for more than what it was going for here, so not a pair of sneakers that I decided to pick up, although I do think it's a nice looking pair of shoes. Next up, I found this pair of LeBron 12s in this Iron Man style colorway. Now, I couldn't actually find the SKU number on eBay for some reason, which makes me think that it's not either a very common pair of sneakers or maybe it's an ID or something like that, but I'm not totally sure, and I wasn't really willing to take the risk because it was priced at $50. Okay, as you saw, the first stop of the week, of course, was Play-Doh's, because where else would I go on the first day of the week? I mean, you guys saw it. It wasn't incredible. Like, there were some LeBrons, there were some Revenge Storms, which I was actually really interested in, but then I looked up the eBay comparable listings, and they were selling for about $80 on eBay, which is what they were going for in stores, so not worth it, plus the size was like, eh. The one pair I was really considering were those LeBrons. Now, I could not find them on eBay. I looked up their SKU number, I looked up everything, I couldn't find them. And I'm wondering if maybe they're LeBron IDs. I'm not 100% sure. I'd love to know if you guys could let me know in the comment section down below. They were, I think, selling for $50. And you know what? I kept mulling it over and mulling it over. It was in good condition. Like, it was a pair that I thought the colorway was actually really clean, but I just couldn't find any pairs on eBay. And I just don't know if LeBron 12s are that popular at the moment. So 50 is a lot to spend on something that's more of a gamble than anything else. So let me know in the comment section down below if you think I made a mistake, but I feel like I didn't, and I'm just ready to move on to the next spot. So next up, I stopped at Goodwill. One, because it's right next to Play-Doh's, and I have to stop by every time I go to Play-Doh's. And two, because even though I haven't found a lot in the last couple weeks, you never know when you're going to find that one thing to make it all worth it. So even though it kind of feels like a wasted couple minutes every time I go, at least recently, it's definitely worth it because one day I might find that one crazy pair of sneakers, like a pair of Yeezys, a pair of Jordans that are worth something. You never know. And I mean, honestly, through the last couple episodes, we've found some great sneakers. We found some retro Jordans that are decent. They didn't sell for a whole lot, but we made profit on them nonetheless. I mean, even for example, here we're finding Air Maxes. They're not worth a lot, but I could sell them if I needed to. Also, it's kind of a bummer because this is a Goodwill that I find the least. There are a couple other Goodwills in the city that are significantly better, and I just don't go to them as much because they're a little bit farther away. So I really need to start just branching out, going to a lot more stores in Center City, and hopefully we'll start finding more stuff on a regular basis. There was, however, one shoe that I found that was kind of cool, and that was this pair of Air Max 90s in a toddler size. Now, it was priced at $2.50, which wasn't bad, but honestly, I didn't think it was worth the time that it would take to list it, so I decided to leave it. So unfortunately, we didn't find anything at Goodwill. I didn't expect to. I haven't found anything at Goodwill in a minute. There were a couple kid shoes that I thought were decent, like the pair of Air Maxes for like $2.49. I honestly probably should have grabbed those, but I didn't. It would have been a lot more effort than I think they were worth. But now I'm going to head to Lowe's. I've been going there constantly, and I think I'm actually going to try and grab some overhead lighting for the studio. So not going to show you guys that, but that's what I'm doing. So this week we had kind of a cool opportunity because ThriftCon was in Philly, which apparently is a convention for thrifted items, similar to SneakerCon, except less sneakers and more clothing and like vintage stuff that you find at Goodwills and Plato's, and pretty much exactly what we're doing except for clothing and really anything cool and vintage. In fact, there was a lot of records, which I'm not really into, but it was cool to see them. A lot of cool Eagles gear, which again, not really into. If they had more Raven stuff, I would have spent a lot more money. And then of course you had some Space Jam VHSs, because why not? And I was honestly really surprised by the turnout. Like I said, I had never been to a thrift con before, and people were just going crazy. They were rifling through all the clothes, finding apparently a lot of cool stuff. Now I'm not gonna lie, at the beginning of the event I was a little dismayed because I didn't find any shoes, but if you dug a little bit deeper you could find a couple booths that were selling sneakers. Now this booth here that I'm showing you guys, unfortunately, was primarily just selling new sneakers, and they were selling them for resale prices, so it wasn't a booth that I really wanted to spend any money at, although they did have a nice, well, decent selection of sneakers. No hate, but like it wasn't the best selection in the world, but definitely some decent women's shoes. I was also legitimately surprised by the size of some of these booths. I mean, at some points it felt like I was walking through actual thrift stores. Now unfortunately, all of the sneaker exclusive booths there were primarily resale booths, meaning all the sneakers there were priced at resale, no deals to be found, and unfortunately I did try and haggle with a couple people at some of these booths, but nothing was really happening. They knew what they had, and if they didn't sell it here, they could sell it on StockX. I mean, I get it. Why would you take less when you could sell it for a better price somewhere else?
How much do you have on these? I mean, I like Kobe's.
250. I seen them go for 4.
I was really bummed about those Kobe's. They were priced at $12 on the sticker in the bottom of the shoe, but it just wasn't meant to be.
Jersey City. A little further down, like Eastway Park. 1 second. I said, yeah, no worries, bro.
How much you guys got in the Tiffs?
Tiffany's are $750, I believe.
$750, gotcha.
8.
Okay. Okay. How about the unions? 8.5. Okay.
420.
Gotcha. Okay, I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
So this was actually the first time that I saw a pair of Travis Scott lows in person, and they look good. I also like this pair of Dunks, which is a little bit more in my price range because, as you guys know, I only had like $500-600 bucks in the sneaker fund. Unfortunately, they were priced above StockX and just not worth it. The booths where I felt like I had the most luck were booths that had mainly clothing but also had some sneakers. For example, this booth, which had some really nice Aqua 8s in kids sizes and some decent Iversons. Unfortunately, they were priced a little bit high, not crazy resale prices, but a little bit higher than I was willing to pay. At another booth, I actually found a pair of off-white Terra Kiger 5s that had been worn very, very lightly, but were in pretty decent condition. Unfortunately, the price was higher than I wanted to pay. I did find this pair of AF1s at the same booth, but unfortunately, same deal. Priced a little bit too high for me, even though it's a nice looking pair of sneakers, and I actually really dig the colorway. One sneaker that I found that was kind of hidden underneath a rack of clothing was this pair of shoes that looked a lot like a pair of Nike Airships. Now I don't think this is actually a pair of Nike Airships, I'm not sure what these are, so make sure to let me know in the comment section down below. Also let me know if I missed out, if I should have grabbed these, because I feel like those shoes I could have gotten for a pretty decent price. Maybe I should have grabbed them, I don't know, I'm kicking myself now. So as you guys all saw, we missed out on the first pair of Kobe's that we found, but we did happen to find another pair, a Kobe 9 Elite in a Youth 6.5, which was kind of incredible. I asked the guy what he wanted for these because it was a booth with clothing and hats, and it felt like he didn't really care as much about the sneakers. And the craziest thing is that he told me he'd sell them to me for 20 bucks. I didn't even have to haggle, and I was like, bet, you got it, handed him 20 and walked away with them. And they were in pretty decent condition. In fact, I didn't really have to even clean them up, which is kind of crazy, so I'm super stoked on this pickup. I honestly wouldn't have expected to find a pair of Kobe's in a Lakers colorway at ThriftCon for 20 bucks. Really stoked on that pickup. So after haggling with as many people as I could at the booths, I decided to go over to the trading floor because I thought I might have a better shot at haggling with people over there. And the first pair of sneakers that I found were this pair of Panda Pigeons, which I was super surprised to find, as well as these Stussies, which again, very surprised to find. Now unfortunately, these shoes are shoes that people know exactly what they have and they price them accordingly.
So how much you want on the cool grays? 350. That's not bad. Okay. And what about the Aimé Leon Dore New Balances? Oh, shoot. Okay. I'll take him for 3. I'll do 3.
So after picking up that pair of New Balance 550 ALDs for like $100 under what they're going for, I decided to go back to the booths and try my luck once again. There was actually a part of the convention that I hadn't been to yet, and I found some more booths that had some pretty decent used sneakers. Now, unfortunately, again, at most of the booths, people knew what they had, and the sneakers were priced at resale prices. Like, if you go on GOAT, you look at the used price of sneakers, that's what these sneakers were going for, although the selection was pretty decent. I did actually find a pair of Dunks kind of hidden under a table at one of the bigger booths, and I thought, wow, this shoe might actually have some serious value. I don't know exactly what Dunk it is, but it's in okay condition, and it's under a table, so it must be priced pretty decently, right? Like, if it's an expensive shoe, I would assume that they have it at the top of the table. So I decided to check out the SKU on eBay and found out that it was reselling for like $280, $300, so I decided to try and grab it.
How much did you guys want for these?
I would have to double check.
Okay.
Let me take a picture of them. One
Okay.
sec. This is 300.
Oh, 300.
On the bottom. There
Oh,
you go.
gotcha. Okay, thank you.
So obviously that didn't work out, and at this point we had kind of exhausted all the different booths that were at ThriftCon, so we decided to dip, although it was a great experience and there was some pretty great pickups. So rounding off the week, I decided to sandwich ThriftCon between two different Plato's Closet trips, and I'm so glad that I did because I found some pretty incredible sneakers today. Now the first place that I always stop, like I said, was a place that has the new sneakers and the box sneakers, and surprisingly, they didn't really have anything new. And the shelves were actually pretty empty, which makes it even more surprising that I found so many good sneakers. The first pair that I found was this pair of Tinker Air Jordan 10s in pretty incredible condition, and they were priced at just $60. It looked like they had only been worn once, and this is actually a pair of sneakers that I found at Plato's before, just in a different part of the store, and I'm wondering if maybe they had put it in the back of the store and then brought it back out later on. Not exactly sure what happened with it, but it was an easy pickup because it was in such great condition. I also found the pair of 11s that we had found last week still sitting there, no surprise because it was falling apart, and then I found a pair of what seemed to be brand new Team Jordans, like legitimately brand new, never had been worn, maybe tried on because the laces were a little bit messy and the size sticker and the left shoe was a little bit dirty, but other than that, I mean, it was in brand new condition. I was really blown away, and they were priced at just $30. So in my opinion, an easy pickup, no questions asked, definitely grabbing it because it should be a relatively easy flip. Next up was a pair of LeBron lows, priced weirdly high at $60 for the condition they were in. Nice looking pair of sneakers, worn a little bit, there was definitely some heel drag, and I just don't see these LeBrons, especially not the low top version of these LeBrons, really moving, so although it was a nice looking pair of sneakers, the price was too high and it just wasn't worth it for me. And then the last pair that we found was this pretty much brand new pair of AF1 SF highs, I think that's what they're called, in this black and Volt colorway. This is a pair of shoes that when it first came out would have resold, I'm pretty sure, but now, you know, a couple years later, the value is pretty much all gone and they're priced at $60, which I feel like is too high for what they are. So rather than ending off this video the way that I usually do, I decided to change up the format just a little bit because we ended up picking up a lot of different pairs of sneakers at the last two places that we went. So I kind of wanted to give you guys a closer look at some of the sneakers that we picked up and also some of the other sneakers that we still have in stock and get some feedback from you guys and really figure out what I'm going to do with some of these shoes, whether I'm going to sell them, whether I'm going to keep them, or whether I'm going to trade them. So I guess to get started, why don't we start things off with the first pair that we picked up from ThriftCon, which is this pair of Kobe 9 Elites in a size 7Y. So I was really surprised to find this pair of sneakers because Kobe's are really hot right now, obviously. Also, it's in the Lakers colorway, which is an even more popular colorway. And the fact that we were able to find it for just $20 was kind of insane. Now, unfortunately, there are a couple small downsides about this sneaker, and the first is that the wear and tear on this shoe, while it's not bad, it's the kind of wear and tear that's very difficult to get off. It definitely looks like it's been balled in, and usually when you play ball in a sneaker, the scuffs that you get are a lot harder to take off than just like dirt scuffs, you know, so it's going to be a little bit harder for me to clean up. I don't think it needs like a lot of cleaning, but if I want to make it look perfect, I might have to spend some time on it. And the other thing that kind of sucks about this shoe is that it's a size 7Y. So a 7Y is a 7 youth, which means it's a pretty small size, and unfortunately, there just isn't a lot of demand for this shoe in that size. On eBay, I think there was only 2 other listings of this shoe, and they were selling for like $40 to $80. So it doesn't look like there's a huge potential for profit, but to be honest, the fact that I found any Kobe's at ThriftCon, let alone a Kobe that I actually really like, means I'm more willing to sit on this sneaker for a while. So I'm gonna list it like probably around $70 or $80. And just sit on it, because if this shoe was in my size, 100% I would have added it to the collection, no question, but unfortunately it's not. This is a shoe that I'm probably going to end up selling. I might try and trade it on Trade Block. If you guys are interested, let me know in the comment section down below if you guys are. Otherwise, I'll just have it listed on eBay. Of course, there's a link to that in the description below, but really nice pickup. I just wish it was my size. Speaking of shoes that are in my size, we've got the ALD New Balance 550s in a size 9, brand new. This is actually a shoe that I just picked up, I don't know, how long ago was it? Maybe like a month ago, a couple months ago, actually from Trade Block. And the fact that they had this at ThriftCon DS was kind of crazy because this is the best colorway of the ALDs in my own personal opinion, the green and sort of aged colorway. I think it's a really clean looking sneaker, and like I said, it's DS. Now this is a shoe that I 100% am going to add to the collection. However, I am open to trades. I am honestly looking for trades that are more in my favor. That's sort of what you have to do when you're doing like a trade up challenge. But also, this is like such a great sneaker. This is a shoe that I really love personally. I have my own personal pair of this shoe. I have like 3 colorways of this particular silhouette. So being able to add this to the collection is pretty cool. And especially the fact that we were able to buy it with money that we made off buying and selling cheaper sneakers makes it even more special. So I'm not mad if I keep this sneaker, but if someone can give me a really great offer on Trade Block, I'll take it. And I know some of you watching this video might be saying $300 is just an insane amount to spend on a pair of New Balances, but to be fair, this is probably the most popular 550 colorway, one of the most popular 550 colorways. It's currently selling on StockX. The highest bid I think is $360, so already $60 more than we paid for it, and I think the lowest ask is like $390 at the time we're recording this video. So this is a shoe that I think will continue to go up in value, and I don't mind sitting on it because I like this shoe so much. So I didn't make an insane profit off of it. Like if I sold it, I'd probably only get like an extra $40, but that's more than we make off most of the sneakers that we sell, and it's a pair of shoes that would be easy to sell because it's brand new. So there's a lot of good things about this sneaker, not only just that I love this shoe, and I think it was a great pickup and at a pretty decent price. Maybe I should have haggled for more, but I don't think he was going to haggle just because he wasn't haggling in the other sneakers. So it is what it is, but love this sneaker, super stoked on this pickup. Actually, speaking of sneakers in the collection that I am willing to trade, this is the only other sneaker in the collection currently. This is the Ben Simmons Blazer Mid, I believe in a size 9 or 9.5. I think it's a size 9. I actually have this listed on Trade Block if you guys would like to trade me for this sneaker. Now this shoe is used, but very, very lightly, and it's another sneaker that I'm happy to sit on. I got it for $50 I think from Plato's Closet, and I'm fine with that. I'll sit on the sneaker forever. So if you guys want to trade for this, you can. Again, looking for offers that are in my favor because honestly, not mad at keeping this shoe. So as far as some of the other pickups from today, we've got the brand new Team Jordans from Plato's Closet. I bought these for $30 and they're completely brand new. Unfortunately, no box, but brand new unworn, which is crazy. On eBay, I think I have these listed for around $100. I'm willing to take offers lower, but I think honestly, because they're brand new, it should be an easy flip. So I'm not going to take offers less than like 70 or 80. It's just not worth it. Oh, actually, I'm forgetting like a really major detail. So this shoe and the next shoe I'm about to show you guys were both on sale 15% off because it was Labor Day and Plato's Closet was having a 15% off everything deal. So I got these for 25 something. I don't remember the exact amount. I know the total that I spent, but I don't remember the exact amount on these. It was 25 and like 43 cents or something like that. But I got these for $5 less than they were listed, which is insane. So honestly, even more of a no-brainer. So the next shoe and the last shoe from today's pickup was another shoe that I picked up from Plato's, got 15% off of, and that was these, the Air Jordan 10 Tinkers, which is a shoe, like I said earlier on in the video, that I'm pretty sure I've seen before at that Plato's. I'm not sure if maybe they put it in the back and saved it for the Labor Day sale. I'm not sure exactly what they were doing with that, but regardless, it's in immaculate condition. There's still the size sticker on the inside of the shoe, worn maybe once or twice, very light creasing, and I think it was priced at $60. So after the 15% discount, it was less than that. I don't remember the exact amount. Really, really insane price for a decent pair of sneakers. Unfortunately, no box. I've had this listed on eBay for I think around 110, and I've gotten like 4 questions of does it come with a box, even though in the description it says it does not. But that seems to be the main sticking point with this shoe. But really great condition, size 11, and for $60 it was a no-brainer. Actually less than $60. Oh, actually, before I forget, I should tell you guys what the sneaker collection fund is at. So currently, after spending $320 at ThriftCon and $76.50 at Plato's Closet because of that awesome 15% discount, the sneaker collection fund now sits at $234.93. Which is definitely lower than I would like, but at the same time, we've got a ton of different product to sell, and I think a lot of it will move pretty quickly, so that's not too bad. Of course, we do also have some other sneakers still in the collection that have not sold. This pair of Puma collabs, which, well, they sold, and then the person didn't pay for them, so now I've just relisted them, which are actually really nice. If they're in my size, I might keep them. I think they're a size 10, though, so I can't rock them. Really nice looking pair of shoes. Again, brand new. Can't get much better than that. I think I spent $40 on them. We've also got the Air Jordan 11 closing ceremonies that I think are a size 6.5Y in pretty decent condition. There is some yellowing on the straps, but the midsole cleaned up really nice. The outsole is definitely yellowed, not much you can do about that, but otherwise in nice condition. I think I grabbed these for 35 bucks last week from Buffalo Exchange. This was the same video where I found the Yeezys at Buffalo Exchange and couldn't grab them. This is the pair that I actually did pick up. I think I have it listed for around 60 or 70, which might be a little bit high, but I'm willing to take offers on them. And then the last pair that we still have in the collection is the John Elliott's, which I finally got around to cleaning the other shoe and listing it. So these are finally up. These are a size 11. I bought these for 20 and I have them listed for like 60, 70 maybe. I love this shoe so much because I love how clear it is in the upper, and it's really great for showing off new Apothecary socks whenever we have drops. So yeah, great sock promotion shoe. And so for a sock business owner, this shoe is like a dream for me, but unfortunately, not my size. So before we dive into this week's sneaker thrifting, let's take a look at some of the sneakers that sold over the weekend. So the first pair that sold was that pair of Pumas, thank God, because we had been sitting on that shoe for like 4 weeks. I don't know if you guys remember, but I actually saw this shoe in Plato's Closet a couple weeks ago, and then you guys let me know in the comment section that it was a shoe worth picking up, so I went back to Plato's Closet the next week. Luckily enough, it was still sitting there, and we grabbed it for $40, which, to be fair, is a lot of money to spend on a pair of sneakers at a thrift store or a thrift style store, but at the end of the day, it was a brand new pair of sneakers, and it was a Puma collaboration, so it definitely had some value. And the biggest problem that I had with this sneaker was that it sold like 3 or 4 times over the last week or two, and people just never paid for it, which is so annoying. I guess it's just something that you deal with when you accept offers from people, because I think a lot of people just put out offers as like shots in the dark, not expecting it to get accepted, and then when you accept it, they have to pay for it, and they realize, I don't want to buy this. So that's definitely a risk that you take when you accept offers on sneakers, or I'm assuming products in general, on eBay. The good news was, though, that this sneaker actually ended up by selling through the buy it now price that I had, which was $97. And the even better news was, because this shoe sold for around $100, it was part of eBay's authenticity guarantee, which means that you ship the shoes directly to eBay, they legit check it and then send it off to the buyer, and they also don't charge you any selling fees, which is crazy. So because the buyer paid shipping, and if you buy shipping through eBay, they actually discount the shipping price, we ended up making an extra like $1.50 over what the selling price was. So we were able to add $98.55 into the sneaker collection fund. Immediately after that, we actually sold a pair of Tinker Air Jordan 10s, which I did not expect to sell that fast, and we ended up selling them for $90. So I bought these shoes during Plato's Closet's Labor Day sale, so they actually gave me a 15% discount, so the shoes ended up only costing me $51. And I think originally I had them listed on eBay for like 100 or 110, and I ended up taking an offer for them, which again is kind of risky, but at the end of the day, they were in such good condition, I know they'd sell eventually. And the offer that I took for them was $90, which I felt like was a pretty fair offer, and surprisingly, even though I sold these shoes for $90, which is $10 less than the $100, which I think is required to get the authenticity guarantee, the shoes still got the authenticity guarantee, and I wasn't charged any fees, which was awesome. So again, the buyer paid for shipping, I ended up buying shipping through eBay, so I got a discount, and I ended up making $94.64. So pretty much that right there brought us back to a sneaker collection fund that I felt comfortable with, and because of that, I felt like I was willing to spend some money. And to take things in kind of a different direction for a second, I have listed a bunch of sneakers from my own personal collection on my eBay account, so if you guys would like to check that out and grab pairs that I've actually worn, which is kind of weird, so I don't know if you want them, you can grab them. And if you guys are interested, I'm considering making a video on why I'm downsizing my collection, and also like my debt-free journey, my financial journey, and I guess saving up for like rental properties and things like that. So if you guys are interested in that, let me know in the comment section down below. It's a completely different style of video and topic than I've ever done on this channel, so I totally understand if you guys don't care, but it's something that I'm really getting into right now. But to get back to the video, I don't know if you guys remember from last week, but I mentioned not only am I selling sneakers from the $20 sneaker collection on my eBay page, I'm also starting to list things on my trade block account. So what I ended up listing last week were the New Balance 550 ALDs, which I don't know if I'm going to trade or sell because I love those sneakers, and I think they're going to be like the first sneaker to be a permanent part of the sneaker collection. And I also listed the Ben Simmons Nike Blazers. Now I'm going to be honest with you guys, I didn't expect any interest on the Ben Simmons Nike Blazers. They're not like that popular of a sneaker. I think I paid $40 for them, which is probably more than I probably should have paid for them, but they were in great condition and I love the shoe. But surprisingly, I actually got an offer for them, and it was a pretty decent offer. So the initial offer was for a pair of Air Jordan 4 Neon 95s in a size 9, worn. I couldn't really tell the condition from the pictures, so that was the one thing that kind of had me question the whole thing. But it was for my Blazers and $25. And I thought to myself, those Neon 95s brand new can sell for like $250, and in good condition can sell for like 180, 190. My blazers, I bought them for 40 or 50, I don't remember exactly what it was, plus the 25, so that's 75, plus the trade block fees, which we'll get into later. And I was like, that's not a bad deal. But when I looked at the trade block fees, it looked like I would have to pay about $40 because it'd be the fees plus the $25. So I did something a little stupid and a little risky and countered the offer with my blazers and $20 instead of my blazers and $25. Now it seems like such a small amount of money, and it totally is, and it's definitely an ego thing, but I wanted the amount of money that I paid, including the trade block fees, to be less than $40. And by paying $20, or what we ended up agreeing on, $20.99, the total amount that I would have to pay for the transaction, which was the $20.99 plus the trade block fee, was less than $40. So at this point, I've sent off my sneakers to trade block. I have not yet received the neons yet because I don't think they've actually made it to trade block yet. So I'm interested to see how these sneakers end up actually looking. Like you guys saw, the pictures were a little bit rough, and I have no idea what they're going to end up looking like or smelling like. So stay tuned. That's going to be in next week's episode. But if it ends up working out, we made a pretty good deal. But that's pretty much all the selling and trading that took place over the weekend. And after all was said and done, starting off the week, we had $389.59 to spend in the sneaker collection fund. And actually, also on kind of a side note, if you guys are interested in tech at all, I actually have a tech channel where I'm going to be unboxing these Ray-Ban Facebook Wayfarers. They've got like little cameras on them. They're a little bit creepy, but the reason I'm telling you guys about these and this unboxing is because I might actually start using these for my thrift store pickups, because I feel like it's a cool, like, hands-free way of filming things. So let me know in the comment section if you guys would be interested to see sort of my take on these. Make sure to check out my tech channel, which will be linked in the description below. And honestly, next week we might actually have some footage from these guys, which is kind of cool. A little creepy, but kind of cool. But with all of that out of the way, let's dive right into this week's pickups. So this week I decided to change things up a little bit, and the first stop of the week was not actually a Plato's Closet. Instead, it was Atmos in Center City. And for a sneaker boutique that sells only new sneakers, they have a really excellent selection, and there's a lot of stuff in stock. As you guys saw earlier, we had some Yeezys, now we're looking at Jordans. Unfortunately, any of the shoes that they have on shelves are not shoes that resell, which of course makes sense because the resellers come in on release day, buy the sneakers that resell, and leave the rest. Which means that you can find a lot of sneakers for your own personal collection, but nothing really to add to the $20 sneaker collection or anything that I could really use as trade bait or flip sneakers. So unfortunately, nothing really that I was able to pick up, but there was a lot of cool stuff in stock. Just down the street from Atmos is one of my new favorite spots, and that's Buffalo Exchange in Center City, Philadelphia. And I've got to say, this store is very similar to Plato's Closet, at least the one that I usually go to. However, it's like double the size, and they have way more sneakers. Not only that, because they're in the center of a city, the area is a lot more densely populated, and there's a lot more options available. For example, we have this pair of Nike basketball sneakers, which were in pretty decent condition, and honestly, if I had seen those at the Plato's Closet where I usually go, I might have even grabbed them, but it's just not something that I felt like was worth it when there were so many better sneakers around me. A shoe that really caught my eye though was this pair of Volt Green or Neon Green Adidas Climacool Ventos. This is a shoe that I've always been interested in because of that boost midsole that's kind of segmented, but it's never a shoe that really seemed to take off with the public. It's just kind of one of the shoes that just sits on Adidas shelves, which in my opinion is unfortunate because I think it's a nice looking sneaker. Even though there wasn't any pairs of standard Air Jordan Retros available, there was this pair of Dub Zeros, which is kind of a mashup of like 4 different sneakers. You can see the 4s, the Concords, the 6s in there. There's a lot of different sneakers mashed into this shoe, and it was in a good size, a size 9. Now this is a shoe that I was considering, but after checking the prices on eBay, unfortunately it was selling for exactly what it was listed for in store. Just above that, there was a pair of Air Jordan 6 rings, which is sort of a mashup of the Air Jordan 13s with the 11s and a pair of 6s in this interesting sort of Space Jam colorway. Not a bad looking sneaker, but I just really don't see much value there. I did find this pair of ISPA Reacts, which actually looked really, really nice, but what was weird about this shoe is that the midsole really seemed to be very, very glossy, more so than usual, and I realized when I turned the shoe over that someone had actually painted the midsole of the sneaker, which actually kind of makes sense. You cover up a lot of the dirt problems that you have and maybe the scuff problems that you have by painting it, but React is a very soft cushion, and when you paint a very soft cushion, it's going to crack and crease very, very quickly. I did find this pair of Adidas Ultra Boost Climacools, which is a pair of Ultra Boosts which I've never owned. Now it looks like it does have a new set of laces. It seems like they switched out the old laces for this pair of like bright green laces, which is fine, I guess. Next you have this pair of Air Max 90s, which came in gray and black. Nice looking sneaker, good size, but the colorway wasn't anything that exciting, and I just don't see a lot of resale value here, so leaving that one for now. And as you can see, after some quick thought, I did decide to grab the Adidas Ultra Boost Climacools. So I do want to give a huge shout out and thank you to one of my viewers, Matthew, who also works at Buffalo Exchange. He's an awesome guy. We had a great time chatting, and also he showed me some of the really great sneakers that they had in stock that were sort of hidden behind other sneakers, because obviously he works there and he knows sort of what's in stock. So he showed me that pair of Air Max 1s. He also showed me this pair of Air Forces, which were in pretty decent condition and priced pretty well. As you guys may have noticed, Air Forces are kind of reselling at the moment, which is pretty insane. Then I found this pair of Air Forces. It's a white, green, and blue pair. I've actually never seen this pair before, and it was in pretty decent condition. And what's interesting is when I checked comparable listings online, it was actually selling for like $120 to $150. Now, to be fair, those prices were for new pairs, but I still think a used pair is not a bad gamble, especially when it's priced so low. Matthew actually showed me this pair of Kith Clark's Wallabies, which is actually a Kith collaboration on a pair of Clark's, and it was in almost brand new condition. It had the metal hang tags, it was in pretty good shape, it was priced pretty well at $50, but unfortunately at that size, I just was a little afraid of it. There was also this pair of mids which he pulled out, which were in pretty decent condition, unfortunately a size 7, which is a little bit harder to sell. The only problem was that they were priced at $80, and that's exactly what they were going for on eBay, so really no room for profit here, but nice looking shoe nonetheless in pretty good condition. So I actually went back to look at the Wallabies again because it was a shoe that I was very interested in. It was a shoe that if it was in my size, I 100% would have grabbed, because I think these retail for like $250, maybe $300. They do have resale, but not a lot, and not in this colorway, unfortunately, even though I think this is a fire colorway. So although I love this shoe personally, it wasn't in my size, and it also wasn't a shoe that I was willing to take the risk on. So we ended up selling those Team Jordans, which we picked up last week for I think $30, which is a crazy price because they were brand new. I think we ended up selling them for $100, which is a lot more than I expected to get for them. And again, because they sold for $100, they were part of eBay's authenticity guarantee, which again meant that we had no fees. So after subtracting the discounted shipping, we ended up making an extra $1.05, and we ended up adding $101.05 to the sneaker collection fund. So at this point, we have $430.62 to spend. So of course, you know me, it can't be a $20 sneaker collection video without going to Plato's Closet, because that's been my favorite place to pick up sneakers so far. And the first pair I looked at was this pair of Jeremy Scott's that we looked at last week. I kind of wanted to see what price they were going for and what the condition was. Unfortunately, they were priced at $90, which is way more than I was willing to pay for them. And for what you could get on eBay, like $150 for a new pair, it just wasn't worth the risk. So after checking out the new shoes, or the shoes with boxes, I decided to go through the regular aisles, and the first pair that I found was this pair of Embiid 1s. It's Under Armour's first Embiid signature sneaker, and it's actually a pretty decent sneaker. I actually have a pair myself, which I did buy in one of the first episodes of the $20 sneaker collection. It's a pretty nice looking shoe. It was priced pretty well, but the size wasn't great, and I can tell you right now there is really no resale value with this shoe. Then in the women's section, I actually found this pair of Nike Presto Reacts, which I've had pretty good luck with in the past, but unfortunately this pair was a little bit smaller than I would have liked, and also a little bit dirtier than I would have liked, so not really trying to deal with that. I don't know how I missed this when I was looking at the Embiids, but I found this pair of Adidas ZX Fluxes, which is a pair that I actually owned back in 2015. It's a throwback sneaker for sure. This is one of the first sort of reflective pairs, or like color-changing pairs, that became really popular. Nice looking pair of shoes, but really no resale value anymore. The next shoe that caught my eye was this pair of Nike Pegasus 36, which almost looked brand new. I mean, it looked like it had barely been worn, if at all. Now, unfortunately, we're on the Pegasus 38, and runners are kind of moving on to the newer sneakers, and because of that, there's not really a huge amount of resale value here, but still a nice find, and if I was a runner looking for a new pair of shoes, I probably would have grabbed it. The last pair of shoes that I found that was kind of interesting in store was this pair of Jordans. Now, I believe this is a player's signature model. I just don't know which player, maybe Chris Paul, not 100% sure. Let me know in the comment section down below. But a nice looking pair of shoes, but just not in great condition, and I just don't think there's any resale value there. So a lot of you guys have been requesting for me to stop by yard sales, which I did some of in the beginning of the series, but I didn't really have much luck. I just happened to be driving past one on Saturday, and I figured, you know what, looks like they've got a bin of sneakers, might as well take a look. And the first shoe that I found was this pair of Vans, which was in a kid's size, but it was in really great condition. Unfortunately, nothing else really caught my eye, but I figured if I can get this pair of Vans for a good price, I'll definitely pick it up.
How much do you guys have in the van?
3.
3? Okay, perfect.
Okay, so I was grocery shopping, and I happened to drive past the yard sale, and you guys know me, I'm in love with yard sales for some reason, so I had to stop by. I didn't really feel right like filming the whole yard sale because it's someone's house, but I did sort of film generally the bin that I was looking at and sort of the transaction of me grabbing these shoes. But I did find a pair of Old Schools for $3, which was not bad because I think I could sell these for like maybe 15, maybe 20 because they're in great condition. Vans don't move that well, I found, but for $3, can't really go wrong for a pair of shoes in this condition. So
a nice sort of surprise yard sale pickup.
So the last stop of the week was Plato's Closet, of course, and it looked like they had actually moved the store around since the last time I was there. In fact, they had really moved things around a lot, and the reason I'm assuming that they did that is because they were having some sort of like fall or winter boot sale. So they had a lot of pairs of Timberlands on sale. In fact, you guys can see right here, there's probably 20 or 30 pairs of Timberlands just up at the front of the store. And what was crazy about these pairs of Tims was that they were all priced really well. You had some pairs going for 25, some pairs going for 40, but none were more than 40, and I was kind of blown away by that because a lot of them looked almost brand new. Now, I'm not good at legit checking Tims, so I don't know if these were legit Tims. I would assume, that's funny. That's not on purpose. I mean, they're all good looking shoes. I would assume that they are real, and for that price, I was willing to take the risk. I was just looking for a pair in my size so I could add it to the collection because honestly, I need a new pair of Tims. I need a new pair of Butters. But before I really dug into the Tims, I decided to go through the high-end sneaker bin that they have at the back of the store, which recently hasn't been there that much. It's only been there like maybe every third visit that I go, and unfortunately there wasn't a huge amount available. There was a couple pairs of Nikes which were alright. They had this pair of Adidas Continental 80s in a pink color, which if you guys have watched the series for a while, you know that I find everywhere. I don't know why Continental 80s are so, I guess, unpopular that I find them everywhere, but you see them everywhere. There was that pair of Vans, which I had actually seen at Ross a couple weeks back. I wonder if someone bought them and then dropped them off at Plato's because they decided they didn't want them. A lot of pairs of designer shoes, some pairs of Pumas, but unfortunately nothing really that seemed to have any value other than what they were selling for in stores. So this time around, no luck in the bins. Now, because they were having that boot sale, it seemed like they had moved a lot of the new sneakers to the shelves, and I was hoping that these Kung Fu Kennys would be a little bit cheaper than what they were going for originally, but for some reason it seemed like they had raised the price to $100, which is kind of unfortunate because they were worn. Next, I found this pair of women's New Balances, which I thought were 990s, and I definitely would have picked up if they were, but unfortunately not a number that I'm really familiar with, and not a pair that I think has any resale value, even though it's a nice looking pair of shoes and it was priced relatively well. So after digging through the Tims section for a while, I did happen to find a pair in my size, or at least a half size down because they do fit a little bit big, and I decided to grab it because it was priced at $25 and had the hang tag and looked almost brand new. There was a tiny bit of creasing and there was like a little dot or stain or something on the toe, but for 25 bucks for a basically brand new pair of Tims, I had to take it. So this is a pair that is probably going to end up in the collection and not for sale, which is kind of crazy. And then to round off the week, we had one last sale, and that was the John Elliott LeBrons that we picked up like 3 or 4 weeks ago from Plato's for just 20 bucks. So these actually ended up selling for $80, which I was pretty impressed by. I didn't think they would sell for that much, but I was really happy with the result. And unfortunately, because these sneakers were not eligible for the Authenticity Guarantee program, we did get fees, but after fees and shipping, we still ended up making a couple bucks because I think the shipping was just super overpriced for some reason. Now, you guys might not realize this, but I don't actually set the shipping price. eBay sets the shipping price when it comes to sneakers, so I'm not the one overpricing things, eBay is. But tangent aside, after shipping and fees, we ended up making $84.64 to add to the sneaker collection fund. So we actually end off this week in a pretty good spot. We have a lot of new sneakers to sell, as well as $487.27 in the sneaker collection fund. And actually, let me give you guys a quick roundup of the pickups from this week and also some of the sneakers that we still have in the sneaker collection. First pickup that we had was this pair of Climacool Ultra Boosts with these, I think, replaced laces. I'm not 100% sure. I actually should check that. As you guys can tell from the tag right there, this pair we bought for $35, and I'm not exactly sure what I can sell these for, but I do know that they need a little bit of a cleaning. Not too much because the boost is actually in really good condition on the side, but maybe a little bit of Rejuvenator, nothing crazy. Not a bad pickup, and I'm hoping to maybe double my money. I don't know if that's crazy, but we'll see. Next up, we have these Air Force Ones. I'm not 100% sure what the name of this pair is in particular, but it is in a pretty large size. I think it's a size 11 or 10.5. Apparently the sizing on this tag is wrong, so I'm not sure exactly. It is 10.5, so okay, the sizing is right. But we got these for 25 bucks, which I felt was a steal, especially since these were reselling on eBay. At least the new pairs were going for like 160. But definitely not a bad pickup, and hopefully we can sell them for maybe more than double of what we bought them for, which I think is not too crazy. Next up, we've got the Vans Skate Highs in this original blue colorway. Now this shoe I think comes in a youth size. I think it's a size 5.5 men's, so maybe a small men's size. But we got these for $3 at the yard sale, which I think is a great price. I wouldn't have bought these if these were 10 or more because, as you guys might have seen in this series earlier, Vans just don't sell that well because they're so cheap already, people don't want to pay resale for a used pair. So this is something that I'm hoping to get like 20 bucks for, which is actually like quadrupling my money, which isn't bad. I wish it was on a larger scale, but it is what it is. And then the last pair that we picked up was this pair of Tims, which is going straight into the collection because I really need a pair of Tims. And I wasn't gonna wear any of the sneakers in the sneaker collection because I wanted to be able to sell them if need be. But when wintertime comes, I'm definitely just gonna rock these. 25 bucks for these in immaculate condition, like barely worn, if worn at all. Really, really happy with these. And I don't know what resale is like on Tim's. Like the last pair of Tim's I bought was just retail. But if these go for a lot, I'm gonna go right back to Plato's next week and grab even more pairs. As far as sneakers that are still in the collection but are listed for sale and have not sold, we've got the Air Jordan 11 closing ceremonies in a youth or a woman's size. Now, I think I might have had these listed a little bit too high. I think I had these listed at like 79, which is a lot for a pair of sneakers that has some yellowing on the sides of it. So I dropped the price on eBay. Hopefully they move now that the price is lower. I'm willing to accept offers on these. I know it's risky, but this is a pair that I'm willing to take the risk on. Nice looking pair of shoes, but it's ending up being harder to sell than I expected. Speaking of shoes that haven't moved yet, we've got the Kobe 9 Elites in the Lakers colorway. I love this shoe. I wish it was in my size and not a kid size because I would definitely add it to the collection. We got this for $20 last week. And I'm honestly willing to sit on it. Now, I did drop the price on eBay because I think I had it listed for like 77, and the comparable listings on this shoe, the two that have sold for like 40. So I dropped it down to like 69, I think, or around 60. But I'm willing to sit on it. If people want to offer, I'm open to it, but I'm not going to be like too quick to sell it. But it's an awesome pair of sneakers, and I still can't believe I found it for 20 bucks. That's crazy. And then the final shoe in the sneaker collection, which is the first shoe to actually stay in the collection and will stay in the collection, are these New Balance 550 ALDs. Brand new. Got them for $300 at ThriftCon. They go for about $360 to $400 on StockX, so really happy with this pickup. I actually have a pair in my own personal collection, which I wear all the time. Definitely a good pickup, and that's the reason that the sneaker collection fund is a little bit lower, because we have a crazy expensive pair of sneakers and a bunch of sneakers in the collection. Otherwise, we'd probably be up around $1,100, $1,200 bucks. So, it is what it is. At the end of last episode, we had $487.27 in the fund. Not only that, we also ended up selling the pair of AF1s over the weekend, which is a pair that we picked up last week for, I believe, $25. Now, at the end of every one of these episodes, I make sure to ask you guys if there's anything that you guys think that I could do better in this series. And one comment in particular I thought was really great, and it's something that I want to incorporate into the series. And that comment was essentially, why aren't we showing the net profit of every sneaker that we sell in that sort of breakdown of the sneaker sales? Because the way that we do it now is I just show you the total gross profit going back into the sneaker fund, not the net profit, not the total amount that we made off each sneaker. So I feel like that's a good addition, and it's something that we should add because it'll let us know whether that sneaker was actually worth picking up. So like I said, the sneaker that we ended up selling was that pair of AF1s that we picked up from Buffalo Exchange last week for $25. And I think I ended up taking an offer on these shoes, and I think the offer was for $40. And so after fees and shipping, the amount that we were able to add back into the sneaker collection fund was $35.71, meaning that we made a net profit of $10.71, which honestly is not a bad investment. You make $10 or 50% extra on top of what you invested into that product. The only problem is though, while that is a pretty good investment and while you make some good money on your money very quickly, we did spend a lot of time getting these shoes, listing these shoes, and selling these shoes, and for only a $10 profit, I feel like I really need to start going bigger. Like I need to start buying bigger lots of sneakers and more expensive sneakers. And if you guys have any suggestions of how to do that, whether you know anyone that sells mystery boxes or whether you know someone who has like a big collection that they're trying to sell, make sure to let me know in the comment section down below because I feel like that's really the next step up. But after all of that, the amount that we have in the sneaker collection fund to start off the week is $522.98. But before we dive into the thrifting and the thrift store finds, why don't we open up this package that we got from Trade Block, which we traded for with my pair of Nike Blazer Ben Simmons mids, I believe that they were, in great condition. And the only reason I got rid of them was because I felt like this was a really great trade deal. This show has really become kind of a variety hour. Like you're getting unboxings, you're getting sneaker reviews, sort of. You're getting sneaker cleaning tutorials, you're getting sneaker shopping videos. It's everything. This is like everything my channel has ever been in one video series once a week. Inside the box, we've got a Jordan box. So I don't know if you guys remember what we traded for last week, but it is a pair of Jordans. And I didn't know how they looked because the pictures that were on the Trade Block app were not great. Shout out to the person who traded with me. I felt like I got the better end of the deal for sure. Appreciate you for trading with me. The only thing is that it is kind of a risk because I don't know what these sneakers are going to look like because the pictures just weren't great. But as you guys can see on the front of the box, it is a size 9, my true size, Air Jordan 4 Retro SE. The top of the box is a little bit dirty, but nothing too crazy. Okay, so the first thing inside the box is the Trade Block thing. This is not sponsored by Trade Block. I'm just literally using them for this trade because I thought it was a good deal. But here are the sneakers, the Air Jordan 4 Neons. These are authenticated by Trade Block too, so I know they're legit. These are the Air Jordan 4s that are based off of the Air Max 95 Neons. Now these shoes are definitely dirty, primarily on the outsole. The upper doesn't look bad. There is a little bit of scuffing on the suede because obviously the midsole is suede on this shoe, or nubuck, and that scuffs pretty easily. But the upper of the shoe is actually in pretty great condition. I'm not going to smell the shoe, but it doesn't have like a bad smell to it. So it's in pretty decent condition. Honestly, better condition than I thought. And these shoes do resell for like 180, maybe 200 in really great condition. Let me know in the comment section down below, but should I keep this shoe in the collection or should I sell it and try and make some money off of it? I mean, I got the Nike Blazers for I think 40 or 50 bucks. And so trading that for a sneaker that I just have to put some TLC into and then I could sell them for 180 is a pretty decent trade, honestly. So what I'm gonna do now is actually clean these up with some Reshoevn8r so that we can make them as clean and as fresh as they possibly can be, and then I'll decide whether I'm keeping them or selling them. So to start the week off strong, I went to one of my new favorite places, which is Buffalo Exchange in Center City, Philadelphia, because they always have an incredible selection and always have stuff that I would never expect to find. So starting off the week strong, no pun intended, the first shoe that we found was this pair of Jumpman Pro Strongs, which is a sneaker that came out, I believe, last in maybe 2010 or 2014. It was priced at 45 bucks, which is a little bit more than I was willing to pay for this shoe because I just don't think it resells for that much, but it's a nice looking pair of sneakers, and hey, if it was cheaper, maybe I would have grabbed it. Next up, I found one of my favorite Adidas sneakers of all time, and that's the Adidas Top 10. What's funny is that actually my favorite pair of Top 10s I bought at Buffalo Exchange, actually at this exact Buffalo Exchange in 2010 when I was in college, and I wore that shoe to the ground. So finding another pair in my size, a size 9.5, I was stoked, and it was priced pretty well at 35 bucks. However, I'm not sure if I'm going to keep it or if I'm going to sell it, so I'm going to put it back for now and just think on it. The next pair that I found was this pair of Adidas snakeskins. At first I thought it was a pair of Air Max snakeskins, but I have no idea what these are. They're interesting, they're out there. I really should have looked up the resale price on eBay. Let me know in the comment section down below if I made a mistake, but it was a shoe that I'd never seen before and I'd never even really heard of, so because of that, I just wasn't really willing to take the risk because I remember it being priced pretty high for what it was. After that, I decided to hit up their high-end wall, which usually has a lot of really great sneakers, and the first pair that I found was this pair of NMD R2s. I don't remember exactly what these are called, but I think that they're R2s. They're like the second generation NMD R1. This pink colorway I don't think ever really went for that much, but even though 2 years ago I think it could have flipped for a lot, right now NMDs just don't have the resale value, so I decided to leave it. Next I found this pair of Air Force Ones. It was like this blue corduroy pair with this green snakeskin. I remember seeing these online, but I just don't think that they're moving that well, and as you guys saw earlier on in the video, we sold those Air Force Ones for not as much as I would have liked, so I decided to leave it. Next I found a pair of Pumas, which Puma actually sent me a while back. It's the Static RSXs, I believe. It's in really great condition. It was barely worn and it was priced pretty well, but I just don't think there's any resale on RSXs. That's why I've left every pair that I found so far. Next, I found a pair that I just never expected to find, and that was this glitch camo pair of NMD R1s. I think this released near the end of when glitch camos were popular. I don't know what's going on with the camera right now. I think I'm maybe like checking the price or something, but it's getting a little crazy. It was a size 11.5, priced at $35, but after checking sold listings on eBay, even though this is a great colorway, they're just really not moving for more than like 40 or 50, so it's just not worth it for me. But I still love the shoe. I really wish it was in my size because I honestly probably would have grabbed it because I'm so nostalgic for these glitch camo NMDs. Next, I found a pair of Westbrook 0.1s in the 3M or reflective colorway. I think it was like a camo 3M or something like that. It's not a solid 3M look, and you can sort of see throughout the upper there's these weird sort of patterns going on. Nice looking pair of shoes, but unfortunately there's no resale on some of the older 0. whatever, so for that reason, decided to leave this pair, although it was in good condition. Next, I went over to the women's section and I found this pair of Air Max 270 Reacts in the original colorway, the Bauhaus colorway, I think. I really love this colorway, but there's just something about how the shoe feels on foot. The air unit's stiffer than the React, and it's weird having a stiff heel and a soft forefoot. I don't know, I just don't like the way the shoe feels on foot, and it's just not really reselling for anything. I also found a pair of Blazers in this really nice clean white and black colorway. It was a size 7.5, so a little bit small and a little bit harder to sell. It was in good condition though, at least so I thought. The left shoe was, in particular. But then if you look up the right shoe, the suede on the toe was just screwed up. There's just not much that can be done. But then I found it, a pair of Yeezy Quantum sitting on the top shelf.
They're $275.
$275? Okay. Thank you so much. Do you know what size? Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Now, unfortunately, this pair of Yeezy Quantum in Flames, I believe they were called, were worn, even though they looked brand new on the top of the shelf. Not only that, they were priced at an insane $275, which is more than they're reselling for. I think you can walk down the street to Ubic, or I guess it's now Atmos, and find a pair on sale. So there's no way I was grabbing this shoe, but it was kind of cool to find at a Plato's Closet. If they had had it for maybe $100, $150, I would have grabbed it, but no way for $275.
So before I left, I did decide to pick up the Adidas Top 10s, and honestly, I think I'm actually going to add these to the sneaker collection. Next, we ended up selling the pair of Air Jordan 11 closing ceremonies that we picked up from Buffalo Exchange a couple weeks back for $35. So this pair we ended up selling for $59, and after fees and shipping, we were able to make a gross profit of $51.69. So subtract the original $35, and we get a net profit of $16.69, which I've got to say isn't bad, but it also isn't great. So I think moving forward, like I said before, we're definitely going to start pushing for larger deals. So the next pickup was definitely a surprise, and that's because I picked up a pair of sneakers on the Sneakers app, which is kind of like, what? That's crazy. So there were two pairs of shoes dropping. There were the Chocolate Milk Nike Dunk Mids, as well as the Air Jordan 11 IEs. I entered for both, and as you could have guessed, I only got the IEs, which is not bad, but also not amazing. The one thing that is kind of amazing though is how much I got the IEs for. So as I've said in the past, whenever I buy sneakers off the Sneakers app, as long as I don't pay for extra shipping, shipping is free. And also because I live near Philly, I don't have to pay sales tax on essentials, meaning clothing or anything that you need to live on, clothing, food. As long as it's not like designer goods, I don't have to pay any extra tax on it, which means that I only have to pay the MSRP on sneakers from the Sneakers app. So in this case, I paid $175 even. Now obviously I don't have these sneakers in yet because I didn't pay for expedited shipping, so we'll have to wait until next week to actually unbox these sneakers. So make sure to stay tuned, hit that subscribe button if you haven't yet, and also let me know in the comment section down below whether I should keep these sneakers in the collection or whether I should sell them, flip them, or trade them, or whatever. So after that come up on the Sneakers app, I decided to hit up Plato's Closet and see if my luck would carry over. So obviously Plato's Closet is one of my favorite places to go to buy sneakers. They always have a really decent selection, at least at this particular Plato's Closet, and today was really no different. They still had those Revenge Storms that had been sitting for a while at this point. I think it's because they are selling for $100, which is way more than they're worth. I think on eBay these go for like 80 to 90. Just really not worth the pickup, especially because it's not in my size. They also still had a bunch of Tims left over from last week's Tims sale. I did pick up a pair of Tims, which I'm definitely going to keep in the sneaker collection. The next pair that I found was this pair of Hardens. Now this is actually one of the lowest reviewed Hardens I've ever seen. I think this pair came out earlier this year, and every video that I watched on these pair of shoes just bashes the sneaker. I mean, in my opinion, I think it's an interesting looking sneaker, but apparently performance-wise, it's not a good shoe, and because of that, just decided to leave it. I did find this pair of Nike Kyrie 2s, which is my favorite pair of Kyries to date. I love the sneaker. The only problem was that this shoe had insane forefoot drag and heel drag. Even though the upper of the shoe was in good condition and the shoe was priced pretty well, the sneaker was at the end of its life. I mean, the outsole of the shoe was worn down. Like, there's no way you could get any grip in this sneaker because it's missing half of the tread. So unfortunately, had to pass. So I don't know if you all remember last week that I found this pair of Jordans and I didn't know what they were. Well, it's because I'm stupid. So this is a Mellow, and you could read it right there on the tongue. I should have read it. But yeah, thanks for letting me know in the comment section down below. Even though I now know what this shoe is, it's still not worth it, and it's still not a sneaker that I'm going to pick up. But at least I know what sneaker it is now. It's a Mellow. Next up, I found this pair of Puma Diamond Collab sneakers. Now, I think this is a skate shoe. I'm not sure the exact model. I looked up the SKU and I could find sneakers that were similar or collaborations that were similar between Diamond and Puma, but I couldn't find this exact sneaker. Regardless, the comparable listings on eBay weren't that great, so I decided to leave this shoe because I just didn't think it was worth it. Okay, so just stopped by Plato's Closet, the one that I usually go to. Obviously, I didn't pick anything up. There was really nothing in there that was that exciting or really worth anything. That's kind of just how it goes sometimes. Like, maybe 3 out of every 10 times that I go, I don't buy anything, which is still a pretty high percentage of buying stuff, but this time there wasn't really anything. It also could be that I went at like the end of the day and everything's probably gone. There was a bunch of people in there, so I don't know. I guess it's my fault that I didn't go like right when the store opened, but it is what it is. I jumped over to next door, which is Goodwill, one of my favorite places to go for really anything thrift. Now, unfortunately, Goodwill doesn't always have the best sneaker collection. However, today was one of the better days. The first pair that I found was this pair of Adidas Superstars in this sort of cream and white colorway. Now, I actually had a lot of trouble finding this one on eBay. I could only find standard pairs of Superstars, even though I searched the specific SKU. I do have to say, though, this shoe was in excellent condition, the colorway was really nice, and it was priced really well. Again, though, the only problem is that all the SKUs that I could find were for standard pairs of Adidas Superstars, and because of that, the pricing wasn't that crazy on eBay, and I really wouldn't make that much, so I decided to leave it. Then I found this pair of Nike basketball sneakers that kind of look like Hyperdunks. I'm not sure if they're Hyperdunks, let me know in the comment section down below, but they were in pretty decent condition. I really like the green and neon green colorway, definitely a clean look, But shoes like this just don't really seem to have that much value, and even though they're harder to find at places like Goodwill, it's not something that I felt like I would need to pick up, at least not at this stage in the series. Maybe at the beginning, but not right now. So it was a shoe that I decided to leave. So on the other side of the aisle, I found this pair of Adidas Crazy Explosives, or what I think are Crazy Explosives, I'm not sure. But it's a basketball sneaker from Adidas, again, priced pretty well, but because it's not a signature shoe, it doesn't seem to have that much value because it's definitely an older model. So no need to pick up this one. So the last pair that I found at Goodwill was this pair of Nike Air Max Wavies, which is a pair of sneakers that I've never found at a thrift store or otherwise before. I have seen this shoe, I guess, on people's feet. It's probably where I saw it, but unfortunately this shoe was in relatively rough condition. As you guys saw, there was some wear on the inside of the left shoe, which is kind of a bummer. The tread was in okay condition, and they were priced pretty well at $13.49, but with that damage on the left shoe, they weren't going to go for much. On eBay, they were selling for like $40 without damage, brand new, so it wasn't worth it. And then the final pair of shoes that we ended up selling this week was the pair of Ultra Boosts that we picked up last week for $35 at Buffalo Exchange. So for this pair of Ultra Boost Climbers, I took an offer of $60 and we ended up making a gross profit of $52.20 after shipping and fees. Subtract the original purchase price of $35 and we get a net profit of $17.20. So that's almost a 50% profit on our initial investment, and I guess if we're just going off purely percentages, the best deal that we made this entire video, or at least of shoes that we had sold, was that pair of Air Force Ones, which we made just over a 50% profit on. But I mean, realistically, we made more money with this deal, so I would probably do this deal again versus that Air Force One. So I don't know what it is, I'm just a yard sale fanatic. I love yard sales. I buy tons of things at yard sales, whether it's video games, sneakers, or whatever. And this weekend, there was a huge yard sale in New Jersey. It was like probably 30 or 40 yard sales throughout this entire neighborhood. I probably stopped by 25 to 30 of them, and some places did have shoes. Now, the sneaker selection was not that great. There was this pair of, I believe, basketball sneakers, but she had them priced at 20 bucks. There was no way I was paying 20 bucks for these, especially because I think I could probably get $20 for these on eBay. There was a pretty sick Nerf collection though. Unfortunately, decided to leave it, even though it was fire. I also checked out some kids shoes. There was a couple yard sales with a lot of pairs of kids shoes and bags. Unfortunately, they were all kind of meh kids shoes and they didn't really have any value, so I decided to leave them. For some reason this weekend, there just wasn't a lot of sneakers at any of the yard sales. There was this one yard sale with a lot of pairs, but they were all kind of meh pairs, which is kind of the theme for this weekend's yard sailing. There was a pair of Heelys, but it was a very small size. But that was pretty much it. I mean, you had some random Skechers, some Crocs, but really nothing with value. But then we had what, in my opinion, was the come-up of the week. And that's that I entered for the Adidas Yeezy Foam Runners in the ochre colorway, and somehow I won them, which is crazy. I got them in my size. I got them for retail, $80. I've entered for every pair of foam runners. I've missed out on every single pair. I've had multiple pairs, but I've paid resale for every single one. I've never gotten a pair for the retail price of $80. And I'm so excited to add these sneakers to the sneaker collection. Again, because I live in Philadelphia or around Philadelphia, I don't have to pay sales tax on essentials like clothing. So I got these for exactly $80 because Adidas also had free shipping. Super excited to see these. Stay tuned till next week to actually see them in hand when I actually unbox them. And then the final stop that I made this week was to Burlington because someone let me know on Instagram that there was pairs of Hot One Shacknosis sitting at Burlington, so I had to stop by. So as soon as I walked in, I noticed that there was a lot of sneakers in stock, way more than usual. It looked like they had just restocked the entire store. Now looking through the shelves, the first thing that I found were a bunch of pairs of Pony Feezies, that's what I like to call them. Fake Yeezys made by Pony that look a lot like Yeezys but are not. It's super weird to see these in store. They're like really badly made and they sell for 20 bucks. I've never seen someone wear these in person, and every pair that I've seen at Burlington is still at Burlington for months, so I just don't see anyone buying these, but apparently there's a ton of them and they come in a bunch of different colors. But they suck. Just my own personal opinion. You guys have been letting me know in the comment section that I need to start looking at cleats, and there was a pair of green Nike cleats here. I guess they're football cleats maybe. I'd never seen this pair of cleats before. There was no price on them, but I did decide to check the prices on eBay. Unfortunately, they were selling for about $35 to $40 on eBay, which I can almost guarantee is less than what they're selling for here. So not worth the pickup, but I will keep my eyes out in the future for more cleats. Then I was really surprised to find a pair of Reebok Iversons. Now this pair is a collaboration that I had not heard of. I had to look it up. It's actually the Minions collaboration, or the Despicable Me collaboration. It was priced pretty high at 59 bucks, and that's basically what they were going for on eBay, but I was really happy to find a pair of brand new Iversons at Burlington, which makes a lot of sense because you're near Philly. Nice looking pair of sneakers. The metallic silver was cool. The weird green piping was definitely interesting, but no resale value, so even though I liked it, it wasn't my size and wasn't worth the flip, so I had to leave it. So before we finish things off, I want to show you guys the sneakers that we picked up throughout the week. And the first pair, obviously, is this pair of Adidas Top 10s that we picked up at Buffalo Exchange. So this is a size 9.5 that we grabbed for $35. On eBay, I saw these going for around $50 to $60. The reason I picked this up was because, honestly, I just really love this shoe. Adidas Top 10s are some of my favorite sneakers that Adidas has ever made. And because it's a size 9.5 and because it's in such incredible condition, I mean, honestly, this shoe is barely worn. I had to grab it. And realistically, I think I am going to add this to the sneaker collection, at least for now. I might also throw this up on Trade Block if you guys want to trade for this shoe, but this is something that I'd be happy to hold on to. But I would still love to know your thoughts on this sneaker in the comment section down below and whether you think I should keep this shoe or flip it. Next up, we've got the Air Jordan 4s that we traded for last week and just got in today. This is a great pair of sneakers. I still don't know what to do with it. I still don't know if I should keep it or sell it. It's in my size, a size 9. It would be a good addition to the sneaker collection, but at the same time, we could make a good amount of money on this because I really only spent $50 for this shoe. Actually, that's not true. With fees and stuff, I forgot about the fees. With fees and stuff, I think I spent about $80 on this shoe. More than I thought, but still, maybe $100 profit if we decide to sell these, so that's not bad. Maybe at the beginning of the next video, I'll do like a full sneaker collection just to show you guys what shoes we have that I'm considering keeping. Then you guys can help me decide. We'll figure it out somehow, some way. And then the final two pairs of sneakers that we ended up picking up, we don't have in hand yet. Of course, that's because we ordered them online. The first pair was a pair that we grabbed off the SNKRS app. That was the Air Jordan 11 IEs that we grabbed for $175 even. And then the other pair, which I'm super excited about, which I'm definitely keeping, are the Adidas Yeezy Foam Runners in the Ochre colorway, which is an awesome pair of sneakers. I cannot wait to have them. And we grabbed them for, I believe, $80. Again, no shipping and no taxes because Philly is awesome. At the end of last week's episode, we finished things off with $336.87. And I realized right when I posted that episode, I never actually said that amount in the video, or if I did, I didn't like make a big deal out of it. So if you guys were wondering where we were at last week, that's what we have, $336.87, which is actually not a bad amount of money, but it's also not as much as I would like to have. The good news is though, the sneakers that we bought last week on the Adidas Confirmed app and the SNKRS app finally came in. So why don't we unbox these guys and find out whether we're keeping them or whether we're selling them. So let's start things off with a sneaker that I guess I'm less excited about. It's not a bad sneaker, but it's also not a sneaker that like I'm really hyped on, and this is the one that I may end up selling. But as you guys can tell, it comes with the Just Do It tape, so it is a Nike sneakers release. You guys may remember what released last week, you may not, but you will in a second. So inside the first box, we've got a Nike box right there. It's an old school Nike box, an old school Jordan box. And then inside the box, we have got a pair of Air Jordan 11 Low IEs. This is the OG pair, I believe. It's a pair that I never really wanted personally, but hey, you know what? I'm glad we hit on the SNKRS app. I know this Jordan 11 has a lot of history. I know Michael played in this shoe. I know all about it, but at the end of the day, it's still not a sneaker that I like the look of. And no matter what the history is on this shoe, it's not something I could see myself rocking on a regular basis. So because of that, I'm probably not going to keep this sneaker. There's definitely nothing wrong with liking this sneaker whatsoever. It's just I personally don't like it, and because of that, I am probably going to flip these. So I don't think the resale on these is too good. So I'm not sure if I'm going to try and flip these on StockX or if I'm going to try and sell them on eBay. I think StockX would be faster because I could do the instant payout, which would be great because then I could add that right back into the sneaker collection fund, or I could try and sell them on eBay to one of you guys. I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do with these just yet, but I will let you all know as soon as I do it. But the next pair that we got in is this pair from the Adidas Confirmed app. Some of you guys might know what this is, some of you might not, but this is a pair of sneakers that I've really been looking forward to. So this is a pair of Yeezy Foam Runners in the Ochre colorway. Man, so I grabbed these in a size 8 because it said to go down a size. In my standard pair of foam runners, my first pair of the Ararat colorway, I grabbed a size 9 because I am a size 9, and that seemed to fit me fine. But in this one it said to go down a size, so I did. Hopefully that ends up working out because I'm a little concerned that it may be a little bit too small, but let me try them on really quick with my new Apothecary socks, which by the way come in 4 different colors and feature the new ISO weave, which actually, check this out, you can see it better on my sock model right here, but it looks sick and it feels great. So let me throw these on really quick, see how they feel. So they do actually fit better as a size 8. I mean, it fits almost perfectly, it's crazy. I wouldn't have guessed that. Well, regardless of how you feel about the Yeezy Foam Runners, it's one of my favorite shoes of 2020, and I am going to add this to the $20 sneaker collection and hold on to it because it is a brand new sneaker, it's in my size, and I do want it. So this is the next addition to the collection. I'm stoked on this. Well, okay, now that we've got all the new sneakers unboxed from last week, let's dive into some thrifting. So I decided to start the week off going to some outlets in South Jersey, and of course, the first outlet I have to stop by is the Nike outlet. And the first place that I go in the Nike outlet is the back wall or the hash wall, because that's usually where people's returns end up. And I did find some pretty interesting stuff. I found this pair of Flight Posits, which is one of my favorite pairs growing up. I don't know why I like them so much. I guess it's because their foam upper kind of looked like Iron Man shoes, and that's what I always thought of them as, like Iron Man shoes, especially in like the red or kind of goldish colorway. There was just something cool and modern about this sneaker. Like, I love the fact that it kind of looks like a car with a covered up back wheel. I always thought that was kind of interesting. Honestly, I feel like it didn't age as well as I would have hoped, but it's still a nice looking pair of sneakers, and if I ever find a pair in my size at the outlet, I probably will pick it up. Purely for nostalgic purposes though, not so much because I think it's a good looking shoe. There were a lot of pair of red Kyries in this red and white colorway. I'm not familiar with what this colorway was, but apparently there was just a bunch of pairs of them available. And also this pair of LeBrons in this sort of light blue and white colorway. Not really something I wanted. The one pair of shoes I was somewhat interested in was this pair of Air Max 95s in this like recycled denim colorway. Definitely an interesting look, but I checked online and there wasn't really too much resale, so decided to leave that pair for now. Of course, every time I come to the outlet, they always have this pair of KDs. It's in the same size. It's been sitting for months at this point. No one seems to want to grab it. I don't really blame them. And then the last pair that I found was this pair of Nike Adapt BB 2.0s in this blue colorway. It was actually a really nice looking pair of sneakers, and I do like the Nike Adapt BB. Now the price wasn't bad at $219, however there's absolutely no resale on this sneaker whatsoever. But if you are looking to grab a pair of Adapt BBs, this is a good price point to grab it at. Next, I decided to stop by the Adidas outlet, which is just down the walkway from the Nike outlet. I didn't have as much luck here as I did at the Nike outlet, which to be fair, I haven't really had much luck there either. But there were a few sneakers on their hash wall, like this pair of Miami Boost sneakers, which was not a bad looking pair of sneakers. Not sure exactly what the model is. They had some Next Levels, and they also had this pair of, I'm assuming, Time In Adidas ZX 2000s or ZX 2K 2000s or whatever they call it, I don't remember. And then the last spot that I stopped by at the outlet was the Reebok store, which I'd actually never stopped by at this outlet center yet. There unfortunately wasn't really too much at this store, however there were two different pairs of Iverson Question Mids, which I actually really like both of them, but they were both priced at either full retail or close to retail, so not really something that I was too interested in grabbing. It was 40% off. I guess 40% off 140 is not bad. I should have probably thought about that more before I left the store, but regardless, decided to leave it. Maybe it was a mistake, I don't know. And then on the way home, I figured why not stop by the other Plato's Closet, which I actually don't go to that often. So looking at this selection, there wasn't really too many pairs available, unfortunately, today. There was this pair of Adidas Flux something. This is a pair that was huge back in like 2015. I totally forgot what the name of this sneaker was, but it's a shoe that I wanted a lot when it first came out, and then never grabbed a pair, unfortunately. There was this pair of Jordans. Not sure exactly what these are. I would assume that they are lifestyle sneakers because the midsole of the shoe is so thin and the upper is so flimsy. I don't really think you could play ball in these, but I don't think they have any resale either, so decided to leave them. Then I found a pair of NMDs, and originally I thought that NMDs moved quickly, and in the past they have moved relatively quickly, but throughout this series I've found out that they're not really moving at all anymore, and I guess it's just because the interest isn't there. They're very widely available. They're not hard to find. Even though the shoe was incredibly hyped up back in 2017, 2018, it's just not what it used to be, and because of that, had to leave it. Then I found a pair of LeBron 17s in this all red colorway. I believe it's a youth size. I think it's around a size 7. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not 100% sure, but it's not too worn. There is some scuffing on the outsole, and there's a little bit of knit wear, but not anything crazy, and priced at $30. Not a bad pickup, and I feel like I could probably move it for like 50 to 60, so not a huge flip, but it's something. Okay, so after a day of going to the Nike outlets and the Adidas outlets and even the Reebok outlet, we did end up going to Plato's Closet, and I did end up picking up one pair of sneakers. I know this bag is like so crinkly. I should have pulled these shoes out first. There we go. Okay, so we picked up a pair of LeBrons in a size 7. It is, I believe, it was a $30 shoe. I had the option to use my discount code on it, or my discounted, like, I've saved up a bunch of points so I could use points on it. But honestly, I felt like I want to save those for something even bigger. So this is something that I felt like could be a relatively easy flip. The comps on eBay were like 60 to 70. Got these for 30, so there is some potential profit there. So we'll see what happens, but I guess on to the next one. Next up, I stopped by Urban Exchange, which is a thrift store around Fishtown, Philadelphia. And it kind of seems like this thrift store is similar to places like Buffalo Exchange and Plato's Closet, where they actually buy product from people, and so they sort of curate what they have in store. And I'm gonna be honest, the selection wasn't incredible. There was a pair of Air Maxes, which looked pretty nice. There was a pair of Air Max 97s with some cheetah print. They were priced a little bit high at $65, however they were in my size, so it was something that I did consider. Moving towards the back of the store, sort of hidden away in a corner behind all the jackets and t-shirts and things like that, you did have a couple more pairs of sneakers. You had this pair of Pumas, which I believe was some sort of collaboration. I'm not 100% sure. You had this pair of Nike woven sneakers that came in this sort of like pink and black colorway, not a bad looking shoe. And then you also had this pair of bright neon orange Vans and then a pair of Air Max 1s in white and blue. Now I think this is some sort of like Olympic colorway, I'm not 100% sure. So unfortunately this thrift store was a bust. However, I do have to say that their jacket selection was pretty decent. Just down the street from Urban Exchange is one of my favorite thrift stores in the city, and that's Circle Thrift. Usually Circle Thrift has a pretty insane selection, but today unfortunately it looked like they had been pretty picked over. There was a couple pairs of interesting looking Converse style sneakers. I'm not sure exactly what the brand of these shoes were, but they were Sonic themed, which is kind of cool. I probably should have checked on eBay to see if these shoes had any value because I think they were pretty much brand new, but unfortunately I didn't. However, I don't think that they did really have any value, so I'm not too mad that I didn't check. Next up, I found this pair of Nike sneakers, which at first I thought was a pair of Kobe's, but unfortunately it's just a pair of running sneakers in a Kobe style colorway. Decided to leave those. And then inside their glass case, they actually did have two pairs of sneakers that I was somewhat interested in. This pair of black Air Jordan 1s with red laces, which looked okay, but for 50 bucks, I just don't think that they'd really move for any more than that, so decided to leave them. And also this pair of Air Max 720s for 40 bucks. Maybe you could have sold it for like 70, but I don't think you can go for much more than that. I honestly wasn't willing to take the risk, so I decided to leave them. So obviously I just got a haircut, and whenever I get a haircut in Fishtown, Philly, I have to stop by some of the Fishtown thrift stores. And this time around, there was actually some pretty decent stuff. There wasn't really any sneakers that I wanted per se, but there was a Wii and a PlayStation 2 for insane prices. I didn't end up picking them up because they were missing like the nunchuck, and the PS2 apparently didn't turn on, but they were both priced for like $20 each. Let me know in the comment section down below if I should have picked them up. I feel like Retro Rick would have picked them up, but unfortunately this is more of a sneaker challenge, so I couldn't grab them. But the good news is I did just get word from someone over at Buffalo Exchange that they might have some crazy Jordans for pretty decent prices because I just got them in. They're in great condition, and I really want to buy all of them. So what we're gonna do now is rush over to Buffalo Exchange and hopefully grab them before they're gone. So obviously I decided to go to Buffalo Exchange, which was about a 15-minute drive. However, finding parking was the worst. I had to park like a mile away. It was nuts, but I was finally able to make it to the store. And thank goodness that I did, because there was a lot of crazy sneakers in store today. I've got to give a huge shout out to my friend Matthew, who actually works at Buffalo Exchange. He hits me up from time to time to let me know if there's anything crazy in Buffalo Exchange. And this week, let me tell you, there was some absolutely insane sneakers. In fact, this is just my first stop by at Buffalo Exchange for the week. So the first pair that I found was this pair of Embiid 1s in a women's colorway. It was sort of red and blue colorway. Nothing crazy, nothing that exciting. I did find this pair of Ray-Gun Air Force 1s that were pretty much brand new. It was kind of crazy to see these, but unfortunately the Air Force 1s are not the Ray-Guns that really get any sort of resale value. So because of that, especially because they were in women's size, they just weren't worth it. I headed over to the men's section to see if they had anything over there that was worth picking up, and the first pair that I found was this pair of Adidas Top 10s. Now, it was slightly different than the pair that I picked up last week because it featured patent leather and came in this black and gold colorway, but it was a really nice looking colorway, and it was actually in slightly better condition than the pair that I picked up last week. Next, I found this pair of Air Max 97s in this black and red colorway. These were a little bit different because they featured this sort of like silver mesh on the upper, which I had never seen before. I'm not exactly sure what this colorway was called, but after looking up comparable listings on eBay, it just was not worth the pickup, even though if you're looking for a pair of 97s, might have been worth grabbing. Then I found a shoe that I was absolutely stoked on, and that was this pair of Iverson Question Mids in this black and metallic silver colorway. It was in my size, a size 9, priced at $42, and it was brand new. It had never been worn. The bottom was completely clean. The inside of the shoe actually still had the paper in it, and I felt like I had to have it because it was priced really well at 42 bucks. It was brand new, it was in my size, and I'm an Iverson fan, so I had to grab it. Definite pickup. In addition to that, there was also a pair of women's snakeskin 11s in this tan colorway. I don't remember exactly when these dropped, but they did drop relatively recently. The one downside to this shoe though was that they were priced at $85. So I checked prices on eBay, and unfortunately I saw most pairs selling for around $80 to $85. 85 bucks, there was really no meat left on the bones, and I wasn't willing to spend that kind of money on this shoe that I couldn't even wear. Next up behind the counter, there was actually this pair of Adidas Yeezy 380s, pretty much brand new. They had been worn a couple times, size 13, so not the best size in the world, but it was still a pair of Yeezys at the thrift store, which is kind of crazy. Now unfortunately, this yellow and green colorway is not that popular, and they were priced at $225, which is pretty much retail. So honestly, I didn't feel too bad leaving them, even though they were in decent condition. They came with the box, and they looked like they had been barely worn. The pair that really caught my eye though, and the pair that Matthew had told me about, was this pair of Gym Red Air Jordan 9s. This came in a size 8.5, so I could rock it, and I had to grab it. Okay, so we just left Buffalo Exchange. I'm lying, we didn't just leave. It was like a half-mile walk back because there was no parking in Center City today. It was ridiculous, sucked, and there wasn't any bags at Buffalo Exchange, so I carried all these sneakers with no bag.
Man, it was rough. Huge shout out to Matthew at Buffalo Exchange for helping me out with these. So today's pickups are pretty insane and it was definitely worth the trip. The first pair that we grabbed was a size 9 question mid in this really nice black and silver colorway. Basically brand new, at least from what I can tell. Absolutely worth it. And I think this may become part of the sneaker collection because I got it for 42 bucks, which is the best price we've gotten a pair of Iversons for brand new. And then the other pair is this pair of Air Jordan 9, I believe cherries, I think is what they're called, or what are they called? Reds? I don't know what they're called, but University Reds maybe, I'm not sure. But a really awesome pair of sneakers, size 8.5, in great condition. This is a pair that he actually told me that they had in stock, and it's 60 bucks, which was not bad, better than I expected. I thought it was gonna be 65. The only problem is though, is that we spent $102 on today's sneaker spree, and I think that brings us down to around maybe like 200 bucks, which is pretty low. So I'm gonna have to start moving some sneakers. I'm gonna have to be more selective about what sneakers I end up keeping, which is weird because like 3 weeks ago we had the opposite problem. But yeah, really happy with today's pickups and can't wait to keep going.
So if you thought that trip to Buffalo Exchange was crazy, this next trip is insane. Matthew hit me up the next day and told me there was a pair that I had to check out, so I braved the rain and literal flooding to get from where I live back to Center City, and I went to go check out these crazy sneakers which he had told me about. So the first pair was this pair of Air Jordan 3 Lab 5s in a black metallic elephant print colorway. They came in a size 11 and they were in excellent condition. I was blown away by how little they had been worn. The outsoles were not that yellowed, and the inside of the sneaker had barely any lint in it, which I was impressed by. Not only that, they were priced at 60 bucks, and I don't know what they go for, but I know it's more than 60 bucks, so I grabbed them. But then we had the find of the week, and that is this pair of crazy Hyper Royal Air Jordan 1s in a size 13 for $85. I cannot believe that they got these in store, and I'm gonna be honest, when I first saw them, I didn't think that they were real. But they actually do have people legit checking these shoes at this Buffalo Exchange, and I ran them through CheckCheck. Not only that, I knew if I bought them, if I sold them on eBay or traded them on TradeBlock, both of those services have authentication services, so I know that whoever got the sneakers would be getting a legit sneaker. And honestly, for 85 bucks, I was absolutely willing to take the risk, and I was pretty sure that these are legit, and after checking them out, I know that they're legit. This is the first time that I've been almost speechless seeing a pair of sneakers at a thrift store. I cannot believe that there was a pair of Hyper Royals, a shoe that just came out this year, at the thrift store. Granted, they were worn and they didn't have a box, but for 85 bucks, I know for a fact I could sell these for maybe 200, 250, maybe even 300. But my main plan for these, honestly, is to try and trade them and see if I can trade them up to something even crazier, maybe in my size. But I had to grab them. So I know it doesn't seem like we sold anything this week, and up until the end of the week, we didn't really. But the one pair of sneakers that we sold this week was actually that pair of Kobe's that we picked up from ThriftCon like 2 or 3 weeks ago. So the buyer of these Kobe's actually bought these sneakers for full asking price, which was $59 plus shipping on eBay. I had initially bought this pair of Kobe's for just 20 bucks, which even now still surprises me, and after fees and shipping, we were able to add $51.98 back into the sneaker collection fund. So after subtracting the purchase price from that $51.98, we're left with a $31.98 net profit, which is a pretty incredible profit and also not that surprising because it's a pair of Kobe's. So to end off this week, the sneaker collection fund has $111.85 left in it. And hopefully we sell a lot of sneakers over the weekend because I'm trying to buy a lot of shoes next week. So if you would like to grab any of the sneakers that I'm about to show you guys or even trade for any of these sneakers, I've left links to both my eBay store and my TradeBlock account in the description below. But with that being said, let's take a look at the sneaker collection so far. Okay, so here is the current sneaker collection. It's really filled out. I'm really impressed by it. I did not think it would ever get to this point, but yeah, we have a lot of great sneakers here. The first pair is obviously this pair of Tim's. Not sure what I'm gonna do with these yet. I thought for a while I was gonna keep these. Still not 100% sure. You might see them showing up on eBay. We've got this pair of Adidas Top 10s that I picked up last week. I think I am actually gonna try and sell these. We've got the Vans, which we've been sitting on for a while. Still haven't sold yet. Picked those up at a yard sale. We've got these LeBrons picked up this week. We've got these Iverson Question Mids in this black metallic colorway, which I really love. I think I might actually hold on to these because these are just straight fire. And then we've got these Air Jordan 9 Gym Reds, which are listed currently. I'm not sure if they're going to sell, but I wouldn't even be mad at keeping these because I think I can rock these. They're size 8.5, so a little small, but definitely doable. We've, of course, got the 3 Lab 5s, which we picked up earlier this episode. Great condition, listed on both TradeBlock and on eBay. We've got these guys here, the Hyper Royal ones, which is like the craziest pickup. I still can't believe I have these. These are currently only listed on TradeBlock because I'm only willing to trade them. Not trying to sell them just yet. I might actually take them to a sneaker event or something, see if I can do like a trade-up challenge with these. Let me know in the comment section down below if you think that would be cool. We've got the Jordan 11 IEs, which I have listed on, actually I don't have these listed yet, but I will list these by the time the video goes live, so make sure to check out those. We've got these guys that we picked up last week. We traded for these with the Ben Simmons Blazers. Cleaned them all up, they look nice. I have them listed on Trade Block. I may list them on eBay. Really like them, but I think I'm ready to get rid of them. We've got these guys, which I absolutely will be keeping. Picked these up from the Adidas Confirmed app, the Foam Runner size 8 Ochres. Love them. And then, of course, the New Balance 550s, the ALD ones that are worth, I think, about $350, $400. Probably the most solid sneaker in the collection currently. But yeah, this is the entire collection, minus the Timberlands because they're on the floor. Still can't believe this is all from $20. That's just nuts to me, but really happy with the way it's turning out. I think if I had my way, if I could keep some of these sneakers in the collection, it would probably be these, and then if these were my size. Let me know in the comment section what you think of this collection so far. The good news is we did end up selling a lot of sneakers over the weekend, so let me fill you guys in on what those shoes were. So the first pair of shoes that we sold were the Air Jordan 3 Lab 5 Black Metallics that we picked up at Buffalo Exchange last week. Now these shoes were in incredible condition, unfortunately no box, but they were in a good size, and we picked them up at Buffalo Exchange for just 60 bucks, which is crazy. I ended up listing them on eBay, and you guys can check out my eBay store in the description below, and they sold for $115 that night. And of course, because they sold for over $100, eBay didn't charge me any selling fees and the buyer paid for shipping. And for those of you that don't know, if you sell a sneaker for over $100 on eBay, it's actually part of their authenticity guarantee, which means that when you sell a sneaker to someone, rather than shipping that sneaker directly to them, you ship it first to eBay, they authenticate it, and then they reship it off to the person who bought those sneakers. And because this is a new service and eBay is trying to get people to use it, they currently don't charge any fees for that. So because the buyer paid for shipping and the shipping was a little bit less than eBay had initially estimated, we ended up adding $119.64 back into the sneaker collection fund, which when you subtract the initial purchase price of the sneakers leaves us with a net profit of $59.64, which is actually almost doubling our money, which is pretty insane. After that, we ended up selling the pair of Air Jordan 11 IE lows that I won off the sneakers app for just $176, which is $1 more than I paid for them. And again, because it was a sneaker that was over $100, it went through eBay's authentication program, and we ended up being able to add $177.05 back into the sneaker collection fund, which essentially means that when you subtract the price that I paid for them, $175, from the price that we added back into the sneaker collection fund, we only made a net profit of $2.05. That was honestly pretty pathetic and probably not worth the time, but at the end of the day, at least I made my money back and didn't lose anything. And then the final pair that we sold were the Air Jordan 4 Neon 95s that we traded for a couple weeks ago, and we sold them for $140. So after all was said and done and the shoes were shipped off, we were able to add $144.64 back into the sneaker collection fund. Now, if you guys remember, a couple weeks back, we actually traded for this pair of sneakers with the pair of Ben Simmons Blazers. We picked those up at Plato's Closet for, I believe, $50, and I think we paid around $38 in trading fees on Trade Block. Well, I guess trading fees and also giving the person I traded with an extra $20 because my shoe was definitely worth less than their shoe. So after subtracting the $88.84 that we had paid for the Blazers and for the trade, we had a net profit of $55.80. which isn't bad and honestly is more than we could have gotten for the Blazers if we just decided to sell them. So all those sales mean that we can start off the week with a sneaker collection fund of $553.18, which I've got to say is way better than $111. So the first stop of the week was Buffalo Exchange. We've been having some incredible luck at Buffalo Exchange. I don't understand how or why. They always seem to have pairs of Yeezys, which is crazy. And my friend Matthew, who works there, hit me up and told me that there was something crazy in store that I had to come by and see. So I jumped in my car and ran over as quickly as possible. As you can see, their New Balance selection was really great today. They had this pair of 990s, which I really considered, but ultimately decided against. Then I saw behind the counter they had a pair of bright yellow foam posits, which they had priced at $65. Unfortunately, that's about what they're going for on eBay, so a no-go. But then I found this pair of Jordan 1s. It's apparently the Bayou Boy Air Jordan 1 Comforts. I had never seen this sneaker before. I had to check online to make sure it was a real colorway. And this is one of those shoes that apparently had a pretty limited release. It was in surprisingly good condition as well. I think it was also a good size, a size 10. I think the shoe had maybe been worn like once or twice. Maybe. It was also priced at $65, and after checking comps on eBay, I was seeing that this shoe was going for over $100. So for me, this is one of those sneakers that's kind of a no-brainer situation. I love the silhouette, and it will definitely sell. Let me just say that today was one of the craziest days to visit Plato's ever. They also had this pair of mids, which looked pretty much brand new, also priced very well, but unfortunately my funds were running incredibly low, so I couldn't grab everything. After checking resale prices online, there wasn't a lot of resale, so unfortunately had to leave this one. And then things got even crazier because we found a pair of infrared 6s. Now this was the 2019 pair, so it was the newer pair. However, as you guys can tell, it is pretty well worn. The suede wasn't in great condition, the outsole was very yellow. Now it was priced at $65, which is not bad, but for a pair of infrared 6s in this condition, I don't think it could get much more than 70 or 80. After checking prices on GOAT and on eBay, I just don't think it would move that quickly. But it was a great sneaker, and I wish it had just been in slightly better condition because I absolutely would have grabbed it. But then my friend Osman, who came with me, found this pair of clear Air Force One rain boots, which I'd never seen before. Apparently it's some sort of collaboration. Let me know in the comment section down below if you guys remember what this shoe was. But it's a women's release, and it's weird. Gotta be honest, it's a weird shoe. And also, even though the shoe didn't look like it had been worn that much, the upper was pretty badly yellowed because I'm pretty sure it came in like a sort of clear blue color when it first came out, but I'm not sure. So let me know in the comment section down below. Not something I wanted to grab though. Then my friend Matthew pulled out this pair of Puma Thunders, which honestly are probably one of my favorite pairs of Pumas ever released. I love this shoe. It came out, I believe, in 2018, 2017, and is still one of my favorite Pumas to date. I think it's one of those shoes that you can wear with pretty much anything, even though it's a crazy looking sneaker. Absolutely love this shoe, but unfortunately the hype has really died down on these guys, so there wasn't much resale value for them. So what's crazy is that with all the sneakers we had found, we hadn't even checked out the men's section yet. Most of these shoes were behind the counter or in the women's section, and going to the men's section, we found some pretty incredible stuff, like this pair of Stan Smiths in decent condition. I was surprised to find them, and they were a pretty decent size as well. And like I said, the New Balance selection today was on point. They had so many pairs, really great colorways, like this blue and yellow one that I believe released last year or the year before. Really awesome sneaker, but the size was a little bit small, and I just don't think this colorway has much resale anymore, so had to leave it for now. And then also a pair of Blazers. Unfortunately, the size was a little bit smaller. It was a size 7, and they don't really move for me too well, so had to leave this one. But then, in my opinion, the find of the century, and that was a pair of Travis Scott Air Jordan 6s. I'm still in shock that this shoe was actually at Buffalo Exchange and that someone had sold it to the store. Now they must have sold it for a decent amount because Buffalo Exchange had these listed for $250, which is probably more than I've ever paid for any shoe while thrifting or going to Buffalo Exchange or Plato's Closet. But for a sneaker like this, a sneaker which is of this kind of caliber, definitely worth the pickup. Now, because this Buffalo Exchange is in the center of Philadelphia, there's a lot of store owners who own consignment stores who also stop by this store as well as me. So because of that, there is some competition. And apparently some of the other store owners had stopped in, legit checked the sneaker, but decided against it because it was priced relatively high and the resale value for this particular size and this shoe in this condition is not as high as you would think. But for me, who's running like a thrift store sort of trade-up challenge, I had to grab it. It was absolutely a must cop. Now, $250 was a lot, and in this condition, I think on GOAT, like I'm seeing pairs in this size sell for like $350, maybe $400, so it's not moving for that much. But I think if I clean this shoe up a little bit and kind of bring it back to life, I will be able to sell it for a little bit more or maybe trade it for something even better. So this was a definite pickup, man. Like I had to grab it. Now, of course, even though people had legit checked this sneaker and apparently it had passed, I still wanted to check for myself, so I decided to check on the Check app. Now, I do kind of want to pause here for a second because, as you guys know, the Check app has kind of disappeared over the last couple days. And from what I'm hearing, apparently they had been hacked or something like that. So the app, as of right now, is not working. But at the time of me filming this video last week, the app was working, and I decided to run these Travis Scotts through the app just as a second layer of protection for me. Turns out the shoe did pass Check's authentication before the app went down, and I also took it past a consignment store on the way home, and they said it was good too, so I'm pretty confident about this shoe being legit. So yeah, that happened. Still can't believe it. I still can't believe that I'm holding a pair of Travis Scotts that I picked up at the thrift store, and it's a pair that I've never actually owned personally. Unfortunately, it's not my size, but still crazy. Now, as you guys can see, this shoe is in somewhat rough shape, and I'm definitely going to clean these guys up and maybe use some Angelus paint to cover up this little bit of smudging on the midsole, but honestly, for $250, that's not bad. Now, let's be real, the resale price of these isn't that crazy, and we're not gonna make a huge amount of money on these shoes, but my thought with these sneakers is that I might actually try and take them to a sneaker convention and do like a trade-up challenge with these and also those Air Jordan 1s we picked up last week. Now, it is still possible that I'll end up listing these on my eBay store, and if I do, the good news is that they'll get authenticated once again when they sell through eBay. So honestly, I do think these are legit, and I've also talked to a sneaker consignment store owner in the city. He also thinks that these are legit, so I'm not concerned about it. But hey, if I do sell these through eBay, whoever gets these will be getting a guaranteed authentic sneaker. But of course, we didn't also just pick up these, we also picked up this pair of Bayou Boy Air Jordan 1 Comforts. This was also a crazy pickup. I'm still blown away that we found these. I did just list these on eBay, so if you guys want to grab these, again, there's a link to my eBay store in the description below. And again, if you buy these through eBay, these will be authenticated by eBay, so there's no worry if these are actually legit, because if they aren't legit, they'll get sent back to me, they'll tell me they're fake, and then I'll let you guys know in the next video. But I'm pretty sure that these are legit. I haven't run these through check, but based on how they look, and the fact that I've never seen a fake pair of Bayou Boys before, in fact, I've never seen a pair of Bayou Boys before, I would assume that these are legit. And again, if you buy these, they will be guaranteed to be authentic or I'll get them back. So don't worry about that. And actually, I might be posting a full sneaker collection video on my TikTok. So if you guys want to follow me on TikTok, I know I'm 30, but I'm still on TikTok. It is what it is. Make sure to follow me at Real Seth Fowler or click the link in the description below. So after paying $65 for the Bayou Boy Air Jordan 1s and $250 for this Travis Scott 6s, we have $238.18 left in the sneaker collection fund, which again is not a huge amount, but at the same time, now we have Travis Scott 6s and we also have Hyper Royal 1s, so I feel like we're doing pretty good. Oh, we did actually also end up selling some other sneakers as well, which I should probably fill you guys in on. So the first pair that we sold were the Adidas Top 10s that we had picked up at Plato's Closet a couple weeks ago for, I believe, $35. We ended up selling those for $40 on eBay, and of course, because they sold for under $100, we did get hit with fees. So after fees and shipping, we ended up being able to add $34.20 back into the sneaker collection fund, which means we had a net loss of 80 cents. I know, I didn't think that one through when I accepted the offer. That was my bad. I genuinely forgot how much I paid for them. I thought I paid 20, but I paid 35, so we lost a little bit of money, but at least it wasn't too much. Next up, we sold that pair of LeBron 17s in an all red youth size, which I believe that we had bought for 30 bucks. We ended up selling those for $36 and being able to add $31.55 back into the sneaker collection fund. And again, the profit on this wasn't great, but at least we had a profit, and the net profit on this sneaker was $1.55. This time around, I knew what was going on. I knew how much I had spent on them. I just didn't feel like they'd sell for any more, so I took the best offer that I could take. Oh, and before I forget, there was one other change to the sneaker collection, and that's that I ended up buying my own pair of Tims from myself. So I know this sort of seems like breaking the rules, but at the end of the day, I paid $25 for them to myself, which is exactly what I paid for them at Plato's, so it's like it never even happened. Honestly, I need a pair of Tims for winter, and I can't have these sitting in the sneaker collection and me not being able to wear them because they're just sitting there, so decided to buy them from myself. Didn't lose money, but also didn't make money, so I felt like it was a fair trade. So after all of those sales and that one sale to myself, we now have a sneaker collection fund of $328.93. Next up, I decided to stop by Goodwill, and Goodwill is one of those places that I don't always put in the video because it's so hit and miss and I don't usually find anything that great in store. Today I actually did find some things. I found this pair of Nike cleats that kind of looked like Vapor Maxes, and that's what I thought they were at first, and I was really excited, and then when I grabbed them I found out they were cleats. They were also in pretty decent condition too, so I probably should have checked the prices on eBay, but I just didn't think there was any value there, so I just didn't take the time to do it. But then a pair of shoes caught my eye, and that was this pair of white and green And Ones. Now, I don't really know much about And Ones at all, but this shoe was pretty much in brand new condition. Unfortunately, though, it was like a size 15 or 16, so way too big, and those sizes very rarely sell, so because of that, I wasn't even going to check the retail price or the resale price of these sneakers. Plus, they're And Ones. I don't really know much about them, and I don't think they really have that much resale value, but let me know in the comment section down below if I should have grabbed it. But regardless, nice looking shoe, just not worth it for me. But then I saw a pair of shoes that I thought at first was a pair of Team Jordans. Turns out though, it's a pair of rollerblades, or like Heeley style sneakers. I don't know what these are, I've never seen these before in my life, but they're rollerblades that I guess flip back into regular sneakers. Very interesting pair of shoes. Decided to take it for a test run. Honestly, I probably should have grabbed it because that looks kind of fun, but not something that was worth picking up. But then I found a pair of Kyrie's, which from the top actually looked like they were in really good condition, but if you looked at the bottom of the shoe, the entire forefoot of the sneaker had been completely worn off. Like the forefoot had almost worn all the way through, which is unfortunate because the upper of the shoe looked pretty incredible. I'm assuming the shoe had just been used for indoor basketball, or maybe they just kept it really clean, but it looked great from a distance, but not so much up close. And then of course, you know me, I've got to hit up Plato's Closet, and today's Plato's Closet visit was actually pretty great because it looked like they had just restocked the shelves. And the first pair of shoes that I found was this pair of women's Nike Air Spiridons in the metallic silver colorway. And this is one of those sneakers that I don't often see. I think the last time I saw a pair of these actually release was the Stussy collab that released last year. It's not a sneaker that releases that often, but I know it's a relatively popular silhouette, so I decided to check it out online and maybe walk around the store, take a lap while I did it, and come back and grab it if it was still there. Of course, I had to check out the fashion bin, which this time around was kind of hidden behind some clothes. I'm wondering if they're catching on to me checking into it. The first pair that I found was this pair of seemingly fake Nike Air Vapor Maxes, which is kind of weird to see. Then I found this pair of Air Maxes that was pretty well worn, and then I found this pair of black Nike Blazer mids that seemed to be in really great condition, like almost brand new condition. The size was a little bit small. I think they were a size 7 or maybe a size 6, not 100% sure, but again, maybe worn like once or twice. I actually also really like the colorway too, this black and white look with the aged midsole and the sort of darkish gray suede on the toe. Very nice looking sneaker, and something that I would probably wear and probably would have picked up if it was my size, just to rock. It was at this point that I had almost given up on the fashion bin, but I decided to keep digging, and I found what looked like a white Air Jordan 4 toe. Pulled it out, and turns out it was a pair of Pure Money 4s in pretty decent condition. I was actually really surprised to find it. The sock liner was a little bit worn, and the outsole was a little bit dirty, and the mesh was pretty badly stained, but the rest of the shoe was in pretty great shape. The silver details on the shoe weren't worn down, the leather wasn't really scuffed at all, which I was surprised by. It just had seemingly some natural yellowing and aging. I'm not sure exactly which year this shoe was, whether it was the newer one or the older one. I'm assuming it was the newer one that had just been worn a good amount of times, but surprisingly in great shape, and for only 45 bucks, I felt like this is a shoe that I definitely needed to grab. I had to check out the women's section as well, because although I don't find as much in the women's section, you never know what you're gonna find, so you always should check out every section for every size. Back in the men's section now, I found this pair of Jordan Why Not 0.1s, I believe, in this black colorway with this pink sock liner. Pretty nice looking shoe in pretty decent condition, but Westbrook sneakers just aren't really moving at all. Even though the shoe was in great condition and the price was pretty decent, I just don't think it would sell for much more than it was selling for here, so not really worth the pickup and not really worth the time. Going back through the men's section, I did find this pair of Nike Air Max 97s in pretty decent shape. I'm not sure what this colorway was, but it was this really interesting sort of blue, white, and green colorway. It was some sort of world theme or international theme or something, maybe an Olympic shoe, maybe, I don't know, something to do with Earth Day or something like that. I had no idea what the theme was behind this sneaker, but it was in pretty decent shape and it was a pretty decent size, but I just didn't see much resale value for it online, so I decided to leave this pair. Then I found one of the best New Balance running sneakers out, and that's the New Balance Fresh Foam 1080. Now, I'm not sure exactly which version this was. I think this is probably last year's version, but this is a shoe that I've actually had a couple pairs of, and I love the way it feels on foot. It wasn't priced that badly, but it wasn't in the best condition, and for some reason 1080s just don't really resell that well. I'm assuming it's because they're so cheap for retail. Then I came across a pair of black Air Force Ones, which was not worth it. Leaving that pair. And then on one of the back shelves, I found this pair of Elise high tops, which I have no idea what these are. I've never seen these before. I don't even know much about Elise. It was sort of a primary colored sneaker. You've got red, blue, and yellow, also some whites and blacks in there. It was a super interesting shoe, and that's why I was so interested in it, but after Googling about it, I couldn't find anything as far as resale value for this sneaker, and so I decided to not take the risk because it was priced pretty highly. At this point, I decided to go back and grab the Nike Spiridons. They had been priced pretty well online, so I figured it was worth it for 20 bucks. Definitely not much of a risk there, so had to pick them up. Okay, so I just left Goodwill and Plato's Closet. And Goodwill, as you guys saw, was pretty dry. There were some sneakers that were sort of interesting, but nothing that was worth picking up. But Plato's actually did have some decent stuff, as you guys saw. The first pair that I saw was actually this pair of Air Spiridons. So this shoe was priced at 20 bucks, which is not bad. It is a size 7.5, so it's a little bit small. But at the same time, if you go on eBay and you look for any of these, the only pairs that I found listed were listed for like $185, $200. Granted, they were new pairs, but this pair is, I mean, very, very close to being new. It doesn't have a box or anything like that, but I was willing to take the risk because the upside looked so good. And at the end of the day, 20 bucks isn't that terrible. So I don't mind losing 20 bucks if I have a potential to make like 180. I think that's totally worth it. And then the other shoe that I found that was kind of a surprise and a bit more of a risk was this pair of Pure Money 4s. So this shoe was $45, and I found it in the fashion bin, as I like to call it. It was all the way at the bottom. I was going to give up. I was not going to dig any farther because I just didn't think there was anything in there, but I kept digging. Thank goodness I did. I found these. They are a little bit dirty. Like that mesh on the side is pretty dirty. I think I am going to throw these through the washing machine with some Rejuvenator. But honestly, other than the light staining on the mesh, they're not in bad condition. I mean, even the outsole is not in bad condition. So once these are cleaned up, I think these could be worth around 100, maybe 110, 120. So I feel like that was a pretty good pickup. But all said and done, I spent 65 bucks in today's Plato's visit, and I feel like that's not bad for what we picked up. And then the final pair of shoes that we sold this week, which is actually kind of clearing out the sneaker collection, was that pair of Reebok Question Mids that I picked up at Buffalo Exchange last week for $45. So I know I said I probably wasn't going to sell them because they were brand new and in my size, but at the end of the day, I was worried about how low the sneaker collection fund was getting, so I listed them on eBay for like 100 something, which is more than they even sell for new, and I ended up getting an offer for 80, and I decided to take it. And weirdly enough, because the total amount that the buyer paid to me, including shipping, was over $100, this shoe still qualified for the authenticity guarantee, which once again means that there was no fees on this sneaker. So after shipping off the shoes, we were able to add $83.95 back into the sneaker collection fund, which means that once you subtract the $45 purchase price, we had a net profit of $38.95, leaving us with a sneaker collection fund of $347.88.
Well, that's never happened before.
So I've been having sort of a weird lucky streak on the sneakers app that I never expected. 2 weeks ago, we got those Air Jordan 11 Low IEs, which, to be fair, didn't really make us any money, but at least it was nice to win on the sneakers app. And then today, or I guess a day or two ago, we got the Air Jordan 1 KO Billie Eilish's, and also the Nike Dunk Low Championship Reds. Now, I really love the Nike Dunks. I'm definitely adding them to the sneaker collection. The Billie Eilish's, I'm not totally sure about because it's not a sneaker that I could ever see myself really wearing, but it's possible that I might take those to a sneaker convention along with the Hyper Royals and the Travis Scotts that we talked about and see if I could maybe do a trade up or something like that. Regardless, we ended up spending a lot more this morning than I ever expected, and that was $270. The Nike Dunk Lows were $100, and again, because I live in a city that does not charge tax on essentials like shoes, I paid exactly $100 because I also got free shipping. And the Billie Eilish Air Jordan 1 KOs were $170, which leaves us with a sneaker collection fund of $77.88, which is scary low. I think it's the lowest that it's been in a very long time. So I'm definitely going to list these guys, the Air Spiridons, try and sell them for as much as I can, and of course also clean up the Air Jordan 4 Pure Moneys. It actually did make a pretty big change, and all I have left to do is lace these guys up. And I'm going to be honest, I don't actually remember which shoe had the stain on the midfoot cage, which is great because it means that the Rejuvenator worked, and also they smell way better than they did before. So these will be listed, I just have to lace these guys up, and I feel like we can get maybe $100, maybe $150, who knows? But this is all hypothetical. We haven't sold these yet. We did actually sell one pair of sneakers over the weekend, and that was the pair of Nike Air Spiridons that we found at Plato's Closet. So we grabbed those shoes for just $20, which I thought was an incredible price, especially because they were in such good condition, and we ended up selling them on eBay for $64. Now, of course, because these shoes were listed under $100, they did not qualify for eBay's authenticity guarantee, which means that we were charged fees. And after fees, we were left with $56.20 to add back into the sneaker collection fund, which means that we had a net profit of $36.20. which is actually more than doubling our money, and when you think about it, that's pretty insane. So starting off the week, we now have a sneaker collection fund of $134.08. So let's go try and blow some of that at the thrift stores. So the first stop of the week was Plato's Closet, my go-to spot. And the good news was today they had a pretty decent selection of sneakers. I went right when they opened, and usually right when they open is when they restock all their sneakers. So the first pair of shoes that caught my eye was this pair of black suede slippers or moccasins that had this really nice gold embroidery of a crown on the top. I don't think they're worth anything, but I thought they were kind of dope. Figured it'd be worth checking out. On the other side of the aisle, I found a pair of sneakers that I've seen a bunch at Nike outlets, and that's this pair of Nike Air Zoom Types. In fact, in this exact sort of off-white colorway. This is a shoe that apparently didn't sell as well as I think Nike hoped, and because of that, there's tons of these pairs available. And for some reason, Plato's had these listed at the same price that you can find them in the outlet brand new, so that was definitely a no-go. After that, I found a pair of Nike Air Max 270 Reacts in the Bauhaus colorway, the first colorway of the shoe to ever release. I really like this sneaker, I just don't love the way it feels on foot, which is kind of unfortunate because I think it looks great, but the resale value for these guys just isn't really there. Next up was a pair of Nike Epic React 2s in this really interesting bright infrared colorway featuring this sort of light gray midsole. The shoe is in pretty decent condition and priced pretty well, but from what I found over the last couple weeks, Epic Reacts just don't resell that well. Next, I found a pair of Nike Air Max 97s in the South Beach colorway. I actually took the Staten Island ferry from Manhattan all the way to Staten Island and then walked another 20 minutes just to grab these shoes early back in 2017. The video didn't do very well and the shoes didn't really resell, so it wasn't really a great investment overall, but at the end of the day, it's still a fun story, but not a sneaker I need to pick up. Next, I found a pair of black on black NMDs, and as we've seen over the last couple weeks, NMDs just don't resell that well either. Then near the front of the store, I found this pair of Nike Vision Reacts, a shoe that I'm not that familiar with, but they looked almost brand new. In fact, they still had the paper in the toe of the sneaker. They were priced at just $25, looked like they had been worn maybe once once or twice, and I figured it'd be worth the risk because the comps on eBay were saying these were worth like maybe 45 to 60 bucks. So I figured since I couldn't find anything else, might as well grab these. Okay, so first thrift store slash Play-Doh consignment store stop of the week. We stopped by Play-Doh's, obviously, and the only pair that I found that I really decided to pick up was this pair of Nike React DMS X's, I think is what they're called. They were priced 25 bucks, which is not bad, and they're in great condition. And I had some points left over from previous purchases, and I think that would have given me like 20% off, but I want to save the 20% off for a shoe that's worth more than 25 bucks. But the reason I grabbed these is because when I checked out comparable listings on eBay, I was seeing that they were selling for around 100. Now, obviously that's with boxes and probably in new condition, but in used, I'm assuming I could get maybe double what I paid for it. So I think that's a great deal. I'm gonna clean these guys up. Unfortunately, although there was some other pretty decent shoes there, they were all priced a little bit too high, so I felt like it wasn't worth it. That was the only pair that I was like, okay, you know what? We can at least get some decent profit. Might as well grab it. So I decided to stop next door at Goodwill and see if they had anything interesting in stock. To my surprise, they still had this pair of Nike Kyries with that decent looking upper and then that worn off outsole. And then I also found this pair of Nike basketball sneakers. I'm not exactly sure what these are. They could be Hyper Dunks, but I know that they're basketball sneakers based on the traction pattern and the outsole and also the shape of the upper. Then I came across this pair of Adidas Ultra Boost 1.0s in this purple on purple colorway. I actually haven't seen this shoe in person before, but I remember back when this shoe first released in 2014, 2015, seeing images of this shoe online, but I've never seen it in person, and I was very surprised to find it at Goodwill. In fact, it was also in really great condition. The Boost was pretty much still white, the outsole was barely worn, and I figured for the price, it was definitely worth the risk. And then the final pair that I came across was this pair of black and gold LeBrons. They look fine from the top, but then looking at them from the outsole, they were just worn through, which kind of sucked, because this is a pretty high value sneaker. These LeBrons weren't actually priced that bad, around $9.49, which is pretty cheap for this pair of sneakers. The problem was, you're not going to get much wear out of them because the outsole is almost worn completely through. In fact, you can see right there that you've almost gotten through to the air bubble, which means these shoes are pretty much done with. Okay, so I stopped by Goodwill. I know I don't usually show every time I stop by Goodwill because I don't usually find that much, but today I actually did find a lot. Today I found a pair of Ultra Boosts, this purple pair. I'm not sure exactly what the name of the colorway is. I actually found them for $14.49 and they're in great condition. I don't think they'll resell for that much, but for 14 bucks or 15 bucks almost, I mean, I can at least double my money at least. So hopefully be able to flip those quickly. There was that pair of LeBrons that I was very interested in, but the problem was the outsole was completely worn through. And in a lot of cases, if the outsole is a little worn and maybe the upper is a little worn, it is what it is. But with a shoe like that, there's just no fixing it. So unfortunately, had to leave that pair, but man, I wish it was a little bit better condition because I feel like that pair would have sold pretty well. Regardless though, not a bad trip. Got the Ultra Boost, got the Nikes a little bit earlier at Plato's Closet. Not a bad day. So remember last week when we won 2 sneakers on the sneakers app? Well, they both finally came in and I actually ended up selling one of them. So we only have one of them to unbox. And to actually ruin it a little bit further, I already unboxed these on the channel. So if you guys want to check out that video, there will be a link at the top of the screen. But I didn't want to spoil everything, so I figured we might as well do an on foot of these guys because I plan to keep them. If you didn't know what these were, these are the Nike Dunk Low in the Championship Red colorway. Like I said, they've already been unboxed, so this is just kind of a fake out unboxing. Sorry guys. But they're a nice looking pair of shoes. They come with a red leather upper and white leather overlays. They're kind of standard Nike Dunk quality. But why don't I throw these guys on feet really quickly and show you how they look. Oh, and also you guys might see that fire sock fit that I've got going on with these guys. All that said though, I do think these Nike Dunk Lows are fire and we definitely needed some dunks in the collection, so I think they'll be staying around for a while. Now you guys also might remember that the other pair that we grabbed were the Billie Eilish AJKO ones. So this shoe actually came in a couple days earlier than the Nike Dunks, and because of that, I had them listed up on eBay. I didn't film an unboxing. I know I should have, but I completely forgot. I did actually get some nice B-roll shots of the shoe, so at least you can see it, but I sold them. And you know what? I'm not mad about it because I didn't love the shoe that much, and we made a little bit of money off of them. So as you all remember, we grabbed these AJKO ones from the sneakers app for their retail price of 170 bucks. And because we live in a city that doesn't charge tax on essential items like sneakers, and we also just went with the free shipping option, we just paid exactly $170 for them. Now I did end up listing these shoes as soon as I got them in because I knew it wasn't a shoe that I really wanted, and the earlier that you can list them, the better. However, I will say it's important to wait until you actually have the sneakers in hand to list them because you never know what can happen. Maybe the shoe will get stolen or lost, or maybe it comes in damaged. And if you sell a sneaker early through StockX, Goat, or eBay, and the shoe comes in and it's either not the right shoe or it's in the wrong condition or something like that, they're gonna penalize you for it, and it's just not worth it. It's bad business. So I listed them and ended up taking an offer for them for $200. $60. Now, because the shoe sold for over $100, we did take advantage of eBay's authenticity guarantee, which means that there was no fees, and also we sent them to eBay first to legit check them and then send them to the buyer. So because of that, and also because eBay for some reason overcharges for shipping, we actually made an extra $3.95 on top of the $200. So in the end, we were able to add $203.95 back into the sneaker collection fund, which means when you subtract the retail price of the shoe, we have a net profit of $33.95, which I know isn't great percentage-wise, but it's something, and at least we made money on the shoe and didn't lose money. And actually, in addition to selling the Billie Eilish AJKO1s, we also sold the Air Jordan 9 Gym Reds. So we bought these shoes for $60 at Plato's Closet a couple weeks ago. I think it's when we picked up the Air Jordan 1s, and I ended up listing them a couple times on eBay because people kept buying them and then not paying for them, and it just kept happening over and over and over. But finally, someone ended up buying them for $105. And once again, because they sold for over $100, they were given the authenticity guarantee, which means no fees. So because of that, we were able to add $108.51 back into the sneaker collection fund. And when you subtract the purchase price of the shoe, $60, you end up with a net profit of $48.51. So after all of those sneakers sold, we ended up with a sneaker collection fund of $406.54, which is way better than it was at the beginning of the episode. A couple days later, I decided to go back to Plato's Closet, and unfortunately, it looked like someone had completely wiped out the store. In fact, a lot of the shelves were empty, which really sucks to see. I did come across this pair of women's Boost sneakers that I've never seen before. They could be basketball shoes, they could be lifestyle sneakers. I have no idea what they are, but they're pretty interesting. Next, I found this pair of black and white KDs. It's some sort of budget version of the shoe. I don't remember exactly what the name of the silhouette is, but unfortunately, it doesn't have much resale value. Even though this shoe is in pretty great condition, it's not something that I feel like I could flip for much. Then I came across this pair of Adidas ZX 750s in this multicolored colorway, which I've never actually seen before. This is a really interesting shoe, and I felt like it might have had some sort of secret resale value because it's a really interesting colorway and it's a more obscure model, but unfortunately I couldn't find too much about it online, and there was no price on these sneakers, so I wasn't willing to take the risk just because I didn't know what I was going to be getting myself into. I don't know if a lot of you guys remember, but back when we first started this series, I was buying a lot of Brooks, and the reason for that was because they seem to maintain their value very, very well. Even though you're not going to make crazy profits off this sneaker, if you buy a pair for like 15 to 30 bucks, you can probably resell it for 40 to 60. So if you're looking for a pretty consistent flip that's not going to make you a lot of money, but some money, Brooks are really the way to go. After that, I came across this pair of light blue New Balances, which I actually really liked. It was in a women's size 9.5 or 10. I don't remember exactly what the size was, but it looked pretty great, but unfortunately would not fit me. The last thing that I found that might have had some value was this pair of white on white NMDs, but like I said earlier in the video, NMDs just haven't been moving for me. It's not a sneaker that resells that well anymore, and unfortunately, it's just not something that's really worth the pickup. So unfortunately, as I was walking into Plato's Closet, I saw a dude walking out in like Air Max 270s, or a sneaker that you know what it is if you have it, and just a huge bag of shoes. So this dude absolutely bought out everything, and I was still hopeful when I walked in. I was like, maybe he just like couldn't sell them or something, but no, I went in, and the shelves were like empty. I mean, there was a couple small things, but just nothing that was worth it. He definitely cleared out everything, and I'm wondering if I missed anything crazy because he had bags of shoes. So, man, I should have come a little bit earlier. Like, it's about an hour after the store opened. I should have come right when the store opened, but I just couldn't. I was busy with family stuff, and it just didn't happen. But, you know, I felt like I should show you guys this just so that you realize that even though I'm finding crazy stuff every so often, there's a lot of times where I find nothing, and this is one of those times. So, it is what it is. So the final stop of the week was my new favorite spot, Buffalo Exchange in Center City, Philadelphia. Every time I've come here, I've picked something up. It's like crazy how much stuff they actually have. And the first shoe that I found was this pair of Nike Air Zoom Tempos, which I'm not gonna lie, when I first saw it, I thought it was a pair of Air Zoom Next Percent, or whatever the one is that's worth like $300. This one, unfortunately, we're selling for $41 and was really only reselling for $60. Which, to be fair, doesn't sound bad, but after fees, it wouldn't have been worth it. Next, I found a pair of Nike Air Flight Posits in the Knicks colorway, and what was crazy about this shoe was that it was almost in brand new condition, and it was in a size 9, which is a super easy size to sell. Now, unfortunately, it was priced at $65, which is a little bit more than I would have liked to have paid for this sneaker because it really only sells for between $60 and $80. After that, I found one of my favorite New Balance models, the New Balance 997S. This shoe came in like a gray suede upper with teal and purple accents, and actually looked really clean. But unfortunately, like some of the other sneakers that we had just looked at, it was was priced a little bit high at $32, and these guys don't really resell for that much because they're pretty widely available unless you get a collab colorway. Next up, I was scanning the sneaker walls, which were pretty filled with a lot of great sneakers, but the sneaker that really caught my eye was this pair of Russell Westbrook Air Jordan 32s. Now, for some reason, I've been finding a lot of pairs of Russell Westbrook sneakers. I'm not sure exactly why that is. Maybe he's just not as popular now that he's in Los Angeles. Who knows? But this shoe was actually in pretty great condition. The upper was in great condition, and the outsole was also pretty clean as well. It looked like it had just been played in a couple times. Now, unfortunately, the price of this shoe was $56, which again, a little bit too high for me. After that, I came across some Adidas Boost You wears in this tan and orange colorway. This is just an ugly sneaker. I don't really like this shoe that much. I had a pair in the past, but I got rid of it pretty quickly. It is relatively comfortable, but just not worth it for me. Next, I found a pair of Pantone sandals, which I've never seen before. This is sort of a neon green shoe. I'm not sure if it's Pantone the brand, as in like Pantone the color brand, or whether this is just the name of this particular silhouette. I have no idea, but I was honestly just pretty interested in this sandal because of the branding. It's not something I would wear, but I love Pantone. Then we started to come across the bangers, and the hits just kept coming after that. The first pair that we found was this pair of Air Jordan 2 Wingets. This is a white Air Jordan 2 that came out maybe 2 or 3 years ago. It's a pretty simple and clean colorway. It features Winget branding on the heel, and it was actually a size that I could squeeze my feet into, a size 8.5. And for $36, there was no way I was turning this sneaker down, especially after looking at how clean this shoe was. I mean, it looked like it had been worn maybe once or twice. It still featured the size stickers on the inside of the insole. It was a great looking sneaker, and at that price, I had to pick it up. Then I happened to look up and find a pair of Take Flight Air Jordan 8s, also in pretty solid condition. This shoe came in a size 10.5, so it must have been from a different seller, and it looked like it had been worn maybe 3 or 4 times. Now, I remember when this shoe first came out, people were excited about it because it looked like an undefeated colorway. It obviously wasn't an undefeated collaboration, but I think that's where a lot of the popularity of this colorway comes from. Unfortunately, it's not reselling for hundreds of dollars, but it is going for a little bit, and for $58, I could at least double my money. So this was an easy pickup for me. Honestly, it's a colorway that I really liked, and if it was in my size, I might have actually picked this up for the sneaker collection itself. The final shoe though was the banger, and when I saw it from a distance, I was like, there is no way they have this shoe. So this pair looks like a pair of white cement Air Jordan 3s. It is an actual authentic pair of Air Jordan 3s, but it just looks like a pair of white cement 3s. And when I saw the shoe in store, I really thought it was a pair of white cement 3s. And looking at the price, $80, I was like, there is no way I'm not grabbing some WC3s for $80. The shoe itself was in pretty decent condition, at least from what I could tell. The laces were a little bit yellowed, and in a size 10, it was an easy cop. So yeah, I got, and not in the way that you would think. These shoes are actually authentic Air Jordan 3s. However, they're not white cement 3s. So when I was in Buffalo Exchange, I was just grabbing as many Air Jordans as I could before anyone else could. I went right when the store opened, I saw these on the shelves and was like, I'm gonna buy those. And at the time I was like, there's no way that these are white cement 3s. That's so crazy. These shoes haven't come out in years. They're worth so much money. And I was right. There is no way that they had these. So what happened was, I got home and I was like, I wonder what year these white cement 3s are from. They're in great condition. That's crazy. So I looked at the tag on the back of the sneaker because that gives you the production dates of the shoe. And I was like, 2017, 2018? No white cement 3s came out in 2017, 2018. Maybe the free throw lines. But I looked at the bottom of the sneaker and I'm like, no, they're not that. And then I decided, okay, you know what? I'm gonna check out the little SKU number or item number on the back of the tag. So I typed that in. Turns out these are Katrina Air Jordan 3s or Hall of Fame Air Jordan 3s. And it all started to make sense. I realized that when you look at the midsole of the sneaker, there are a couple areas where the paint kind of scuffed off and there's red underneath, which didn't make sense to me at first. I thought maybe they'd hit something red. So it turns out this is not a white cement 3, this is a Hall of Fame Air Jordan 3, and it's been painted or customized to look like a white cement 3. And for me, that really sucks because if this had been a white cement 3, I would have either kept this or sold it for a lot of money. But unfortunately, as a Katrina 3, it's worth a lot less, and as a customized Katrina 3, it's worth even less. So honestly, I'm not sure exactly what to do with these. I will say though that whoever did this custom job did an incredible job. If you guys remember, my channel back in 2016 was called Fowler Customs because that's what I was doing back then, customizing sneakers. And I know a good custom when I see it, and I've got to say, the fact that it fooled me, a customizer, blows my mind. This shoe looks like it's factory. It's crazy. The brush strokes match every other Air Jordan 3 that I have. But then what really got me is when I looked inside the air bubble at the top or the bottom of the top of the air bubble, you can actually see where they overpainted a little bit and tried to cover it up with some white paint. But other than that, other than the scuffs and that, it looks like one of the cleanest midsole repaints I've ever seen. It's crazily well done. I would like to know who did this because they killed it. And what else is crazy is that the shoe has obviously been worn a decent amount and it looks like the paint has lasted. Like they did a great job of actually putting on finisher and making it last, which is incredible because usually if you put finisher on wrong, it'll crack off and it won't look good. But they obviously did it right. They wore the sneaker and it stayed on. So I'm thoroughly impressed by their custom work. But again, unfortunately, it's not the shoe that I thought it was, and because of that, I can't sell it for what I thought I could. I will probably list this on eBay for 100 something just to try and make some money off of it and then take whatever offers I can get. But I am kind of bummed out, and there is a good chance that I won't be able to sell these and just have to either sell them for a loss or hold on to them. And both of those options kind of suck. But hey, you know what? It's the first time I've really gotten got, and it could have been way worse. It could have been a fake pair of sneakers or something like that. It just makes it more complicated selling this sneaker because it's a custom. Man, actually, you know what? eBay doesn't legit check customs either, so this won't go through the eBay authenticity program, which means that we'll have to pay fees on this, which means I won't make as much money on these, which is another bummer. We do have some other sneakers I want to show you guys that we picked up. We have the Ultra Boost 1.0s, which are in surprisingly great condition, and also it's a pair of shoes that I never expected to see at a thrift store. I've never seen an Ultra Boost 1.0 at a thrift store, and I'm blown away because a couple years ago, this shoe would have gone for money. But now it's unfortunately going for like 30 bucks or 40 bucks. So still gonna make some money on it, hopefully, if it sells, but not as much as I would have back in like 2018, 2019. Of course, we have these guys, which was a nice find, a pretty cheap find, and in incredibly good condition. They've still got the paper, still got all the printing on the heel. The only thing that's wrong with them is a little bit of dirt on the outsole, which I'll clean off with some Rejuvenator probably. Great find for however much I bought it for. The other two sneakers that I found that I'm actually really excited about are the Wing It 2s, which I got for, what was it, like, I think it was 36 bucks is what I paid for them. And they're in like impeccable condition. It's crazy. They're in a size that I could rock. The size sticker on the bottom of the shoe is still completely intact. They've been worn like maybe once or twice. Really blown away by how good of the condition these shoes are in. They don't resell for a lot, but I can at least double my money, if not triple it. So really stoked on those. And then the final pickup was obviously these Air Jordan 8 True Flights, or undefeated 8s. Again, good condition shoe, not as good condition as the Air Jordan 2s, but still in pretty great condition. And I definitely think I can at least double my money with these. So stoked on these sneakers. Actually stoked on every pickup except for the Air Jordan 3s. But you know what? I'm actually surprised that it took me this long to get got that way. So it is what it is. So after spending all of that money at Plato's Closet, we're ending off the week with a sneaker collection fund of $232.54. So the first stop of the week is Urban Exchange, which is a thrift store in Fishtown, Philadelphia. And the reason I stopped here is because I stopped here a couple weeks back and you guys let me know that I actually missed out on a pair of sneakers that I really should have picked up. So I went back a couple weeks later hoping that they still had this pair of sneakers. I didn't have a lot of hope, but turns out they still had them. And that pair of shoes was a pair of Nike Kobe 9 EM Game Royal Silvers. I could not believe that they had these. I can't believe I missed them the first time around. And seemingly what was even crazier is that they had these listed for just 10 bucks and somehow they were still here. Yes, they are a little bit worn. They definitely have some rubbing and I guess tearing on the sock liner, but other than that, the traction's in pretty good condition. The shoe itself is barely stained. It's a great looking pair of sneakers. It is a size 14, so a little bit harder to move, but for 10 bucks, not a bad pickup. And you guys have been asking me over the last couple of videos to show you guys what sneakers I'm wearing while copping sneakers, and today I was wearing the Mosh Runner Centralia. It's one of my favorite sneakers of the last year. And then after that, I decided to walk a couple blocks north to one of my favorite thrift stores in the city, Circle Thrift. Now, unfortunately, as you guys can see, there was not a lot of stock on the shelves today. I don't know if people just hadn't been donating a lot, or maybe they'd been cleared out over the last couple weeks because there was just a lot of really great stuff. I have no idea. I haven't been here in a while. There was, however, a couple decent running sneakers. In the past, I've grabbed a lot of pairs of Brooks, and that's a shoe that I think usually you can flip pretty easily. However, this silhouette I'm not too familiar with, so because of that, I decided to leave it for now because I just don't know what the resale is on it. There was also a pair of Youth Hirachis that I've never seen in this sort of like sunrise colorway. Definitely an interesting looking pair of sneakers, and for 10 bucks, not a bad price. But in the past, I just haven't had a lot of luck selling youth sneakers, so even though it was cheap, I decided to pass on it because I just didn't want to hold on to it for too long. Then after that, I found this pair of red New Balances that I kind of liked in this sort of faded suede. It was not a bad looking pair of sneakers, and for 10 bucks, definitely not a bad pickup, but I've seen this silhouette a lot around thrift stores and they don't really seem to move, so decided to leave that one. Of course, I had to check out the glass cases in the front of the store, and unfortunately, nothing. They do, however, have a pretty excellent electronics section. I always find crazy stuff, and today I actually found a PS1 game, which I don't often find, and that was Tony Hawk the Original in the Greatest Hits version, which I thought was pretty cool. Didn't pick it up, but still a nice find. Okay, so as you guys can tell, I just got a haircut. Shout out to Gents Barbershop in Fishtown. But of course, whenever I get a haircut, I gotta stop by the thrift stores in Fishtown. And the pair that I found today was actually a pair that you guys had told me that I missed in the last video. And I was like, you know what? I'll stop back into the same thrift store, see if they still had it. And somehow, they still had it. This pair of Kobe's. I cannot believe they had these. This is crazy. Now, they're not in the best condition. They're a little bit worn on the side, and they're size 14, so they're gonna be a little bit harder for me to flip because size 14s don't move that well. But they were priced at 10 bucks. I haven't found any other Kobe's other than these and the ones at ThriftCon. Both of them were like 20 or 10 bucks, so it's nuts how cheaply you can find Kobe's, even though they're selling for so much. So I'm blown away by that, other than the slight wear right there on the sock liner of the shoe. They're in pretty decent condition, so really happy with that pickup. Kind of blown away. So this week we had a lot of sneakers sell. In fact, it was like 5 pairs of sneakers and they all sold within a period of like 2 hours. To be fair, a lot of them were great Air Jordans that were in awesome condition, but it was still pretty fast. So I guess to run down the list of all the sneakers that sold, let's start out with that pair of Wing It Air Jordan 2s. So we picked up that pair last week for just $36 at Buffalo Exchange, which still blows my mind. It's a crazy pair of sneakers, and they ended up selling on eBay for $100. So because the buyer paid for shipping and this shoe was also part of eBay's authenticity guarantee, we didn't have to pay any fees, and we actually ended up making a little bit of extra money. So after all was said and done, we were able to add $103.95 back into the sneaker collection fund. And subtracting the original purchase price from that amount, 36 bucks, we ended up with a net profit of $67.95, which is almost tripling our money. Next up, we had the Air Jordan 4 Pure Moneys that we picked up at Plato's Closet a couple weeks back for 45 bucks. So we ended up selling those for $120 on eBay, and again, because of the authenticity guarantee and the buyer paying for shipping, we made a couple extra bucks. So because of that, we were able to add $123.94 back into the sneaker collection fund. And to figure out what the net profit was, we subtracted the original purchase price of $45 and ended up with a net profit of $78.94. I think the pretty obvious takeaway from this is that Air Jordan sneakers tend to make good money, and they're also pretty easy to find at thrift stores, so buy up as many pairs as you can. After that, we had the pair of Ultra Boost 1.0s that we had picked up from Goodwill for just 15 bucks. They ended up selling for 30 bucks, and after fees and shipping, we were able to add $25.41 back into the sneaker collection fund, giving us a net profit of $10.41. Next up were the Air Jordan 8s that we bought at Buffalo Exchange last week for 58 bucks. Sold those for $110, and again, because they were over $100, they were part of eBay's authentication guarantee, which means no fees, and because of that, we were able to add $113.77 back into the sneaker collection fund, leaving us with a net profit of $55.77, almost doubling our money. And then finally, we had that pair of Air Jordan 3 Customs, made to look like white cement 3s, but were really Katrina 3s, whole big thing. I bought them at Buffalo Exchange for 80 bucks, and I listed them as custom sneakers, and even though they were still customs of white cement 3s, people were still really excited about them, and they ended up selling for $125 on eBay. And because of that, we were able to add $127.54 back into the sneaker collection fund, leaving us with a net profit of $47.54. So the total amount we were able to add back into the sneaker collection fund after selling all of those sneakers was $494.61, meaning that we have a sneaker collection fund of $617.15, which I think is the most we've ever had in the middle of an episode before. It's kind of nuts. Oh, and in case you were interested, the total net profit from all of those sales was $260.61. But hey, let's go shopping again and try and find some even crazier deals. So I was in the city this week and I decided to hit up one of my favorite sneaker stores, Atmos, formerly Ubik on Walnut Street. And the reason I like this store so much is because they always have a lot of stuff in stock. As you guys can see, they have tons of pairs of Yeezys available. In addition to that, they also have a pretty decent sales section, and I make sure to always go through their sneakers on sale just to see if there's anything worth picking up to resell. Today was a lot of pairs of Vans and Converses. There were some women's Air Jordans available. I think stuff that we've actually seen a couple times in the past, these same sneakers. For some reason, they're not moving. They haven't really dropped down the price much since I've been here last time, so I don't really think they have much resale value at all. But what really got me were the sneakers that they had in the window that they had a couple sizes of. And the first pair was this pair of Air Jordan 5s in the sort of shattered backboard colorway. It's not a shoe that I like personally, and unfortunately it's not a shoe that really has much resale value, but it was nice to see it in store. If you wanted to maybe grab a pair for retail, you could. In addition to that, they had the Yeezy 700 MNVNs in the Honey Flux colorway, which I actually had not seen sitting anywhere else, so I was pretty surprised to see these. The yellow is a pretty clean look, but it's not really a shoe that I need or is reselling, so for that reason, decided to leave it. So the next day, I stopped by my go-to, and that's Plato's Closet. And the good news was, I went right when they opened, and it seemed like they had just restocked all the shelves, and so there was tons of sneakers available. I even checked the fashion bin, but it looked like all the sneakers from the fashion bin had been put out on shelves, so it seems like they were very well stocked up. So the first shoe that I found and checked out was this pair of women's Air Jordan 1 mids in the all-white colorway. And although this pair is an Air Jordan 1 and would probably move pretty quickly, it was priced very poorly at 40 bucks, which is exactly what it goes for on eBay, so unfortunately, had to leave that one for now. After that, I stumbled across a pair of Air Max 270 Reacts in this black and gray colorway. And personally, I think this is one of the best colorways that they've dropped. However, with the price they were asking, which was $20, which wasn't bad, but it was more than I was willing to spend on this shoe because I think that I could only make around $30 to $40. The next shoe that really caught my eye was this black and silver pair of Reebok Answer 5s from one of the greatest players of all time, Allen Iverson. I'm a huge Iverson fan, and for some reason I've been finding a lot of Allen Iverson sneakers at Plato's Closet in Buffalo Exchange. I wonder if someone's going around the city just dumping his collection, but it's honestly a great looking pair of sneakers. It was in my size 9, so I was really considering keeping it, and surprisingly it was priced pretty fairly at 35 bucks. Not cheap, but also not too expensive, and we can make a profit if we decide to flip these. Then, right next to Allen Iverson's Answer 5s, we had a shoe from another incredibly famous and talented basketball player, Patrick Ewing. So this shoe came in the Knicks colorway and obviously was a Ewing high top. I don't really know much about Ewing high tops at all. In fact, I don't know what their resale value is. And I checked on eBay and there wasn't really too much information either. You could either find pairs brand new for around 100 bucks or used pairs for like 20 or 30. It just kind of varied depending on the quality of the sneaker. Unfortunately, this shoe was just priced too high for me. I think it was like 55 bucks, so I wasn't willing to take the risk. Then I came across this pair of Adidas Forum highs or mids, I'm not sure exactly which one it was, in this snakeskin makeup. And I've got to say, it was actually a very clean colorway. This sort of off-white color with the gray definitely looked solid. Now, I don't know much about the snakeskin colorway or I guess material of this shoe. I've never seen this version of the sneaker before. I was checking comps on eBay and they again are all over the board between like $40 and $140. I didn't know what exactly I was in for, but they were priced pretty well, so I decided to grab them. Some other notable finds was this pair of Converse cashmeres in incredibly good condition. I was really surprised to see these. I think they were priced around 20 or 30 bucks, so I didn't pick them up just because I wasn't sure exactly how they do, but nice looking sneaker nonetheless. And then right next to those, there was this pair of ponies that looked a lot like a pair of banned Air Jordan 1s. Very, very similar vibe. Nice looking shoe, honestly, but not something I wanted to grab and the resale wasn't great. And then we had the find of the day. I could not believe I saw these. So this was a pair of Nike Dunk highs, and I didn't actually know exactly what shoe this was until I checked it out on eBay. Turns out it's a pair of 2007 Nike Dunk High Santanas. Now, to be fair, this shoe was priced pretty high at 55 bucks, so it wasn't a cheap pickup, but I knew because it was a pair of Nike Dunk Highs, it would probably move pretty well. And after checking comparable listings on eBay, it goes for between $150 and like $500 depending on the condition of the shoe. Now, unfortunately, this shoe is worn, so it's not in the best condition in the world, but it's still a great looking pair of sneakers, and we can still definitely make some money on this shoe, especially if it's going for $150 on the low end. So pricey, yes, but definitely worth the risk because 55 bucks with the potential to make at least 150 is definitely a solid pickup. And today, as you can see, I wore my 2020 Kobe 6 Grinches. Man, so Plato's Closet came through today. We got 3 different pairs of sneakers that I'm all pretty happy with. The first pair is this Adidas Forum High in this snakeskin material. I guess I can't really call it a colorway. It seems to be basically brand new, maybe worn once by the dirt on the outsole. 35 bucks. The one thing that kind of makes me nervous about these is that I paid a decent amount for them, 35 bucks before the discount, which I'll tell you about later. And I don't know, there's one listing on eBay for $100, but none of them have sold. So I'm gonna list it around there and see what happens. Hopefully we can move it for something. Hopefully I don't lose any money on that. So although I think it's a great looking sneaker, there's just not a lot of market for that apparently. Next up, we've got the Answer 5s, the Allen Iverson Reebok Answer 5s in this OG black and silver colorway. So this shoe was priced at 35 bucks. It's
It's in my size too, a size 9. In fact, all of the sneakers that we picked up today, I could actually wear, which is crazy. This shoe is in almost brand new condition. The outsole is maybe worn once. The insole still has all its printing on it, and it's also still got the paper in the shoe. So although it's been worn once, it's basically brand new, which is crazy. I think these sell for maybe 70 to 80, hopefully more than that because it's newer. So hopefully we'll make our money back on this. If not, I'll just keep it because I love the shoe and it's my size. Shout out AI. And then the final shoe that we picked up, the surprise of the day, was this pair of Nike Dunk Highs. Now, I'm not exactly sure what this colorway is. I did look it up on eBay and showed you guys the comparable listings. There was only 2 listings for this shoe on eBay, and they're both priced at, I think, between 150 to 300. So there's a pretty wide range for this. Plus, the shoe is pretty worn, so I don't think I'm going to get 150 for it. I think I might get maybe like 100, 120. It was priced at 55, so it wasn't cheap, but I had to pick up a pair of Dunks that I found at the thrift store. Like, when do you find Dunks at the thrift store, or I guess at Plato's Closet? Can't believe I found Dunks. I didn't see that before. So there's a little bit of midsole damage right there. But still, can't believe I found Dunks, especially when they're as hot as they are right now. I might try and fix that. Dang, I didn't see that in store. Well, it is what it is. I still would have bought them. But the good news is I got 20% off my entire purchase because I've been building up Plato's Closet points, and I was able to use them today. And so I got my purchase down to just $100 because I took 20% off my original purchase price. And I'm gonna be honest, my math is terrible, so I don't know what that was. So I think my original purchase price was around $125. I got it down to $100. So $100 for all of these sneakers is pretty impressive. I'm like really stoked on that. So not a bad day at Plato's. Really not a bad day at all. So apparently my camera zoomed in on me for no reason, but really happy with my pickups at Plato's. For $100, even if just one of these sells, we pretty much have made back our money, which is kind of crazy.
So the next stop was Buffalo Exchange on Chestnut Street in Philadelphia. And this has quickly become one of my favorite spots, if not my favorite spot to grab sneakers, because there's always something available. I don't think I've ever walked out of this store once without finding something. And the first pair that kind of caught my eye was this pair of KDs. So I think this one is sort of a mid-range one. I'm not really too familiar with the mid-range KDs or what the name of this sneaker is, but make sure to let me know in the comments section down below. After that, I found this pair of Adidas Spring Blades, which is a shoe that I never see in the wild, and I'm actually doing a video on this shoe in particular in a couple days, so make sure to stay tuned for that and hit that subscribe button if you haven't yet. But because I was filming this video, I actually had bought a pair of these on eBay for like 60 bucks, and they were in awful condition, and then I saw this pair in really great condition, albeit a slightly bigger size, for like 30 bucks at Buffalo Exchange. So I decided to grab these for myself and not as part of the $20 sneaker collection. Then immediately after that, I found this pair of alternate Air Jordan 8s from 2017. This is a pair that I really haven't seen too often in the wild. In fact, I've never seen this pair in the wild, but I very rarely see it at consignment stores and places like that. So the fact that they actually had these was pretty great. Now, they were worn and they had a little bit of a cigarette smell, which is kind of a bummer and happens from time to time, but a definite pickup for me nonetheless. Next up was this pair of Nike Joyrides, a shoe that never really took off and had beads in the midsole. It was a very weird concept. I did a bunch of videos on these when they first came out. They were incredibly overhyped, they were not that comfortable, and as you guys can see, there's a ton of heel drag, and when the shoe wears all the way through, the beads will fall out and the shoe will be useless. So definitely not a pickup for today, and probably not ever. Just after that, I found this pair of gray Air Jordan Futures. Now, this is a shoe that's sort of based on the Air Jordan 11's midsole and outsole, but it features a woven or knit upper. It's definitely a weird lifestyle sneaker that never really took off the way that I think Jordan Brand wanted. The first couple colorways of this shoe were like glow in the dark and reflective, and they sold out pretty quickly, but nothing really after that. And honestly, this gray and red colorway was nothing special, so it was definitely a shoe that I would leave. But then I saw it, and it was this pair of Adidas Yeezy 350 V2 Boost Yeez Reels. A shoe that, when it first came out, I didn't love it. And to be honest with you, I still don't love it. It's one of my least favorite pairs of Yeezy 350 V2s. But after that first time going to Buffalo Exchange and missing out on the pair of 350 V2 Zebras, I had to grab it because I needed to grab a pair of 350 V2s from a thrift store, and I finally did it. I was so stoked on these. They were priced a little bit high at 125 bucks, especially since they are pretty worn. They're definitely not worn out. They have some heel drag and they could definitely use some cleaning, but they're still in pretty good condition, and honestly, I think I can get maybe like 180 to 200 bucks for them. No, it's not exactly the amount that I would want to grab for a pair of Yeezys, but it's something, and I can finally say that I grabbed a pair of Yeezys. So maybe it's an ego thing, I don't know what it is, but I definitely had to pick up this pair of shoes. And in case you were wondering, I finished off the week wearing the Mosh Centralias once again.
So the last couple minutes have been crazy. Some of the craziest couple minutes I've had in this series, and that's because I finally got a pair of Yeezy 350s at a thrift store. It took forever, it took months, but it finally happened. I gotta thank my friend Matthew from Buffalo Exchange. Just let me know that they were there and that I should come through quickly, because last time I was there, they sold right in front of me. There was nothing I could do, and it sucked. But now I got them. But before I show you those Yeezys, let me show you some of the other pickups that we had. The first is this pair of Adidas Spring Blades. Now, this is not actually something that I bought for this series. I bought this for a different video that I'm doing, but I've had so much trouble finding pairs of these just in the wild that I had to grab it because this shoe came out in 2015, 2016, and just no one wants it, so it's really difficult to find. So got these for myself, not part of the series. The other shoe that I got that was a total surprise to me, just a spur of the moment thing, I saw them and I was like, gotta have those, was this pair of Air Jordan 8 alternates in a size 10.5, 61 bucks, not a bad price. I was looking on eBay, these don't go for like a huge amount of money, but they do go for more than I bought them for, so figured it was probably worth it. In pretty decent condition, really stoked on that. And then of course, the final thing that we picked up was this pair of Adidas Yeezy 350 Yeezreels, I think is what these are called. There's so many 350s, I don't know what this one's called, but I think it's a Yeezreel. They were priced at 125 bucks, which is crazy. They are, however, unfortunately pretty worn. There's definitely some heel drag. There's definitely some wear and tear on the front of the shoe and around the prime knit upper. Now, I know a lot of people will be questioning whether these are authentic or not. I can tell you from my personal experience, I think that these are, based on the things that I know about Yeezys. And again, if I sell these on eBay or wherever I sell these, they will go through authentication there so that whoever gets these will be getting authentic sneakers or nothing at all. So I'm not too worried about it. I really think that they are legit based on what I'm looking at. Actually, on that, a lot of people have been saying that Buffalo Exchange and Plato's Closet aren't thrift stores, which I can understand why you're saying that. People have been saying they're consignment stores, which is not the case because they don't hold things for other people and then sell them and then pay those people. What they do is they buy some things from people who come in and they resell those things at a higher markup. So it's used stuff and we're thrifting it. So it's a secondhand store, thrift store style thing. I understand that it's not like a Goodwill, but it is still a thrift store. So there's that. I just want to put that out there. But now I'm gonna head home, clean up some of these sneakers and list a bunch of them. Hopefully we'll sell some of them. Okay, so I wanted to give you guys a quick overview of the entire sneaker collection up to this point, just because I felt like that would be kind of an interesting thing to do. As you can see, we still have a lot of the sneakers from a little while back. Most notably this pair of Vans that we picked up for like $3 at a yard sale, I don't know, like a month ago. We've also got these DMS X's, I forget exactly what they're called. We've got the Adidas's that we just picked up, the Reebok Allen Iversons, the Yeezy Boys, love these, the Kobe's, the Air Jordan 8s, and of course the Nike Dunks. Still can't believe I found these. These are crazy. The left shoe, or I guess the right shoe, is in really great condition, but the left shoe has a little bit of cracking on the midsole. It's nothing crazy. It's definitely something that I could fix and it won't really affect the wear of this shoe, but it's something that is kind of a bummer. Of course, we've got the new section of this collection, which are all the sneakers that I got brand new, like the Aimé Leon Dore New Balance 550s, which I bought for like $300. I've got the Nike Dunks that I got off the sneakers app for retail, keeping those because they're my size. And then again with the Yeezy Foam Runner Ochres, we got those off the Adidas Confirmed app. All of this was bought with $20 sneaker collection money, but the two standouts that really get me are the Air Jordan 1 Hyper Royals that we picked up for, I think, I don't know, like 80 something, 100 something, I don't remember, but that was from Buffalo Exchange. And then also the Travis Scott 6s, also from Buffalo Exchange. Still blown away that we have these, kind of can't believe it. And I'm actually considering listing both of these because I can't wear them, and it's something that I felt like we could at least make some money off of. So I think I'm probably going to list these. Not 100% sure about these yet, because I feel like that's a cool addition to the collection, but definitely listing everything else. So if you guys want to grab anything from this collection, there are links to my eBay store in the description below. So now that you've seen the collection, we're ending off this week's episode with the sneaker collection fund of $431.15. So this week I decided to start things off a little bit differently and go to the New Balance flagship store in Center City, Philadelphia. And there was actually a surprisingly decent selection. The first pair of shoes that I found was this pair of New Balance 550s in this black and red colorway. Now, although the New Balance 550 is one of my favorite New Balance silhouettes, this black and red colorway is not exactly a shoe that I was looking for. It kind of reminds me of, I don't know, dress shoes with that sort of white and black toe area. Not exactly for me, but I was definitely surprised to see it sitting. Next up, I found this pair of New Balance 5740s. It seems like they're making a really big push for this silhouette, and they've released a ton of different colorways, and this one, out of everything on the wall, was definitely one of my favorites. But unfortunately, no pickups today. Just down the street from New Balance is my new go-to Buffalo Exchange. And every time I come into Buffalo Exchange, I find something new and crazy. And the first shoe that caught my attention was this pair of Balenciagas in bright pink. Now I'm gonna be honest, I really don't know much about Balenciaga sneakers, especially when it comes to resale price. This shoe was selling for $400, which I felt was pretty steep because I think that the resale price for this shoe is between $400 and maybe $500. Not 100% sure, but the shoe was in a decent size, a size 9 or
or a European size 42, so I could have actually fit this shoe, but I'm gonna be honest, this pink colorway is not for me, and I just wasn't willing to spend $400. In fact, I don't even think I had $400 in the sneaker collection fund at the time. Next up, I found this pair of Adidas sneakers. I don't remember exactly what the name of this shoe was, but it was a size 12, priced at 45 bucks, but unfortunately there was no resale for this guy, so decided to put it back. But then I decided to grab a pair of shoes, which I've actually seen sitting at Buffalo Exchange for a couple days, and that's this pair of reflective Air Jordan 7s in a size 13. Now, they were priced a little bit high at 85 bucks, but honestly the reason I passed these over in the past was because there were so many better sneakers available, and today there wasn't really that much, and this was the only pair of shoes that I felt like picking up, and I figured it'd be worth the risk because it's a Jordan and it should sell pretty quickly, so I decided to grab it. So this week we did end up selling a good amount of sneakers, and I even sold some sneakers that I originally didn't want to sell. So to just dive right into it, the first pair of shoes that we sold were the Nike Vision Reacts. So I'm pretty sure I grabbed these shoes from Plato's Closet like 2 weeks ago for 25 bucks, and the reason I grabbed them, even though they're not that popular of a model, is because they were basically in brand new condition. I ended up selling those on eBay for $50, and after fees and shipping, I was able to add $45.01 into the sneaker collection fund. So subtracting the original amount that I paid for the sneakers, we ended up with a net profit of $20.01. The next pair of shoes that we sold was that pair of Kobe's that we picked up, I think last week, for just 10 bucks. Those shoes sold on eBay for 60 bucks, which I was totally surprised by because they weren't in the best condition in the world, and we were able to add $52.28 back into the sneaker collection fund. And after subtracting what we paid for the shoes, we ended up with a net profit of $42.28, which is really like quadrupling our money. So even though we didn't make a huge amount of money on it, we made 4 times what we originally put into it, which is a great profit. So next up, we get into the heavy hitters, the shoes that I honestly did not want to sell because I was so excited about having grabbed them at a thrift store, I guess realistically Buffalo Exchange, which is a thrift store, but not really a thrift, it's a whole big thing. But the first shoe that we sold were the Air Jordan 6 Travis Scotts. So I had originally bought this pair of shoes from Buffalo Exchange for $250, which I'm not gonna lie is a huge amount of money for a pair of shoes that I wasn't 100% sure that they were authentic. I mean, I did run them through the Check app and I took them to a friend's store and everything seemed to check out, but there was still that little nagging thing in the back of my brain that was like, are you sure these are real? But I did end up taking an offer for them on eBay, and the offer was for $325, which after shipping meant that we were able to add $326.45 back into the sneaker collection fund. Now obviously because I sold these shoes on eBay and they were priced at over $100, they did go through eBay's authenticity guarantee, which meant that they were legit checked by eBay's own team. And the good news was, after about 4 or 5 days of waiting once I'd sent the shoes off, they were in fact authenticated, and it turns out those Jordan 6s were real the whole time. Which, I mean, I know I shouldn't have been worried about because I had them checked out so many times, but until they were actually checked out by eBay, I just wasn't 100% sure, and now I am 100% sure, and I'm really stoked on the fact that we found legit Travis Scott 6s at a thrift store. That's crazy. Still kind of a little bummed that I sold them, but we did make some money. And after subtracting the original purchase price of $250, we came out with a net profit of $76.45. And honestly, percentage-wise, that's not a huge profit. I mean, it is almost $80, which is a good amount of money, but I mean, for the amount that we paid for the shoes, it's not a lot. But I mean, if you watch the original video where I bought these sneakers, I knew that they weren't going to make a huge amount of money. $250 is a lot to pay for them, especially when brand new they resell for maybe $500, $600. In that condition, which wasn't great condition, I wasn't expecting too much more than $300, so I kind of knew what I was setting myself up for, but I think the real excitement about this shoe was the fact that it was a pair of Travis Scotts, and we did find it the way that we found it. So even though we didn't make a huge amount of money, we made some money, and we got a pair of Travis Scotts, so that's something. And then the final pair of shoes that we sold that really kind of hurt me a little bit were the Air Jordan 1 Hyper Royals. So I don't know if you guys remembered, but I grabbed these shoes from Buffalo Exchange for just $85, which is crazy because the Hyper Royals came out earlier this year. The fact that they were actually in Buffalo Exchange for that cheap was nuts. And so not surprisingly, they sold on eBay very quickly for $269, which meant that we were able to add $270.45 back into the sneaker collection fund. And again, I wasn't 100% sure about the authenticity of the shoes. I'd run them through the Check app, which gave them the all clear, but I wasn't sure until they actually went through eBay's authentication process, and turns out they were also legit. I'm honestly so blown away by these finds. I don't know if people are selling them to Buffalo Exchange because they need money at the end of the month, or maybe their boyfriend or girlfriend is selling them because, you know, they broke up or something like that. No one's planting these shoes for me. No one's like faking this. This is all real, and the fact that we found legitimate Air Jordan 1 Hyper Royals is crazy. Oh, and the craziest thing, once we subtracted the original price of the shoes, we ended up with a net profit of $185.45. That's probably the most money that we've ever made on a single sneaker sale so so far. So after selling all of those sneakers, we ended up with an absolutely insane sneaker collection fund of $1,040.34, which means that this is the very first time the sneaker collection fund has ever broken $1,000. It's crazy. I can't believe it. A few days later, I decided to stop by another one of my go-tos, and that of course is Plato's Closet. And Plato's Closet has really kind of been hit and miss recently. Either I'll find a bunch of crazy sneakers or I won't find anything. And unfortunately, that kind of looked like what it was today. There was a lot of sneakers in these fashion bins, but nothing really that caught my attention. In fact, it looked like they were just reorganizing the shelves, because I've seen those Dames on the shelf for like 3 weeks at this point, as well as those Nike running sneakers, but unfortunately nothing in the bins today. The first shoe that I found that I thought was kind of interesting was this pair of Vans in this Charlie Brown or Peanuts colorway. I don't remember exactly when they released, but I know it was somewhat recently, and I just don't think they have a lot of resale value. As I was walking around, I found some more bins, and I always make sure to check out the bins because it's always shoes that haven't been put out on the shelves yet, so you never know if there's something crazy in the bottom that people haven't been able to find yet. But as I was going through the boxes, I didn't find too much. It was a lot of women's shoes, it was a lot of running sneakers, and some heels, which I've said a million times I just don't know anything about. But to be honest, I could have missed out on a bunch of great heels that I just know nothing about, maybe crazy resale prices, but I just don't think that's the case. Unfortunately, even as I dug deeper, there just wasn't really anything in these bins. There was a pair of laceless Epic Reacts, but that was about it. Nothing crazy, nothing really worth the pickup, so for that reason, decided to just leave everything in this bin. I did actually stumble across this pair of purple on purple little posits, or purple camo little posits. I don't remember exactly what the name of this colorway is, but I know they released relatively recently, and I also saw them at a Nike outlet a couple weeks ago. In fact, I saw a couple pairs at the Nike outlet. I don't think they're that popular of a colorway at all, and obviously the foam posits are not as popular as they used to be, so it's not a shoe that I really think is worth picking up, especially because they had them priced pretty high. So definitely something I was going to leave, and after checking on eBay, definitely decided to leave them because the resale prices were basically exactly what they were selling them for at Plato's. Next to the foam posits, however, I did find this pair of Nike sneakers, which at first I thought were all white Air Jordan 1s, but I'm not sure exactly what these shoes are. I've never seen these before. They kind of look like airships, kind of look like Jordan 1s, but I'm not sure what they are, and I just don't think there's a lot of value there. I probably should have checked out the SKU number just to double check that this isn't some like crazy rare pair of shoes, but let me know in the comment section down below if you guys know. I just don't think that there's much value there. And then I found this pair of Nike skateboarding shoes. Again, no idea what these are, but I just don't think they're really worth that much. So although they were cool looking and kind of reminded me of the Louis Vuitton skateboarding shoes that just came out last year, not something that I was willing to pick up, and they were also very heavy too. After that, I stumbled upon a pair of Christmas Brooks. Now apparently Brooks releases a Christmas themed sneaker every year. I really miss when Nike did that. The Grinch Kobe's are like one of my favorite sneakers of all time. These Brooks weren't bad, they were in okay condition, and I wouldn't be surprised if they had some resale value, but I just don't know, so I decided to leave them. And then of course that pair of Air Jordan 11 IE lows was still there. It's been there for months at this point. I don't think anyone's gonna grab it because the condition sucks and there's no insoles, but it is kind of a bummer because if it was in more of a complete condition, it would be worth something. Later that day, I decided to change things up once again and hit up Snipes in West Philly. Now, I haven't actually hit up a Snipes in a minute, so I felt like it was worth checking out. And I don't know if this Snipes is just decent or if times are changing and Jordans are just starting to sit now, but there was a surprisingly decent selection of Jordans in store. And the first pair that caught my attention was this pair of Air Jordan 5s. Now, I saw these sitting last week at Atmos, and it seems like they're still sitting at Snipes and some other sneaker retailers. It's not a bad looking pair of 5s, and if it came in all leather, I would totally be down with it, but the upper of this shoe has this weird sort of mesh part around the ankle, which I really don't love, and because of that, not something that's on my radar. There was, however, this pair of tan and white Air Jordan 1 mids. I did check the resale prices on StockX and GOAT. Unfortunately, it's not really much more than what they're selling for retail, so not worth the pickup. And then there was also this pair of Air Jordan 13s, which I think came out like maybe a month ago. I was really surprised to see these, but again, not much resale value there. I don't know what it is. Jordans just seem to be, I guess, getting bought up and just not being able to be resold, so now it looks like they're starting to sit once again, which is kind of great to see as someone who loves picking up Jordans for retail, because I missed when I could walk into the store and just grab a pair of Jordans. It definitely seems like the market sort of fluctuates. Back in like 2016 and 17, you could walk into the store and grab Jordans no problem. In 2010, Jordans Jordan sold out instantly. In 2020, Jordan sold out instantly. And now in 2021, it seems like we're finally going back to being able to buy Jordans in store again, which I'm happy about. The New Balance selection was pretty decent. They had more 5740s, and they also had this pair of New Balance 992s, which is one of my favorite sneakers that New Balance makes in this all gray colorway. I think this is the Steve Jobs special. Now, unfortunately, there wasn't too many sizes available and there's not much resale there, so I decided to leave them, but if they had had a size 9, I would have picked up for the personal, no question. The last pair of shoes that I found at Snipes was this pair of NBA Jam Converses. I was a big fan of NBA Jam growing up, and I've really been thinking about getting that arcade 1-up NBA Jam machine. Let me know in the comment section down below if I should pick that up and review it, which would be kind of funny. And then the final stop of the week was once again Plato's Closet. I was really hoping that my luck would turn around and we'd find something worth picking up. So this time around, I came right when they opened, and it looked like they had just restocked the shelves, which is always a good thing. You never know when they're going to restock the shelves, but usually it's around when they open. And the first pair of shoes that I found was this pair of Pharrell Human Race Tennis Hues, a shoe that I thought was going to have some resale value when I started doing this series, and turns out they have basically none. You can't even really give these shoes away, so not a shoe worth picking up. Then I found this really interesting pair of Nike shoes. I have absolutely no idea what these shoes are. I've never seen these before in my life. Let me know in the comment section down below if you guys know what they are, but they kind of look like a mashup between an Air Force One, an Air Jordan 1, and like maybe a snowboarding boot or something like that. A super weird sneaker, and one that I just don't think has much resale value, so decided to leave it. I did also find this pair of all black Prestos, which I'm gonna be honest, at first I thought were the off-white Prestos. I got insanely excited. Turns out they're just all black Prestos, which makes sense. Why would the off-white Prestos be at Plato's Closet? But you never know what you're gonna find. And then surprisingly, I actually found a pair of shoes which I never find, and that's a pair of Hoka One Ones. Hoka makes incredible running sneakers that are very, very stable and also very comfortable, and it seems like they've got a really loyal fan base because you never find these sneakers in store, at least not for resale. And this pair of Hokas appeared to be in really great condition. I definitely consider picking it up even for the personal, but unfortunately not my size and not really any resale value there, so decided to leave it. The next find was this pair of Air Force Ones, an all-white pair with some black accent stitching. Interesting looking shoe. Air Force Ones are pretty popular right now, at least in the triple white colorway, but this pair just seemed to be in kind of rough shape and didn't have much resale value, so decided to leave it. And then the final find of the day was this pair of Air Jordan 12s. It was a women's size, and it was pretty beat. I'm not gonna lie. The nubuck, as you guys can see, is very worn down. It used to be all black. It was priced pretty high at around 60 bucks. And also, weirdly enough, the ends of the laces were missing. Maybe a dog got to it or something like that, or maybe they just wore down over time. But these shoes, although they looked decent from a distance, were in pretty rough shape and definitely not worth what Plato's was asking, especially because there was a bunch of heel drag and the forefoot was pretty worn down too. Just not worth it, and not something I was willing to take my time to even try and clean up. Okay, so this week I was actually really lucky with retail pickups, which is surprising because I never usually hit on like the Confirmed app or the Sneakers app. So I was actually able to hit on both apps, crazily enough, and I figured I'd unbox both of these for you before actually telling you guys what these were, because I did hit them this week and they shipped really, really quick. So one of the sneakers I'm planning to keep in the collection, and one of them I'm probably going to either return or sell, but I'll let you guys figure out what that is as we go. So why don't I start off with this first box. So as you guys can tell from the top of the box, this is a Nike box, or a Nike Sneakers app box. This one I actually got on the recent, what was it called, like restock, like Jordan, I forget, there was like a name for it or something. I don't know what it was called, but I don't know, I just didn't expect to grab it. I entered for like a bunch of different shoes, and this is the one that I got. I don't know how I feel about it yet, but we'll see. Here it is, the box. As you guys can see, it's a black Air Jordan box with the Jumpman in red. Now I got a size, let's see, size 9. So let's pop the top on this guy and see it for the first time together. So here we go. So inside the box we've got the Air Jordan 6 Bordeaux's, a shoe that I've never actually seen in person, surprisingly enough. A very interesting looking sneaker. It's obviously not as sought after as the Jordan 7 Bordeaux's, but not a bad sneaker. I'm pretty sure this shoe did sell out, but it didn't sell out like crazy fast, and I'm pretty sure resale prices on these shoes are basically retail or maybe even a little bit less depending on where you grab them. It comes in the Bordeaux colorway, looks very similar to the original Bordeaux 7s. Not a bad looking sneaker, and one thing I love about new Jordans is that new Jordan smell, man. So let me put these back in the box. If you guys want to grab these, actually, I will list them on the eBay store, which is linked in the description below. You guys can grab them there, and if no one grabs them, I'm just gonna probably return them, because I think that's probably the best option. I was looking on StockX, and I'd actually lose money if I sold them on StockX. So if you want them, check out the eBay store. If not, I'll just send them back. But these cost me $190 with free shipping and also no tax. It's an alright pickup. The only reason I actually entered to win these was because I didn't think I was going to win these and I was entering for everything. So, I mean, if this was a shoe that I wanted to rock, I'd be super stoked on it, but not something I really feel like I need, so it is what it is. Okay, so this next and final box was from the Adidas Confirmed app, and this is a shoe that I think I may actually add to the collection. So let me rip this guy open with these little pull guys on the side. Inside this box, I'm pretty sure you guys already know what it is. A pair of 350 V2s right there, looking all fresh. And I grabbed a size 9, which is my true size. And in this shoe, I think you should actually probably go with your true size. So let's slide open the box. Here it is, the Yeezy Boost 350 V2 MX Oat. Now this is a shoe that I actually already did a review on, and I did a giveaway on. So I teamed up with my sock brand Apothecary to give away a pair of these brand new to one of you guys. It also comes with the entire new Apothecary sock tonal collection, which is actually dropping on Friday. So if you guys want to grab that, there will be a link to our Instagram in the description below because the link's not live yet, so you wouldn't be able to grab it right off the bat. But on Friday, you can grab it 11 a.m. Eastern time. And actually, while we're talking about it, it's probably better just to show you guys the promo video for this Friday's drop rather than me just talk about the colors and how good they look. I can actually show you how good they look. Man, I always get hyped on those promo videos. I wish I could edit like that too. That's something else I should probably work on. But yeah, super stoked on this collection. If you guys want to grab it, again, apothecary.com, Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern time. But yeah, so this is the MX Oat. Got them for retail, $220. Again, no shipping costs and no taxes. So it was just a straight $220. And I honestly think I'm actually going to add these to the collection and keep them because we don't have any pairs of 350s in the collection. Well, not brand new pairs. We do have a pair that we picked up at Buffalo Exchange last week. And I think at the end of the series, probably how we're going to get to the mags is by selling a lot of sneakers. And it's a lot easier to sell brand new sneakers. And if we get them along the way for retail price, I think it's totally going to be worth it. And we're going to be able to make a lot of profit. Some of the sneakers I might actually keep for my own personal collection, but I think a lot of them we are going to sell. And hopefully for something like this, the price will go up by the time that we do end up selling these. Otherwise, I'll keep them because I actually really dig them. So yeah, so that's the plan for these. But I mean, who knows? These might go towards buying that pair of Nike mags. So we'll just have to wait and see. So after both of these pickups, $220 for the Yeezys and $190 for the Air Jordans, we now have a sneaker collection fund of $630.34. So I usually like starting the week off by stopping by Plato's Closet because it's relatively close by and I usually hit more often than not. And the first pair of sneakers that I found was this pair of shoes which I believe are called Cross Trekkers. I've never heard of them before. I thought that they were maybe like some weird Reebok basketball shoe that I'd never seen before, but I have no idea what these are. That's one of the things that I really like about Plato's Closet because you never know exactly what you're gonna get. The next pair that I found was this pair of Air Force One mids that looked pretty clean, primarily black with some nice print on the Nike swoosh and also around the inside of the strap. Pretty simple, pretty clean, and a shoe that I think has some potential resale value, but after looking it up, it wasn't as much as I thought. The next shoe that was kind of interesting was this pair of Kyrie's. It reminds me a little bit of the Paranorman foams because it's got that sort of like weird colored fire. The one thing I didn't like about this shoe was the fact that the forefoot of the sneaker, the tread was completely worn off. This shoe had been played in a lot, which means that it's going to be impossible to sell. The next shoe I found was this pair of Air Jordans. Now initially I thought this was a pair of Air Jordan 1s, but it kind of looks like it's a mashup between Air Jordan 1s and something like a pair of Air Jordan 20s. I'm not sure exactly what this sneaker was. If you guys know, make sure to let me know in the comment section down below. Next up we had another pair of Kyrie's that I'm assuming came from the same person because it looked good up top, and then if you look at the forefoot of the sneaker, it's completely worn down. There's no tread left whatsoever. It's about to wear through to the air unit. This thing has not got much life left in it, so definitely a no-go for me. Whenever I go to Plato's, I've got to check out the bins, and unfortunately it looks like the bins were completely empty today. Oh, and also, as you can see, I'm wearing my UNC Dunks today. You guys are always asking what kind of sneakers I'm wearing, and that's what I'm rocking today. The last shoe that I found was a shoe that I actually considered picking up, and that was this pair of gray and wool Nike Air Max Pluses. I've never seen this colorway before, and the shoe looked like it was in pretty decent condition, but it was priced at $45, and after checking the listings on eBay, that's about what it was selling for. So definitely not something that was worth picking up because there was just no money to be made. After that, I decided to hit up Ross because I hadn't hit it up in a couple weeks, mainly because I just feel like it hasn't had really anything good recently. There's been like 1 or 2 times that I found anything at Ross, and unfortunately it's been much more of a miss than a hit. The only shoe that I found that might have some value were the Fila Disruptor 2s. Now this is a shoe that I actually did a review on like a year and a half ago because it's such a popular sneaker. The problem was this shoe didn't have a box, and unfortunately, even though they sell out a lot of times, they only sell for retail, and this shoe was about $5 under retail, so not something that was worth picking up. Also, if you guys go to Ross a lot, you know that there's that one section where they have like the size 18 shoes. And I don't know if you guys have ever put a size 18 shoe up against your regular size shoe. Like, I'm a size 9. It's a pretty major difference. I mean, look at this. I'm wearing the Adidas Spring Blades in a size 9, and these are size 18s, and they just dwarf. I could probably put my entire shoe inside that shoe, actually. So this week we did end up making some sales, which I was pretty happy about. They also kind of all happened at the same time. The only problem was it wasn't as many sales as I was hoping. We ended up selling 3 pairs of sneakers and returning a pair of sneakers, and that's pretty much all the selling we did the entire week. So the first pair that we sold was actually kind of a surprise to me, and that was the snakeskin Adidas Forum Mids. I picked up these sneakers from Plato's Closet a couple weeks back for just $35, and we actually ended up being able to sell them on eBay for $100 even, which honestly I didn't expect. I put up the $100 buy it now price thinking that no one would buy it at that and people would put in offers and I'd kind of have to haggle with people, but turns out someone actually did buy it for that, and after fees and shipping we were able to add $106.99 back into the sneaker collection fund, which when you subtract the original purchase price of $35 leaves us with a net profit of $71.99. Next up were those Air Jordan 7 Metallics that we picked up at Buffalo Exchange. Now I'm not gonna lie, I think I overpaid for these. They were priced at $85, I bought them at $85, and I feel like that was just a little bit too much. I should have tried to grab them at $60, not that I think that they haggle or anything, but if they did, that would be great. But honestly, it is what it is. At least we sold them, and at least we made a couple bucks on them. So those Jordan 7 sold for $117, and after fees and shipping, we were able to add $117.80 back into the sneaker collection fund. And after subtracting the original purchase price of the shoes, we're left with a net profit of $32.80. Not great, but at least it's something. And then the final pair of shoes that we sold were the Santana Nike Dunks that we picked up at Plato's Closet 2 weeks ago. We bought these shoes for $55 and ended up selling them on eBay for $102, which meant that we were able to add $104.38 back into the sneaker collection fund. And after all was said and done, we had a net profit of $49.38, meaning that the winner of those sales was actually the pair of shoes that I expected to make the least money, the Adidas Forum Mids. I mean, we made a net profit of $71.99 on those shoes, and we bought them for just $35, meaning that we basically tripled our money. It's crazy. I wish I could find more deals like that. So after all of that, our sneaker collection fund grows from $630.34 to $959.51. Oh, and I almost forgot that return that we made. So I ended up returning those Air Jordan 6 Bordeauxs that we picked up last week. I bought them for $190 even and was able to return them for $190 even. So after the return, our sneaker collection fund actually grows to $1,149.51, which is definitely a number that I can be happy about. Later in the week, I decided to hit up the Foot Locker in Center City, Philadelphia. Now this Foot Locker usually gets some pretty decent stuff. As you guys can see here, you've got the Griffies, which are a shoe that's actually pretty difficult to find. Now a lot of their good stuff sells out the day it releases, but sometimes there's some stragglers. Like today I found this pair of Air Jordan 1 Mids in this black and yellow colorway. It reminded me a little bit of the black and yellow Air Jordan 1s that released earlier this year, and to be honest, this colorway is not a bad looking shoe. The problem is that it doesn't resell for really anything. Mids, although they're popular right now, just don't really have much resale, even if it's a good colorway, so that's not a sneaker that I really wanted to grab. A shoe that I actually haven't seen in person yet was the Air Jordan 36. This is the first time I've seen them. For some reason I decided not to order them. I probably should have and done a review. That's my bad. But it's a nice looking sneaker. I really like this white and red colorway. I actually really dig the way that this Air Jordan looks. I think of all the performance Jordans recently, this is one of the best looking ones. And then before I left, I had to hit up the New Balance section, and this Foot Locker's New Balance section was pretty decent. They actually had 2 pairs of 550s. They had the purple colorway, evidently in a pretty large size, So I'm assuming the smallest size they had was probably this size, maybe a size 12 or 13. And they also had this pair of dark blue New Balance 550s. Now again, this is probably a smaller size. It's probably the biggest size that they have. I'm assuming it's like a size 8. Really nice looking pair of sneakers, but I have like 4 different pairs of them already, so not something I needed. And unfortunately, because they're not collab versions, they don't really have much resale. Down the street from Foot Locker on 12th and Chestnut is Lapstone and Hammer, one of my favorite sneaker stores in the city, especially because it gets like every single release. It gets Yeezys, it gets Jordans. As you guys can see, I found this pair of Air Jordan 14s, the winterized colorway, which I've got to admit is a nicer looking shoe in person. I didn't like it online, I still don't love it, but it's definitely nicer looking in person. The one gripe I have about this store is purely a filming issue, and as you guys can see, there are these weird black bars on the screen right now, and that's because whatever kind of lights they have behind these panels just mess with my cameras, and on a phone where I can't really change the shutter speed, it's just impossible to work with. That aside, they did have a pretty decent selection of Yeezys. As you guys can see, they had both of the new 380 releases. It looks like they only really had smaller sizes. They had this sort of dark gray and black colorway, and they had this sort of white and tan colorway. I don't mind the 380s, they're incredibly comfortable, but I think they're kind of an ugly sneaker, so not something I was trying to pick up, especially because there's no resale. They also had the new Adidas Pharrell Sachonas, a shoe which I don't think took off the way that Adidas wanted it to. The last shoe that I checked out was this pair of 700 MNVN Honey Fluxes. Again, they've been sitting here for a while, no resale. So I don't know what it is, but over the last couple weeks, I've been money on the Sneakers app and the Confirmed app. I've been winning sneakers left and right, and this week is no different. In fact, here's the haul that we got from last week. So these are all sneakers that I won on the Sneakers app and the Confirmed app. I bought all of these with the Sneaker Collection Fund, and I'll go through the prices and what they are in a second. In fact, I'm actually going to unbox them for you guys. My plan is I'm probably going to list all of these guys. If you want to grab any of them, there will be a link to my eBay store in the description below. But I'm going to try and sell them, and if they don't move in the next week, I'm probably going to return them as well. But I feel like these are better than the shoes that I picked up last week, so let's just dive in. So let's start off with this pair of Air Jordan 1s. So this is a shoe that I actually talked about in a Weekly Heat video a while back, and it's not my style, I'm gonna be honest. So this is a size 9, I paid $190 retail for it, which is a lot, but when you guys see the sneaker, you'll understand why. So let me pop the top. Ooh, that's actually kind of cool. And then underneath the other paper, we've got the sneaker itself. All right, okay. Well, I'm definitely not keeping these. So these are the Air Jordan 1 Zoom Air Comforts, I think is what they're called. So this is a different kind of take on the Air Jordan 1. It features a full-length Zoom Air unit, which means that they're a little bit more comfortable than a standard pair of Jordan 1s. However, this sort of a gold laser colorway, not for me. I'm a big fan of the Jordan 1. It's my favorite sneaker of all time, but this shoe is it's a no for me, dog. You've got these metallic gold hits on the upper that have laser etch details. Kind of reminds me of that one level in Halo 3, that one where you find the hammer and like it doesn't matter. I mean, overall, it's not a bad looking sneaker. It's got exposed foam on the edges. It's just not something that I would ever wear, and this will definitely be listed on the site. This is the one that I don't think is actually going to sell. I'm going to try and sell it, but if it doesn't, I'm just going to return it. I don't know. I kind of wish I hadn't hit on this one, but I did. So we got to figure out something to do with this now. Okay, so next up, we've got another pair of Air Jordans. This is the Billie Eilish Air Jordan 15s. This shoe retailed for $225, which is a lot. It's a women's shoe, so I bought a size 10.5, which is a size 9 men's. Let's pop the top. I have yet to see these. All right, so this is the all-vegan leather Air Jordan 15. It's got Billie Eilish's logo right there on the inside of the tongue. The shoe comes in this monochromatic tan look. I'm actually kind of into it. I actually think this is a nice-looking sneaker. Now, I'm not sure what resale is like on these. I'm assuming it's not crazy, so I'm probably going to list this one on eBay as well. I mean, if I can keep it, I might, but to be honest, $225 is a lot out of the Sneaker Collection Fund, and I'm not really trying to lose all that money, so hopefully this sells. Again, if you guys want to grab it, link in the description below. And then the final shoe that we picked up is this pair of Yeezys right here. You guys probably already know what they are based on the 500 on the top of the box. But sliding the box open, we have got the Adidas Yeezy 500 Clay Browns. This is the first 500 to drop in a long time, at least that I can remember. This is actually not a bad looking sneaker. It comes in a tonal brown upper. It's definitely a new color when it comes to Yeezy 500s. I mean, there's been a million brown Yeezys, but this is the first really dark brown 500 that I can remember. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me know in the comment section down below. But again, it's not something that I really need, even though I like it. So I am gonna list it on the eBay store and maybe on GOAT and StockX. Depending on the resale price. I have no idea what these are going for. I don't think it's that much, but I'm sure, you know, I could at least make a couple bucks, hopefully. I don't know. Now that I've seen all these sneakers, I'm not as hyped on them. I feel like I just want a bunch of easy sneakers to win, so I didn't really
come out on top with this one, dang.
Well, it is what it is. I paid $200 for these, again with no taxes and no shipping fees, same with the other sneakers, so it was their even retail price. That was all I paid for them. So subtracting the cost of all of these sneakers from our sneaker collection fund, we are left with $534.51. The good news about all of these pickups is that unlike a lot of the thrift store pickups, if they don't sell, we can return them and get all our money back. A few days later, I decided to hit up my go-to Buffalo Exchange. This is a place that I found some of the craziest sneakers in this entire series. And today I was hoping to find something hopefully on that same level as the Travis Scotts and the Air Jordan 1s, but I know that's a lot to ask for. The first pair that I found was this pair of Adidas sneakers. Now, I've never seen these shoes in my life. I have no idea what they are. They are Boost sneakers, and they kind of have a prime knit upper, so they've got that sort of like new school Adidas look. If you guys know what these are called, let me know in the comment section down below, because I have no idea, and I just don't think they're worth anything, so not a pickup for me. No matter what sneaker store I go to, I always make sure to check out every single size. Men's, women's, kids, in every size, just to make sure that I'm not missing anything. Now, one pair of sneakers that I found while I was doing that at Buffalo Exchange was this really interesting pair of New Balances. This kind of reminds me of like those North Face slippers that they have. It's a weird looking shoe, and if it was my size, I honestly would have grabbed it because it's so wild. The next shoe was this pair of Air Max 97s in this sort of gray wool colorway. It's actually kind of interesting that we found two different gray wool Air Maxes in the same video. I didn't expect that because I never see these shoes, but unfortunately not much resale value there, especially with what they were asking for them. And then I found this pair of, I think, Nike Shocks. I'm not exactly sure what these are. They've been behind the counter for a while and they finally moved them out to the shelves. Looks like no one really wants them, and it's not something that I really want, so I'm gonna leave these guys. Next up, I found this pair of Jordans, which kind of look like a Air Jordan skate shoe with like an Air Jordan 4 outsole and midsole, and then like a weird mashup shoe on the upper. I've never seen this shoe before. I'm sure it's some kind of team shoe. I'm finding a lot of crazy stuff that I've never seen, just unfortunately it's all not very valuable stuff. Then I found this pair of custom sneakers. Now, this is a pair of custom golf shoes. It looks like they painted the midsole, which didn't come out very well. For some reason at this Buffalo Exchange, I found a lot of customs. You guys remember those Air Jordan 3s from a couple weeks back? I don't know why all the customs that I find are in Buffalo Exchange. Maybe there's a customizer somewhere who does like really rough work. I'm not sure. Next, I found this pair of New Balance X Racers, one of my favorite New Balance silhouettes for hiking. It's a really great looking sneaker. My favorite colorway of this shoe is the Bodega version, which I've actually hiked in a good amount. This colorway isn't bad. It comes in like a bright blue with some greens. Not a bad looking sneaker, but priced a little bit high and not something I really wanted to grab because the resale on these isn't great. And then surprise, surprise, we came upon another random customized sneaker. Now, I'm assuming this was an all white shoe before, but when I looked at it, it was pretty poorly painted. The blue paint on the mudguard was chipping and creasing and cracking. There was some gold around the Nike swoosh, which actually didn't look too bad. It's just weird that we find so many customs, and in the same video too. Like, I don't know why this keeps happening, but definitely a no-go. But then I came across a pair of sneakers which I was really surprised to find, and that was this pair of Adidas Yeezy Desert boots. Now, what was interesting about this pair is that it actually had a StockX tag on it, and it had been worn, which means that someone wore the shoe with a StockX tag, which got me thinking, is this shoe fake and they put a StockX tag on it to make it look like it was real, or did this person buy it and wear it with a StockX tag, which is arguably worse? But after looking at the shoe, I was pretty sure that it was real. I checked online a couple places, so I was willing to take the risk, especially for $125. And even though it had the StockX tag on there, I figured, I'd cut that off, list it on eBay, and when it sells, eBay would check it out and make sure that it was in fact legit, so I was willing to take the risk on it. Then I came across another random find which I didn't expect, and that was this pair of Balenciagas in this red colorway. Now, I think these are the Balenciaga Arenas, and they're in this sort of grenade red colorway. Buffalo Exchange had these priced at $150, which I thought was a pretty good deal, and they were in great condition. The outsole was barely worn. They still had the dust bag, as you guys can see inside the shoe, and the upper of the shoe was also in pretty great condition. No scuffing, no creasing, and for $150, I was willing to take the risk. And then the last stop of the week for me was the Nike outlet in Center City. I really wanted to stop by here because I've been watching Unbreakable's videos on his crazy Chicago outlet finds, and I figured they've got to have something like that in Philadelphia, but as you guys will see, it's not the same. Now, the first pair that I found was this pair of LeBrons. There was a couple pairs of these, so I'm assuming that they, if they did sell out, they didn't have any resale because people were returning them. Nice looking pair of shoes, but not something I needed. Then I found this pair of ACGs in this really nice sort of light tan, blue, and orange colorway. I'm a big fan of hiking shoes. I go hiking every so often, so it was nice to see these, and if they had been in my size for a better price, I might have grabbed them. Next, I found this really interesting pair of Nike Blazers that came in like this patchwork colorway. It came in like light pinks and blues and greens. I've I've never seen these before. If you guys know what these are, let me know in the comment section down below. I don't even remember when these released, but I'm just noticing now, but even the midsole is made up of a couple different panels. A really interesting sneaker, but not something I knew anything about, and I checked resale prices online. There wasn't really much there. Then I found what I consider one of the most underrated collaborations of the last couple years, and that's the John Elliott Nike LeBrons in this gold colorway. I think the entire collab in all the colorways was incredibly clean. I think my favorite is the white colorway, but this one's also pretty clean. If it had come in my size, I would have grabbed it, especially for 80 bucks, but it was a size 7 and there's no resale whatsoever. To be honest, the surprise of the day for me were these Nike Alpha Fly Next Percents, or whatever they're called. This is a $275 sneaker, and I was hoping that this shoe was going to be priced a little bit lower because it was on the hash wall, but unfortunately, still full retail price at $275. Next up was a pair of Jordan Series .01s, the Dear Dolores colorway. An interesting $80 lifestyle shoe. I've never seen them in person before. They're honestly kind of plain and they look like skate shoes. They were priced here at full retail, and unfortunately there is no resale, so not something that I wanted to grab. I don't know how I missed it when I first walked in, but I looked over and I saw this pair of Air Jordan 1 mids in this purple, black, and white colorway, which I honestly really liked. Now it looked like they had a lot of different pairs of these. They had this weird red sticker on them, which I'm not sure exactly what that means. Maybe it's like they're discounted a little more, I have no idea, but unfortunately there wasn't a lot of good sizes, and for full retail price, it wasn't something I was willing to take the risk on. This colorway doesn't really go for much on StockX, and if they had been discounted a lot, I might have grabbed a bunch of pairs, but unfortunately, not really worth it. And also, the only pairs that I could find had been tried on. Like, they all had dusty outsoles. I mean, it's a nice looking sneaker for sure, but not really worth the effort for me. So as you guys just saw, we picked up these Yeezys and these Balenciagas, both definitely solid pickups. I'm pretty sure these are both legit based off of the research that I've done on them, but again, because I'm selling them through eBay, they'll get authenticated before they get shipped off to the buyer, so it's not that big of a deal. Other than if they're fake, I'll lose some money on them, but it is what it is. It is kind of weird that this StockX tag is on this shoe. It means that the person bought these, wore them with a StockX tag on them, and then decided to trade them into Buffalo Exchange, which is a little odd. Guys, if you're doing this, please just stop. Don't wear your StockX tags on your sneakers. It's one thing for off-white shoes. I'm already not a fan of that, but these StockX ones, oof. That's rough. As far as the Balenciagas go, I was really surprised to find these. Actually, what's annoying is that after I looked back at the footage, it turns out that there was a second pair of these in Buffalo Exchange, like a couple shoes over. I did not see them the first time around, so I may try and go back and grab them if these ones sell. If not, then I'm just gonna obviously just stick with these ones. But the nice thing about both of these shoes is that they're both in my size, so if they don't sell, I can rock them. Bad news is though, after spending $270 on these guys, our sneaker collection fund is now down to just $254.51, which is a far cry from the $1,100 we had in the middle of the episode. And in last week's episode, I bought 3 different pairs of sneakers, 2 from the Sneakers app and 1 from the Adidas Confirmed app, all of which I had listed for the entire week on eBay, and none of which sold. And so, because of that, I decided to return all of them, which then brings us to a new starting sneaker collection fund of $869.51. I actually am pretty bummed that I returned all those sneakers. There was a pair of 500s, a pair of Billie Eilish Air Jordan 15s. It was a good group of sneakers, but honestly none of them were selling, and I don't think any of them would have sold unless I held on to them for months, and I'm not willing to do that. So because of that, rather than take a loss by selling them or keeping one of them, I decided to just return all of them. I know it sucks, but at the end of the day, it was the right move, I think. Also, speaking of making the right move, I ended up selling that pair of Adidas Yeezy 350 Yeezreels that we picked up a couple weeks back, but unfortunately I sold them for a loss. So to give you guys the specifics, I found this pair at Buffalo Exchange for $125, which at the time seemed like a good price because it was a pair of 350s, but once I got them home and looked them over a little bit more, they were in pretty rough shape. They did not have a size tag. The size tag had actually worn off, so I wasn't sure exactly what size they were until I pulled out the insole and matched them up with some other sneakers in my collection. I found out they were a size 8, which is kind of unfortunate because that size is a little bit harder to sell for me, and they ended up sitting on my eBay store for like 2 or 3 weeks, which sucks because the longer that they sit there, the less money I'm gonna get for them because people see that they're not selling, and I ended up deciding to take an offer, and the offer was for $101. Now obviously that sucks because after fees and shipping, I was only able to add $104.51 back into the sneaker collection fund, and of course when you subtract the original purchase price from that amount, you have a net loss of $20.49. So obviously it wasn't the best decision business-wise. It wasn't that popular of a colorway. It was in pretty rough shape. And also I think the only reason I bought it was because of my ego. I wanted to be able to pick up a pair of 350s at a thrift store. I was finally able to do that, but it ended up not being worth it. And so I'm learning from that. I'm being a lot more careful about the sneakers that I buy. Not so much in buying less, but trying to buy sneakers that are guaranteed value versus shoes which are a little bit riskier and which I'm only buying because of the name of the sneaker. So after that was all said and done, we had a new sneaker collection fund of $974.02. And I mean, hey, I feel like that's a great amount to go thrifting with. So the first stop of the week, as usual, was Plato's Closet. Now, Plato's Closet always seems to have something. Sometimes they have a lot of somethings, other times it's just like one or two somethings, but I usually end up picking up something from Plato's Closet whenever I go. Now, the first thing that I found was this pair of Vans. I have no idea what they are, but they looked pretty cool. Next, I found this pair of Adidas Alpha Bounces. I remember when these were getting first pushed by Adidas, they were supposed to be the next big thing, and it turns out they are still a relatively popular sneaker, especially because of their price point, but they never hit that boost hype. Next up was a pair of Nike basketball sneakers. These could be Hyperdunks. I'm not sure exactly what they are, but not a bad looking pair of sneakers. I think I've also actually seen these in Plato's Closet before, so I think they've been sitting for a couple weeks. Right after that was a really interesting pair of Vans. It was this pair of skate highs with this sort of interesting semi-transparent mesh top. I've never seen these before. I have no idea what they are. Then I came across this pair of iridescent looking Air Jordan 6s. Now, I don't remember exactly what the name of this sneaker was, but I remember that they released sometime in like 2016 or 2017. Now this pair was a youth size. I believe it was like a 6Y or 6.5Y, and it was priced pretty well at 20 bucks. Now I actually had to wait for someone to like look over this sneaker and check the prices on eBay before I could run over to it and try and grab it. Someone else was trying to grab these sneakers before me, but I guess because I was hovering, I kind of freaked them out and they left. This is the kind of shoe that I'm willing to take a risk on because it's priced really well and it's also a pretty popular silhouette overall. I feel like it's one of those shoes that might sit for a couple weeks, but it probably will sell eventually. So we started off the week pretty strong. I went to Plato's Closet, which is my go-to, and we found some awesome sneakers. But in addition to that, we also met some employees there who apparently watch my videos, which is so sick. So thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you, Kiri, and thank you to her boyfriend for watching as well and recommending. I really appreciate you guys. Also, thank you to them for hooking me up with a little bit of a discount on this pair of sneakers. So this pair was originally listed at $20. We were able to get it for a little bit cheaper than that, around $12.50. So thank you guys so much. It was already pretty cheap at 20 bucks. It's a size 6.5 and an Air Jordan 6. Thanks so much for everyone over at Plato's Closet who watches the channel. It really means a lot. And let's go on to the next spot. Just down the street from Plato's Closet is my favorite Goodwill. Now, unfortunately, this was the worst Goodwill trip I've ever had. The store was absolutely packed and there was literally nothing left on the shelves. Serves me right for going on a Sunday. Later in the week, I decided to go to some outlets in South Jersey, and the first outlet I hit up was the Nike outlet. And the first place I hit up in the Nike outlet is usually the hash wall because that's where a lot of really great returns end up. So the first shoe I found on the hash wall, I found a bunch of pairs of these, were this new silhouette called the Drop Tight Mesh. I've never heard of this shoe before. I just thought it was kind of interesting because it kind of looked like a Nike blazer. In like the size 14 through 18 section, I found this pair of LeBrons, this pair of LeBron lows. I don't know exactly what the name of this colorway is, but it's way too big of a shoe for me to be able to sell it, so decided to leave it. In the same section, I found this pair of Shishiko Nike Kyries. Now, I thought these had some resale value, but apparently they don't, and it'd be even harder to sell them in like a size 18, so not something I was willing to grab. One pair I found that I was kind of interested in was this women's pair of Volt sneakers that featured 2 air units in the heel. I don't remember what these are called, but I remember when they first released, they were selling out pretty quickly, but after checking them out in like StockX and GOAT, they don't really have much resale value anymore. Then I found this pair of really cool sort of multicolored Air Max 90s. I've never seen these before. I don't know what the colorway is, but it was a nice looking pair of shoes, just not really worth the price. One thing I always make sure to do is check all the end caps before I go through the aisles, because usually the best sneakers that are in the aisles are on the end caps. And the pair that really caught my attention was this pair of Nike Waffle Trainer 2s in this green and orange colorway. Now I remember when this shoe first released, and it was actually priced pretty well. I think the shoe was priced at like 69 bucks, so if I could sell it for retail price, I'd be happy. But unfortunately, on places like GOAT and StockX, it wasn't really going for retail, and after fees and shipping, you'd actually lose a little bit of money, so not something I decided to go for. After that, we had one more sale for the week. It was actually a pretty slow week when it came to sales, which is always a bummer, but at least we sold something, and that was this pair of Allen Iversons that we picked up at Plato's Closet for 35 bucks. Again, I feel like I picked this shoe up because of my own emotional connection to this sneaker, and not because I thought it was like a great value overall, and you guys let me know in the comment section of that video, so hey, you know what? You guys were right about this one. I ended up taking an offer for 50 bucks on eBay for these sneakers, and after fees and shipping, we were left with $42.93 being put back into the sneaker collection fund, which means we made a net profit of $7.93. Not great, but at least we didn't lose money like we did with the Yeezys. So actually, we're not even in the positive for this week. But the good news was, after all of that, we had a sneaker collection fund of $1,004.93. We are once again breaking the $1,000 barrier, which is great. I actually think about it a lot. We started with just a $20 bill, and now we have $1,000 in cash, and also a pretty decently sized sneaker collection. So it's definitely something you can do. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, but it's not a bad way to go if you're trying to start off a sneaker collection with a budget. But it is important to keep in mind that we are not yet at the mags. We're about $19,000 short. So we're going to have to start making some big boy moves. Later in the week, I decided to go to Center City, mainly because I had to go to the sock office, which, by the way, if you guys haven't seen our new collection of Apothecary socks, check them out. But whenever I'm in Center City to hit up our Apothecary office, I also got to check out Buffalo Exchange. And the first pair that I found was this pair of KDs. Now, I actually grabbed the white pair of these that came with ostrich leather back in 2014 when these first released. I have not seen these really anywhere since they dropped because I think they kind of flopped, but it's a nice looking pair of lifestyle sneakers. It's actually one of those KDs that I wouldn't mind wearing even to this day. Not something that I pay resale for or even retail for, but not a bad looking sneaker overall. Unfortunately today there wasn't really anything behind the counter that I thought was that interesting. There was a pair of Nike Vapor Maxes in this, I believe, 2019 style. I don't remember exactly what the name of this particular silhouette is, but it came in this interesting sort of semi-translucent black mesh upper with some gold hits. I also found a pair of Nike Shox in this black and gold colorway. An interesting looking sneaker. Let me know in the comment section down below what you guys think of the Nike Shox, but definitely a popular Nike model. There was also an interesting pair of, I believe, Puma Cells. I actually have an MCM collaboration sample of this sneaker in my collection. I don't see many people rocking these, but I don't think they're a bad looking sneaker. I'm actually kind of a fan of the Puma Cells, but they don't have any resale value, so not worth picking up. Also, they were kind of pricey at 45 bucks. I get that they're new, but that's still a lot for a pair of Puma Cells. Next up, I found this pair of Epic Reacts without laces. Not a bad looking pair of sneakers, but they were pretty well worn, and I've bought a lot of Nike Epic Reacts throughout this series, and they don't really flip for that much, so I think I'm gonna stop grabbing Epic Reacts. Then I came across this pair of women's Nike Dunk Highs. Now, I had never seen this colorway before, and upon closer inspection, I realized that they were actually Nike IDs. Now, I can't actually remember the last time that Nike ID had a pair of Dunk Highs that you could edit or customize. It's been a while, but this colorway is nuts. They were actually priced pretty well at 32 bucks, and especially with Dunks being as popular as they are, I was willing to take the risk on them, but this colorway is definitely out there and definitely pretty wild. Next to the Dunks was actually a pair of women's Air Jordan 12s in this sort of teal and black colorway. Another shoe which I considered because Air Jordan 12s are pretty popular, but I don't think this colorway in particular is that popular, and after checking prices on eBay, they weren't really selling for much more than they were selling for in store, and with fees and shipping, I would definitely lose money on these guys, so even though I think it's a nice looking sneaker, and even though it's a good silhouette overall, not worth picking up. Just down the street from Buffalo Exchange is one of my favorite sneaker stores, Atmos. Now, it used to be called Ubik, but I believe Atmos bought Ubik last year, and so they converted over to Atmos. And Atmos consistently has a really great selection of sneakers. Like, a lot of the sneakers that sell out online don't sell out in Atmos, and you can find a lot of stuff, like this pair of Yeezy 500 highs in these weird, like, red and blue colorways. Not only that, their New Balance selection is on point, and you guys know me, I love New Balance, and they have a lot of really great stuff. Of course, they also have a sales section near the front of the store, which I always have to look through, especially for this series, because I look for things that I can find for cheap and then flip for more. I did, however, find this pair of New Balance 990 V3s in this gray on gray colorway, which actually did sell out online, and I was hoping that they'd have my size in store, so decided to ask.
Do you guys have these in a size 9? Awesome, thank you so much.
While they were checking in the back, I found this pair of Bapesta Mids in this white with the Bape logo printed on the heel. Interesting looking pair of sneakers. I don't know if they have any resale. Let me know in the comment section down below, but I didn't want to check resale prices on my phone while they were looking for sneakers for me, so just had to put those guys back. There were these really nice pairs of Air Max 1s in like this dark teal and orange color. I really love these for the personal, but not something that I think have any resale value. And in the women's section, there actually was a lot of Jordans for retail. Like, they had these Oreo Jordans, or Moonlights as they're called now, but unfortunately no resale there, so not worth the pickup. And surprisingly, 2 pairs of Yeezy Quantums. Good news is, turns out they did have a pair of 990 V3s in my size, and I decided to grab them. For the final stop of the week, I decided to hit up a different Plato's Closet than I usually go to, and it turns out that was actually probably a bad choice because their shelves are completely empty. Now, I think they're actually going to be having some Black Friday sales, so it's possible that they're saving stock to replenish their shelves with like crazy stuff, but unfortunately there just wasn't much there. There was this pair of Air Maxes in a youth size in this sort of like weird purple and green colorway. Unfortunately, they weren't really selling for anything on eBay and they were priced a little bit high at Plato's, so not really a pickup for me. Surprisingly, this Plato's Closet also had sort of a hidden fashion bin sort of tucked away in the back of the store, and when I first looked at it, I thought, wow, I hit the jackpot. There was this pair of foam posits. I think they were priced at like 20 bucks and they were in a good size, but on closer inspection, turns out these shoes were beat to hell. The entire outsole of the sneaker had pretty much worn completely through to where you could almost see your sock. I could see why they were $20, even though the upper of the shoe looked good, the outsole was completely destroyed. And unfortunately, because of that, there's no way for me to fix this shoe. There's no way for me to make money on this shoe, so this is definitely a no-go. Underneath the foam posits, though, were a pair of Nike VaporMax 2020s in a pretty nice black on black colorway. Again, same sort of situation, however not as bad as the foam posits. They looked good on the upper, but the outsole was pretty worn down, and even though they were priced relatively well, it's just not something that was worth picking up because I feel like I couldn't really have sold them for anything. So unfortunately, not leaving this Plato's Closet with anything, and if I'm completely honest with you guys, I'm actually pretty disappointed in how this week turned out as far as pickups. Like, sometimes you really hit big, and other times you just don't hit much at all, and this is one of those weeks where we got a couple things, but really no heavy hitters, and that sucks. I wish we could have gotten some crazy stuff to show you guys this week, but unfortunately just a pair of New Balances that I really like personally, but don't have like a huge amount of resale value. So obviously we ended off the week with some pretty decent pickups. We had this pair of Nike ID Dunks. This is a pair of Dunk Highs. I have no idea what they were going for. Also, I just noticed this now, but on the back of the tongue, it actually says, "I got it from my mama." I don't know how I'm gonna sell these. This colorway is nuts. I will admit that the materials that are used are pretty decent, actually seemingly nicer than most Nike Dunks that you find on sale right now. Also, I can't remember the last time that they had Nike Dunk Highs on Nike ID. I don't remember what year it was. Let me see. These are from 2008. That is crazy. They say they're a size 8.5. I think it's a women's size 8.5 because the European size is 40. So if you're a dude, you're gonna have a hard time fitting into these unless you have smaller feet. I have smaller feet, so don't feel like that's a bad thing. But if you guys wanna grab these will be available on my eBay store, which is linked in the description below. Very interesting pair of sneakers. I hope I didn't make a mistake. These are 32 bucks. I think I could probably sell them for like maybe 60 or 70 because Dunks are hot right now. We'll see. The colorway is weird, so I'm not sure exactly how these are gonna move. Plus, they're gonna be harder to search because they're IDs and not just standard Dunks, but it is what it is. And then the second pair of shoes that we picked up was actually a pair that I was super excited about, and that was this pair of New Balance 990 V3s. The thing is though, when I bought these, I thought these were the special edition with that little red tag. They're not Levi's, they're like the made in the USA version. It's like a special edition version leading up to the 990 V6, which releases next year. Turns out these are just standard gray on gray New Balance 990 V3s. They look almost identical, but they're not. And the problem is that the price of these is actually like $50 to $100 lower on the resale market than the other pair, which sucks, even though they look almost exactly the same. So originally my plan was that I was gonna keep these because these are a size 9 my size, and I actually have a pair coming in from End that I bought in a size 9.5 that I was gonna switch out for this pair and use those in the sneaker collection and maybe sell those. But now it turns out these are just regular 990 V3s, which I also still really like. I mean, when you're wearing these, they don't look any different. But unfortunately, there's something about that other pair. I know it's just totally the hype beast inside me talking, but I'd rather have that other pair. I'd be willing to wear a half size up if I have to. These do resell for a little bit, but not that much. I do have to say though that I think the 990 V3 is like my favorite New Balance silhouette of all time, so maybe I'll just keep these too. For now, at the end of this episode, these will stay in the sneaker collection, the $20 sneaker collection, which I'll actually give you guys an overview of right now. So here is sort of a quick overview of all the sneakers in the collection. I'll kind of go through them one by one. So this first one is a pair of skate highs that I've sold like 3 different times, but people never seem to pay for them, so I don't know what I'm going to do with them. We've got the Air Jordan 6s that we picked up earlier this week, the Dunks. We've got the Balenciagas that we picked up last week with the Balenciaga dust bag too. We've got the Yeezys with the StockX tag. There's also the pair of Air Jordan 8s, which I think I've actually sold once or twice. People didn't pay, I had to relist it. And I guess it's just like the size or the colorway or whatever it is. But for some reason, these aren't as popular as I would have liked. But if you guys would like to grab any of these shoes, they are available on eBay right now, link in the description below. But let's get up to sort of the more high profile pieces. And that is our new sneaker collection that, again, all came from the $20 sneaker collection fund. So the first pair that we got back, like 2 months ago was this pair of ALD New Balance 550s. Love this sneaker. I have a pair in my own collection personally that I wear all the time. We've got this pair of Yeezys that we hit on the Confirmed app, the Yeezy MX Oats, I think is what they're called. We've got some foam runners, again, Confirmed app. We've got Nike Dunks that we grabbed on the Sneakers app, and then, of course, the 990 V3s. All of these sneakers are DS. None of them have been worn. I'm still trying to decide what I want to do with all of these. I think some of them I'm actually going to keep and then convert to my actual collection when this series is done. Thinking specifically these and maybe these. These ones I really like, but I think they'll be worth more money than I really care about wearing them. But here it is. Here is the entire $20 sneaker collection currently. I'm actually pretty happy with it. I feel like we've got a good selection of stuff. So let me know in the comment section down below what you guys think of this. And also, I'd love to know if you guys have any progress on your own $20 sneaker collection. So if you guys do, send me a message on Instagram, maybe tweet me or something like that. Maybe I'll include it in upcoming videos, but let me know. So we are ending off the week with that entire sneaker collection that you guys just saw and a sneaker collection fund of $792.95. But getting into things, this week was a little bit shorter than most of the other weeks in this series, just because last week's episode came out on like a Wednesday, so I had 2 or 3 less days than I usually have, so we didn't sell as many sneakers as I would have liked to, but we did end up selling some pairs, and I'll tell you guys about those pairs right now. So the first pair that we sold was actually that pair of New Balance 990 V3s that we picked up from Atmos. So originally, I did not plan to sell this pair of sneakers. I planned to sit on it until the end of the series and then add it to my sneaker collection, but what actually ended up happening was the pair that I bought on end last week for my own personal collection, which I thought was a size 9.5, came in, turns out it is a size 9, and as you guys saw in the unboxing at the beginning of the video, it's a slightly more special version of that shoe, so I'm gonna keep this pair instead. So what I did is I sold the pair that I bought from Atmos on StockX. So I bought that pair of 990 V3s for $180 even because there's no tax on clothing in Philadelphia, and I sold it on StockX for $217. Now the problem is, even though I've sold hundreds of shoes on StockX and I have like the lowest percentage of StockX fees because of that, it still cost me a lot of money to sell these shoes on StockX, and I ended up being able to only come out with $190.96. Looking back on it now, I probably should have sold them on eBay because there's no seller's fees for sneakers over like $100 on eBay services at the moment, so I would have been able to have the full $217, but the reason I went to StockX is because I could sell it instantly right then and there. eBay I would have had to wait for someone to like bid or make offers, and it would have taken a lot more time. So subtracting the purchase price from my total, I ended up with a net profit of $10.96. Really not great, but it was a pretty quick and relatively painless turnaround. And the second pair of shoes that I sold was actually that pair of 2008 Nike Dunks that were also Nike IDs that I picked up at Buffalo Exchange for $32. Sold those on eBay for $50 and ended up being able to add $44.33 back into the sneaker collection fund, leaving us with a net profit of $12.33. I know none of the shoes that we've sold have been really big money makers so far. So after all of those sales, our sneaker collection fund now sits at $1,028.24, which, let's be honest, is a pretty decent amount of money to go thrifting with. Okay, so starting off the week, I went to Buffalo Exchange in Center City, Philadelphia. I've had a lot of good luck at Buffalo Exchange, and I usually pick something up whenever I go. And the first pair of sneakers that I found that kind of caught my attention was this pair of Air Force Ones that came in a red, white, and black colorway. I'm not sure exactly what colorway this is, but it was missing the insoles, unfortunately, so that was kind of a no-go for me. But it was a nice looking pair of sneakers. It was priced pretty well at $35. I just didn't see much upside there personally, so not something I was trying to pick up. Just above that was a pair of Adidas Boost sneakers, and they were in pretty good condition. They were priced at $32, which wasn't bad, but they were really only selling for like $40 on eBay, so not worth it. Then I found this pair of retro throwback Adidas mashups. I forget what the name of this pair was, but it was an NMD mashup of some kind. Not a bad looking sneaker, but for some reason when this shoe first came out, and even since then, this particular pair hasn't really resold or had much value, and they had it priced at $40, which is pretty much what I could get for it on eBay, so that was a no-go as well. The next sneaker that caught my attention was this pair of Air Force One High Ricardo T-Shoes. Now this shoe was a special collaboration that released I think like 2 or 3 years ago, and it's obvious that someone at Buffalo Exchange knew what these were worth because they were priced at $120, which is almost exactly what they go for on eBay. The shoe itself was in pretty decent condition. If it had been brand new, I think I might have been able to get like $160 to $200 for it, but in this condition, probably around what it was selling for, so not a pickup. Right next to the Ricardo T-Shoes was a pair of Puma suedes that came in this really nice gray and teal color. It actually reminded me a lot of the Staple Pigeon suedes. I know the color is a little bit different, but the gray with the orange accents definitely had that Staple Pigeon vibe to it. After that, I found another pair of pretty interesting Air Force One mids or highs. It came in this sort of brown leather upper with orange accents and a gum outsole. It was a women's shoe and it came in a women's size 9. I don't know exactly what the value of this shoe was. I honestly should have looked it up. I don't know why I didn't, but I don't think it's anything crazy, so I'm not mad that I decided to leave it. Also, on a side note, for some reason I love these North Face slipper things. I've always wanted a pair and I still haven't grabbed one yet. Then I found a couple pairs of these women's high Nike Dunks with like this weird high heel situation in the back. I don't know what these are called, but it looks like someone was clearing out of their collection because there was this gray and teal pair and there was also a pair that came in gray and orange. Both sneakers are fine. I know they're Dunks, but I don't think these particular Dunks have much resale value, so I wasn't really willing to take the risk because they were priced pretty high. Then I came across this pair of Air Jordan 11 Low IEs. Now we've actually seen the exact same pair sitting in Plato's closet for like months, and that's because the sole is separating from the upper of the shoe. This shoe seems to be in better condition, but the more that I looked at this shoe on eBay, the more I realized there's not much resale value here. So even though the shoe is in good condition, it is missing insoles and it's not going for much, so not something I wanted to pick up. And then on the way out, I saw this pair of women's Air Jordan 4 Starfish. They were priced very, very high for what they were, and you can actually buy a new pair for the same price. So this week I did actually end up having a couple W's buying shoes online, which is kind of becoming a trend now. I don't know what it is. Maybe I have golden fingers, or maybe the shoes that I'm buying just people don't want. I think it's a little bit of both. So the first pair that I got was on the Sneakers app, and that was the Air Jordan 13 Low Singles Day. So when I hit on these shoes on the Sneakers app, I was excited. I was like, great, you know what? New pair of sneakers, easy to sell. It was $200. It was expensive, but it'll probably sell for at least a couple bucks over what I bought it for. But turns out that's not the case. If you go to StockX right now, the highest bid in a size 9 is for $161. I bought these for $200 after fees. I would probably end up losing about $50 to $60. So as soon as these sneakers land on my doorstep, they're going right back to Nike. Maybe I'll unbox them in next week's episode if you guys are interested. Otherwise, I'm just gonna throw a return sticker on them and just send them right back out. I might even try and do it with the same UPS guy. Be like, yo, here's a sticker. Let me slap it on for you. There you go. I've done that before, actually. The second pair of shoes that I got was actually a pair of sneakers that I wanted, but just in a different colorway. And that shoe was the ALD New Balance 993s in the brown beef colorway. Now, while I think this colorway is fine, there's nothing wrong with it, I definitely prefer the white and blue colorway that also dropped during this release, and really would have rather won that one. Regardless, I ended up spending $212 even on this pickup, and I think I should be able to sell them for around $250 to $260 if I decide to sell them. I might use them for trade bait, or I might end up keeping them. I'm not sure yet. But this shoe I definitely am planning to unbox in the next episode, so make sure to stay tuned for that. So after that spending spree, we ended up with the sneaker collection fund of $616.24. Not as crazy, but still pretty decent to hit up Plato's with. Later in the week, I decided to stop by Lapstone and Hammer in Center City. I love their selection, they always have great stuff, and today they actually had a pair that I really wanted, and that was this pair of 990 V4s. It's like the newer version of the shoe that I literally just unboxed at the beginning of this video, but unfortunately they only had like kids and women's sizes, so nothing that I could fit. They also had this pair of Air Jordan 13 Singles Days sitting, so that should have been a good sign that the pair that I got is pretty much worthless because it's sitting everywhere. Not a bad looking sneaker. I like the idea of a glow-in-the-dark Air Jordan 13, but obviously not that popular of a shoe. They also had the Steve Jobs Specials, the New Balance 992s, one of my favorite New Balances of all time. Unfortunately, they did not have a size 9. The smallest size, I think, was like a size 11 or 12. Great looking shoe. I would love to grab a pair for retail, but unfortunately, I just can't find them anywhere. They keep selling out. Next, I hit up the Nike outlet / Nike factory store. I'm not sure exactly what it's called. Just down the street from Lapstone and Hammer. They had a couple shoes on display, but nothing that I really wanted, so I decided to hit up the hash wall. And as usual, it's always fun to go through the hash wall and try and find hidden gems. The first pair that I found was this pair of Vapor Max 21s. Unfortunately, it was at full retail value, and it looks like someone just bought it, tried it on, didn't want it. There was also this interesting multicolored pair of Pegasus 38s. Nice looking shoe, but don't need another pair of those. I have a million of them. After that, I found this pair of Jordans. I have no idea what this silhouette is. Never heard of it before. And then finally, this pair of LeBrons that we've been seeing in outlets for a while now. I guess a lot of people return them. Not a bad looking shoe, but no retail value. And then the final stop of the week was my go-to Plato's Closet. I go here at least once a week, if not twice. And today I waited in line to get in right when they opened, and it looked like they had just restocked the shelves. There were so many shoes available, I had a hard time going through all of them. It was pretty incredible. The first pair that I found was this pair of KD9s. I remember when these shoes first came out, it was like one of the most hyped up basketball performance sneakers of the time. I remember watching Wear Tester's review on it. Really great sneaker, but no resale value there. Also this pair of Jordan Futures. Now there was something a little bit weird about this shoe. I don't think it was a fake pair, but it looked like it had been worn in this really weird way. Like maybe someone had just not put it on all the way and just had their heel sitting on the back of the shoe and they'd worn it like a slide. But for whatever reason, the back of the shoe was like completely compressed and crunched. Kind of a weird looking sneaker, unfortunately, and definitely no resale value for something in this condition, with also white paint on the bottom of the shoe. It looked like they had been painting in this sneaker as well. Right next to the janky Futures, we found this pair of Adidas Ultra Boost in a size 8. Now this looked like an Adidas 4.0, I think. I don't remember exactly all the different Adidas numbers and what the prime knit patterns look like, but I think it's a 4.0. It was in surprisingly good condition. The Boost had a little bit of staining, but nothing too crazy. The upper looked like it was in good condition. The prime knit wasn't torn. The insole still had a lot of the printing on it, and it was priced at $20. So for me, that's a no-brainer. I had to pick up a pair of these, no question. Next, I found this pair of Jordans that I've never seen before. I don't know what this shoe is. It's obviously a performance Jordan. Comes with like this white, almost plasticky looking upper and this black sock liner. Not a bad looking shoe, but I have no idea what to do with this. I don't know what it is. Let me know in the comment section down below if you know. And then I saw it, one of the fakest pairs of shoes I've ever seen in my entire life. And that was this pair of mashup somethings. It had like an Air Jordan heel portion with the off-white tag. It had this weird sort of like 3D midsole outsole thing that they put on fake Yeezys. It was one of the weirdest looking sneakers I've ever seen, and I kind of wanted to buy it just to have it because of how ridiculous it was. But then I found this pair of Air Jordan 2 Decons, and it was a shoe that I actually walked past like twice, didn't even realize it was there, but it was priced at $40, and when I picked it up, I realized it was in great condition, barely worn, really no outsole wear at all. The upper could use a little bit of a suede brush, but nothing too crazy. And the Air Jordan 2 Decon, while not an incredibly popular shoe, is still a sneaker that I think people are looking for. It's not the most valuable sneaker in the world, but it's something that I think I can get at least double for. Unfortunately though, that was not the best pair of Air Jordan 2s in Plato's. Dude, that's it. How much are they going for?
50.
No. That's awesome, man. I didn't get your name, by the way.
Lorenzo.
Lorenzo, good to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Dude, pleasure, man. Okay, so we had a pretty successful day at Plato's Closet. I went right when they opened, and I actually picked up two different things. The first thing that I grabbed was this pair of Adidas Ultra Boosts. I think it is a 3.0 or 4.0. Got it for $20 in surprisingly good condition. And Ultra Boosts, while they don't go for a huge amount of money anymore, they do flip very quickly, and they do flip for something decent. I'm hoping to get like maybe 60 to 70 for this, especially because it's in such great condition. The second pair that I got was this pair of Air Jordan 2 Decons. Now, I saw online that this might be a PSNY collab. I don't think it is, because I remember when these dropped like 2 years ago, there was like a maroon pair and I think a cream colored pair. I think it's just like a different take on the Air Jordan 2. But I got this for 40. It looks like it's maybe been worn like once, maybe. And I think I can flip it for like 70 to 80. Realistically, I'd like to flip it for more, but it is what it is. But the craziest find of the day at Plato's today wasn't actually by me. It was by a viewer, someone who actually came up and said, "What's up?" So shout out to Lorenzo for saying what's up. I really appreciate you watching. But he found a pair of the Air Jordan 2 lows in the original colorway. And especially now with the off-white 2s coming out, that shoe is gonna flip for a lot. It was in great condition, and man, that was a sick find. I'm a little jealous, I'm not gonna lie. But now that we've done all the thrifting for the week, let's talk about this crazy trade where I traded away 3 different brand new sneakers to get a crazy grail in the collection. So obviously I buy a lot of used sneakers in this series. It just makes sense. You can buy them for really cheap and then flip them for a decent amount once you clean them up. But I do like to buy new sneakers because it's a lot easier to trade new sneakers. And that's why I'd sort of been building up this stockpile of new sort of semi-hype sneakers that I could use as trade bait. And throughout the week, I'd been sending out offers to people on Trade Block and looking at other offers from people. I think I had 4 different sneakers listed. I had the Yeezy 350 V2 MX Oats, I had the Ochre Foam Runners, the ALD New Balance 550s in that green and yellow colorway, and then also the Nike Dunk Lows in the Championship red colorway. And so what my strategy has been on Trade Block is to try and not only get equal trades, but to get trades that are somewhat in my favor, if not heavily in my favor. And I feel like it really helps to have new sneakers on hand because more people are willing to trade with you if you've got brand new sneakers, and you can trade for used versions of shoes which are really hyped up, but people are having a hard time selling. So after like a week of sending offers to people for shoes that, were long shots for sure, and also getting a bunch of offers in that were kind of garbage, I did end up finally getting an offer or making a trade that I was really happy with. Actually, the exact way that it happened was I tried to trade my 350s, my foam runners, my championship red Nike Dunks, and I think even the New Balances for a pair of Shatter Backboard 1s with like a couple $100 on top. They were used, but not that heavily used. The guy messaged me and said that's his grail. He's not going to trade them for anything that's not around the same value. So I said fine, I totally understood, but I kept looking through his collection and it turned out he had a pair of off-white Air Jordan 5s in a size 9, used but in great condition in the black muslin colorway. Now looking up this shoe on GOAT, the cheapest used pair on GOAT in a size 9 is $750. And so I thought, you know what, I'm going to make an offer for this shoe. I'm going to offer him 3 shoes with no money on top because I feel like I have enough value to make it a decent trade for both of us. So I offered him the Nike Dunks, I offered him the ALD New Balances, and I think I offered him the Yeezy 350s at first, which actually would have been a better trade for him value-wise than what he ended up taking, but it is what it is. Obviously, as you could tell, he didn't take that, and he ended up counter-offering for, instead of the Yeezy 350s, the Ochres in their place. So we ended up making the deal. I got a pair of off-white Air Jordan 5s in excellent condition. I paid $37.46 on trading fees, and I literally just shipped off my shoes this morning. So hopefully by next week's episode, I'll have this pair of off-white Air Jordan 5s in, and we can unbox them together and find out what kind of condition they're in. But I want to give you guys a little bit of background on how I sort of calculated this trade and decided that this would be a trade that would be worth it for me. So like I told you guys, a pair of off-white Air Jordan 5s used in the worst condition on GOAT was selling for $750, so I knew I could at least get $750 for this pair of shoes. So the StockX highest bid value for all of these sneakers combined was $671. That's sort of the face value that I would be getting before fees if I sold all of these sneakers to the highest bid on StockX. However, the after fee value of all of these sneakers combined was $590 on StockX. And honestly, even just that isn't bad because I paid $480 total for all 3 of these pairs. I got the Dunks for retail, I got the foam runners for retail, and then the ALDs I think I bought for $300 at like ThriftCon or something like that. So even if I sold all of the shoes on StockX, I would be making a profit of $110. But by trading for a pair of shoes that are worth at least $750, even after trade block fees, I have a potential profit of at least $232. So that right there should bring in like another $120 worth of profit on top of the amount that I paid on those shoes initially. So I'm pretty happy with the trade. And you know what? Honestly, I might be getting a little crazy here, but I think I might be able to trade those off-white 5s for something even better. So we'll keep trading up, see what happens. So to round off the week after those trade block fees, we ended up with a sneaker collection fund of $518.78. And I guess unfortunately, a few less sneakers in the sneaker collection. But with that, we pretty much wrap up the entire episode for today. Now, I would love to know your thoughts on this series and whether there's anything I can improve, so make sure to let me know in the comment section down below. And as always, thank you so much for watching. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't yet, and I'll see you all in the next one.